Chapter 89. Only one can survive. So who exactly are you? Lu Yu asked with a serious expression. Who am I? It's been so long that I've almost forgotten my own name. The old man shook his head and said softly, I only know that I can only appear through the one who passes this trial. So that means I've passed the trial? Lu Yu remained calm, still not relaxing his vigilance. Naturally, the old man waved his finger lightly. If you had been lost in the allure of beauty just now, you would have died in that pleasure. An exit appeared beside him. Through this exit, one should be able to leave this mural. Such a trivial test of beauty. It's simply boring. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Even if he indulged in beauty, what could the old man do about it? He knew he was immortal, an existence that couldn't be killed. Moreover, he had eternal life. Even some immortals couldn't compare to him. After all, while immortals have endless lifespans, they can still be killed. From this point, Lu Yu could say that he had already transcended the existence of an immortal. Though this trial may be boring for you, there are those who cannot resist. The old man smiled slightly. Some love power, some love money. In the face of certain temptations, it is hard to resist. The old man's words were indeed very reasonable. Is there really the legacy of an immortal in here? Lu Yu continued to inquire. Of course. The old man nodded directly. However, this legacy is not something everyone can obtain. That's not good business. This immortal legacy belongs to me. Lu Yu said nonchalantly, his tone exuding immense confidence and certainty. Good luck to you. The old man merely revealed a mysterious smile before instantly disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Lu Yu didn't linger, but he quickly stepped into the exit. With a whoosh, "Lu Dao, you're faster than I expected." Not long after, Su Yu also successfully emerged from the mural. Following that, the other 4 transformation stage cultivators came out one after another. Through everyone's exchanges, they learned that each of them had experienced different trials within the mural. It seemed the mural could sense the desires in people's hearts. Hence the trials they experienced were all different. Then does that mean my appearance of so many beautiful women indicates that my desire is lustful? Lu Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly. But so what if he was lustful? It's just a man's nature. Nothing abnormal about it. Boom. As everyone emerged from the mural, a new high platform appeared once again. This time, it's good that we all made it out safely from the mural. If someone had gotten lost inside, we would have to start all over again. Yi Zimo sighed deeply. If it kept repeating like that, it would truly be an unbearable torment. All right, let's not waste any more time and hurry to the next challenge. Qiao Qingyi quickly suggested. Next, the 6 of them swiftly arrived at the high platform. A beam of light flashed. They vanished from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast valley. In this valley, 5 special crystal stones floated in midair. Each stone was pitch black, containing a strange energy fluctuation within. What kind of trial is this? Sun Jie asked with a serious expression. Everyone became extremely cautious at this moment, and one dared to act rashly. After all, they hadn't yet figured out the situation inside. If they acted carelessly, taking even one wrong step could lead to a disastrous outcome. Congratulations to everyone for reaching this final stage. The mysterious old man from the mural appeared again. You see these 5 crystal stones? These stones are called life crystals. Without life energy, they will become completely black, like ordinary black stones. Once they have enough life energy, they will emit a brilliant light. In this stage, 5 of you must sacrifice your life energy to these 5 life crystals. When all the life crystals are lit, you will obtain that legacy. In simple terms, among the 6 of you, only one can obtain the legacy. As for who that will be, it depends on your own fortunes. After the old man finished speaking, he laughed heartily and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were grave to the extreme. Who would have thought that this trial would be such a test? Only one of the 6 could survive. The remaining 5 would be sacrificed to the life crystals. In an instant, everyone dispersed. They created distance between each other. Each one cautiously observed the others. Everyone was likely already prepared to strike at any moment. Lu Yu looked at the scene before him and silently thought. Indeed, everything is not so easy and smooth. Perhaps the previous trials were just appetizers, and now comes the main. Of course, why don't you all sacrifice yourselves? I can't be bothered to make a move. Qiao Qingyi's tone turned cold as she summoned an extraordinary treasure. her power aura continuously rising. Xiaoqingyi, you're only mid-transformation stage. What confidence do you have? Zhu Yuheng scolded, unleashing his full power as a late transformation stage cultivator. Enough, Yi Zimo said indifferently. Now that we're in this situation, I have an idea. Let's draw lots to decide our opponents for a life and death battle. The one who dies will be sacrificed. How about that? Whether one can live depends on their own strength. I agree. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. Sounds good, Xiaoqingyi replied. Zhu Yuheng nodded as well. This method is acceptable. I have no objections. Lu Daoyu, Su Daoyu, what do you two think? Yi Zimo looked at Lu Yu and Su Yuyu, inquiring. By then, when they realized their true cultivation level was already in the refining void realm, their expressions should be quite entertaining. Ding dong, the daily flash sale package has successfully refreshed. Would you like to start purchasing? Price, 10 points. Meanwhile, a system prompt echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Chapter 90, The Evil Cultivator Su Yuyu. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional again. Time really flies. Purchase. Lu Yu immediately thought to himself. Consumed 10 points. Today's flash sale package purchased successfully. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations, you have received. Same realm instant kill talisman. Same realm instant kill talisman. As long as the target is in the same realm as you, it can be used to instantly kill them. Seeing that he had actually obtained such a good item, Lu Yu's mood improved significantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. At this moment, Su Yuyu beside him burst into laughter. Ha! This is truly boring. Who wants to engage in a life and death battle with you? It's simply a huge hassle and a waste of time. Her mocking words changed the expressions of those present. It felt as if Su Yuyu had become a completely different person. Su Daoist, what do you mean by that? Sun Jie and the others looked at Su Yuyu with serious expressions and asked, What? Su Daoist, do you have a better way? Of course there is a way. And that is for you to sacrifice yourselves while I remain alive. Su Yuyu said indifferently, her voice turning somewhat cold. Hee, Su Yuyu. You are merely in the mid-stage of transformation. What qualifications do you have to speak like this? Zhu Yuheng sneered. If you want to kill us, you must be dreaming. At this point, he directly called Su Yuyu by her full name, showing no respect. After all, in this situation, everyone wanted to survive and gain the opportunities within. Boom. Suddenly, Su Yuyu erupted with an extremely powerful force. Her entire body radiated red light. In an instant, her originally green dress turned into a blood-red gown, making her look even more enchanting. The evil aura around her had reached an extreme level. Even her cultivation realm was rapidly rising. Late-stage transformation, full transformation, until she reached the early stage of virtual refinement. Feeling this terrifying pressure, everyone's faces turned pale and serious in an instant. Yuyu, you are actually a virtual refinement expert, and you managed to hide your cultivation level all this time. Damn it, could it be that we are going to perish here? How could this be the outcome? With such evil energy, you are still an evil cultivator. Facing a virtual refinement cultivator, they, as transformation cultivators, were simply no match. Moreover, even if they teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to compete. Do you think that just being in the transformation realm is enough for this Cloud Fairy secret realm? If I didn't hide my strength, would you still cooperate like before? Su Yuyu said with a smile, her voice distinctly different from before. Now that things have come to this, it's time for you to make a contribution to me. Don't worry, after you die, I will erect a monument for you outside. She laughed again, her laughter filled with immense confidence. It was as if everything was under her control. Beside her, Lu Yu looked at Su Yuyu revealing her true form and couldn't help but secretly think, I knew it. The first time I saw Su Yuyu, I felt she was extraordinary, and it turns out I was right. My first impression was indeed correct. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu quickly spoke up, So, you wanted to become my Dao partner? I agree, just spare my life. Hee. Su Yuyu immediately laughed. You are indeed handsome and good-looking, just to my taste, but unfortunately, if I spare your life, where would I find another person to sacrifice? However, you can rest assured, you will definitely be the last to die. After I kill them, I will cripple your cultivation and then have some fun with you, draining the yang energy from your body for my use. At the moment of your death, I will let you enjoy a bit. Consider it my gift to you. Su Yu looked down at Lu Yu as if she were a ruler, already planning what to do next. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Wow, you want to have your way with me before killing me? I was just testing you, but since you won't spare me, I guarantee I won't let you have it easy. Lu Daoist, let's join forces. Perhaps we still have a chance. Xiaoqingyi quickly spoke, but before he could finish, a beam of blood light directly severed his head. His head fell to the ground, rolling a few times before finally stopping, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness. It seemed he had no idea how he had died. After Xiaoqingyi was killed, His entire corpse was quickly devoured by a life crystal floating above. In just that brief moment, the life crystal emitted an incredibly brilliant light, looking very beautiful. Is this the power of a virtual refinement expert? This attack was so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Zhu Yuheng and the others' expressions became extremely serious, and they felt fear rising in their hearts. They had never imagined their fate would turn out like this. In the next few breaths, just as she said, she wouldn't let Lu Yu die first. Therefore, Lu Yu didn't suffer any attacks. On the other hand, the three transformation cultivators had already summoned all their magic treasures and unleashed their strongest moves to desperately resist. Seeing Lu Yu unharmed, they felt a twinge of envy. Being handsome really is an advantage. Even dying, he gets to be the last. Crack. Faced with the power of a virtual refinement cultivator, their magic treasures ultimately couldn't hold out and shattered one after another. The difference in realms was like a gap between heaven and earth. The disparity between the two sides was simply too great. These three transformation cultivators were like ants in front of a virtual refinement cultivator. In a short time, the three transformation cultivators were unable to hold on any longer and were directly slain by Su Yuyu. After the three died, their bodies were quickly consumed by the three life crystals hovering above. Now, out of 5 life crystals, 4 had emitted an incredibly dazzling light. Lu Daoist, it's your turn now. Don't worry. Before you die, I will let you experience what earthly pleasures are. Su Yuyu licked her red lips, looking at Lu Yu, and it seemed she was eager to tear his clothes off immediately. Chapter 91. The same realm instant kill talisman activates. No need for that, Lu Yu said calmly. You have no say in this. Su Yuyu laughed, immediately releasing a powerful pressure that pressed down towards Lu Yu. However, facing the pressure she released, Lu Yu was completely unaffected, his expression remaining very calm. How is this possible? Why are you able to withstand my pressure? Su Yuyu's expression changed instantly. Could it be that you have some treasure on you? However, even if you have such a treasure, you cannot change reality. Lu Yu shook his head at this moment, took a deep breath, and sighed. Why do you think I have a treasure? The next moment, Lu Yu didn't hide anymore and directly revealed his true cultivation realm. Virtual refinement? I didn't expect you to be a virtual refinement cultivator, hiding deeper than me. At this moment, Su Yuyu suddenly felt an extremely uneasy sensation. Originally, everything was under her control, but now Lu Yu's unexpected emergence had completely disrupted everything. Su Yuyu found it hard to see the future clearly. Since you want me dead, I'm sorry, but I can only let you die first. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. Hehe. It seems that we are both at the early stage of the void refinement realm. What qualifications do you have to kill me? Su Yuyu laughed loudly, saying, It seems that I am even planning to let you enjoy my body, but now it appears you don't have that blessing. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from Su Yuyu's body. She directly used a special secret method to forcibly enhance her strength. Just you? I completely looked down on you, Lu Yu said casually, and then he naturally didn't waste any more words, secretly thinking. Use the same realm instant kill talisman. Detecting. Target. Su Yuyu. Realm. Early stage of the void refinement realm. Conditions met. Instant kill talisman usage successful. In an instant, Su Yuyu's head exploded. Her entire primordial spirit was erased at that moment. She was instantly killed, giving Su Yuyu no chance to react. And she absolutely didn't know how Lu Yu had killed her. Immediately afterward, the last life crystal above swallowed Su Yuyu's corpse and rapidly emitted dazzling light. All 5 life crystals were now glowing, triggering an even more powerful energy fluctuation. In front of Lu Yu, the space instantly became distorted, quickly revealing a void entrance. Interesting. Very interesting. You actually possess such powerful strength. I didn't even understand how you killed that female cultivator. At this moment, the mysterious elder appeared once again, looking surprised. Since there is a celestial inheritance, what is the meaning behind the celestial's arrangement of such a test? In his view, every test should have significance. If you can reach the end, you will naturally understand. The elder said with a gentle smile. All right, you have passed the level. So there is no need to stay here any longer. He didn't answer Lu Yu's questions, but instead let Lu Yu find the answers himself. So, is the celestial inheritance next? Lu Yu continued to ask. After all, at the beginning, the elder said, there is no inheritance, but there are rewards. The elder slowly said, the 5 life crystals in front of you are your rewards for passing the level. These life crystals are extraordinary and are of great benefit to your cultivation. Seeing this, Lu Yu waved his hand and directly stored the 5 life crystals into his storage ring. If you had chosen the path of life, you could have been directly teleported to the ultimate place of opportunity without experiencing all this. The elder said again, and those who choose the path of death will be divided into groups of 6, ultimately allowing only one person to survive. Hearing this, Lu Yu was somewhat stunned. This time, he realized he had been too naive. He originally thought it was a reversal of expectations, that choosing death meant choosing life. Now it seems that the other party was the one truly setting the trap. The path of life is the path of life. And this path of death is indeed a path of death. All right, the inheritance is not something that can be easily obtained. Next, I wish you good luck. The mysterious elder smiled and, after speaking, directly disappeared from the spot. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't think too much about it anymore. Therefore, he wasn't too worried now. Soon, Lu Yu walked towards the entrance that had appeared. When Lu Yu walked out from the passage, everything before him once again dazzled him. He had arrived in an even more extraordinary world. It seems this place is the true Cloud Immortal secret realm. The real place of opportunity. Lu Yu nodded slowly, muttering to himself. If he had chosen the path of life at the beginning, he might have already entered this true place of opportunity. Unfortunately, he chose the path of death and took a long detour before entering here. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu took out the purchased map of the Cloud Immortal secret realm. After opening it, the entire map was updated to a detailed map of this place of opportunity. Just one glance gave Lu Yu enough understanding of the entire structure of the place of opportunity. Now it seems that spending a large sum of money to purchase this complete map was indeed very beneficial. Lu Yu smiled. Through this map, he quickly saw the marked area of the Celestial Palace. If he wasn't mistaken, the ultimate inheritance should be within this Celestial Palace. However, reaching this Celestial Palace required passing through several areas. These areas looked extremely dangerous. It seems that reaching the Celestial Palace is not an easy task. He wondered how the other cultivators who entered this true place of opportunity were faring. Had anyone already entered the Celestial Palace? Lu Yu glanced around and couldn't help but mutter, perhaps the real danger is only just beginning. With this thought, he naturally couldn't slack off. According to the map, Lu Yu quickly determined a direction and moved swiftly. Chapter 92, Mo-in Poison. Not long after, a gigantic long wall appeared before Lu Yu, with numerous battle marks on it. From these marks, it seemed one could tell that a fierce battle had once occurred here. This long wall was truly marvelous, seemingly forged from some special material, and it exuded many different powerful sword energies. Lu Yu sensed it deeply and showed a look of surprise. Clearly, the long wall before him was not an ordinary city wall, but a sword energy long wall. Practicing on this sword energy long wall would be an unparalleled opportunity for cultivators of the sword path to better hone and enhance their sword skills. As expected, when Lu Yu stepped onto this sword energy long wall, he clearly saw several cultivators seriously practicing on it. It seemed they were not planning to continue forward. They probably understood their own strength and knew that continuing deeper could lead to disaster. Therefore, it was better to practice well on this sword energy long wall. After all, such an opportunity is rare and should be cherished. If I didn't have the Infinite World Supermarket, I might also choose to practice on this sword energy long wall if I came here. Lu Yu nodded slowly, muttering to himself. However, the reality is that Lu Yu didn't need to. What astonishing sword path! What one sword opens the heavenly gate? If Lu Yu wanted to master it, he could simply spend money to purchase it and instantly grasp it, without needing to toil and struggle like other cultivators. Next, Lu Yu didn't waste any time. After passing through this sword energy long wall, he continued to move quickly deeper. Soon, the scenery before him underwent a tremendous change again. The ground turned blood red, and the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were in a withered state, with an overwhelming stench of blood lingering in the air. According to the map, he had now entered the blood-in land. Lu Yu took out the purchased map, took a quick look, and nodded slightly. Moreover, to pass through this blood-in land, one must go through a great hall. The map had already marked the route to this great hall. Seeing this, Lu Yu directly advanced quickly along the marked route. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, one after another god transformation level monsters rushed out quickly from the shadows around. They naturally unleashed all their power, forming a powerful strike, all wanting to kill Lu Yu with one blow to gain their freedom. These great demons were extremely mad, determined to kill the outsider. But they clearly chose the wrong target. How could Lu Yu be killed by them? Facing the attacks of these great demons, Lu Yu easily defended against them and swiftly countered, killing them one by one. The journey was incredibly smooth, and it felt like it hadn't been long before a palace, radiating a dark glow, appeared before him. The entire palace exuded an immensely powerful demonic aura, indicating that there were definitely even more formidable demons within. Next, a battle was unavoidable. The palace doors were wide open. As Lu Yu approached the entrance and looked inside, it was pitch black, and the blood aura was extremely thick. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he stepped directly inside. This blood aura was strange. Upon Lu Yu's entrance, it seemed alive, trying to invade Lu Yu's body. If it were any other cultivator, being invaded by this blood aura would likely mean trouble. However, Lu Yu was an immortal body, so this blood aura posed no threat to him at all. After passing through the blood-filled corridor, he arrived directly at the main hall of the palace. Interesting. I didn't expect another human cultivator to come in, and you seem immune to that blood aura. Quite interesting. An evil laugh echoed throughout the hall. Lu Yu could clearly see a young man in a black robe sitting on a throne ahead, with an enchanting yet sinister expression, emanating an extremely strong demonic aura. He was certainly not comparable to the great demons encountered earlier. Moreover, he was a transformed great demon. Generally, great demons that have passed the transformation thunder tribulation are often more powerful. At the same time, in the center of the hall, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman sitting cross-legged, protected by a golden lotus. Powerful demonic energy continuously attacked the golden lotus, trying to shatter it. The woman was incredibly beautiful. Upon seeing her, Lu Yu couldn't help but be slightly amazed. She was indeed comparable to the Snake Woman Queen, Nalan Yuechan, and others. Furthermore, Lu Yu could see that the beautiful woman's expression seemed a bit off. Her spiritual energy was circulating as if she was trying to resist something. A great demon like you should have been able to kill the outsiders long ago and gain your freedom. Why do you still exist now? Lu Yu calmly asked the enchanting man on the throne. Haha, freedom? Where does such freedom come from? The enchanting man sneered. Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Leave now, and I'll spare your life. Oh, Lu Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation for the first time. This powerful great demon actually wouldn't attack him, but instead wanted him to leave. This was quite interesting. Since you're letting me go, what about her? Lu Yu pointed at the beautiful woman and asked. I've transformed into human form and have never experienced love between a man and a woman. She naturally must stay. The enchanting man said with a faint smile, You are merely at the initial stage of the void refining realm. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs, or you will have no place to bury your body. After this exchange, Lu Yu was quite surprised. He didn't expect this great demon before him to actually want to experience that. What a pity. If this enchanting woman were to fall into the hands of this man, it would be too tragic. If it were to happen, it should be done by himself. Lu Yu thought to himself. Of course, he was just joking. Taoist friend, is there a way to break the ink lust poison? At this moment, the beautiful woman's melodious voice came through. If there is, I hope you can lend me a hand. Ink lust poison. Lu Yu gasped. This poison was notoriously known for its lustful effects. According to records, there seemed to be no way to it. The only method was through the merging of yin and yang. This poison originated from a beast called the ink flood dragon, which was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. He never expected that it would still exist in this cloud immortal secret realm. Chapter 93. Intense Battle. Lu Yu began to think rapidly in his mind. If he left the hall now, he might not obtain the immortal inheritance, and without that inheritance, he wouldn't gain more points. This would mean that this trip into the cloud immortal secret realm would be in vain. Therefore, there was a way to help this beautiful woman before him. Her cultivation level didn't seem low. If it weren't for the ink lust poison, she probably wouldn't have fallen to such a state. It seemed worth a try. I can help you this ink lust poison, but you can't turn against me afterward. Lu Yu quickly stated. Of course, Lu Yu was well prepared. Interesting. The ink lust poison can only be through the merging of yin and yang. Are you two really going to do that in front of me? The enchanting man sneered. Kid, I was already planning to spare your life. But if you're being so ungrateful, then I will cripple you. Boom. In the next instant, the enchanting man's hand waved, and a terrifying force erupted in the air. A blood-red long sword materialized and charged towards Lu Yu with unstoppable momentum. This sword was extremely terrifying. Lu Yu was only at the initial stage of the void refining realm and completely unable to resist it. However, he couldn't defend himself. Go. Lu Yu pointed his sword and a talisman appeared. The talisman erupted with brilliant light. As the light illuminated, the terrifying sword was forcefully dissipated. The talisman also vanished in an instant. This talisman was a treasure that could nullify any attack, obtained from the daily gift package. Lu Yu still had more than 10 such talismans. Therefore, he could at least withstand the next several attacks from this enchanting man. What kind of talisman is this that can instantly dissipate such a powerful sword? The enchanting man's eyes grew serious, clearly realizing that he had underestimated Lu Yu. The ink lust poison was not absolute. There were other ways to it. Taoist friend, this pill is called the Holy Spirit pill. It can any poison. Lu Yu then took out the Holy Spirit pill and waved his finger lightly. The pill transformed into a beam of light and quickly flew toward the beautiful woman. At that moment, the woman opened her eyes. Her beautiful gaze captivated Lu Yu. What beautiful eyes! Paired with her stunning face, she was simply perfection among perfect beings. Upon seeing the pill, the beautiful woman trusted Lu Yu and directly consumed it. At that moment, Lu Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this enchanting woman to trust him so much, not worrying that the pill he gave her was not meant to the ink lust poison in her body. Fortunately, soon after the Holy Spirit pill entered her body, It transformed into an extremely pure energy. This energy flowed continuously through her meridians. In just a few breaths, the ink lust poison in her body was completely cleared away. Boom. Immediately after, the beautiful woman stood up and said, "Thank you. Now leave it to me." Whoosh. In the next second, she waved her finger, and an extraordinary green sword appeared in her hand. A powerful and awe-inspiring sword intent erupted. At this moment, in Lu Yu's eyes, the woman before him seemed to have become a true female sword immortal. This kind of sword intent indicated that she was an extremely powerful sword cultivator. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised and said, "Indeed. Had it not been for the Moen poison, that charming male figure would have long been killed by her, and would not have waited for Lu Yu's arrival. Impossible. How could the Moen poison be resolved by just a single pill?" The charming man's expression was extremely grave. The world's strongest lust poison actually had a way to be cracked. Go to hell. The stunning woman's eyes were icy cold. She had already made up her mind to dismember this charming man to relieve her hatred. "Hee, you want to kill me? You're dreaming." The charming man, unparalleled in the world, instantly disappeared from his spot. A gigantic golden fist came crashing down towards Lu Yu and the woman. Where the golden fist passed, the space seemed to collapse, emitting a terrifying tremor. Boom. In the next moment, the woman swung her sword, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that collided directly with the golden fist, producing a booming sound. This sound was like thunder exploding in the sky. The aftermath that erupted was like a torrent, sweeping outwards. This residual force even knocked Lu Yu back several steps. Truly terrifying. Both of them unleashed such powerful might with just a casual strike. It was fortunate that I am also in the void refinement realm, although only in the early stage. But that residual force just now would likely severely injure even a transformation god cultivator, if not kill them. Lu Yu took a deep breath and retreated a bit further. It was better to maintain a safe distance. Just now, you resisted the Moen poison and had already consumed a large amount of spiritual power. You are definitely not my match. The charming man snorted coldly, a strange light radiating from his blood-red eyes. The power of his entire body seemed to be pushed to an extreme limit in an instant. He struck out again. Countless golden fists, dazzling and brilliant, made it hard for people to open their eyes. Moreover, each of these golden fists contained an incredibly terrifying power. The stunning woman looked at this scene, her expression still very calm, and the sword in her hand burst forth with an extremely dazzling sword light. An enormous blue sword energy condensed and slashed down towards the golden fist. Rumble. The second clash. The two forces collided with each other, erupting with overwhelming might. It swept across the entire palace. Everything within was reduced to dust under this power. Boom. The battle intensified. In the distance, Lu Yu activated a treasure, shielding himself in front. The battle between the two was terrifying, and their speed was extremely fast. In Lu Yu's eyes, he could only see a blood-red light and a blue light constantly colliding, each collision erupting with power that could destroy heaven and earth. This was truly a battle between real strong beings. It was truly magnificent. Amazing. That sword is so cool. That great demon is not bad either. And his speed seems to have suddenly increased many times. For a moment, Lu Yu felt as if he was watching a live-action movie, with an incredibly strong sense of immersion and reality. To be honest, Lu Yu could now enter the 10,000 Realms supermarket, buy a bucket of popcorn, and sit down to watch slowly. Chapter 94. I have a sword that can open the heavens. The battle continued. The intensity and excitement of the fight kept Lu Yu transfixed. Haha, very good, very good. The charming man laughed loudly. If we keep wasting time like this, it will be boring. His eyes glowed with blood, and the power within him surged again, increasing exponentially. Whoosh. His speed became even more terrifying. He once again hurled a punch at the stunning woman, filled with unmatched killing intent. However, even though the charming man's speed had increased and his power had grown stronger, the stunning woman still wore a calm expression. Soon, in Lu Yu's eyes, the charming demon's punch was easily dodged by the stunning woman. Immediately after, the sword formation, rise. The stunning woman directed her sword, and a sword formation immediately condensed. Once this sword formation was activated, it erupted with an extremely terrifying might. Countless sword energies continuously gathered, transforming into a colossal sword that bore unstoppable power. Boom. It instantly pressed down towards the charming man. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be able to multitask and stealthily set up a sword formation just now. The charming man's expression changed. He could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of this sword formation. Bang! The terrifying giant sword fell directly, crashing heavily onto the charming man. Crack! The defensive barrier he had cast shattered instantly. With a booming sound, the charming man was severely injured by this sword strike. Unfortunately, he did not die. Seeing that the opponent did not die, the stunning woman did not find it strange. After all, the other party was a transformed great demon and at the same cultivation level as her. Sword come. The stunning woman did not interrupt the operation of the sword formation. Spiritual power surged wildly within her. Extraordinary spirit swords rapidly emerged under her control, each carrying an extremely powerful sword intent, their sword light shining brightly, illuminating the entire palace. Although the charming man defended with all his might, he still could not avoid being pierced by one or two swords. Blood continuously flowed from his wounds. Fortunately, after all, he was a great demon, and his physical body was often much stronger than that of human cultivators. His wounds quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heavenly suppression seal. Now that the stunning woman had the upper hand, she naturally would not give him any chance. Boom. A terrifying heavenly suppression seal immediately condensed and pressed down towards the charming man. The killing power contained within reached a peak, completely sealing off the surrounding space. As the heavenly suppression seal continued to fall, the space became extremely distorted. The power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom. Faced with the sword formation's attack, the charming man could not evade at all. He could only defend with all his strength. Therefore, the heavenly suppression seal solidly struck him. An incomparably loud rumbling sound erupted. The ground trembled violently. As the dust settled, the place where the charming man originally stood had turned into a massive pit. He lay in the pit in a disheveled state, suffering extremely serious injuries. In a strange posture, he floated up. His eyes were coldly fixed on the woman, releasing endless killing intent from his body. Behind him, a pair of golden wings unfurled. I didn't expect you to be from the golden-winged Great Punk clan. At this moment, the stunning woman said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The charming man's wings flapped powerfully, and countless golden feathers transformed into beams of golden light, rushing towards the stunning woman. This was the supreme killing technique of the golden-winged Great Punk clan. In an instant, the entire golden light seemed to envelop the heavens and the earth. Once consumed by this golden light, it was likely a dead end. I have a sword that can open the heavens. The stunning woman channeled all her spiritual power, and in an instant, the sword light shot forth like a rainbow, as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth. A sword energy, with boundless might, was swiftly unleashed. This sword energy was terrifying, as if it could cleave open the heavens and the earth. Boom. In Lu Yu's eyes, this sword, the golden light, was directly cut in half. The sword energy continued to slash towards the charming man. Although he reacted in time, it was still a bit slow, and one of his wings was directly severed. The intense pain made his expression a bit pained and pale. TSK. Human sword cultivators are really troublesome. The charming man thought to himself. There is a saying that goes well, you can provoke anyone, but never provoke a sword cultivator. This is not just a joke. Suddenly, within the sword formation, sword energies coalesced again and attacked, giving the charming man no chance at all, piercing through his body one after another. Useless, no matter how much you pierce. It won't matter. My physical body is powerful, not something you humans can imagine. Although being pierced does cause him pain, his strong body quickly healed the blood holes. Your body's self-healing ability is strong, but don't forget, I am a sword cultivator. The stunning woman said calmly, explode. In the next moment, terrifying sword energy exploded within the charming man's body. Boom. In an instant, the charming man collapsed to the ground in immense pain, with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? An endless amount of sword energy erupted within him, its terrifying power shredding him to pieces. Every sword that pierced your body allowed the sword energy to seep into you, constantly accumulating. This sword energy is enough to completely annihilate you. The stunning woman said calmly. Even if your physical recovery ability is strong now, it won't be enough. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This female sword cultivator is truly formidable. She actually thought of directly collapsing that great demon from the inside. Sure enough, the facts proved it. Soon, it became clear that no matter how quickly the charming man's body recovered, it could not keep up with the destruction of the terrifying sword energy within him. Ha ha ha. The charming man's words had not yet finished when the sword energy within him completely destroyed him. He was utterly annihilated. Seeing this, the stunning woman took a deep breath and quickly took out a pill to consume. The vast amount of spiritual energy consumed within her body was also rapidly recovering. After a few seconds, her condition obviously improved significantly. Boom. Another loud bang. A large door opened with a rumble. Clearly, they could proceed to the next area. Chapter 95. She is actually the sect master of Qingyan sect. Lu Fengzhu, I didn't expect you to enter this Yunxian secret realm as well. But this time, it's all thanks to you. Soon, the stunning woman lightly waved her finger, and the long sword in her hand turned into a beam of light and disappeared. She thanked Lu Fengzhu. Upon hearing this title, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. Are you from Qingyan sect? Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise, feeling somewhat incredulous. Yes. The stunning woman nodded slowly. What a fate. It's simply unbelievable. I still don't know your name? Lu Yu asked curiously. Li Waner, she said softly. I am also the sect master of Qingyan sect. In an instant, Lu Yu was once again astonished. The sect master of Qingyan sect is actually this beautiful woman before him. At first, Lu Yu thought that the sect master of Qingyan sect should be a man. He didn't expect it to be a female cultivator. She was also the master of his fiancée. I have seen the sect master. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. This time, you saved my life. How can I repay you? Once we leave this secret realm, I will definitely repay this kindness. Li Waner looked at Lu Yu and said seriously, if it weren't for Lu Yu and that Holy Spirit pill this time, she estimated that the outcome would have been dire. Could the sect master grant me a top-tier spirit stone mine? Seeing this, Lu Yu was not polite at all and directly asked. The so-called life-saving grace should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Lu Yu did not ask her to offer her body if he could recharge a top-tier spirit stone mine. Once the great wheel of the 10,000 realms is upgraded successfully and he receives a multiplier reward for points, he would be able to obtain more points to buy higher cultivation realms. Just thinking about it felt very satisfying. Sure, Li Waner answered decisively upon hearing this. Compared to her life, a top-tier spirit stone mine is nothing. She naturally understands the pros and cons of this. As far as I know, the top-tier spirit stone mine of the Dan Peak has already been used by you. There is still half of the refining peaks mine left. My Qingyan sect can indeed give you one top-tier spirit stone mine, but I hope you won't have any ideas about the remaining few spirit stone mines. Since Qingyan sect still has many places that need spirit stones, Li Waner said again. As the sect master, she certainly had to consider the sect's needs. No problem. Then I thank the sect master here. Lu Yu said joyfully. How about this? Next, would Lu Fengzhu be willing to continue together? Li Waner then took the initiative to invite him. Sure. Lu Yu nodded directly. Everyone is on the same side, so there is no need to worry too much. Afterwards, the two passed through the large door that had just opened. Soon, they left the palace and arrived at another area. Before them was a huge lake, and in the center of that lake was an island. On the island, there was another extraordinary palace. It seems that there is also a great demon guarding inside. There are a large number of great demons in this lake. You and I should be careful, Li Waner said calmly. Lu Yu replied. The two walked on the water of the lake, stepping forward. Indeed, as soon as they stepped into the lake, the great demons below began to rush towards Lu Yu and Li Waner, launching frenzied attacks one by one. These great demons were still at the transformation realm. Although they were numerous, in the face of true absolute power, having many numbers is of no use. There was no need for Lu Yu to personally take action. Li Waner waved her sword finger, and countless sharp swords condensed and emerged. At that moment, the scene was incredibly cool. It was as if 10,000 swords returned to their source. Whoosh! Countless sharp swords rushed out madly, piercing through these transformation realm great demons, almost ending their lives with a single strike. Easy too easy. At this moment, Lu Yu thought to himself. Now, it felt like being in a game. Teaming up with a max-level expert while being a newbie from the starting village. They didn't even know how many great demons they had killed. In short, everything went smoothly as they arrived at the island in the center of the lake. Let us take a break here for a while. Recover a bit before entering this palace. There is definitely another great demon inside, just like the previous golden-winged Dapeng. Li Waner said softly. Sectmaster, what if the great demon rushes out from the palace? Li Yu said a bit worriedly. Don't worry. The great demon inside the palace should not be able to leave the palace's range, Li Waner said, her tone revealing a hint of certainty. Every palace is guarded by a very powerful great demon. These great demons seem to be specially arranged. Sectmaster, how much do you know about this Yunxian secret realm? Lu Yu asked curiously. He understood that this sect master before him must know much more about this Yunxian secret realm than he did. You should know why the demons in these secret realms are so eager to kill outsiders, right? Li Waner responded with a question. I understand that these demons want to gain freedom by killing an outsider, and I even witnessed a powerful demon being teleported away after killing an outsider. Lu Yu nodded and said seriously. So do you think they really gained freedom? Li Waner said. Master, do you mean that they did not gain the so-called freedom? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised, realizing that there must be a great secret behind this. That's right. According to my speculation, those powerful demons may not have truly gained freedom. Think about it, like the golden-winged rock from earlier. Its cultivation level is strong enough, and there must have been other cultivators who entered before. If it could gain freedom, it should have left long ago. Moreover, when you appeared, that golden-winged rock even let you leave, seemingly not wanting to kill you. Li Waner slowly nodded. This golden-winged rock must know something, understanding that killing outsiders cannot grant freedom. With her explanation, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems I was too simplistic in my thinking. I didn't expect such complexity behind this. What would happen to the demons that killed outsiders before? That's unclear. Perhaps only by passing through these layers of challenges and finally entering that celestial palace can we uncover all the mysteries within. Liwanner shook her head and said softly, "However, what surprises me the most is you." She then looked at Lu Yu. "You have grown to such a level in such a short time. Your cultivation speed is astonishing." Earlier, when she learned that her beloved disciple Mu Qingxue had a fiancé, she specifically sent someone to inquire about Lu Yu's information. So she naturally knew everything about him. However, it had only been a short time since he went from being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement to becoming a strong cultivator at the Void refinement level. Liwanner's talent could be considered among the best in the world. It took her over 500 years to reach the Void refinement stage, while Lu Yu was only in his early 20s. This was indeed shocking. Chapter 96, The Enchanting Flower Demon. I don't know why, but my cultivation progressed quickly. I just kept practicing, and my realm broke through rapidly, and many memories surfaced in my mind. Lu Yu casually told a lie, speaking seriously. It seems that you might really be the reincarnation of a powerful being from the immortal realm. The memories you see may be from your previous life. Liwanner slowly spoke. It seems that Qingxue was right. She was willing to be with you from the very beginning, no matter what you were like. Perhaps that's why Lu Yu later came to Qingyun's sect, allowing the two of them to meet, and avoiding Liwanner from being humiliated in this secret realm. It seems everything is destined in some way. Maybe, but the past life is the past life, and I am myself now. Lu Yu smiled slightly. It seemed that Liwanner believed the lie he casually told. In any case, the matter of the universal supermarket must not be known to a second person. At least not for now. Time passed little by little. After a brief rest, the two quickly recovered. Let's go. We need to hurry and reach that celestial palace. Liwanner quickly got up. With a gentle point of her finger, the door of the palace in front was forcefully opened. Following her, Lu Yu also entered. To their surprise, the inside of the palace was very peculiar, filled with pink flowers and pink vines. Everything was pink. I didn't expect you to be able to kill that golden-winged roc. You truly have some skill. With a roar, the palace door suddenly closed, followed by a voice full of irresistible temptation. As a giant pink flower bloomed, a naked and alluring woman appeared from within. Goo. At that moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but feast his eyes. Wow, this is too big and too full. How about it? Am I beautiful? The enchanting woman smiled seductively at Lu Yu. A special floral fragrance filled the entire space, making it very pleasant. Be careful, there is poison in this fragrance. Liwanner quickly reminded him. This poison has no effect on women, but it is quite powerful for men. In an instant, Lu Yu felt a bit hot all over, and a wave of desire surged in his heart. The feeling was almost identical to when he was force-fed medicine by that snake woman queen. Damn. Lu Yu reacted quickly and took out a pill. Luckily, he had prepared enough. After taking the pill, the inexplicable restlessness in his body calmed down immediately. At the same time, Lu Yu held his breath. In such a situation, if it were another male cultivator, they might have already been entranced. Young master, do you really not want to spend the night with me? In an instant, the enchanting woman appeared silently in front of Lu Yu. The sudden close proximity allowed Lu Yu to see her clearly. Sorry, you're not my type. Lu Yu replied calmly. Immediately, a sword aura was released. Boom. The sword aura easily passed through the enchanting woman's body. However, she was not harmed at all. Instead, she transformed into a pile of pink petals scattered on the ground. In the next moment, she appeared again sitting on a giant flower, looking incredibly alluring. She gently twirled her finger, and the surrounding strange vines began to surge violently, rushing towards Lu Yu and Liwanner. Seeing this, Lu Yu and Liwanner each swung their long swords, and powerful sword auras directly severed the rushing vines. However, these vines seemed endless. No matter how they were cut, they continued to grow wildly and attack relentlessly. Master, if this continues, we will eventually be overwhelmed. I will hold off these vines. Please deal with this woman quickly. Lu Yu quickly said. Okay. Liwanner did not hesitate and agreed immediately. With her highest cultivation level, it was indeed best for her to deal with this woman. Boom. A shocking sword aura was unleashed. Liwanner successfully broke through. Luckily, the enchanting demon on the flower was pierced by a sword. Uft. This sword easily pierced the demon's body, but once again, her body turned into a large number of petals scattered on the ground. Soon after, on the other side, pink light gathered, and the enchanting woman appeared again. It's useless. You can't kill me. The woman smiled slightly. Liwanner did not waste words and unleashed another brilliant sword aura. Boom. The rumbling sounds continued. Lu Yu could clearly see that no matter how they attacked, the enchanting woman seemed immune to all attacks. I advise you to leave. Your so-called opportunity may just be a trap. The enchanting woman laughed again. Fire. Liwanner said nothing more, and with both hands forming seals, an immense flame gathered above her head. The flame transformed into a fire xianxiaaudiobooks. Hey, your fire is just ordinary fire. It won't work on me. The enchanting woman looked at the scene without concern. Although she was a flower demon, having cultivated to such a level, she was completely unafraid of ordinary fire. The fire xianxiaaudiobooks charged forward. Suddenly, a giant flower bloomed, directly engulfing the fire unicorn. This was the spiritual fire transformed from my own spiritual power. Yet it was dissipated just like that. Xianxiaaudiobooks said solemnly, constantly observing everything around. The true body. This female demon must have her true body. Only by finding and destroying her true body can she be truly killed. Since ordinary spiritual fire is ineffective, let her taste the power of the heavenly. The red lotus karma fire. Liu chuckled at this moment. The red lotus karma fire erupted violently. An endless flame of a red lotus appeared, releasing a fiery aura that instantly burned all the surrounding vines to ashes. The red lotus karma fire. How is it possible? You actually possess the heavenly. The flower demon's face changed dramatically, and her eyes clearly showed fear. The heavenly is a supreme existence in the world. She could withstand any flame. But this heavenly was the only one she could not resist. Xianxiaaudiobooks beside her was also taken aback. It is known that heavenly is extremely rare. And in this era, news of its appearance is scarce. Unexpectedly, Liu actually possessed a heavenly. I know your true body is in this palace. I don't have the mood to search one by one. I want this red lotus karma fire to burn the entire palace. I don't believe your true body can hide. Liu said indifferently. The red lotus karma fire erupted even more furiously in that instant. The overwhelming flames began to sweep across the entire palace. Wherever it went, everything was burned to ashes. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Stone Hall. In just a short breath, the red lotus karma fire, under Liu's control, filled every corner of the palace, making it impossible for the flower demon's true body to hide. All the plants inside were quickly burned to nothing by the red lotus karma fire. Soon, Liu and Xianxiaaudiobooks clearly saw that in this palace, there was only a very enchanting bright red strange flower left, which emitted an incredibly demonic light. The entire flower had condensed a protective barrier, trying its best to resist the red lotus karma fire. This was the true body of the flower demon. Unexpectedly, just a flower could cultivate to such a realm. It was truly remarkable. But unfortunately, it encountered me and became my enemy. Generally, there is no good ending. Liu thought to himself. Having found this flower demon's true body, Liu naturally did not hesitate. He fully operated the red lotus karma fire, instantly devouring the flower demon's true body. Crack. The powerful defense created by the flower demon barely lasted for a second before cracks appeared. Boom. Immediately after, this strong defense was completely shattered. In the next moment, she was completely engulfed by the red lotus karma fire, turning to ashes. I really didn't expect you to possess such terrifying heavenly. Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. It was indeed fortunate to have subdued this heavenly earlier. Liu nodded slightly and casually said, the entrance to the next area has appeared. Sect Master, let's go. Naturally, there was no time to waste. After passing through the third area, they would reach the Celestial Palace. In simple terms, the third area ahead might be the final test. Good. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded directly and softly replied. After the flower demon died, a passage automatically appeared. Liu and she quickly walked in. Upon passing through the passage, they arrived at the third area. When they opened their eyes, they clearly saw that in front of them was an extremely wide road, with towering stone statues standing on both sides, each one emanating an incredible majesty and aura. Especially the eyes of those statues seemed to be staring intently at them, giving a very eerie feeling. There was only one road to walk on. We should be cautious. The layers of tests here are extremely strange, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, feeling extremely uneasy. All right. Liu nodded slightly. The two of them followed this only wide road and walked forward. It didn't take long before they quickly reached the end of this road. Along the way, they found that only half of the road on both sides had stone statues, most of which had fierce expressions. At the end, in front of them stood an ancient-looking stone hall. The door of the stone hall was open, as if it had been opened long ago. I wonder what kind of great demon exists in this stone hall. Liu said softly. It must be extraordinary. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied calmly. After preparing themselves, the two directly stepped into the stone hall. Inside the stone hall, they could see many stone statues, all of which looked very fierce. Something is wrong. These statues seemed to be transformed from people. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly became serious. Transformed from people? Liu couldn't see it at all, to him. These statues looked like they were carved from stone. As they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the main hall space of the stone hall. There were even more stone statues here. Fellow Taoists, help. Suddenly, a voice calling for help came. Following the direction of the voice, Liu and Xianxiaaudiobooks walked over and clearly saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground, motionless. Half of his body had already turned to stone. It seems that these statues really are people transformed. This means that many cultivators have ventured here over the years, but in the end, they all turned into stone statues. This indicates that the difficulty here is immense. And now, during the opening of the Yunxian secret realm, there are actually people who entered here faster than them. How did you get here? Didn't you encounter that flower demon and the golden-winged rock? Lu Yu asked directly upon seeing this. Moreover, he could sense that this middle-aged man was also a cultivator at the void refining stage. Please, fellow Taoists, help me. I can barely hold on any longer, he said, growing increasingly anxious. The petrification of his body was spreading quickly. Once it engulfed his entire body, he would become just like the other stone statues, facing true death. In your condition, it seems there is no saving you, Li Wan'er said directly. The middle-aged man seemed to have fallen under some special spell, and his life force was rapidly fading. Even if he could be saved, it would likely require a great price. I only need you two to provide me with spiritual power. As long as I have enough spiritual power, I might be able to break free. The middle-aged man urged anxiously. Lu Yu, what do you think? Next, Li Wan'er didn't say much, but looked at Lu Yu, seeking his opinion. In fact, in her heart, she had already made a decision. This place is fraught with danger. He is a stranger to us, and there is no need to help him. The priority is to prioritize our own safety. If we really give him our spiritual power and something goes wrong, it could be extremely dangerous. Lu Yu directly voiced his thoughts. A gentleman does not save. A gentleman will never put himself in a dangerous situation. You have the same idea as me. Li Wan'er nodded slightly. Fellow Taoists, I am willing to pay any price. I have many treasures that I can offer you. I am willing to serve you as a servant. The middle-aged man grew even more anxious when Lu Yu and the others refused to help him. It was not easy to see hope, and if it were to be shattered like this, it would be utterly despairing. In order to survive, he was even willing to pay any price. The petrification had already spread to his neck, and his entire body was turning to stone, with only his head remaining unaffected. But it seemed that this state could not last much longer. Chapter 98, Time-Limited Realm Enhancement Talisman. No matter how the middle-aged man pleaded, Lu Yu and Li Wan'er did not continue to pay attention to him, but instead carefully explored the stone hall. In a short time, the middle-aged man completely fell silent, turning into a true stone statue. For a moment, the entire stone hall became somewhat quiet. You two are truly cruel, facing the pleas of your own kin. You actually stand by and do nothing. At this moment, a disdainful voice echoed throughout the stone hall. In that instant, Lu Yu and Li Wan'er instantly entered a state of readiness for battle. No need to be sneaky, come out. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Immediately, a young man walked out, exuding an overwhelming aura, seemingly much stronger than the flower demon and the golden-winged rock they had encountered before. Not bad, not bad. You two look quite good and can become the best statues for me. The young man glanced at Lu Yu and Li Wan'er's appearances and nodded in satisfaction. Mirror realm. Open. The young man waved his hand. Enormous mirrors surrounded Lu Yu and Li Wan'er. Each mirror contained the figure of the young man. Obey and turn into stone statues. The young man laughed loudly. In those mirrors, the young man opened a third eye in the middle of his forehead, emitting an immense light. Under this illumination, the clothes on Li Wan'er and Lu Yu began to visibly petrify. Seeing this, the two quickly operated their spiritual power to resist. It's useless. You can only obediently become my stone statues. No matter how you resist, it won't work. The young man laughed again. Boom. Li Wan'er then slashed out with her sword. A sword energy struck one of the mirrors. However, this mirror had the ability to reflect. The sword energy bounced back and came at her instead. Fortunately, Li Wan'er reacted quickly and directly nullified the rebounding sword energy. Under my stone mirror, all damage will be reflected, and you will slowly turn into stone statues under my petrifying divine light. The young man grinned wickedly. Do you really think there are any opportunities here? Little do you know, everything is a trap. What do you mean by that? Lu Yu asked. What does it mean? You don't need to know that now. The young man replied lightly. The power of his third eye became even more powerful, and through those special stone mirrors, it was amplified again. At this moment, Lu Yu and Li Wan'er were completely engulfed by this so-called petrifying divine light. Does the sect master have a way? Lu Yu asked curiously. As long as we destroy these mirrors, they won't be able to do anything to us. Li Wan'er nodded slightly. She urged her spiritual power to the extreme. Please. Immortal sword. With Li Wan'er's shout, a seven-colored sword light erupted from the center of her forehead, exuding an incredibly terrifying sword aura. Within that light, an immortal sword coalesced. Wow, an immortal sword. Lu Yu was immensely amazed. He had never heard of the Qingyun sect having an immortal sword before. Now it seemed that the Qingyun sect truly was a top-tier sect, with formidable foundations. Once the immortal sword appeared, who could rival it? Lu Yu then clearly saw Li Wan'er pouring all her strength into this immortal sword. This strike was evidently her strongest strike. Boom. As the sword pointed, the immortal sword unleashed an unparalleled absolute power. In an instant, it blasted out. With a loud bang, a stone mirror was directly shattered. Under Li Wanner's control, the immortal sword continuously attacked the other stone mirrors. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, the special stone mirrors were all completely shattered. I didn't expect you to have an immortal sword. This great demon clearly did not anticipate that Li Wanner had such a trump card. However, from your appearance, it seems you have reached your limit. After all, an immortal sword is not so easily wielded. Just now, merely activating this immortal sword had consumed a lot of Li Wanner's spiritual power. Shattering the mirrors further drained her power completely. Without a supply of spiritual power, the dazzling supreme sword light of the immortal sword directly dissipated. At this moment, Li Wanner's expression became extremely serious, and she appeared somewhat pained. Indeed, with my current cultivation level, forcibly using the immortal sword is still not enough. At least I managed to shatter those mirrors. That is already a good result. After casually swallowing a pill, her internal spiritual power quickly recovered, making her feel much better. Are you okay? Liu asked. I've overdrawn a bit too much. It might be hard to withstand what's next. Li Wanner took a deep breath, originally thinking she could fight, but she had overestimated her strength a little. Leave the next part to me. Seeing this, Liu said confidently, standing directly in front of Li Wanner. I promise I won't let you suffer any more harm. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. For Li Wanner, it was the first time a man stood before her. Liu's words gave her a different feeling, one that was completely indescribable. Interesting, very interesting. A mere initial stage of the void refinement realm actually has such confidence. Even without my stone mirrors, you still won't be my opponent. The young man laughed loudly, seemingly not taking Liu seriously at all. We can give it a try? Liu said lightly. In his heart, he silently chanted, use the realm enhancement talisman. Usage successful. Your realm has temporarily increased by 3 small realms, reaching the perfection of the void refinement realm. Time limit, 3 minutes. In that instant, Liu's cultivation realm suddenly broke through. At that moment, both Li Wanner and the great demon were somewhat shocked. Suddenly, his cultivation realm had dramatically increased. The great demon's previous smile abruptly halted. Clearly, he was now taking the situation very seriously. Chapter 99. These great demons are actually mass-produced. Yuan Huang Dao Sword. Time was limited, and Liu did not waste any time. His internal spiritual power began to surge wildly. At this moment, he could clearly sense an unparalleled sword aura. Under this sword aura, it seemed that all rules would be severed. Around Liu, a chain of order condensed, and under his control, this chain of order transformed into a golden short sword. Though the sword appeared very small, the power contained within was enough to turn the entire world upside down and collapse the universe. It's actually an immortal technique. The great demon's expression became extremely serious upon sensing such immense power. Go. Liu lightly pointed. The Yuan Huang Dao sword immediately shot out. It should be noted that, in a sense, this Yuan Huang Dao sword was not a true sword, but possessed immense transformative power. With this strike, gods and demons would perish. Seeing such a powerful attack, the great demon naturally used all its strength to quickly defend itself. However, the power of this sword clearly exceeded its expectations. Crack. In an instant, the Yuan Huang Dao sword directly pierced through the young man's body. At the same time, at that moment, the Yuan Huang Dao sword erupted with a dazzling brilliance once again, transforming into a chain of divine order that firmly bound the young man, rendering him completely unable to move. No matter how the young demon resisted, it was of no use. The power within him was firmly suppressed by the Yuan Huang Dao sword. He even tried to open his third eye to unleash his innate divine ability, but he couldn't open it at all. You and I are at the same realm now. I have already cultivated the Yuan Huang Dao sword to the peak of perfection, and the power it unleashes can achieve absolute invincibility at the same level. Liu said lightly. To be honest, there was only one time-limited realm enhancement talisman. Liu was actually willing to use it, but only in critical moments. As time passed, Liu decided not to waste any more words. Heaven-slaying technique. A golden sword light stretched for thousands of feet. Liu exuded an incomparably absolute aura of invincibility. This sword seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth in two. You shall die? Liu swung his sword down. The 1,000-foot golden sword light slashed down directly. Boom. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The space began to collapse. Under this sword, the great demon was completely annihilated. During this time, the great demon couldn't withstand even a second. Watching a new passage open, Liu couldn't help but take a deep breath. 3 minutes have passed. The time-limited realm enhancement talisman has expired. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Soon, Liu's cultivation realm rapidly declined. After that, he rested for several hours. Only then did Li Wanner fully recover. Fortunately, she had prepared a lot in advance. Otherwise, it would have taken much more time to recover completely. This time, I really owe it to you. Just now, you saved my life again. Li Wanner thanked Lu Yu. It's nothing. You are the sect master. This is what I should do. Lu Yu waved his hand. Besides, it was also thanks to you, sect master, for destroying those stone mirrors. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easy and smooth. Lu Yu was speaking the truth. The stone mirrors that had surrounded them earlier were definitely a powerful treasure. If it weren't for the power unleashed by that immortal sword, dealing with this situation would have been very troublesome. Next, we should be able to reach the Immortal Palace. Sect Master, since you have almost recovered, let's continue. Lu Yu said again. Okay. Li Wanner stood up and replied softly. The two continued to advance side by side. After passing through the passage, they saw a huge enclosed space once again. At the same time, they could clearly see a strange red light flickering deep ahead. Moreover, in this space, there were actually many great demons. However, they seemed to be just bodies, quietly standing there, motionless, as if they had no consciousness. The number of great demons here is probably in the thousands, Lu Yu said slowly. As they continued to move forward, they quickly arrived at the center of this space. At this moment, they could see clearly that there was a very large mysterious building inside. The previous light was released from this building. With each flicker of light, a great demon flew out from that mysterious building, landed on the ground, and then stood still. Before long, Lu Yu and Li Wanner could clearly see the flower demon, the golden-winged rock, and the great demon they encountered earlier reappearing from that mysterious building. At the same time, after they appeared, they turned into beams of light, seemingly being teleported away from this space. Other great demons were also being teleported away one after another. Good heavens, this special building seems to continuously produce great demons. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Simply put, this place is a factory for creating great demons. It truly felt quite extraordinary. Now he truly understood where the great demons in the Cloud Immortal secret realm came from. Li Wanner, who considered herself well-informed, was also completely astonished by everything in front of her. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed. Soon, the mysterious old man appeared before Lu Yu and Li Wanner. The old man's voice was still childlike. The Cloud Immortal secret realm has been opened countless times, and you two are the first cultivators to reach this place. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't misjudge you. You too. The formation is activated. By passing through this formation, you will enter the true Immortal Palace and receive the inheritance. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately vanished. Originally, Lu Yu wanted to ask about the situation here, but the other party obviously did not give him such an opportunity. Lu Yu, I feel that there is still something behind this. We must be more careful in the future, Li Wanner reminded seriously. At this moment, she felt an extreme sense of unease in her heart. Don't worry. I know what to do. Lu Yu nodded directly and quickly responded. In short, one thing is clear. Must not pop champagne halfway. Lu Yu understood this principle very well. Chapter 100, Immortal Palace. Immortal. Trap. Deception. The two quickly stood in the formation, and almost in an instant, they transformed into beams of light, swiftly disappearing from their original location. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a magnificent hall filled with golden light. A powerful energy permeated this place, seemingly stronger than spiritual energy. Both Lu Yu and Li Wanner could sense that if they could absorb and refine the energy here, they might be able to break through their cultivation realm faster. In this Immortal Palace, there are stone tablets floating in midair. Each stone tablet radiates an incredible light. Each tablet seems to be a form of supreme inheritance. Next, we can comprehend it well here. After quickly sensing, Li Wanner slowly spoke, realizing that there seemed to be no danger in this Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Lu Yu slightly nodded. In the time that followed, Li Wanner quickly and earnestly began to comprehend. Meanwhile, Lu Yu wandered around the Immortal Palace. In terms of comprehension, Lu Yu was not very skilled. This time, he entered the Cloud Immortal secret realm to find valuable things. However, it seemed that in this Immortal Palace, there were only these extraordinary stone tablets, and nothing else of value existed. This made Lu Yu feel a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but think, is it possible that there is nothing but these in the Immortal Palace? Standing on the high platform in the center of the hall, Lu Yu looked around and saw only those stone tablets floating in midair. Just at that moment, suddenly, the space began to distort. Special black chains shot out rapidly from the void. In almost an instant, they bound Lu Yu tightly. Lu Yu couldn't move at all, and these black chains firmly suppressed the spiritual power within him, preventing him from using any bit of spiritual energy. At this moment, Li Wanner, who was comprehending, sensed a terrifying power and quickly stopped her comprehension. She opened her eyes and clearly saw Lu Yu tightly bound on that high platform. A sharp sword energy condensed and directly struck the black chains. Boom! A loud rumble echoed. It soon became clear that the black chains were incredibly solid. Even the sharp sword energy had left no mark. Useless. This immortal binding chain cannot be broken even by some immortals. The old man stepped forward again. revealing an immensely joyful laugh. Today, I have finally waited for this day. What do you mean by that? Li Waner asked solemnly. What harm is there in telling you now? The old man laughed again, saying, everything set up in this secret realm is to select suitable individuals, and he will become the new vessel for my master. Upon hearing this, Li Waner's expression instantly turned grave. To obtain a new vessel means that the other party wants to take over Lu Yu's body. At this moment, even Lu Yu himself did not expect that one day he would encounter such a thing as body snatching. However, Lu Yu, despite being tightly bound, remained completely calm, with no trace of fear in his eyes. So this is all a scheme, Li Waner said gravely. No, no, no. At least the inheritance here is real, and my master is indeed an immortal from the immortal realm. The old man replied with a smile. Hee, what do you understand? If my master had not been plotted against, how could he have ended up like this? The old man's eyes grew increasingly cold. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and instantly, the area where Li Waner stood was sealed. A transparent closed cube trapped Li Waner inside. No matter how Li Waner attacked, the cube was incredibly solid and could not be shattered. Damn it, could it be that Lu Yu really can only be taken over? Li Waner thought gravely. If Lu Yu was successfully taken over, her fate would likely be unbearable. Damn it, after using the immortal sword once, it needs 24 hours before it can be used again, Li Waner thought darkly. However, even if she used the immortal sword, it would probably only be able to break this seal. At that time, with her full power to break the seal, her spiritual energy would be completely exhausted, leaving her in a state where she could not resist. When Li Waner looked at Lu Yu again, she was taken aback. It was clear that Lu Yu showed no signs of worry or fear. His gaze was calm, as if he did not take this matter seriously at all. Secmaster, don't worry, I have my own ways, Lu Yu said softly. Ha ha. The next moment, the old man let out an immense laugh. It seems you truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. This immortal binding lock is not something you mere mortal cultivators can break free from. You have no hope left. Obediently become my master's body, and that will be your supreme fortune. However, you have a great secret. Once my master successfully takes over, he will easily know your secret. Everything is under control. After endless months of waiting, I have finally awaited this moment, welcoming my master's descent. Following that, the old man bowed to the throne that radiated supreme pressure. Rumbling. A more terrifying force surged forth. Amidst the light, Lu Yu and Li Waner could clearly see a gigantic coffin appear, and in front of this coffin, there were actually 9 dragons pulling it. 9 dragons carrying the coffin. This was truly astonishing. The coffin erupted with an incredible brightness once again. Soon, the entire coffin lid automatically opened. From that light, a middle-aged man materialized. This man radiated an immortal light, appearing extremely extraordinary. He was indeed an immortal. However, he looked quite similar to a human. Welcoming the master, the old man became even more excited after seeing the middle-aged man and directly knelt down. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu felt a tingling sensation. This immortal seemed to see through him completely. Very good, very good. You are actually a long-lived body. The immortal slowly nodded, somewhat satisfied. Manu, you have done well. Thank you for your praise, master. It is my duty to relieve your worries. The old man was extremely excited, and Manu was his name. Chapter 101. Chaos Divine Mill Visualization unleashes great power. Treasure recognition symbol activated. Master, this kid has a great secret. Once you successfully take over, you may be able to ascend to a higher level, Manu respectfully said again. In the next moment, the immortal directly approached Lu Yu. He was now just an immortal soul. To revive himself, he must take over a body. Once the takeover is complete, everything can start anew. I advise you not to take over me. Otherwise, you will regret it, Lu Yu said as he looked at the immortal approaching him. Hee. You truly do not know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth. Having reached such a level, you still dare to threaten. Manu snorted coldly. You are indeed extraordinary. The immortal slowly spoke. However, facing the takeover by an immortal, your mere mortal power cannot withstand it. Speak, do you have any last words? After I complete the takeover, I will surely help you fulfill them. Although he was just an immortal soul, the power he exuded was still terrifying, far beyond what Lu Yu and the others could currently resist. Stop, you can't harm him, Li Waner said solemnly. At this moment, the immortal looked at Li Waner again. Rest assured, you are also of great use to me. Your heavenly spirit body is very suitable to become a furnace. After saying that, he extended his finger and lightly tapped. In the void, another immortal binding chain appeared, swiftly binding Li Waner, rendering her unable to move even a bit. At this moment, Lu Yu looked at the immortal before him, truly unwilling to let him take over himself. There is no time to waste. Let us start now. Master, I will keep an eye on everything and will not let anyone disturb you, Manu quickly said. Very good. The immortal soul nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light and swiftly surged into Lu Yu's mind. Within the sea of consciousness, Lu Yu stood against the immortal soul. When the immortal saw Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, which was as vast as a universe, he could not help but nod. I did not expect that you, a mere refining void realm cultivator, would have such a sea of consciousness. Truly remarkable. You can definitely be considered the most monstrous cultivator I have ever seen. I said, if you take over me, you will not have a good ending. Lu Yu said, nonsense. I have prepared countless years for today. Do you think I would give up? The immortal soul chuckled. All right, the takeover officially begins. Very well, since that is the case, I won't pretend anymore. Lu Yu's voice turned cold, and his eyes were filled with an immense killing intent. Use the perfected vision of the chaos divine mill. Received your command. Executing now. In an instant, Lu Yu's sea of consciousness transformed into an incredibly dark universe. Suddenly, amidst this universe, a beam of light flickered. Within this light, an enormous chaos divine mill materialized. On the divine mill were countless corpses of immortals and demons, being ground over and over again. The terrifying divine might made the immortal soul tremble instantly. His face changed dramatically. How is this possible? You, a mere human cultivator, how can you wield the supreme chaos divine mill visualization of the immortal realm? The immortal soul suddenly became extremely flustered. Moreover, he could sense that Lu Yu seemed to have cultivated this chaos divine mill visualization to an extreme level. He wanted to detach from Lu Yu's body, but soon, he discovered that the entire sea of consciousness space had been sealed layer by layer, making it impossible for him to leave. Wanting to escape now was too late. I had given you a chance just now, but you did not make the right choice. Lu Yu said calmly. At that moment, the divine mill erupted with an incomparably devouring power. Under this devouring force, the celestial soul could not resist at all and was quickly forcibly sucked onto the divine mill. Watching the terrifying millstone press down, the celestial soul wanted to escape but couldn't move an inch. In just a moment, his entire celestial soul was directly crushed. It continued to reorganize, then was crushed again, repeating endlessly. This celestial soul could not escape the repeated crushing of the divine mill. This divine mill visualization can only be used once, specifically to crush those who want to take over. Wanting to take over me is impossible. Lu Yu smiled indifferently. If one wants to truly master this divine mill visualization, it requires 50 billion points. Such a high price is enough to show how powerful this divine mill visualization is. Let me go, and I will give you everything. The celestial soul hurriedly spoke, realizing that if this continued, he would truly turn to ash. No chance of return. Do you think that is possible? Lu Yu snorted coldly. The divine mill visualization unleashed its full power. No matter how tempting the conditions the celestial soul proposed, Lu Yu did not fully heed them. In a short time, this celestial soul was completely annihilated. At the same time, Lu Yu felt a pure energy condensing from the divine mill, spreading throughout his body. This made Lu Yu feel extremely comfortable. Chaos divine mill visualization used complete. Immediately, the sea of consciousness returned to normal. The divine mill vanished without a trace. Lu Yu sensed that his spiritual power had suddenly increased significantly, experiencing a fundamental enhancement. After exiting the sea of consciousness, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The horse servant, seeing this, immediately became excited. Congratulations, master, on successfully taking over. At this moment, Li Wanner's expression was extremely serious. She did not expect the takeover to be completed so quickly. Ha ha ha, a mere celestial being wants to take over me? That's a dream. Lu Yu laughed loudly. In an instant, the horse servant's face changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could the master not succeed in taking over? The horse servant stood up, unable to comprehend what had happened. A celestial being taking over. How could a mere mortal cultivator resist? System, use the treasure recognition talisman. I want to make this celestial binding chain mine. Lu Yu silently recited again in his heart. Received command, treasure recognition talisman used successfully. Congratulations. The celestial binding chain has successfully recognized you as its master. The next moment, Lu Yu moved his mind, and the celestial binding chain directly loosened, floating around him. With a gentle wave of Lu Yu's finger, the celestial binding chain that bound Li Wanner also quickly loosened and flew rapidly to Lu Yu's side. No, this is impossible. How could you, a mere mortal, gain recognition from the celestial binding chain? The horse servant found it even harder to believe. There is nothing impossible. Lu Yu said lightly. Next, you should die. In this celestial palace, you should be the true body. Under Lu Yu's control, the celestial binding chain erupted with powerful force, rushing violently towards the horse servant. In the blink of an eye, the celestial binding chain had tightly bound the horse servant. This truly is the turning of the tides. Chapter 102. A heart-chilling experience. How could this happen? You can so easily control the celestial binding chain. The horse servant was in disbelief. He was fully aware of the level of the celestial binding chain. In the past, his own master had paid a great price to refine this celestial binding chain. With me here, nothing is impossible, Lu Yu said lightly. I can only say that if you want to take over me, you are simply daydreaming. Evil dispelling divine thunder. The next moment, Lu Yu pointed his sword, and the golden thunder bamboo sword burst out of the void, releasing an extremely powerful evil dispelling divine thunder. Boom. With a loud bang, it immediately engulfed the horse servant. I won't let you have it easy. The horse servant waved his hand, and a red light shot out, merging into the entire celestial palace. In just a breath, the horse servant was completely obliterated by the evil dispelling divine thunder. Immediately after, Lu Yu quickly remained vigilant, paying attention to every movement around him. However, after a while, there was no unusual movement in the entire celestial palace. Perhaps the horse servant didn't manage to cast his spell. Go. Lu Yu controlled the celestial binding chain and easily shattered the layer of seal that bound Li Wanner. Who? In an instant, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The activation of the celestial binding chain made him feel as if his spiritual power had been drained. Lu Yu, are you really not possessed? Li Wanner looked at Lu Yu seriously, cautiously asking. If he had indeed been possessed, it would be a problem. Secmaster, if I had already been successfully taken over by that celestial being, do you think I would still help you break the seal? Perhaps you have long since become a furnace. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled slightly. At the same time, he took out a perfect quality pill and quickly swallowed it. His internal spiritual power quickly recovered. After his words, Li Wanner had seen many prodigies. But those prodigies she had seen before were simply too far from the Lu Yu in front of her. There should be no danger here now, Secmaster. You should be able to comprehend the inheritance on this steel well. Lu Yu continued. Just now, Lu Yu had also tried it. Once he completely annihilated that celestial being, everything in the celestial palace could be used to recharge. Simply put, this celestial palace was originally the celestial being's property. Now that Lu Yu had killed him, it meant that his property belonged to him. Thus, everything inside could naturally be used for recharging. All right, but we still need to be cautious. You should take the time to comprehend. Seeing this, Li Wanner quickly nodded. Lu Yu said nothing more, just nodded slightly. Next, Li Wanner once again approached the steel she had just comprehended, floated, and began to earnestly study it. Lu Yu patiently waited in place, not needing to comprehend himself. This time, after completing the recharging of everything inside, I don't know how many points I will get. It should allow me to purchase a few higher realms. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Unfortunately, the entire Myriad Realms Great Turntable still hadn't completed its true upgrade. This meant that Lu Yu currently couldn't use the Myriad Realms Great Turntable. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time, and he should be able to wait for the Myriad Realms Great Turntable to finish upgrading. Lu Yu silently thought again. Time passed little by little. Lu Yu didn't even realize how many times he had purchased the daily limited time gift packs. In short, time in the outside world was passing quickly day by day. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Lu Yu felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. When he opened his eyes, he clearly saw Li Wanner above him suddenly skyrocketing in cultivation level, as if she had successfully broken through her cultivation realm. Above the refinement void realm is the combined body realm. Now, Li Wanner has already reached the initial stage of the combined body realm. The pressure and power she exudes are hundreds of times stronger than before. A breakthrough of this magnitude is truly a brand new sublimation. Watching Li Wanner complete her breakthrough, her aura has become even more extraordinary, as if she is surrounded by immortal energy. As Li Wanner lands steadily to Lu Yu, she appears almost like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Wake up! Li Wanner naturally noticed Lu Yu's gaze, which was fixed on her. She quickly called out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was about to say something when suddenly Li Wanner's expression changed, and she hurriedly warned him. At the same time, she swiftly circulated her vast spiritual energy, intending to take action. However, Li Wanner was still a step too late. A blood-red sword pierced directly through Lu Yu's chest, right at the heart. A mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Lu Yu's mouth. He collapsed to the ground immediately. The blood-red sword once again pierced through Lu Yu's body at an incredibly fast speed. In just a moment, several fatal wounds had already appeared on Lu Yu's body. Human cultivator, this is your price. What good is an immortal body? Although you possess eternal life, you can still be killed. To avenge my master, I have no regrets. The sound of the horse servant's maniacal laughter echoed from the blood-red sword. Soon, the entire sword turned into nothingness, seemingly dissipating completely in this space. It hurts. It really hurts too much. Lu Yu, are you okay? Li Wanner quickly rushed to Lu Yu's side, looking at him covered in blood, her expression becoming extremely worried and anxious. She hurriedly circulated her spiritual energy, trying to help Lu Yu heal his injuries. But that blood-red sword seemed to possess a special ability. Lu Yu's life energy was rapidly depleting. No matter how the wounds were treated, there were no signs of recovery. Even when Li Wanner took out her only healing holy medicine from her body and fed it to Lu Yu, there were no signs of improvement at all. How could this happen? Li Wanner was extremely grave. Chapter 103. The Arrival of Peach Blossom Luck. Recharge. No need. Seeing Li Wanner trying to save him, Lu Yu felt quite happy inside. At least she didn't kick him when he was down or strike him hard. If it were someone else, they would have probably killed him by now to investigate the secrets on his body. Lu Yu originally wanted to say something more, but Li Wanner interrupted him the next second. Don't worry, I won't let you die. It seemed she had made a certain decision. In the next moment, Li Wanner took the initiative to kiss Lu Yu. This left Lu Yu completely dumbfounded. What is happening? In an instant, Lu Yu suddenly remembered. Could it be that the last time Peach Blossom Luck was this? He didn't expect the Peach Blossom Luck to arrive now. Soon. As Li Wanner kissed him, Lu Yu sensed an extremely gentle and unique energy. This special energy was causing the several fatal wounds on Lu Yu's body to heal at a visible speed. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, all the wounds disappeared. Only then did Li Wanner release her lips, looking at Lu Yu, who had survived, and finally relaxed. Her face still bore a hint of blush. What she had just performed was a special supreme secret technique. To save Lu Yu, she had paid a great price, not only reducing her lifespan significantly, but now her spiritual energy was completely depleted. She collapsed to the ground, finding it difficult to move. This was the price of the technique. For the next year, she would be unable to use spiritual energy. She wouldn't even have the strength to walk. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly helped Li Wanner up. Sigh. Lu Yu sighed inwardly. He was an indestructible body. Even if he suffered severe fatal injuries, he wouldn't die. It just required some time to recover quickly. Lu Yu hadn't fully realized that Li Wanner had decisively used a secret technique just to save him. Naturally, he felt a bit happy about such an action. You don't need to do this for me, Lu Yu said softly. You have been with me many times in this journey. It is because of you that I could come here and comprehend this immortal inheritance, so I can't just watch you die. Li Wanner's voice had become weak. At this moment, she felt somewhat uncomfortable all over. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Lu Yu, you should just leave me be. Li Wanner continued. Now she didn't even have the strength to walk. With the exit of the Cloud Immortal secret realm opening, she feared that she wouldn't be able to leave safely at all. In her current state, anyone could easily kill her. Don't worry, I won't give up on you. Lu Yu directly picked her up in a princess carry. At that moment, Li Wanner's face turned even redder at Lu Yu's sudden action, her heart racing uncontrollably. For so long, it was the first time she had been held like this by a man. And he was her disciple's fiancé. Lu Yu, let us forget about what just happened, Li Wanner said softly. I can't forget, Lu Yu said firmly. Anyway, we've already done that. I definitely can't forget. You kissed me. You must take responsibility. Lu Yu was quite serious. That was under duress. Li Wanner countered. I don't care about the circumstances. Just say whether you kissed or not. Lu Yu shook his head. For a moment, Li Wanner was left speechless. In fact, she had indeed kissed him. What are you going to do next? After a while, Li Wanner asked. Take everything here and get you out safely. Lu Yu replied seriously. Next, Lu Yu silently thought in his heart. System, let's begin. Recharge these inheritance stone tablets. Receive command, calculating value. Calculation complete. All inheritance stone tablets can be recharged for 1,500,000,000 points. A total of 1.5 billion points. This time the harvest was indeed substantial. Recharge complete. Your balance has increased by 1,500,000,000 points. Current balance, 4,249,526,700 points. Those inheritance stone tablets transformed into beams of light, rapidly disappearing. This scene made Li Wanner feel quite surprised. System, I should also be able to directly recharge this immortal palace, right? Lu Yu continued to inquire in his heart. The entire immortal palace was extraordinary, made of very high-grade materials. Moreover, there were other treasures within this immortal palace. Recharge possible. Calculating the value of the immortal palace. Calculation complete. Can recharge to obtain 3,000,000,000 points. Awesome. Lu Yu felt extremely happy in his heart. Now continue to recharge. Recharging in progress. Recharge complete. Your balance increased by 3,000,000,000 points. Current balance, 7,249,526,700 points. Once again, in the blink of an eye, the entire immortal palace transformed into an immense light. When the light dissipated, the immortal palace had vanished. When Lu Yu and Li Wanner opened their eyes again, The surroundings had turned into flat ground. How could the Immortal Palace disappear? Li Wanner asked curiously. I'm not sure either. Lu Yu shook his head and said softly. Lu Yu could only do this. Currently, he couldn't let anyone know about the matters of the Xianxia supermarket. With such variables, it seems that in the future, there will be no more immortal inheritances in the Yunxian secret realm. Li Wanner sighed, but fortunately, she was lucky. She successfully comprehended one of the immortal inheritances. If she could survive this time, she would be able to resume her cultivation a year later, and with that immortal inheritance, her future cultivation would definitely be much smoother. Master, don't think about anything else. The top priority is to find a way to leave this secret realm. Li Yu quickly said. The time for the Yunxian secret realm to be open is limited. According to my calculations, it shouldn't be long before the exit appears. Next, we can find a safe place and wait patiently, Li Wanner said directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem. Then, Lu Yu continued to hold Li Wanner and moved quickly. They advanced rapidly, and although the speed was fast, Li Wanner, being held, felt no bumps at all. In fact, being held made her feel somewhat comfortable and enjoyable. This special feeling was the first time in her life. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Lu Yu to find a safe and suitable place. Moreover, the scenery here was very nice. It was a great place, very quiet, surrounded by beautiful flowers. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, making people feel very comfortable after smelling it. Chapter 104. Xianxia Big Roulette Upgrade Successful. Crazy 10 consecutive draws. In the next moment, Lu Yu purchased a soft large sofa from the Xianxia supermarket and placed it directly on the open ground. The appearance of this sofa surprised Li Wanner. It was something she had never seen before. Then, Lu Yu gently placed Li Wanner on the sofa, allowing her to rest more comfortably. How is it? Comfortable? Lu Yu smiled slightly. This large sofa cost several thousand points to purchase. It's quite soft. Li Wanner slowly nodded and thanked him. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled softly. After that, Lu Yu specially brewed a pot of tea and also bought some snacks. The two quickly drank tea, ate snacks, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in front of them. For a moment, everything seemed quite wonderful. This even gave Lu Yu a feeling of going on a date. Li Wanner also didn't know why, but she quite liked it like this. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days had passed. On this day, after Lu Yu successfully purchased the Daily Killer package, the system's voice rang out again. Ding dong, the Xianxia Big Roulette has been successfully upgraded. Reached Xianxia Big Roulette, Intermediate. Immediately, the interface of the Xianxia Big Roulette, Intermediate, appeared in front of Lu Yu. 1 draw, 100,000 points. 10 draws, 1,000,000 points. With the upgrade of the Xianxia Big Roulette, the drop rate greatly increased. However, the required points obviously increased significantly as well. Finally, the day had come for the Xianxia Big Roulette to be upgraded successfully. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a mix of emotions. Waiting for this day to arrive had indeed taken too long. Since it had been successfully upgraded, let's start with a 10 consecutive draw. Lu Yu chuckled. In the next moment, in Lu Yu's eyes, the Xianxia Big Roulette began to spin rapidly. After spinning for a while, Lu Yu slowly spoke, "Stop." Soon, the Xianxia Big Roulette came to a halt. The system's prompt voice began to ring out continuously. Congratulations. You have obtained a set of sexy lingerie through the Xianxia Big Roulette, Intermediate. Obtained a book of the 36 Stratagems of Love. Obtained the magical artifact, Qinglong Chasing Soul Lock. Obtained a Gathering Spirit Pearl. Obtained a fire-repelling treasure robe. The rewards from the 10 consecutive draws appeared one by one in front of Lu Yu. Sigh. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He thought that with the successful upgrade of the Xianxia Big Roulette, the first 10 consecutive draws would bring him good rewards. Now it seems he was overthinking it. It seemed that luck was also a factor. However, the upgraded Xianxia Big Roulette did indeed have a higher drop rate, allowing Lu Yu to obtain several treasures. These treasures were extraordinary. They could play a significant role in battle. Anyway, I have plenty of points now. I don't believe I can't draw what I want. Lu Yu took another deep breath and immediately made a decision. Consume 1,000,000 points. The Xianxia Big Roulette, Intermediate, begins to spin. Consume 100 points. The Xianxia Big Roulette, Intermediate, begins to spin. This time, it was simply a crazy 10 consecutive draws. Fortunately, after the 9th 10 consecutive draws, he finally got what he wanted. Congratulations, you have obtained a recharge that will triple your points rewards. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yu's face instantly became excited and happy. This was the reward he wanted. Only this reward could allow him to gain more points. In this way, it was truly delightful. Lu Yu slowly nodded, grinned, and wore a joyful expression. After that, he did not continue with the 10 consecutive draws. Turning around, on the sofa, Li Wanner was still sleeping. She looked even more beautiful while asleep. The Xianxia supermarket interface opened. Lu Yu quickly searched and soon found a pill that could increase lifespan by 1,000 years. This pill required 10,000,000 points. Without hesitation, Lu Yu directly purchased it. Consumed 10,000,000 points. Perfect quality millennium lifespan pill purchased successfully. Previously, Li Wanner had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan to save him. Now that Lu Yu had enough points, he naturally wanted to help Li Wanner restore some of her lifespan. More than an hour quickly passed. Li Wanner slowly awakened. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lu Yu beside her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed she was afraid that when she woke up, Lu Yu would have disappeared without a trace. It should be noted that she currently couldn't use any of her powers. Once targeted by others, she would have no way to resist if they attacked. You're awake. Seeing Li Wanner awake, Lu Yu smiled slightly. I found a good thing. Although it can't fully restore you, it can increase your lifespan by 1,000 years. Lu Yu directly handed the pill to Li Wanner. Take it now. This pill is extraordinary. Just by smelling the scent of the pill, Li Wanner felt as if her lifespan had increased a bit. Don't be dazed, eat it. Lu Yu personally brought the pill to her mouth and smiled. I am a long-lived body with eternal lifespan, so this pill is ineffective for me. You sacrificed a lot of your lifespan for me, so you are most suited for this pill right now. The last sentence, Lu Yu's tone became extremely sincere. This made Li Wanner not hesitate. She opened her beautiful cherry lips and swallowed the pill directly from Lu Yu's hand. Once the pill entered her body, an extremely pure energy burst forth. It made Li Wanner feel a continuous vitality surging within her. Her condition has clearly improved a lot in just an instant. With this extraordinary pill, her lifespan has successfully increased by 1,000 years. Thank you. Li Wanner expressed her gratitude. If this pill were placed in the outside world, who knows how many top-tier old monsters would fight crazily for it. You're being too polite with me. Lu Yu shook his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. In any case, this pill isn't anything special. By the way, what do you want to eat today? During these days, Lu Yu had bought a lot of delicious food at the Xianxia supermarket. Anything is fine. Li Wanner nodded slowly. The incredibly delicious food Lu Yu brought out made her reluctant to leave. All right, let's eat something good today. How about hot pot? Lu Yu said with a slight smile. The Xianxia supermarket had everything, countless top-quality ingredients. Hot pot was also one of Lu Yu's favorite foods. Soon, Lu Yu took out all the necessary items. When Li Wanner saw the hot pot, she was taken aback, thinking to herself, this pot actually contains the principles of yin and yang. Chapter 105. Leaving the Yunxian Secret Realm. I'm sure you spoke first, Sect Master. After a hot pot meal, both Lu Yu and Li Wanner felt very satisfied. Moreover, all the ingredients Lu Yu bought were top-notch. The taste was simply divine. At this moment, Li Wanner felt somewhat incredible. Her whole body seemed to become more comfortable because of this hot pot. She even felt a bit stronger. Basically, walking wasn't a big problem anymore. It also made Li Wanner very clear that the food Lu Yu brought out was definitely not ordinary. There were indeed too many secrets about Lu Yu. Fast forward about half a month. During this time, the two of them had been staying in the same place. However, good times are always short-lived. One day, suddenly, a booming sound echoed throughout the space. At that moment, Lu Yu and Li Wanner couldn't help but look up and saw that the space was cracking open in the distance. The exit to leave the Yunxian secret realm was opening. We can leave here now, Lu Yu said with a slight smile. Next, Lu Yu immediately stored everything in the area into his storage ring. Then, he swiftly picked up Li Wanner in a princess carry. At that moment, Li Wanner didn't react in time and found herself being carried by Lu Yu like this, and during the process, she offered no resistance at all, as if she had already gotten used to it. The exit is only open for a short time. We must hurry, Lu Yu explained. Li Wanner nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. In the next second, Lu Yu quickly rushed out while holding her. The speed was incredibly fast. At this moment, the other cultivators inside the secret realm, seeing the exit appear, were also rushing towards that entrance at their fastest speed. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lu Yu arrived at one of the exit points while carrying Li Wanner. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the exit. Through the exit, Lu Yu and Li Wanner quickly left the Yunxian secret realm. Looking at the vast outside world, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The outside world is still the best. Mountains and rivers, the great Yangtze River. However, after coming out of the secret realm, they were transported to an unfamiliar environment. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Yu continued to carry Li Wanner into the sky, flying even faster, like a meteor streaking across the starry sky. It didn't take long before a big city appeared in front of them. Sect Master, there's a city ahead. Let's go there and see, and find out where we are now, Lu Yu quickly said. All right. Li Wanner nodded slightly. In a short time, they arrived in the city. This city was called Yang City. It was located 180,000 miles away from the Qingyan sect. Not too far, after all, for cultivators like them. It wouldn't take long to reach. In any case, now they knew their location, and next, they could figure out which direction to take. On the bustling streets, there was a sea of people. With Lu Yu carrying Li Wan'er, they instantly became the center of attention. Surrounding gazes were all focused on Lu Yu and Li Wan'er. What a beautiful woman. She must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Yeah, she's so beautiful. It's my first time seeing such a stunning woman. This guy is also too handsome. They really look like a couple blessed by the heavens, making others envious. So envious, they really seem to be in love. When will I find a partner I can hold like that? Discussions were continuous. Li Wan'er could naturally hear the chatter around her, which made her face slightly blush. To be thought of as a partner. Why don't you put me down? I can walk now. Li Wan'er spoke slowly. You're still not fully recovered, and walking slowly. So let's keep it this way. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Next, they strolled around, which made Li Wan'er's face increasingly flushed. More and more people were discussing them, making Li Wan'er realize that this must be Lu Yu's intention. Given her current state, it didn't take long for Lu Yu to find a private courtyard. The courtyard had everything and cost him a dozen mid-grade spirit stones. Inside the courtyard, various flowers and plants were planted, looking quite elegant. It was worth spending so many spirit stones. Lu Yu gently placed Li Wan'er on a chair and then poured her a cup of tea, taking great care of her. After all, Lu Yu was a warm man. Lu Yu, when do you plan to marry Xianxia? And you, sect master? Lu Yu asked in return. What can I do? Li Wan'er shook her head. What happened in the secret realm was like a dream. It doesn't count. That is for sure, Lu Yu said affirmatively. Then what will you do? Xianxia is my disciple. Li Wan'er sighed. She certainly wouldn't ruin her disciple's marriage. I'm a bit greedy. I want Xianxia, and you can't be left out, sect master. Lu Yu said with a serious expression. In any case, I'm sure of one thing. Sect master, you spoke first. This last sentence made Li Wan'er's face turn red. She had indeed kissed Lu Yu first, but that was to save him. In a situation where she had no choice. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu started to pursue her relentlessly. For a moment, Li Wan'er felt a bit at a loss, completely unsure how to respond next. As the sect master of the Qingyun sect, she had ways to handle and resolve any matters within the sect. But at this moment, in this situation, it left her, a dignified sect master, somewhat unsure of what to do. It could be said that this was the first time she felt so confused. It seems that she could only take it one step at a time. However, she didn't know how to discuss this matter with Mu Xianxia. Chapter 106, Returning to Qingyun Sect. Points exceed 10 billion. New features unlocked. In the blink of an eye, one night quickly passed. The next morning, today's flash sale package has refreshed successfully. Would you like to start purchasing? Price, 10 points. As Lu Yu woke up, the system's prompt sound directly echoed in his mind. Looking at the pop-up gift package interface, Lu Yu immediately nodded and said, Purchase. Spent 10 points. Today's flash sale package purchased successfully. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the item, Rejuvenation Pill. In the next second, a new pill appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Looking at this pill, Lu Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. This pill is also a high-level pill, of considerable value, although I can't use it. If I take it to a major place for auction, it will definitely spark a crazy bidding war. For a moment, Lu Yu had completely figured out how to use this rejuvenation pill. After leaving the courtyard, it wasn't long before, from another room, Li Wan'er gently pushed open the door and slowly stepped out. The weather today was nice, with clear skies, which naturally lifted people's spirits a lot. Good morning, sect master. Lu Yu smiled and greeted as he saw Li Wan'er come out. Are we leaving now? Li Wan'er asked. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Soon. He walked in front of Li Wan'er, then turned and squatted down. Sect master, hop on. I'll carry you. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Li Wan'er said gratefully. After carrying Li Wan'er on his back, Lu Yu instantly felt the softness, which was simply indescribable. Sect master, you can wrap your arms around my neck. Lu Yu said softly. Oh. In the next second, Li Wan'er followed Lu Yu's instructions. Immediately, Lu Yu stepped into the air and flew out rapidly. Look, there is a powerful cultivator. What a terrifying pressure, definitely a very strong cultivator. This speed is simply incredible. Even a nascent soul expert can't match it. In Yang City, the cultivators looked up at the sky, feeling the terrifying pressure, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As they quickly advanced, they flew during the day and at night. Lu Yu specifically found a safe place to spend the night. But Lu Yu did this on purpose. Li Wan'er naturally noticed, but she didn't say anything directly, tacitly accepting Lu Yu's arrangement. Thus, it took a full half a month. Inside the main hall of the Qingyun sect, Lu Yu gently put Li Wan'er down. During this year, I won't be able to continue cultivating. I will publicly announce that I'm in closed-door training, Li Wan'er said directly. Thank you for helping me recover a lot during these days. Now, Li Wan'er could already move like a normal person. In simple terms, during this year, Li Wan'er would live like a mortal. If you feel bored, sect master, you can join me, Lu Yu suggested eagerly. No need, Li Wanner refused directly. She was somewhat worried that if she continued living with Lu Yu, she might fall deeply into it and be unable to extricate herself. Then it's up to you. Sect Master, Lu Yu nodded slightly, understanding that some things cannot be forced. In any case, I will come to see you often afterward, Lu Yu said very seriously. Anyway, my feelings for you, Sect Master, are very sincere. I hope you won't avoid them. This could be considered Lu Yu's act of confession. After spending time together, Lu Yu believed that the sect master in front of him definitely had feelings for him. All right, Li Wanner nodded slightly upon hearing this. Lu Yu revealed an extremely happy smile. By the way, sect master, when can I receive that top-tier spirit stone mine you promised before? Lu Yu then chuckled. There is a top-tier spirit stone mine on this main peak. The teleportation array is located in the center of this hall. You can activate the teleportation array yourself and enter that top-tier spirit stone mine, Li Wanner said directly. She was naturally a person of her word. Moreover, once she regained her cultivation level, she would have a way to bring in new spirit stone mines from elsewhere. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect's development to its current status was not solely dependent on this top-tier spirit stone mine. For some forces, this spirit stone mine is crucial. But for the Qingyun sect, even if this top-tier spirit stone mine were lost, the impact would not be significant. Okay, then I'm off. You rest well. If anything happens, you can send someone to find me. Lu Yu nodded slowly and instantly arrived at the center of the palace. Looking at the formation below, Lu Yu directly operated his internal spiritual power to quickly activate the teleportation array. Boom. With a loud bang, the formation was activated, bursting forth with a beam of light that engulfed Lu Yu. As the light dissipated, Lu Yu also vanished from his original spot. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, he clearly saw that he had entered the top-tier spirit stone mine. Looking at the high-quality spirit stones, which contained rich natural spiritual energy, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Let's get started. Recharge. Receive command. Through detection, this top-tier spirit stone mine can be used for recharging. Calculating value. Calculation complete. This recharge will grant 1,000,000,000 points. Recharging. The entire top-tier spirit stone mine erupted with an incredibly brilliant light. This process only lasted a few seconds. After the light dissipated, the prompt sound rang again. Recharge complete. Since you have a one-time triple points recharge reward, this recharge yields 3,000,000,000 points. Your current balance is 10, 230, 526, 700 points. Phew. Lu Yu took a deep breath in excitement. Looking at the balance, he was overjoyed. Through my continuous efforts this time, I have successfully increased my points to 10 billion. This is simply amazing. Ding dong. Congratulations, your balance has exceeded 10 billion points. Completing the hidden achievement of the Myriad Realms Supermarket, triggering a new function of the Myriad Realms Supermarket. New function unlocked. Check-in function. Check-in. You can check in once a day. Each check-in randomly grants rewards, and the more times you check in, the higher the level of rewards you receive. Chapter 107. I want to elevate the Qingyun sect to a new level. It actually has a check-in function. This is really impressive. Lu Yu looked at the new interface that popped up in front of him, nodding slightly and smiling happily. He immediately started today's check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a fortune fruit. A mysterious special fruit appeared in front of Lu Yu. This fruit is extraordinary. It contains an extremely peculiar energy. The fortune fruit is truly a supreme item of great fortune. The concept of fortune is profound, and from a simple perspective, fortune is essentially luck. Lu Yu took a deep breath, feeling extremely excited. He didn't expect that this was just the first day of check-in at the Myriad Realms Supermarket, and he could receive such a great fortune for free. Following that, Lu Yu searched around in the Myriad Realms Supermarket and clearly found that the same fortune fruit was exactly worth 10 billion points each in the supermarket. In this way, it can be said that Lu Yu earned another 10 billion points through check-in. It's just a pity that this fortune fruit cannot be used for recharging, as it is obtained from the Myriad Realms Supermarket. According to the rules, anything obtained from the Myriad Realms Supermarket cannot be used for recharging again. So, this fortune fruit can only be used by myself. In just a short time, Lu Yu quickly consumed the fortune fruit. I must say, this fortune fruit is really delicious, sweet and tasty. After finishing it, Lu Yu felt a special energy aura emerging from within him, a feeling that is truly indescribable. At this moment, he felt that his luck had greatly improved. As for the benefits of this luck enhancement, they would gradually manifest in the future. It's time to leave. Lu Yu nodded slowly and quickly disappeared from the spot. It didn't take long. Moreover, Su Kai understood that his master must have gained significant fortune and opportunities in that secret realm. It's good to have progress, Lu Yu exclaimed. From now on, work hard. Once you fully comprehend the alchemy insights, I will teach you even more powerful alchemy methods. Hearing this, Sukai became even more excited. Thank you, Master. I will definitely practice hard. Has anything happened in the sect recently? Lu Yu continued to ask. This time, he had stayed in the Yunxian secret realm for quite a long time. He wouldn't know if anything significant had occurred in the outside world. That's good. Lu Yu nodded again and said, by the way, the sect leader just gave an order to quickly check how many disciples in our sect have reached the 10th level of qi refining but have not completed their foundation establishment. Master, what do you mean by this? Sukai asked curiously. In the future, as long as any disciple of Qingyun sect reaches the 10th level of qi refining, they can receive a foundation establishment pill for free. Lu Yu said calmly, I want to elevate Qingyun sect to a new level, allowing everyone to complete their foundation establishment. No matter what, Lu Yu had already considered Li Wan'er as one of his own. As the leader of Qingyun sect, Lu Yu also wanted to help her make the entire sect better and stronger. Sukai couldn't help but take a deep breath, his body slightly trembling. Nowadays, many outer disciples of Qingyun sect are still in the qi refining realm. If even the outer disciples can all establish their foundations, it would be a tremendous boost for Qingyun sect. Master, this is a big deal. My alchemy peak probably doesn't have that many materials for foundation establishment pills. Sukai said objectively. Additionally, there are many disciples in Qingyun sect, and the number of foundation establishment pills needed may exceed 10,000. Furthermore, we need to ensure that we can provide more foundation establishment pills in the future. This is not an easy task. Currently, the most scarce resource is the spiritual herbs. If there are enough spiritual herbs, then everything might not be a problem. There are still a few elders at Alchemy Peak who can refine foundation establishment pills. If everyone has enough materials and continues to refine every day, they will definitely be able to produce a large number of foundation establishment pills in a short time. Perhaps through continuous refining, they might even hope to produce perfect quality foundation establishment pills. It's important to know that for alchemists, having enough spiritual herbs to refine pills is a huge advantage. Materials are not a problem. I will provide all the foundation establishment pills. Lu Yu said calmly. You just need to send the word down, letting everyone in the sect know that as long as they reach the 10th level of qi refining, they can come to my alchemy peak to receive a foundation establishment pill. Additionally, any disciple who receives a foundation establishment pill and is unable to successfully establish their foundation within 6 months will be expelled from the sect. 6 months. Sukai was taken aback and said softly, Master, won't 6 months be too short? Is 6 months too short? The foundation establishment pills I provide are all of perfect quality. If they receive this pill and are unable to successfully establish their foundation within 6 months, it only means they are not suited for cultivation. Our Qingyun sect does not nurture such waste. Lu Yu replied indifferently. Providing foundation establishment pills for free is already a tremendous matter. Unexpectedly, the foundation establishment pills provided by his master are all of perfect quality. Even ordinary foundation establishment pills are extremely valuable, and perfect quality foundation establishment pills are even rarer. In Qingyun sect, the disciples in the qi refining realm will all have the opportunity to obtain these perfect quality foundation establishment pills. Looking at the entire world, there might not be any other force with such boldness. Master, I understand. Sukai quickly responded, but soon proposed his own suggestion. Master, we still need to plan this out in detail. For example, those disciples who receive the foundation establishment pills must consume them on the spot. I worry that some disciples might take the pill but not use it, instead selling it or using it for other purposes. Additionally, it's possible that these qi refining disciples might have their foundation establishment pills snatched away by others. There are numerous possibilities, and we must plan carefully to avoid these situations. Chapter 108. Purchasing Cultivation again. Buying 10,000 perfect foundation establishment pills. The entire sect is in an uproar. Hearing Sukai mention various situations and possibilities, Lu Yu nodded slightly. To be honest, he and T thought of so many things. It seems that there are some matters that Lu Yu had underestimated. However, thanks to Sukai being around now, these possibilities can also be addressed one by one. What you said makes a lot of sense. So, I will hand this task over to you to handle and decide. Lu Yu immediately instructed. After all, Sukai had been the head of Alchemy Peak for a long time, and he would definitely be better at handling these matters. As the saying goes, each profession has its own expertise. It's best to leave things to professionals to achieve better results. Okay, Master, I will definitely handle this well. Sukai quickly assured. After bidding farewell to Sukai, in the room, Lu Yu lay on the big bed and immediately summoned the Wanju supermarket. Next, it was time to start purchasing cultivation realms. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Early stage of the void refining realm to mid stage of the void refining realm. Price 3,000,000,000 points. Spend 3 billion points. Realm purchase successful. Congratulations, your realm has reached the mid stage of the void refining realm. 3 billion points instantly disappeared. In turn, Lu Yu's cultivation realm broke through at that moment. A continuous flow of powerful energy surged forth. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The realm easily broke through like this. Mid-stage of the void refining realm to late stage of the void refining realm. Price 5,000,000,000 points. Would you like to continue purchasing? Purchase. Lu Yu immediately nodded vigorously. Spend 5 billion points. Realm purchase successful. Congratulations. Your realm has reached the late stage of the void refining realm. Friendly reminder. To reach the peak of the void refining realm from the late stage, it requires points. 10,000,000,000 points. You do not have enough points to continue purchasing the next realm. Lu Yu took a deep breath. After working hard for so long, being able to consecutively improve 2 small realms is still very worthwhile for Lu Yu. However, the subsequent points required have become increasingly enormous. How many points do I have left now? Lu Yu silently thought. Current balance, 230, 526, 700 points. Taking a glance, there are about 23 billion points. Although these remaining points cannot continue to purchase cultivation realms, they are still sufficient to buy other items in the Xianxia supermarket. Let me see how much the perfect quality foundation establishment pill costs now. Lu Yu continued to open the interface. Soon, the product information for the perfect foundation establishment pill appeared before his eyes. Perfect quality foundation establishment pill, price, 5,000 points. Why has the price increased? Lu Yu took a deep breath and sighed. But the change wasn't actually that big. Last time, when Lu Yu looked at the perfect quality foundation establishment pill, it only cost 2,000 points. But now, it requires 5,000 points. Lu Yu seriously suspected that the 10,000 Realms supermarket knew he was going to buy a large number of foundation establishment pills, so they quietly raised the price. Sigh. If the price has gone up, so be it. After all, it has to be points again. Let us buy 10,000 perfect quality foundation establishment pills. In the next moment, Lu Yu decisively decided. Spent 50,000,000 points. You have successfully purchased 10,000 perfect quality foundation establishment pills. In the blink of an eye, 50 million points were gone. Current balance, 180, 526, 700 points. No matter what, he had used the 2 half-premium spirit stone veins of the Qingyun sect to recharge. After all, who made Lu Yu understand gratitude? In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During these days, apart from purchasing the daily flash sale packages, Lu Yu had one more task. That was to sign in every day. However, the sign-ins over these few days did not yield Lu Yu any good rewards. Most of them were useless, but Lu Yu was not troubled by this. After all, it was just a matter of luck. As long as he signed in enough times, he believed that there would definitely be an incredibly precious reward waiting for him later. Basically, Lu Yu could say that he was looking forward to the arrival of a new day. For him, every day was eagerly anticipated and exciting. A new day. A meeting was held within the sect. A major announcement was swiftly made throughout the sect. Especially after the outer disciples heard this news, they all went into a frenzy. Fellow disciples, did I hear it wrong? As long as one reaches the 10th level of Qi refinement, one can go to the pill refining peak to receive a foundation establishment pill, and it's a perfect quality foundation establishment pill. How could this be false? The Grand Elder of the sect personally announced it, and there's even an elder from the pill refining peak guaranteeing it. This is great. If we have this perfect quality foundation establishment pill, wouldn't it be easy to become a foundation establishment cultivator? Yes, as long as we break through to foundation establishment. We can participate in the inner sect assessment, become inner sect disciples, and obtain more cultivation resources. It's truly incredible. A perfect quality foundation establishment pill is worth its weight in gold. In the outside world, it would cause a mad scramble. I didn't expect the sect to be so generous. Anyone who reaches the 10th level of Qi refinement can receive one. It seems that being able to join the Qingyun sect is our supreme fortune. But it's not that simple. If one fails to establish a foundation within 6 months, they will be expelled from the sect. Junior brother, that is a perfect quality foundation establishment pill. If one uses this pill and still cannot establish a foundation, then they are simply trash. No sect would want to continue nurturing trash. Moreover, in the current world, which sect would willingly distribute perfect foundation establishment pills for free? Exactly. From now on, we are disciples of the Qingyun sect in life and spirits of the Qingyun sect in death. Everyone was extremely excited. In an instant, their sense of belonging to the sect greatly increased. Many disciples who already met the requirements rushed to the pill refining peak at the fastest speed. The pill refining peak quickly built a pavilion to distribute the foundation establishment pills. The entire pavilion was constructed with great grandeur. There were even special personnel maintaining order there. Sukai, During these few days, not only formulated a detailed plan, but also quickly put it into practice. Many disciples stood orderly outside the pavilion. Each one still felt a bit anxious and nervous. After all, a perfect foundation establishment pill is something that feels quite distant for them. They couldn't even dare to think about it before. Now, they could get it for free. All of this still felt a bit like a dream. Somewhat unrealistic. Chapter 109. The Sanctus emerges. Those disciples entered the pavilion distributing the foundation establishment pills one by one, verifying their identities and checking their cultivation levels. Once confirmed, they successfully received a perfect foundation establishment pill. Looking at the pill in their hands, they were all incredibly excited. This is the real perfect foundation establishment pill. Indeed, it cannot be compared to ordinary pills. If this pill were sold, it would easily be worth several million medium-grade spirit stones. Superficial, still thinking about selling this pill. If they use it themselves and successfully establish a foundation, not to mention several million medium-grade spirit stones, they could obtain even more spirit stones relying on their own powerful strength. Yes, as long as they have sufficiently strong strength, they can easily obtain whatever they want. Only by personally holding this perfect foundation establishment pill did they truly understand that all of this is real. This is not a dream. Fellow disciples, after receiving the foundation establishment pill, take it immediately and then go to the training platform behind the pavilion to cultivate. An elder looked at the disciples seriously and said, "This time, you all must thank the sect and also thank our pill refining peak, Master Lu. The perfect foundation establishment pills in your hands were all personally refined by Master Lu. Your opportunity to have this is a great fortune. I hope that you can also contribute to the sect in the future and not waste the sect's nurturing of you." After hearing the elder's words, the disciples were all very grateful and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "We understand." Then, one by one, they swallowed the perfect foundation establishment pills in their hands. The perfect foundation establishment pill entered their bodies and instantly transformed into an incredibly surging pure power. Immediately, they rushed to the training area prepared for them. Not far away, on a tall building, Lu Yu stood there, clearly seeing everything here. Su Kai respectfully said beside Lu Yu, "Master, do you think my arrangements are okay?" "Not bad. Very good." Lu Yu nodded slowly. Seeing Lu Yu so satisfied, Su Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Master is satisfied. With your perfect foundation establishment pill, our Qingyan sect will definitely reach a higher status in the future. Previously, when Lu Yu took out 10,000 perfect quality foundation establishment pills at once, it had shocked Su Kai greatly. Even if he could refine perfect quality foundation establishment pills, he absolutely could not produce 10,000 of them in just a few days. This also indicates just how extraordinary Lu Yu's pill refining skills are. It made Su Kai truly realize that he still has a lot to learn. By the way, Master, there's another good news. The Saintess has emerged from her closed-door cultivation and should be with the sect master now, Su Kai said again. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Mu Qingxue to finish her closed-door cultivation so quickly. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt a bit troubled. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. However, it's good that Mu Qingxue has emerged. It's just right for him to meet her. I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Yu glanced at Su Kai and then disappeared from the spot. Master, his cultivation level seems to have broken through again. Feeling Lu Yu's cultivation aura, Su Kai was even more shocked. How long has it been? The breakthrough of his realm is so fast. Perhaps it won't be long before a true immortal appears in this world. At the main peak of the Qingyun sect, in a paradise of peach blossoms, Li Wan'er looked at her disciple Mu Qingxue in front of her and nodded slightly. Not bad. This closed-door cultivation has successfully allowed you to reach the transformation stage. In her tone, there was satisfaction. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, which has allowed me to make such progress. Mu Qingxue expressed her gratitude. At this moment, she wore a pristine white dress, untainted by dust, and her beauty remained breathtaking. Her figure seemed to have become even more perfect. I heard that Lu Yu has already arrived at Qingyun sect, and he even went to the Yunxian secret realm with you. Master, Mu Qingxue continued. What surprised her was that in such a short time, Lu Yu had already become someone she needed to look up to. Master, you have his scent on you. Mu Qingxue said seriously. This time, it was thanks to Lu Yu. Otherwise, I would have perished in the Yunxian secret realm, Li Wan'er said softly upon seeing this. Master, I wouldn't mind at all. Mu Qingxue seemed to understand something and said firmly, my eyes can see that you and Lu Yu are connected by a fate line. Just like me. At this moment, Li Wan'er was stunned. She knew that her disciple Mu Qingxue had extraordinary eyes, able to see things that ordinary people could not. Qingxue, can you really see that I have a fate line with Lu Yu? Li Wan'er confirmed. Yes. Mu Qingxue nodded seriously. The next second, she waved her finger, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed. Within just a breath or two, a red fate line appeared on the wrists of both Mu Qingxue and Li Waner, with the other end pointing toward the pill refining peak. This is actually a fate line. Li Waner found it hard to believe, never expecting such a connection between her and Lu Yu. From the first time I truly looked at Lu Yu, I knew he wouldn't have just one woman in his life. I just didn't expect you, master, to have such a connection with him as well. Mu Qingxue nodded slightly and said, perhaps everything was already destined. So, master, you don't need to think too much about it. Just follow your heart. Unexpectedly, Li Waner felt somewhat emotional. Then, she continued to ask, since you've emerged from your seclusion, when do you plan to see him? I'll go in a moment. Mu Qingxue replied softly. That's good. From now on, you can have a good time with him, Li Waner said slowly. By the way, please thank him for me. This time, he provided a large number of foundation establishment pills for Qingyun sect, contributing greatly to our sect. Master, I can't help you with that. You should thank him in person. Mu Qingxue smiled slightly. Then I'll take my leave, she said. After bowing to Li Waner, Mu Qingxue quickly flew away into the air, her speed like a shooting star heading toward the pill refining peak. Afterwards, Li Waner quietly looked at her wrist and couldn't help but murmur, what will the future hold? It makes one somewhat expectant. Chapter 110. Come to my Sanctus Hall tonight. At the pill refining peak, under a towering tree, Lu Yu had already prepared tea and was quietly waiting. Soon, he sensed a divine aura and could clearly see a beam of light rapidly flying toward him. In just a few breaths, an extraordinarily beautiful woman slowly appeared before Lu Yu. Mu Qingxue. She wore a white dress, still as stunning as ever. Did you know I was coming? Mu Qingxue sat down in front of Lu Yu with a smile. I heard you emerged from seclusion, so I guessed you would come. Lu Yu nodded. Try the tea I've brewed myself. The tea leaves were purchased with many points from the Wandering World supermarket. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue directly extended her delicate hand to pick up the teacup and began to savor it. Soon, she nodded in admiration. Very good. To receive such praise from her was enough to show that Lu Yu's tea was indeed excellent. I didn't expect that after our last parting. You have already risen from the third layer of qi refining to such a level, far surpassing me, Mu Qingxue continued. It's also thanks to the cultivation resources you provided me back then, holy maiden, Lu Yu said with a gentle smile. To be honest, the cultivation resources Mu Qingxue had given him back, then had allowed him to successfully recharge his first batch of points. It was this first batch of points that officially set Lu Yu on an unbeatable path. You can just call me Qingxue. After all, you are my fiancé. Calling me holy maiden would make us feel a bit distant, Mu Qingxue said earnestly. All right, Lu Yu responded directly. Qingxue, there's something I need to confess. I know what you're going to say. Before Lu Yu could finish, Mu Qingxue interrupted him. I can sense the presence of 3 women on you, which must be closely related to you, including the scent of my master. What the? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. She could even smell that. It felt somewhat unbelievable. Mu Qingxue continued, and I also saw 4 fate lines on you. In any case, I am the first person you have a marriage connection with. No matter how many women you have later, you must first marry me. She insisted on being the primary wife. Lu Yu was once again startled. He had thought it through. If he honestly confessed, he would agree if Mu Qingxue wanted to withdraw from the engagement. Even if Mu Qingxue personally wanted to break off the engagement, he would accept it. He was fully prepared for everything. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingxue was so open-minded, not blaming him at all. Instead, she just wanted to be the main wife. What? Are you unwilling? Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu. Willing, truly willing. I'm just worried that you might end up at a disadvantage. Lu Yu nodded in response. At a disadvantage? Even if I lose out. That's my choice and the consequences I have to bear, Mu Qingxue countered. Will you let me lose out? Of course not. Lu Yu assured her seriously. That's enough. Mu Qingxue smiled with satisfaction. Do you have anything to do next? Mu Qingxue asked again. The only thing on my mind is figuring out how to make money and recharge. Since you have nothing else, then accompany me to the Fantian Ancient Repository. Mu Qingxue invited. What do you think? Are you willing? Of course. Lu Yu nodded. But what exactly is the Fantian Ancient Repository? This is the first time I've heard of it. The Fantian Ancient Repository is one of the most famous ancient repositories in the world, filled with countless opportunities and treasures, Mu Qingxue explained in detail. And the greatest opportunity in the Fantian Ancient Repository should be the Fantian Divine Fire. The main purpose of this trip is to obtain the Fantian Divine Fire. If I acquire this fire, it can directly elevate my Xiantian spiritual body to the Xiantian immortal body. All right, then I'll accompany you to the Fantian Ancient Repository, and I will do my utmost to help you obtain this Fantian Divine Fire. Lu Yu promised decisively. Helping his fiancée, he should be no problem, right? Just now, when he first heard that Mu Qingxue needed the Fantian Divine Fire, Lu Yu immediately searched for it in the Wandering World supermarket. He found that the Fantian Divine Fire was extremely expensive, requiring a full 2 billion points to purchase. with Lu Yu's current financial situation. He couldn't afford it at all. The reason it was so expensive was that the Fan Tian divine fire was a higher-level existence than the unusual fires of heaven and earth. It was rumored that the Fan Tian divine fire contained a kind of heavenly path. In other words, once one mastered the Fan Tian divine fire, they could comprehend the heavenly path and become a supreme being. By the way, when do we leave? Lu Yu then curiously asked. Understood. Lu Yu slightly nodded. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. Come to my Saintess Hall tonight. Mu Qingxue stood up, and after finishing her words, she flew out directly. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from Lu Yu's sight. Going to her place tonight. Lu Yu swallowed hard. Could it be that? Another blissful life. I definitely don't need to wait until tonight. I could do it now. Lu Yu was somewhat impatient, even hoping that night would come immediately. In fact, there were still several hours until nightfall. Not long after, excited voices began to echo from the foot of the alchemy peak. Great. I succeeded in foundation building. Ha, me too. Truly worthy of the perfect foundation building pill. The effect is indeed tremendous. Not only did I complete my foundation, but my internal spiritual power seems to have increased several times. From now on, I am also a foundation building cultivator. After receiving the perfect quality foundation building pill, many disciples with good talents quickly succeeded in their breakthroughs through their own efforts. Each of them was extremely excited at this moment. Moreover, these disciples even bowed toward the peak of the alchemy peak to express their gratitude to Lu Yu, the master of the pill peak. Chapter 111, A Night of Madness. As patience paid off, dusk finally approached, and night was about to arrive. At this moment, Lu Yu stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, looked in the mirror, and glanced at his handsome face, nodding with satisfaction. Truly stunning. Once prepared, Lu Yu soared into the air and quickly flew toward the direction of Saintess Peak. Not long later, he arrived in front of the Grand Hall of Saintess Peak. At this moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He still felt a bit nervous. The entire Saintess Hall was in an open state. Lu Yu walked straight in. The hall was very quiet. Here she comes. Soon, Mu Qingxue appeared before Lu Yu. The sight before him captivated Lu Yu completely. Mu Qingxue had completely changed her outfit, wearing a red dress, with the totem of the Nirvana Phoenix visible on the hem. Truly stunning. How is it? Does it look good? Mu Qingxue asked. It looks extremely good. Lu Yu nodded seriously. I specially prepared this for you. I had to come first. I couldn't let them get ahead. Mu Qingxue directly led Lu Yu into her boudoir. A night of madness. Yin and yang intertwined. Until the next morning. Today's flash sale gift pack has refreshed successfully. Would you like to start purchasing? Price, 10 points. Would you like to sign in for the new day? The system's prompt echoed in Lu Yu's mind, gently waking him up. Opening his eyes, he clearly saw the incredibly beautiful Mu Qingxue sprawled on him, looking quite content. Purchase. Sign in. Lu Yu silently recited. Spent 10 points. Today's flash sale gift pack purchased successfully, opening now. Open successfully, congratulations. You have obtained a Tying flower. Ordinary pills weren't very valuable. However, the Tying flower sounded quite extraordinary. Therefore, Lu Yu opened the details. Tying flower has powerful healing effects, repairing damaged meridians and organs, accelerating physical recovery. At the same time, it has nourishing effects for female cultivators. After reading the details, Lu Yu slightly nodded. It seemed that the Tying flower was quite a rare spiritual medicine. Spending 10 points on today's flash sale gift pack was worth it. After a while, Mu Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, the two exchanged glances. Being so close made it extraordinarily ambiguous. I didn't expect your first time wasn't with me. Mu Qingxue said, her red lips slightly parted, looking a bit aggrieved. Last night was her first time. So, tell me, who were the other two? Mu Qingxue asked seriously. Nalan Yuechan. Lu Yu naturally did not hide it, and stated the truth. Nalan? Could it be from the Nalan family of Void Mountain? Mu Qingxue said in surprise. Void Mountain is a well-known major power. And the other one? She continued to ask curiously. The other one is the queen of the Desert Serpent clan of the Great Liang Desert. Lu Yu took a deep breath. I really didn't expect there would be a demon race woman. Mu Qingxue was evidently surprised. Lu Yu didn't know how to explain. He certainly couldn't tell her that he used a lifelong love token on that queen, could he? However, at that time, it was indeed a situation of necessity, which is why he used the lifelong love token. In any case, I am the biggest. Mu Qingxue said seriously, claiming her position as the main wife. That's right. You are the biggest. Lu Yu affirmed earnestly. The current life made Lu Yu feel extremely pleasant. As a transmigrator coming to this cultivation world, having 4 stunning partners was truly an incredibly happy thing. Other men would surely feel nothing but envy and jealousy upon learning this. Naturally, Mu Qingxue became proud. After lingering in bed for a while longer, the two finally got up slowly, walked out of the room, and came outside the palace. At a glance, today's sky was still quite nice. In the sky, clouds floated, seemingly indicating that good things would happen today. Whoosh! After more than an hour, a crane flew into Saintus Peak. It quickly landed before Lu Yu. This is the crane of the Alchemy Peak. Lu Yu recognized it at a glance. At this moment, the crane was holding a letter. Then, the crane swiftly turned and flew away. When Lu Yu opened the letter, a radiant smile immediately appeared on his face. Is there good news? Mu Qingxue asked upon seeing this scene. Indeed, it's good news. Su Kai found a top-tier spirit stone mine, and currently, it hasn't been discovered by anyone. It looks like I need to set off soon, Lu Yu said happily. This way, I can also recharge and obtain a large amount of points. So I can't miss out. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to, so I may not be able to accompany you, Mu Qingxue sighed. Well then, I wish you all the best, Mu Qingxue nodded. Alright, Lu Yu quickly flew away. However, upon seeing this, Mu Qingxue thought Lu Yu had forgotten something. But in the next moment, Lu Yu directly came to Mu Qingxue, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her domineeringly. This left Mu Qingxue momentarily stunned. Yet, she did not resist at all. After the kiss, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Now I can leave with peace of mind. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Yu flew away quickly. Unknowingly, he found he quite liked this feeling. After a while, Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. Next, I should quickly handle the things I need to do. With a wave of her hand, a spatial rift opened. Immediately, she stepped inside. Once she entered, the spatial rift disappeared without a trace, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 112, Danyang Mountain Range. On the Alchemy Peak, he naturally knew that his master had spent a night on the Saintus Peak. And now her face was filled with spring light, clearly indicating that she had a wonderful night. Let us get straight to the point. You mentioned in your letter that you discovered a top-notch spirit stone vein. Lu Yu directly said. Danyang Mountain Range. I have never heard of it before. Is it far? Lu Yu asked. Not very far, about 90,000 miles or so. Su Kai continued. Master, should we arrange for people to set off for Danyang Mountain Range right now? If our Qingyan sect takes action, we can definitely secure this top-notch spirit stone vein easily. Even if other forces know about this spirit stone vein, they wouldn't dare to compete with our Qingyan sect. No need for that. Lu Yu waved his hand and said softly. Master, what do you plan to do? Seeing this, Su Kai asked curiously. Is there a map? Lu Yu asked. There is. The next second, Su Kai took out a map and specifically marked the location of Danyang Mountain Range. Very good, this time, I will go alone. Lu Yu took the map, glanced at it briefly, and made a decision. After all, as long as he entered that top-notch spirit stone vein, he could immediately recharge. Even if others came, they could only watch helplessly as this top-notch spirit stone vein disappeared. Therefore, there was no need for so many strong people from Qingyan sect to go. Lu Yu alone was enough. It should be noted that Lu Yu's current cultivation level had reached the late stage of the virtual refining realm. Master, I think I should go with you, Su Kai quickly said. No need. This alchemy peak still needs you to manage it. Lu Yu waved his hand. What? Are you still not confident in my strength? It's not that. I just want to help you a bit, Su Kai said seriously. You have already helped me a lot. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Time is of the essence. I will set off now. Seeing this, Su Kai hurriedly saluted. With a whoosh, Lu Yu quickly transformed into a beam of light and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Su Kai's sight. As Lu Yu flew at the fastest speed, it didn't take long. Soon he arrived at the Danyang Mountain Range. The entire mountain range was vast, with peaks rising and falling, looking like a winding giant dragon, with no end in sight. Some peaks were even towering into the clouds, as if they were about to break through the sky. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, floating in the high sky, Lu Yu could still clearly hear numerous beast roars within the Danyang Mountain Range. There were quite a number of cultivators, and there were many flying boats. Could it be that the top-notch spirit stone vein has already been discovered? Flying down to the cloud layer, Lu Yu looked around and saw many flying boats in the sky. Each flying boat came from various forces. In this Danyang Mountain Range, there were many cultivators Oris. There are quite a few nascent soul cultivators here. Lu Yu sensed carefully and nodded. It seems that a battle is unavoidable outside that top-notch spirit stone vein. Originally, Lu Yu thought that flying here at his fastest speed would be smooth. Unexpectedly, so many cultivators had already appeared in the Danyang Mountain Range. Perhaps they came for this spirit vein. Whoosh. Following Su Kai's map, Lu Yu flew quickly again. Along the way, many cultivators noticed Lu Yu flying in the air. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Lu Yu, many cultivators were astonished. What terrifying speed! This must be a nascent soul powerhouse. The pressure he exudes must be that of a perfect nascent soul. With such a top-level powerhouse appearing, it seems that we ordinary cultivators have no chance. In short, we absolutely cannot be enemies with him. Faced with Lu Yu's appearance, those nascent soul cultivators all looked serious. This was because they vaguely sensed that Lu Yu's cultivation aura seemed to be above theirs. If a battle truly broke out, they might not be his match. In just a short stick of time, Lu Yu quickly flew to the depths of the Danyang mountain range. All the way, Lu Yu could clearly see many cultivators searching for something in various places within the Danyang mountain range. Thus, Lu Yu judged that they should only know that there is a top-notch spirit stone vein appearing in the Danyang mountain range, but do not know the specific location. At this moment, in front of Lu Yu, a towering mountain appeared in his sight. This mountain looked very ordinary and unremarkable. However, in Lu Yu's eyes, he could see a concealed great formation. This formation is extraordinary. It even borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It seemed quite unusual. According to the map, the top-notch spirit stone vein is inside. Lu Yu nodded slowly and muttered, "However, this formation seems to have just been set up not long ago. Could it be that someone else has already discovered it?" Without thinking too much, Lu Yu waved his sword finger. In the sky, a huge golden sword energy condensed. As Lu Yu's finger fell, this golden sword energy suddenly crashed down. Boom! With an incredible loud bang, the special great formation in front of him collapsed and shattered under Lu Yu's sword, completely destroyed. Without this concealed great formation, the entire mountain instantly changed its appearance. No longer looking ordinary, but instead appearing magnificent. At the same time, Lu Yu could also feel the extremely rich spiritual energy contained within this mountain. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Yu transformed into a beam of light and directly surged into this mountain. After the formation was broken, many other cultivators in the Danyang mountain range couldn't help but look over here. What rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. It seems that the spiritual beast is right there. When did the Danyang mountain range have such a place filled with spiritual energy? I never expected that we came to search for spiritual beasts and could also discover a place rich in spiritual energy. Great, let us go. Perhaps that spiritual beast is in the place filled with spiritual energy. These cultivators became extremely excited, quickly moving. Chapter 113, Recharge. Subduing a nine-tailed celestial fox. Indeed, this is truly a top-notch spirit stone vein. Lu Yu successfully entered and looked at the countless high-grade spirit stones before him, nodding in satisfaction. However, he also clearly sensed a trace of demonic energy in here. Evidently, there was something else inside. Sensing this demonic energy, Lu Yu quickly moved. Soon, Lu Yu arrived in front of a stone wall. The demonic energy he sensed was emanating from this stone wall. Boom! In the next second, Lu Yu threw a punch. With a loud bang, a hole was blasted open in the stone wall. Inside was another space. Moreover, to Lu Yu's surprise, this space was filled with ultimate spirit stones. It made one feel a bit dizzy for a moment. As he walked inside, he could clearly see that there was a protective barrier. Within this protective barrier lay a snow-white fox, seemingly looking a bit weak. It actually had 9 tails, indicating that it was definitely not an ordinary white fox. Lu Yu nodded slowly, somewhat astonished. This 9-tailed white fox looked quite cute. The demonic energy he sensed earlier was indeed emanating from this 9-tailed white fox. Could it be that those cultivators actually came to the Danyang mountain range to find this 9-tailed white fox? At this moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but speculate. The possibility was quite high. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's use this top-tier spirit stone vein to recharge first. Lu Yu sensed that cultivators were already arriving outside. Next, of course, he couldn't waste any time. The priority was to recharge first. System, start recharging. Lu Yu silently commanded in his heart, calculating the value of this top-tier spirit stone vein. Calculation completed. This recharge will grant 1,000,000,000 points. Recharging in progress. Recharge complete. Congratulations, your balance has increased by 1,000,000,000 points. Current balance, 3,180, 526, 700 points. In just a few breaths, the entire spirit stone vein disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in this place became extremely thin. At this moment, the 9-tailed white fox slowly opened its eyes. Its fox-like brows and eyes were simply stunning. Then, Lu Yu saw the 9-tailed white fox kneeling before him, looking at him with watery eyes, seemingly wanting him to save it. "I happen to be in need of a pet. Would you be willing to follow me?" Seeing this, Lu Yu directly asked. While others pet cats and dogs, he wanted to pet a fox. In response to Lu Yu's question, the 9-tailed white fox immediately nodded humanely. It truly was very spiritual. "Very well, from now on, you belong to me," Lu Yu said with satisfaction. As the protective barrier dissipated, the 9-tailed white fox slowly approached Lu Yu, looking somewhat weak overall. Lu Yu took out a pill and said, "Take this. It will help with your injuries." The 9-tailed white fox didn't refuse and gently swallowed the pill. The medicinal effect quickly took effect, bringing the 9-tailed white fox a wave of comfort. At that moment, Lu Yu picked up the 9-tailed white fox and said, "Let me see. Are you male or female?" Faced with Lu Yu's sudden action, the nine-tailed white fox's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. After feeling around for a while, Lu Yu nodded confidently, confirmed, "It's a female fox." Next, Lu Yu placed it on his shoulder. The nine tails naturally draped over Lu Yu's neck, making him feel a wave of softness. Its fur was incredibly pleasant to the touch. "Steady now, let's leave this place," Lu Yu said with a gentle smile. With a light wave of his finger, the space in front of him began to distort. A spatial rift appeared, and Lu Yu walked in with the nine-tailed white fox. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky above the mountains. At this moment, there were already several flying boats surrounding them. On the ground, even more cultivators had arrived at this location. As soon as Lu Yu appeared, he became the center of attention. Especially when they saw the nine-tailed white fox on Lu Yu, they all became excited. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, it really is the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The rumors were not false. This nine-tailed heavenly fox possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. If one can tame it, it would surely be a great fortune. This is troublesome. This divine beast has nothing to do with us. However, looking at those powerful factions, they probably won't just give up like this. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves, each expressing their regret. Originally, they still had some hope, but now, in this situation, they had completely lost any possibility. As expected, on the flying boats above, figures quickly flew out. Almost in the blink of an eye, several cultivators at the perfected nascent soul stage directly approached Lu Yu. "Fellow Taoist, how about you give the nine-tailed heavenly fox to my family? My family will definitely reward you handsomely." One middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, my family can't offer you much, so why not give the nine-tailed heavenly fox to me? The conditions are entirely up to you." Another perfected nascent soul cultivator quickly spoke up. Everyone wanted to possess this nine-tailed heavenly fox. At this moment, Lu Yu was certain that these cultivators came to the Dongyang mountain range, completely unaware of the top-tier spirit stone vein here. They had indeed come for this nine-tailed heavenly fox. "Everyone, this nine-tailed heavenly fox has recognized me as its master. You have no chance," Lu Yu said. "I advise you not to force it." After saying this, Lu Yu gave them no face at all. At this moment, the faces of the several nascent soul cultivators became serious. "If you are unwilling to hand it over, then don't blame us for taking action." One of the nascent soul cultivators quickly spoke. The reason they dared to act was undoubtedly because they sensed that Lu Yu's cultivation aura was the same as theirs. Thinking that Lu Yu was also a nascent soul cultivator, little did they know, Lu Yu had hidden his own cultivation aura. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded. Immediately after, a powerful pressure descended. It was the pressure of a transformation god. A transformation god expert had arrived. Instantly, the faces of many cultivators turned extremely serious. The faces of the nascent soul cultivators were filled with unwillingness. With a transformation god expert arriving, it meant that the nine-tailed heavenly fox was completely unrelated to them. Chapter 114. Take my sword. If you don't die, I'll let you go. "Everyone, this nine-tailed heavenly fox belongs to my xianxiaaudiobooks sect. You have no objections, right?" A domineering voice came from the spatial rift. Following that, a middle-aged man radiating pressure stepped out from within. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary aura, clearly a superior being. It turned out to be xianxiaaudiobooks sect's master, Fan Jingchuan. He was a true transformation god cultivator, and the xianxiaaudiobooks sect was a well-known sect. Who would have thought that he would personally intervene? After all, the nine-tailed heavenly fox is a divine beast. Every faction would want to obtain it. Unfortunately, with the transformation god cultivator taking action, those nascent soul cultivators had no way to resist. On the ground, those cultivators with lower cultivation levels felt the pressure of the transformation god, each of their faces showing signs of pain. After all, transformation god experts are incredibly powerful beings. Even their pressure is something that foundation building and golden core cultivators cannot withstand. Since Master Fan has personally intervened, we naturally won't oppose you. The several nascent soul cultivators quickly stated. None of them were fools. Opposing a transformation god expert meant certain death. Staying alive was the most important thing. Fellow Taoist, in the end, you still have to hand over the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Then, these nascent soul cultivators looked at Lu Yu and sneered. In their view, if Lu Yu did not hand over the nine-tailed heavenly fox, he would only have a dead end. Since they couldn't have it, they naturally didn't want Lu Yu to obtain it. Fellow Taoist, they have all given up. Would you be willing to give the nine-tailed heavenly fox to my xianxiaaudiobooks sect? Consider it a favor owed to you by my xianxiaaudiobooks sect, Fan Jingchuan said to Lu Yu with a calm tone, exuding an air of indifference and a commanding presence. What if I don't hand it over? Lu Yu chuckled. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell into shock. Everyone was stunned. My goodness. He actually dares to resist a transformation god expert. Is he really insane? He truly does not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. A transformation god expert is an incredibly terrifying existence, and it's estimated that the other party only needs one move to annihilate him. It truly is madness. One must understand a saying. Beneath the transformation of the divine, all are but ants. It seems this person is destined to fall within the Donyang mountain range. However, being able to witness a transformation of the divine expert's action is also a kind of fortune. In their eyes, Lu Yu is already dead. At this moment, Fan Jingchuan looked at Lu Yu coldly, a bit surprised himself. He never expected anyone would dare to defy him like this. This is the first time he has encountered someone as stubborn as Lu Yu. With mere Yuaning cultivation, what qualifications do you have to withstand my divine power? Fan Jingchuan sneered, saying, an ant like you, I can crush you with just one hand. Since you are unwilling to hand it over voluntarily, then I have no choice but to let you die. A terrifying power was released directly from Fan Jingchuan. This fearsome power spread out, as if it enveloped the entire world. The cultivators present, faced with this overwhelming pressure, instantly turned pale. Their eyes reflected a deep terror. Under this pressure, they all felt a profound sense of death and an absolutely hopeless despair. Kid, pay the price for your recklessness. Fan Jingchuan slapped his hand down towards Lu Yu. In the sky, terrifying power continuously gathered, transforming into a gigantic black hand, crashing down towards Lu Yu with great momentum. Quick, run. Even the residual force from this strike is something we cannot withstand. It's simply too terrifying. If a transformation of the divine is this frightening, then those terrifying beings above the transformation of the divine must be even more powerful. As Lu Yu faced the enormous black hand filled with immense power rushing towards him, he merely flicked his finger lightly. A golden sword aura instantly condensed and erupted. Boom. The golden sword aura easily pierced through the black hand, producing an incredible roar. In that moment, Fan Jingchuan's expression changed drastically. His strike was actually shattered so easily. This was definitely not something a Yuan-ing cultivator could accomplish. You are not a Yuan-ing realm cultivator, Fan Jingchuan said solemnly. What if I am? Do you think I am truly a fool? Only a Yuan-ing realm cultivator would dare to go against a transformation of the divine? Lu Yu chuckled and said, you were quite domineering just now, but now I will show you what true dominance is. At this moment, Lu Yu did not hold back. The pressure of his late-stage refining void realm was instantly unleashed. Boom. An even more terrifying pressure immediately suppressed all the cultivators present to the ground, unable to move. Each one turned pale, as if their entire bodies were about to explode, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Even those Yuan-ing cultivators were directly pinned to the ground, unable to move a single inch. They looked at Lu Yu, their faces filled with terror. They completely did not expect that Lu Yu was actually pretending to be weak. His real cultivation level was not that of a Yuan-ing cultivator. Even Fan Jingchuan's face turned extremely solemn, quickly summoning an extraordinary magical treasure to barely withstand the pressure released by Lu Yu. You are actually a refining void realm expert. Fan Jingchuan's voice became somewhat respectful. In the law of the jungle, strength is paramount. At this moment, Fan Jingchuan felt a bit of regret. If he had known Lu Yu was this terrifying, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly just now. Now it's too late. He encountered someone pretending to be weak. The main reason was that Lu Yu's concealment was simply too perfect. At first, he truly did not realize Lu Yu was hiding his cultivation level. It seems he underestimated him too much. Senior, I was blind. This nine-tailed celestial fox should belong to you. Fan Jingchuan no longer dared to make a move, hurriedly bowing respectfully. Just a moment ago he was exceptionally domineering, and now he had become humble. This is the advantage of possessing absolute strength. Even transformation of the divine cultivators fear death. Just now, your strike clearly aimed to put me to death. Lu Yu snorted coldly. If you can withstand my sword, I will spare your life. Sword come. Lu Yu waved his finger, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted. A sword cultivator. He is actually a terrifying sword cultivator. My heavens. This astonishing sword intent is truly terrifying. Compared to it, my sword path training is simply garbage. A sword cultivator beyond the transformation of the divine is even more horrifying. In an instant, it was as if the entire world transformed into a realm of swords, causing the cultivators to widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 115. This sword is invincible. From now on, you shall be called Daji. Lu Yu's spiritual power surged mightily, and the sky erupted with rumbling, emitting a dazzling light. Within that light, the entire sky suddenly split open, creating a golden fissure that spanned thousands of miles, within which a magnificent golden giant sword was condensed. This golden giant sword radiated brilliant sword light, its entire being seemingly sharp enough to make heaven and earth hold their breath. The entire world trembled. With this sword strike, it seemed capable of annihilating everything in the world. So terrifying. What kind of horrifying power is this? The cultivators looked at the scene before them with immense fear. They wanted to flee, but Lu Yu's terrifying pressure rendered them completely immobile. At this moment, Fan Jingchuan gazed at the golden giant sword in the sky, his face turning incredibly grave, feeling as if death was completely enveloping him. If I cannot withstand this sword, I will surely die, Fan Jingchuan thought to himself, and he could naturally sense the terrifying power of this sword. In the next moment, he hurriedly swallowed several pills, causing the spiritual power within him to surge wildly. His cultivation level forcefully rose by a small realm, reaching the perfected transformation of the divine. He also summoned his life-protecting magical treasure. Under the protection of this magical treasure, Fan Jingchuan was enveloped in an incredibly powerful shield. This shield appeared extraordinary, seemingly borrowing the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, Fan Jingchuan summoned other magical treasures, placing them before him one by one. The golden giant sword descended like a meteor, bringing an unparalleled, unstoppable momentum. Boom. The sword had not yet arrived. The sword energy came first. Crack. Countless cracks appeared in Fan Jingchuan's protective shield. Following that, it completely shattered. His life-protecting magical treasure, in the next moment, was reduced to powder. Uffed. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fan Jingchuan's face turned extremely pale. Damn it, this power is simply too against the heavens. Fan Jingchuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, but he did not give up, desperately operating the spiritual power within him, urging his magical treasures to their limits. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Fan Jingchuan shouted for mercy. He could no longer withstand it. Only if Lu Yu willingly spared his life could he have a glimmer of hope. I said, as long as you can withstand this sword, you can live. Lu Yu said indifferently. In the eyes of the crowd, that golden giant sword was incredibly massive, while that transformation of the divine cultivator seemed like a tiny ant. The comparison between the two was truly immense. Crack. One by one, the defensive magical treasures completely shattered. It was simply an extreme sense of despair. In just a few breaths, all of Fan Jingchuan's magical treasures were completely destroyed. Now he appeared utterly powerless and hopeless. In the next moment, in his eyes, that golden giant sword directly swallowed him whole. There was no time to escape. Even his primordial spirit was consumed along with him. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The mountain below was directly obliterated, creating a massive pit. The residual force that erupted drowned the nearby cultivators, resulting in their deaths. Fortunately, everything quickly calmed down. The dust cleared. The distant cultivators, witnessing the scene before them, couldn't help but gasp. This power was truly terrifying. They were immensely relieved that they had arrived at a safe area in advance. Otherwise, they might have been completely annihilated just now. The nascent soul cultivators looked at Lu Yu with trembling fear. Who would have thought that Lu Yu was such a terrifying existence? With my sword, you indeed couldn't withstand it. That's your own problem, in your next life. Be sure to be a good person, Lu Yu said casually. Looking over, the distant cultivators immediately lowered their heads, none daring to look Lu Yu in the eye now. How refreshing. Watching everything before him, Lu Yu felt an immense sense of comfort. This feeling of invincibility was truly indescribable. Whoosh. Now, no one dared to act against him. And Lu Yu decided not to stay any longer. He quickly flew away, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. As Lu Yu left, the oppressive aura rapidly dissipated. Only then did those cultivators dare to take deep breaths. One by one, they collapsed or lay on the ground, showing expressions of relief for having survived. Great. It's a good thing that this big shot didn't act against us. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Is this considered lucky for us? If this isn't luck, then what is? Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence surpassing the transformation stage this time? Yeah. Had I known there was such a strong person, I definitely wouldn't have come to the Danyang mountain range to take risks. In any case, we were still lucky not to be too close. Otherwise, we would have been dead by now. After a while, they decided to leave the place. The cultivators quickly stood up and left, not daring to linger any longer. Perhaps, for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't dare come back to the Danyang mountain range. They all had psychological scars now. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had arrived at a beautiful place with clear mountains and waters. He took a brief rest, sitting on a giant rock. In Lu Yu's eyes, the interface of the 10,000 Realms supermarket appeared. Lu Yu specifically purchased a pill that could heal the injuries of demon beasts. After successfully purchasing it, Lu Yu personally fed the pill to the mouth of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Good girl, eat this pill, and you should be able to recover. The nine-tailed heavenly fox showed no hesitation at all. Instead, it trusted Lu Yu completely and swallowed the pill. Sure enough, after taking the pill, its injuries within began to heal rapidly. A continuous flow of life energy was released within its body. Moreover, the nine-tailed heavenly fox radiated a faint celestial glow all over. I need to give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Daji. Lu Yu thought for a moment and quickly spoke. This nine-tailed heavenly fox was a female fox, and perhaps after cultivating successfully, it could transform into human form. She would definitely be a beautiful woman. At that time, maybe he could experience the pleasure of being King Zhou. Chapter 116, The Alluring Daji. The name Daji seemed to be greatly liked by the nine-tailed heavenly fox, which even playfully licked Lu Yu's cheek. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt immensely satisfied. Next, Lu Yu gently stroked the nine-tailed heavenly fox. I must say, the feeling of its fluffy fur was incredibly comfortable. The texture was superb. It also made Lu Yu understand why so many people loved petting cats and dogs. It felt really good. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Let us camp outside tonight. Lu Yu decided immediately upon seeing the beautiful and tranquil scenery. It was definitely a great place to spend the night. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light flew out from his storage ring, landing on the ground. When the light disappeared, a large tent appeared in the clearing. Following this, Lu Yu continued to set up a formation. After all, safety was paramount when camping in the wild. With this formation to guard him, he could rest assured. He would be able to sleep more soundly. Soon, the sky was completely dark. Nightfall arrived, and the night sky was filled with stars. The entire night scene was incredibly beautiful and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Lu Yu enjoyed barbecued food and beer, feeling utterly content. The nine-tailed heavenly fox beside him was also devouring the roasted meat, displaying an expression of immense enjoyment. Indeed, no one can resist the temptation of delicious food. With the 10,000 Realms supermarket and enough points, Lu Yu's life was now one of unparalleled ease and freedom. Whatever he needed could be purchased with points in the 10,000 Realms supermarket. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he lay back in a recliner, gazing at the starry sky, with the nine-tailed heavenly fox lying on his chest. Everything felt so pleasant and idyllic, until deep into the night. Lu Yu took the nine-tailed heavenly fox into the tent to rest. Inside the tent, there was a huge bed, very soft, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 people without issue. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu quickly fell into a deep slumber. The night passed swiftly. On a new morning, the system's prompt sounded in Lu Yu's mind. Ding dong, today's flash sale package has successfully refreshed. Would you like to purchase it? Price, 10 points. Would you like to check in today? At this moment, Lu Yu slowly woke up. However, the instant he woke up, he felt something soft. Feeling it was indescribably wonderful. Oh, just as Lu Yu exerted a bit of force, a moan escaped. Lu Yu wondered if he was dreaming, but the real sensation quickly assured him that he was not dreaming. When Lu Yu opened his eyes, he saw a woman with snow-white skin and an incredibly beautiful face lying on him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, looking very pitiful. This woman had 2 fluffy ears on her head. Clearly, she didn't seem to be human. Master, you're so bad, the girl shyly said. Her voice incredibly sweet and tinged with allure. Her entire being was captivatingly enchanting. She was simply a fox spirit. No, she was a fox spirit. Are you Daji? Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise, curious. Yes. Daji nodded slightly. Thank you for saving my life, Master. Although I survived the transformation catastrophe, I suffered great consequences. Thanks to your pill, I was able to recover quickly. As she got up, Lu Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. It was a feast for the eyes. His blood surged with excitement. Why don't you put on some clothes first? Lu Yu hurriedly purchased a beautiful dress from the 10,000 Realms supermarket. Thank you, Master. Daji said gratefully as she took the dress. Her voice can make any man fall. It's so beautiful. It's a truly special experience. At first, I thought that after the nine-tailed fox transformed into human form, she would be very beautiful. I didn't expect her to be so stunning. Moreover, she transformed into a human overnight. This really caught Lu Yu completely off guard. In just a short time, Daji quickly got dressed and reappeared in front of Lu Yu. Now, she looked even more beautiful, completely like a truly stunning fairy. Master, the dress you gave me is truly perfect for me. Thank you, Master, Daji said happily. And the dress fit her body perfectly. I'm glad you like it. Lu Yu nodded slowly, knowing that this dress cost him 100,000 points. So it was certainly not an ordinary dress. Master, may I ask for a touch? Daji directly leaned closer to Lu Yu, her face full of affection. Please, Master. Stroke me like you did yesterday. Yesterday, Lu Yu had been stroking her, and it had made her fall in love with that feeling. Faced with her such coquetry, it was simply impossible to refuse. Lu Yu reached out and gently stroked Daji's head. In an instant, Daji revealed a very satisfied smile. Fortunately, Lu Yu didn't think too much about it. After all, he would just take it one step at a time. Daji, I observe that your cultivation should have already reached the perfection of the nascent soul stage, right? Lu Yu said softly. Yes, Master. I only need 1 more year to break through to the transformation stage. Daji replied confidently. Lu Yu could also see that her cultivation talent was extremely high and that she possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. As long as she could continue cultivating smoothly, she would surely become the strongest in this world in the future. There was even hope for her to ascend to immortality. After that, you must cultivate well. Lu Yu nodded. Okay, master, please feel free to command me, Daji said, her voice incredibly enchanting. It was simply irresistible. After stroking for a while, Lu Yu said, Qingyun sect. I know, that's a famous superpower. Daji had heard of the fame of Qingyun sect while cultivating before. She just didn't expect that her master came from Qingyun sect. Does that mean I can cultivate with you at Qingyun sect? Daji said with a bit of excitement. Of course. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. At the same time, he silently thought. Purchase today's flash sale package. Check in. Spent 10 points. Flash sale package purchase successful. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations, you have received a 100 loyalty talisman. After use, it can make anyone 100 loyal to you, without betraying you. Today's check-in completed. Congratulations. You have received the item, Perfect Charm Pill. Perfect Charm Pill, only effective for women, can increase one's charm. What a great thing, especially that 100 loyalty talisman, which is crucial. In the next moment, Lu Yu quietly used it on Daji. Ding, 100 loyalty talisman used successfully. The nine-tailed fox will be 100 loyal to you. As for the Perfect Charm Pill, he wouldn't give it to Daji. She was already incredibly charming. After tidying up a bit, the two flew out into the air. Chapter 117, Returning to Qingyun. Once inside, Daji curiously looked around, and one had to say that the scenery of Qingyun sect was quite spectacular. This made Daji marvel, Master. Qingyun sect is truly extraordinary. No wonder it can become a world-renowned superpower. Some things can only be truly understood by seeing them with one's own eyes. Soon, Daji's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention at the alchemy peak, especially the male disciples, who were all stunned and utterly mesmerized. So beautiful. How can there be such a stunning woman in this world? It was truly enviable. If my partner were as beautiful as this, I would be willing to live 100 years less. Stop dreaming. Unless you can change your appearance, no beautiful female cultivator will look at you in your current state. Dreaming? Don't you know there's a beauty pill that can enhance one's appearance? But this pill is a high-level pill. We ordinary alchemy disciples have no chance. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Lu Yu naturally noticed the gazes around him, all focused on Daji. One had to say, this fox spirit truly lived up to her reputation. She was simply a femme fatale. However, fortunately, he had a high cultivation level. Otherwise, with Daji by his side, walking around in other places would definitely attract some lustful individuals. If a confrontation occurred without enough strength, it would definitely end badly. Therefore, in this world, the most important thing is to have absolute strength. Only then can one protect everything, guard their possessions, protect their women, and safeguard their dignity. Without strong strength as a guarantee, everything one possesses could be taken away, even their life. Daji, these are just ordinary disciples. You mustn't tempt them. They are still young and can't control themselves. Lu Yu reminded her simply. Master, don't worry, I'm not interested in them. Only you are my greatest love, Daji said. Her face turning a bit red, exuding an incredibly enchanting aura. At the alchemy peak, inside the main hall, he soon saw Daji next to Lu Yu and was momentarily stunned. This woman was simply mesmerizing. No wonder she was the master's disciple. After going out, he could clearly sense that she was a demon race cultivator. Sukai, how has the situation been these days? Lu Yu asked. According to the current situation, it won't be long before the entire Qingyun sect realizes comprehensive foundation establishment. That's great. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Master, who is she? Sukai asked curiously. A nine-tailed fox. Sukai instantly showed a shocked expression. It is rumored that the nine-tailed fox is the supreme being among the fox race. No wonder I sensed a powerful bloodline force from her just now. I didn't expect her to be such a being. No wonder she is the master's disciple. Go and have someone arrange a new residence. Lu Yu continued. Master, no, I want to live with you, Daji said, directly linking her arm with Lu Yu's and looking at him with tearful eyes. Her incredibly tempting red lips slightly pouted. Indeed, a woman who acts spoiled is the most deadly. Seeing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to nod. All right. Thank you, Master. Daji smiled even more. And that smile was enough to make any man fall into it. Master, I will go busy myself now. If you have any orders, just call me, Sukai said, not wanting to stay any longer. Go ahead. Lu Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, Daji was directly holding onto one of Lu Yu's arms, making him feel her softness. He didn't expect her to be so clingy. Originally, when she was in her nine-tailed fox form, he could hold her and stroke her comfortably. Now that she had turned into a human, it felt a bit strange to stroke her. Let us go. I'll take you to your residence, Lu Yu said softly. After a while, he directly arrived at an ancient and elegant courtyard. This was specially built by Lu Yu, with Sukai sending people to construct it. The scenery inside the courtyard was extremely pleasant. In the future, this will be your home, Lu Yu continued. The fox tribe? Lu Yu thought to himself. There must be nothing but seductive fox spirits there, which made him curious about what the fox tribe was really like. All right, Lu Yu nodded directly, naturally wanting to broaden his horizons. Great. Thank you, master. Daji showed an incredibly happy smile. Days passed by. After a week at the alchemy peak, Daji was always by his side. Another week later, Lu Yu went to the Qingyun main peak to accompany the sect leader, Li Waner, spending her boring time and cooking delicious food for her. Yet another week later, he went to the Saintess Peak to discuss life matters with Mu Qingxue. In short, Lu Yu felt quite busy every day. He lived a carefree and comfortable life, especially very happy. It was precisely because of this busyness that he felt his days were fulfilling, unlike other times when he didn't know what to do and lay there doing nothing. At the same time, during these days, Lu Yu would buy the daily flash sale package on time and also check in every day. Through these, Lu Yu obtained several good treasures. Among them was a perfect elixir that could enhance the cultivation of demon race practitioners. Lu Yu directly gave it to Daji. After Daji consumed it, her internal strength suddenly surged, continuously refining and absorbing it. It was estimated that before long, she would easily and smoothly reach the divine transformation realm. Chapter 118. Check-in Reward, Dao Tian Sword Body. Today's flash sale package has refreshed successfully. Would you like to purchase it? Price, 10 points. Would you like to start today's check-in? A new day had arrived. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Yu immediately awakened. As he opened his eyes, he clearly saw Daji hugging his arm, sleeping soundly. Purchase, check-in. In the next second, Lu Yu silently recited in his heart. Spent 10 points. Today's flash sale package purchased successfully, opening now. Opening completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a water spirit pearl. Day 200 check-in successful, congratulations. You have received Dao Tian Sword Body. In just that moment, Lu Yu became a bit excited. The two rewards he received today were the best he had gotten in recent days. There was no need to say much about the water spirit pearl. It was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. What surprised Lu Yu the most was that through this check-in, he actually received the Dao Tian Sword Body. It is known that this Dao Tian Sword Body is a supreme special bloodline constitution. In the Wanji supermarket, something like the Dao Tian Sword Body would cost a staggering billion points. This certainly illustrates its value. Awesome. Without a doubt. Lu Yu was feeling ecstatic right now. However, the Dao Tian Sword Body still required personal effort in cultivation and breaking several restrictions to become a complete form. After reading the detailed introduction of the Dao Tian Body, Lu Yu thought to himself, although it is a powerful special constitution, he felt he wouldn't need it anymore. If in the future he has enough points, he would definitely purchase a complete supreme constitution. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. It might be useful later. Lu Yu didn't think too much about it. Instead, today was already a big gain for him. As Lu Yu moved slightly, Daji immediately woke up. She looked at Lu Yu with sleepy eyes and gently said, "Good morning, master." It was evident that she hadn't had enough sleep. You can continue to rest well. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Okay, master. Daji's voice was soft and enchanting, making one want to continue the indulgence. Last night, she was indeed very tired. On another note, it also showed that Lu Yu was quite impressive. After getting dressed, Lu Yu walked out of the room and poured himself a cup of tea. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. This life was truly exquisite. Not long after, suddenly a flash of light came. Immediately after, Su Kai's anxious voice came. "Master, are you inside? Come in." Lu Yu waved his hand casually, and the courtyard door opened automatically. In just a few breaths, Su Kai rushed in quickly, holding a blood-soaked woman in his arms. "Master, please save my daughter." Su Kai knelt directly in front of Lu Yu. The woman had several fatal penetrating wounds on her body, and it seemed she had been forcibly stripped of her bones. Her state was on the verge of death, feeling like she would completely die at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately took out a glowing elixir and had the woman consume it. As the elixir entered her body, her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and her life force became stable. Su Kai took a deep breath, feeling much more at ease. "Thank you, master." Su Kai quickly expressed his gratitude, realizing that the elixir Lu Yu had just taken out was definitely extraordinary, worth its weight in gold. "I didn't expect you to have a daughter," Lu Yu said slowly, somewhat surprised. Su Kai's eyes revealed an intense, killing intent. His daughter was in a life-threatening situation. He knew he couldn't waste any time. In his view, given his daughter's condition, only Lu Yu could save her in the entire world. "You can place her in my courtyard to rest. Although her life is saved, she still needs to recover properly," Lu Yu said slowly. "Master, does my daughter still have hope to resume her cultivation?" Su Kai asked quietly. His daughter had awakened her sword bone since childhood and had a high talent for swordsmanship. Now, the sword bone was taken away, and her meridians were severed. In fact, just surviving was already a tremendous stroke of luck. "There is a way." Lu Yu nodded slowly. "Master, what is the way? I am willing to pay any price. Whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire." Su Kai asked excitedly. "Don't worry. Who told me I am your master? You don't need to pay anything. You are my disciple, and your matters are naturally my matters. I will help your daughter resume her cultivation, Lu Yu said calmly. At that moment, Su Kai felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The next second, he knelt down and bowed to Lu Yu, saying, I truly feel fortunate for 3 lifetimes. All right, let's stop the small talk here. Put your daughter on the bed and let her rest well. Lu Yu waved his hand. In the room, Su Kai gently placed his daughter on the bed. At this moment, Su Ying's complexion gradually returned to normal, and her breathing became steady. Master, I leave my daughter in your care. I will go and destroy that bloodthirsty sect, Su Kai quickly said. Those who dared to harm his daughter must be completely annihilated. Go. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Su Kai waved his hand, breaking through the spatial rift and transforming into a beam of light that rushed inside. After the spatial rift dissipated, Lu Yu looked at Su Ying on the bed again and softly called out, Daji, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Lu Yu's call, Daji quickly entered the room. Master, what is it? Daji asked curiously. Help her clean her body and change into a new set of clothes, Lu Yu said directly. Okay. Daji smiled and nodded. Then, Lu Yu quickly left the room and continued to drink tea. It seemed that with the acquisition of the heavenly sword body today, he also knew how to use it. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Su Ying possessed a sword bone, a natural sword cultivator. Therefore, she was quite suitable for this heavenly sword bone. Chapter 119. From now on, you will be my maid in this courtyard. Another day passed until noon. Inside the room, Su Ying slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, she suddenly sat up and exclaimed, I'm not dead? There were no wounds on her body, and she felt no pain, but instead felt quite comfortable. The clothes on her body had also changed into a long blue dress. She remembered that before she lost consciousness, she seemed to have seen her father. Su Ying quickly sensed her body and realized that her sword bone was gone. This indicated that everything was real. She had been stripped of her sword bone. She walked out of the room and first saw a quaint courtyard filled with beautiful flowers. The air was filled with a pleasant floral fragrance, which lifted her spirits. After walking a few more steps, Su Ying saw a pair of celestial lovers. At that moment, Lu Yu and Daji were sitting together, drinking tea and chatting, appearing very affectionate. You're awake. Lu Yu sensed Su Ying and turned his head, saying softly, Thank you for saving my life, senior. Although Su Ying had lost all her cultivation and had become a waste, she could still sense that Lu Yu and Daji were very powerful beings. It seemed that these 2 seniors had saved her. No need to thank me. After all, your father has sold you to me. From now on, you will be my maid in this courtyard. You are not allowed to leave without my permission. After all, I didn't save you for nothing, Lu Yu said lightly. Of course, Lu Yu was just teasing her. However, Su Ying clearly took it seriously. Although she had been sold, she did not blame her father at all. She understood that her father might have had no way to save her. Therefore, to ensure her survival, he could only do this. Moreover, all of this was the consequence of her excessive trust in others. Originally, while traveling, she met a female cultivator, and they hit it off, gradually becoming friends. But she never expected that the other party was deeply hidden and actually a member of the bloodthirsty sect, who approached her specifically for her sword bone. It was precisely because she trusted too much that it led to such an outcome. Now that she was alive, it was already a stroke of luck. Besides, she could no longer cultivate, and being a maid here might already be the best outcome. Senior, I will do what I am supposed to do, Su Ying replied earnestly. All right, then clean the courtyard. In the next moment, Lu Yu quickly ordered. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately picked up a broom nearby and started cleaning. Master, you're so bad. Why are you tricking her like this? Daji peeled a grape and personally fed it to Lu Yu, smiling seductively. You don't understand. I'm testing her. Lu Yu bit down on the grape. It was truly sweet, juicy, and extremely delicious. This life was truly happy. It didn't take long for Su Ying to clean the ground spotless. Senior, I have finished cleaning, she said respectfully to Lu Yu. Following that, Lu Yu assigned many other chores to her. Upon hearing this, Su Ying worked diligently to complete them. Once a proud daughter of heaven, she had now become an ordinary person. Although she found it hard to accept in her heart, she understood that the boat had already been made. Everything that had happened could not be changed. Now, she was no longer a cultivation prodigy, but an ordinary person. So she should do what an ordinary person could do. Time passed little by little. Even with dirty and tiring work, Su Ying did her utmost to complete it. Although she didn't do everything perfectly, she did quite well. It's worth noting that she had never done these chores before. This made Lu Yu look at her with new appreciation. Before long, night fell. How do you feel after today? At this moment, Lu Yu looked at Su Ying and asked, Senior, are you testing me? Su Ying slowly spoke. She was not foolish and could see that the tasks Lu Yu had assigned her today seemed to be deliberately arranged. Sort of, tell me how you feel today? Lu Yu nodded. I only know that whether cultivators or mortals, each has their own way of survival. Since I have no cultivation now, I should follow the way of mortals. Su Ying expressed her thoughts. It seems you think quite clearly. To have such insights, you are indeed quite remarkable. Lu Yu said with some satisfaction. I will give you a chance to return to the path of cultivation. However, there will be a price. However, she had already sensed that the price should not be low. Her body? No. With such a beautiful woman beside this senior, he certainly wouldn't be interested in her. In front of Deji, she felt completely inferior. The price is quite simple. For the next few months, I need you to be a good maid. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Overall, what you give up isn't that much, just a few months of time. Thank you, senior. I will definitely do my job well. Seeing this, Su Ying nodded in agreement, feeling extremely excited in her heart. Senior, may I ask you a question? Su Ying quickly asked. Ask. Lu Yu replied. Senior, you should know my father, right? What is your relationship with him? Su Ying asked curiously. She knew that she had suffered such severe injuries, on the brink of death, and could say that even a deity could hardly save her. If it weren't for their good relationship, she might not have received treatment. Moreover, after a day of conversation, she could tell that Lu Yu was actually helping her. You will know our relationship in due time. For now, just know that you are just a little maid in this courtyard, and do your job well, Lu Yu said with a smile, not directly stating it. In any case, she would naturally know later. I understand. Su Ying nodded in agreement. Chapter 120. Today, I bestow upon you the heavenly sword body. In the past few days, Su Kai had completely uprooted the bloodthirsty sect. From now on, there will be no bloodthirsty sect in this world. After returning, Su Kai went straight to the outside of Lu Yu's courtyard. After Lu Yu's explanation, Su Kai was completely at ease. Thank you, master. I believe she will learn her lesson this time. Su Kai expressed his gratitude to Lu Yu. All right, in a few months, you should be able to see her. By then, I will also need to send Qing Shui to the ancient vault of Fantian. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Understood. Su Kai replied. After that, he took a bath, changed into a new outfit, and restored his previous dignity. Days passed quickly. Unknowingly, a year had gone by. The sect master, Li Wanner, had successfully recovered her cultivation level, reaching the fusion realm. The powerful aura of her cultivation spread throughout the sect. Everyone felt this supreme power and became extremely excited. The sect leader of their Qianyun sect successfully broke through to the combined body stage, which also meant that the overall strength of their sect had reached a new level. On this day, Lu Yu was in the courtyard, sensing the fluctuations of power released by Li Wanner on the main peak, and he couldn't help but nod slightly. Time really does fly. He sighed. Senior, you called for me? Soon, Su Ying came to Lu Yu's side and said softly. For a moment, Su Ying felt a bit dazed. In recent days, she had almost become accustomed to her current life, and she hadn't even thought about continuing her cultivation. She was focused on doing her own tasks every day. Your sword bone has been removed, and in another way, it's still a good thing. Today, I will grant you the Dao Sky sword body. Lu Yu continued, with a gentle tap of his finger on Su Ying's forehead. He silently thought, grant the Dao Sky sword body to Su Ying. Command received. Dao Sky sword body activation successful. In the next moment, Su Ying felt an unprecedented surge of powerful energy. The meridians in her body rapidly recovered in an instant, allowing her to once again sense the long-lost spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, as the world changed dramatically, Su Ying's entire being floated into the air. She radiated an incredible light, and a shocking sword intent was released from her body. At that moment, Su Ying could clearly sense that her entire body was undergoing some powerful transformation. The sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, which constantly pressed against each other to form a massive vortex. Behind Su Ying, an immense sword light gathered, illuminating the entire world. The Dao Sky sword body was merging with Su Ying at an extraordinarily fast speed. Such a celestial phenomenon made everyone in the Qianyun sect look up. Watching the scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, what a terrifying celestial phenomenon. I didn't expect Qianyun sect to have another super genius awakened with a special bloodline. What a terrifying power. Elders, do you know what kind of physique this is? I don't know. This is simply unheard of. But no matter what, the emergence of an extraordinary genius in our Qianyun sect is a good thing. The crowd became even more excited. On the main peak, the Grand Elder of Qianyun sect nodded and sighed. This girl Su Ying has actually turned misfortune into good fortune. Although her sword bone was taken, she has now awakened the legendary Dao Sky sword body. Upon hearing this, the other elders around were extremely shocked. The Dao Sky sword body was something they had heard the Grand Elder mention before, and they naturally understood its extraordinary nature. By the way, how did this girl awaken the Dao Sky sword body? One elder curiously asked. Everyone, if I guess correctly. Her fortunate encounter should be related to that person from the alchemy peak. The Grand Elder continued. Indeed, having such an existence in our sect is a blessing for us. The elders all nodded in agreement. They were now even more certain that she was indeed the reincarnation of some powerful being from the immortal realm. The Grand Elder took a deep breath. We await orders. Once Li Wanner spoke, they naturally dared not disobey. Each quickly left. There were too many matters in the sect that needed the elders to handle. At this moment, Li Wanner slowly looked at Su Ying in the sky, feeling a mix of emotions. The Dao Sky Sword body is said to require one to possess it oneself. I didn't expect Su Ying to have such a fate, to gain such a supreme physique after her birth. She is truly lucky. Perhaps Su Ying should thank her father more. If Su Kai hadn't successfully taken Lu Yu as his master, Su Ying might not have had such a fortune. Wanner. A few breaths later, Lu Yu appeared next to Li Wanner, smiling. The next moment, he took Li Wanner's hand voluntarily. After a year of companionship, Lu Yu had completely won her over. Faced with Lu Yu's initiative, Li Wanner's face turned slightly red. It's just normal, Lu Yu chuckled. After all, she is the daughter of my disciple. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, this is also for the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, to add a true top genius. In the future, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect will still be in their hands. Then I must thank you well for the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Li Wanner nodded slightly. She knew very well that she couldn't be the leader of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect for her entire life. Sooner or later, she would have to choose the next leader of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Just saying it isn't enough. Immediately, Lu Yu lifted her up. This time, Li Wanner's face turned red, and her voice became soft and tender. It's just the right time. Lu Yu chuckled, and in an instant, they disappeared from their original spot. Chapter 121. Departure to the Ancient Bantu Vault. In the high sky of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, after about a stick of incense's time, the Dao Sky Sword body had perfectly merged with Su Ying. From this moment on, Su Ying would be a peerless genius possessing the Dao Sky Sword body, and would have the potential to ascend to immortality, as long as she didn't fall midway. It could even be confidently said that becoming an immortal was not a big problem. Chi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage. At this moment, Su Ying's cultivation level rapidly broke through, finally stopping at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Previously, she was only at the core formation stage. The fusion of the Dao Sky Sword body not only restored her cultivation level, but also elevated it to the nascent soul. As Su Ying slowly opened her eyes and felt the power within her body, she was somewhat at a loss. Everything felt as if it were a dream. In the sky, the celestial phenomenon dissipated. When Su Ying looked around, she realized that she was actually above Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Only then did she truly understand that she had been in Xianxiaaudiobooks sect for the past few months. Could it be that the senior is a powerful figure from Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? No, I know all the powerful figures in Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, right? Su Ying felt confused. Originally, she had been wondering how she would restore her cultivation level, but she never expected it to happen in such a way, granting her such an extraordinary supreme physique. Good, daughter, to obtain the Dao Sky Sword body is truly your great fortune. At this moment, Su Kai suddenly appeared, looking extremely happy as he gazed at Su Ying. Even Su Kai was very surprised. He hadn't expected his master to grant his daughter such a great fortune. It was indeed a bit overwhelming. Your master? Why have I never heard of this? Su Ying looked puzzled. You've been traveling outside these past few years and don't know what has happened in Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. The sect leader, my master, came to Xianxiaaudiobooks sect more than a year ago, and it was at that time that I took him as my master. From now on, you should call him Grandmaster. Su Kai briefly explained. All right, today you have restored your cultivation level. We should celebrate. Father, I want to personally thank the senior again, Su Ying quickly said. No need. My master has already gone to the main peak and has matters to attend to. Wait until he has time later. You can go then. Su Kai explained. You can't disturb my master. The last sentence was said with a heavier tone. Seeing this, Su Ying nodded slightly. Okay. She naturally would listen to her father's words. Meanwhile, in this world, other superpower strongest beings had already sensed the powerful celestial phenomenon of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. They were also very aware that another extraordinary genius was born in Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. This further instilled a sense of crisis in them. If this continued, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect will eventually surpass them, perhaps even becoming the #1 superpower in the world above them. After all, no one wants to be ridden upon. Several hours later, in an elegant room, Lu Yu lay on the bed with an incredibly satisfied expression. Li Wanner was lying on Lu Yu's chest, her face radiating happiness. The greatest opportunity in the Fengtian Ancient Vault is that Fengtian Divine Fire, but this fire is only rumored to exist. We don't know if it's real. Originally, I was worried about Xianxia going alone, but with you accompanying her, at least her safety can be guaranteed, Li Wanner said softly. Don't worry. I will definitely protect Xianxia, Lu Yu assured her. Moreover, there are other treasures in the Fengtian Ancient Vault. At that time, Lu Yu can also recharge to obtain a large number of points. Now, Lu Yu is only in the late stage of the Void Refinement Realm, and to reach the perfection of the Void Refinement Realm, he needs a full 10 billion points. I will hurry. Lu Yu smiled and said, so, for the remaining time, I will accompany you well. Soon, the two of them snuggled back under the covers. When seriously engaged in something, Time often passes very quickly. Before long, a new day arrived. In the morning, after Lu Yu completed his daily flash sale package purchase and checked in, he reluctantly got out of the warm bed. He moved lightly, not disturbing Li Wanner's rest. Today's flash sale package and check-in did not yield anything particularly good for Lu Yu. After getting dressed, Lu Yu felt incredibly refreshed. In no time, he walked outside the main hall. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in Lu Yu's sight. Mu Qingxue had already been waiting outside. Sensing Lu Yu's emergence, she slowly turned around and smiled at him, saying, "Good morning." "Good morning." Lu Yu strode over. "Why didn't you wait for me at the Saint's Peak?" Lu Yu asked again. Hearing this made Lu Yu extremely happy. "Without further ado, let us set off now." Lu Yu smiled, as Li Wanner had already shared a lot of information about the Fengtian Ancient Vault yesterday. Therefore, he had a detailed understanding of the news regarding the Fengtian Ancient Vault. "The journey is long. I have prepared a flying boat." Mu Qingxue nodded slightly and waved her hand, causing a beam of light to burst forth. An extraordinary flying boat appeared before Lu Yu. This flying boat looked quite impressive. It must be worth a lot. After both of them boarded the flying boat, Mu Qingxue waved her finger, and dozens of top-grade spirit stones burst out from her storage ring, becoming the power source for the flying boat. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly ascended and flew toward the distance. The speed of this flight was surprisingly fast. It was truly beyond expectations. On the flying boat. "This flying boat is pretty good," Lu Yu nodded slowly and exclaimed. "It even has dedicated rooms and a very large bed. One could almost say that this flying boat is a moving home. Everything one could need is there." Next, they could patiently wait on this flying boat, drinking tea and enjoying the scenery along the way. It almost felt like a romantic trip for the two of them. Of course, the journey is long. Relying solely on the two of us to fly over would naturally be faster, but it would also be more tiring. Mu Qingxue smiled and said, "Anyway, we are not in a hurry. I calculated it. At the speed of the flying boat, we can reach the Fengtian Ancient Vault in about a month at the fastest." Chapter 122, The Land of Silence. The flying boat flew quickly, and Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue saw many beautiful sights along the way. The entire process was a unique experience for them. In any case, no matter what kind of experience it is, as long as you can be with the person you like, that is the best. As the days passed, they arrived at the area where the Fengtian Ancient Vault is located several days earlier than expected. This entire area was barren, filled with endless death aura. It was completely a lifeless place. "We have arrived. This is the Land of Silence, one of the forbidden places in this world." On the flying boat, Mu Qingxue looked at the deathly land before her and slowly spoke. "This Land of Silence is notoriously one of the forbidden places, extremely dangerous within. The Fengtian Ancient Vault is located in this Land of Silence. It is said that this used to be a vibrant place full of life. But who knows what happened that turned it into such a place filled with death? It seems that all life here is consumed by that death aura." Soon, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue could feel the endless death aura rushing toward them. In just a few breaths, the dense death aura surrounded the entire flying boat. The spiritual energy of the spirit stones inside the flying boat was directly devoured by the death aura. Without sufficient spiritual energy, the flying boat naturally lost its power source and began to wobble. Seeing this, the two hovered in midair, and the death aura quickly engulfed them as well. Thanks to their sufficient cultivation level, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage entering this Land of Silence would likely have all their life force consumed by this death aura in just a few breaths. This Land of Silence is indeed extremely strange. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Previously, just hearing about it didn't feel like much. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he could truly understand the unusualness of this place. "This place looks vast. Qingxue, how can we quickly find the Fengtian Ancient Vault?" Lu Yu then inquired. At a glance, the Land of Silence appeared incredibly expansive. Moreover, it was clear that the deeper they went, the more terrifying the death aura would become. Therefore, finding the Fengtian Ancient Vault could only depend on luck. Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaimed, "I didn't expect the Fengtian Ancient Vault to be so magical. I hadn't heard this news before." I believe you." Mu Qingxue smiled slightly. Subsequently, the two did not waste any more time and began to fly quickly in the sky above the Land of Silence. Along the way, they continuously used their divine sense to probe everything around them, hoping to find the Fengtian Ancient Vault as soon as possible. As they explored quickly, time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, night fell. The Land of Silence at night appeared even more eerie and strange. The intense death aura seemed to turn the entire Land of Silence into a hellish place. As gusts of wind began to blow, eerie sounds akin to ghostly wails echoed through the air. If a timid person were here, they would have likely fainted from fear. "Qingxue, it's dark now. Let us find a safe place to rest first," Lu Yu said quickly. "Okay." Mu Qingxue nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Soon, under Lu Yu's guidance, They quickly found a flat and suitable spot. The two landed smoothly. As they touched down, even more terrifying death aura surged from beneath the ground, attempting to engulf Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue. In the next moment, Lu Yu threw out a special token. Upon hitting the ground, the token erupted with light, and a protective formation instantly activated, shielding Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue within. Instead, it was a reward obtained through the daily flash sale gift pack, a formation token that can only be used once. Getting through tonight is definitely not a problem. Immediately after, he took out a lamp. The light illuminated the surrounding darkness. Lu Yu waved his hand gently, and beams of light gathered. Tables and chairs quickly appeared in place, along with a large tent. Some modern tools, many of which Mu Qingxue had never seen before. She already knew that Lu Yu had many strange gadgets, such as a pot where rice could be placed, and it would automatically cook after waiting for a stick of incense's time, without needing to start a fire. What do you want to eat tonight? Lu Yu asked with a smile. As long as it's made by you, I like it. Mu Qingxue nodded in response. At this moment, even in such a dangerously forbidden place, why did it feel so relaxed and safe? They were even leisurely discussing what to eat here. All right, I'll prepare something for you, Lu Yu said with a soft laugh. He then purchased the finest noodles and various ingredients, as well as top-quality meat from the Universal supermarket without spending much of his points. Lu Yu quickly started cooking the noodles. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue sat there, resting her chin on her hands, her lively, beautiful eyes quietly watching Lu Yu's every move, occasionally smiling. She seemed to really enjoy this state. It was an unprecedented sense of happiness. After patiently waiting for about a stick of incense's time, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were served on the table. Just the aroma made Mu Qingxue feel her appetite surge, and she couldn't help but swallow. Give it a try? Lu Yu smiled. Okay. Mu Qingxue picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment she did, an expression of exquisite enjoyment appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lu Yu was naturally very happy. It should be known that Lu Yu had specifically purchased top chef-level skills at the Universal supermarket to improve his cooking. After all, anything could be bought in this Universal supermarket. After eating and drinking to their fill, Chapter 123, Death Creatures. Consumed 10 points. Today's flash sale gift pack purchased successfully. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Wind Control Pearl. Starting to sign in. Sign in successful. Received a box of goji berries. The next morning, as soon as Lu Yu woke up, he immediately entered to purchase the daily flash sale gift pack and sign in. Upon seeing these 2 rewards, especially the box of goji berries, Lu Yu suddenly felt speechless, thinking, what is going on, giving me a box of goji berries? Does it mean I need to supplement myself? Just kidding, I'm always strong. Lu Yu, what's wrong? Mu Qingxue opened her eyes and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Nothing. Lu Yu quickly waved his hand and smiled slightly. The two soon got up, dressed, and walked out of the large tent. At this moment, both of them could see that the formation protecting them had become somewhat weak and transparent. Just as Lu Yu had predicted, the entire formation indeed managed to safely protect them for the night. Crack. Not long after, suddenly the formation began to crack, with fissures appearing. These cracks were spreading rapidly. In just a short breath, the entire formation was covered in cracks. Bang! With a loud shattering sound, the formation completely collapsed. Countless terrifying death energies surged toward Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue like a tsunami, madly trying to engulf them. Facing such death energy, the two once again operated the spiritual power within their bodies, forming a spiritual barrier around them to block the death energy. The death energy here seemed to have become even stronger. Mu Qingxue slowly spoke. Boom. At that moment, a loud roar erupted not far away. Hearing this noise, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue instinctively looked over. It seems we're not the only ones who entered this desolate place, Lu Yu quickly said. Should we go take a look? Mu Qingxue suggested. Sure. Lu Yu had no objections and nodded in agreement. Whoosh! The two quickly flew out at high speed. In no time, they arrived at the hillside. At this moment, they could clearly see two old men working together, rapidly attacking the strange monsters continuously emerging from the ground. Both of these old men were at the peak of the transformation god realm. They likely entered this desolate place in search of opportunities to break through their bottlenecks. What exactly are these monsters? Despite being attacked by these two transformation god experts, they could not be killed at all. This was the first time Lu Yu had seen such strange monsters, and he found it very odd. They had clearly been smashed to pieces, but could recover in an extremely short time. These should all be death creatures, a special existence of this desolate place. They were born from death energy. As long as the death energy does not extinguish, they will not perish. Simply put, to completely eradicate them, one must dissipate all death energy in the desolate place. Mu Qingxue explained directly. It seems we were lucky. We didn't encounter these death creatures at all yesterday. Lu Yu nodded slowly. The number of these death creatures was simply too many. They appeared densely, almost surrounding the two transformation god cultivators in a 360-degree manner. If this continued, the spiritual power within these two transformation god cultivators would eventually be exhausted. Without spiritual power, they would likely be left with no way out. However, discovering these death creatures was actually a good thing. Mu Qingxue said seriously. How so? Lu Yu asked curiously. According to records, these death creatures often linger near the ancient Vientiane vault. Once someone approaches, they will devour and kill the intruders. So, to find the ancient Vientiane vault, one must undergo two tests. The first is to face the test of death energy, and the second is to face these death creatures. Mu Qingxue continued. In this way, on the second day, discovering these death creatures could be considered good luck. Now, it meant they were very close to the ancient Vientiane vault. It seems encountering these death creatures is a good thing. Lu Yu smiled slightly, but this was not a good thing for those two transformation god cultivators. Just at this moment, one of the transformation god cultivators noticed Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue and urgently shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please lend a hand. My brother and I will definitely reward you greatly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu remained indifferent. After all, it had nothing to do with him. These two chose to enter this desolate place on their own. No one forced them. Now that they faced such a crisis, they wanted Lu Yu to take the risk to save them? That's impossible. Mu Qingxue beside him also had no reaction. She was naturally not the type to be a do-gooder who would rush to save someone without understanding the situation. Damn it, big brother. It seems they don't want to save us at all. The other transformation god cultivator said solemnly. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to fight. We'll head towards their direction. I don't believe these death creatures want to attack them. Perhaps we'll have a chance to escape then. Big brother, that is a good idea. Let us do it. Soon, the two transformation god cultivators began to channel their spiritual power. Powerful moves burst forth one after another. The death creatures in front were directly annihilated, creating a path. They quickly rushed towards the location of Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue. It was a trap. They wanted to lure the death creatures over, undoubtedly treating us as scapegoats for their escape. Mu Qingxue's face turned grave, realizing how despicable they were. They were truly seeking their own demise. Lu Yu spoke lightly, extending his sword finger and calling out, "Sword, come." In an instant, the sky changed dramatically. Above the firmament, an incomparably brilliant sword light shone. A massive sword fell from the clouds. The power of this sword was terrifying. Its sword aura seemed to envelop the entire dead zone. It felt as if this place transformed into a realm of swords. At that moment, the two god transformation cultivators looked up at the terrifying giant sword. Their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, he is such a terrifying existence. Big brother, we're doomed. Despair filled their eyes. Before they could react, the sword tip had already descended, directly engulfing them and the death creatures. Boom. An earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the world. The ground trembled violently. After a while, everything gradually calmed down. As the dust settled, an enormous pit appeared in front of Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue, even larger than a city. This was enough to demonstrate how terrifying Lu Yu's sword strike was. In a short time, the massive pit created by that sword strike was quickly enveloped by death energy. Soon after, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue could clearly see countless death creatures gathering within the pit. These death creatures truly could not be killed. Lu Yu sighed, realizing the immense power of his previous sword strike. The death creatures, with blood-red light bursting from their eyes, had already targeted Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue as their new prey. Countless death creatures charged towards them once again. Here they come. Lu Yu waved his sword finger again, unleashing countless sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi collided with the death creatures, producing waves of roaring sounds. Under this sword chi, the death creatures could not withstand at all. However, just as they cleared the death creatures before them, a large number of death creatures appeared again in the blink of an eye. This is not good. These death creatures are endless in here. If this continues, it will undoubtedly waste our time, Lu Yu said quickly. The Vientiane ancient vault should be nearby. Qingxue, we need to move and find it as soon as possible. Lu Yu continued. Next, I will deal with these death creatures, and you just focus on searching. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the work easier. Got it. Mu Qingxue nodded quickly, understanding that this was the best method at the moment. Boom. In an instant, terrifying roars echoed continuously throughout the dead zone. Mu Qingxue flew ahead quickly, searching for the location of the Vientiane ancient vault. Lu Yu followed behind her, blocking the death creatures. Although these death creatures could not withstand Lu Yu's released power, they kept resurrecting. Fortunately, it did not take much time. Soon, Mu Qingxue's excited voice came from ahead. I found it, just ahead. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yu looked over and indeed saw a tall structure resembling a pyramid, radiating an unusual glow. It must be said, the Vientiane ancient vault was truly extraordinary. As they approached, a large number of death creatures appeared in front of the pyramid, forming an impenetrable black wall. In an instant, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue found themselves surrounded by death creatures from both sides, forming a pincer attack. I'll clear the way, Lu Yu said quickly, his spiritual power surging instantly. As Lu Yu's sword finger fell, a golden sword light exploded in the air, exuding immense power as if it could cleave the heavens apart. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Boom. The golden sword light descended, instantly splitting the wall of death creatures in two, forcefully opening a path. Go. Seeing this, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue seized the opportunity and accelerated out. Whoosh. The two smoothly passed through the death creatures, directly arriving above the pyramid. At this moment, when they turned around, the countless death creatures filled the sky, enveloping the entire world. However, these death creatures did not launch further attacks towards Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue. It seemed they could not approach. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. To be honest, this place is indeed a bit dangerous. Lu Yu slowly nodded, sighing. Qingxue, thanks to you for quickly finding this place. Otherwise, we would probably still be entangled with those death creatures. Looking down, on top of the pyramid, there was a high platform. On that platform sat a stone statue. The strange light they had seen earlier emanated from this statue. The two quickly descended to the top of the pyramid, arriving in front of the statue. Coming closer allowed them to feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from the statue. Qingxue, how can we enter the Vantian ancient vault? Lu Yu asked quickly. Boom. Just as Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue were about to further investigate how to open the entrance to the Vantian ancient vault, a booming sound suddenly came from outside. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue turned to look in unison. Amidst the death creatures, flashes of sword lights shimmered, shattering a large group of death creatures. Following that, a beam of light surged out from within. In just a few breaths, the light landed right in front of Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue. A middle-aged man appeared before Lu Yu's eyes. I am Rongcheng. Greetings to both fellow Taoists. The middle-aged man named Rongcheng directly cupped his hands towards Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue, being quite polite. Moreover, he was a perfect god transformation cultivator, seemingly just a step away from the refining void realm. Being able to find this place so quickly was thanks to both of you. After all, the previous commotion was immense. Rongcheng smiled lightly, mentioning that he had been in this dead zone for over a month, seeking the Vantian ancient vault. Unfortunately, after searching for so long, he had not found it. It was precisely because he saw Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue flying quickly and continuously dealing with those death creatures that he had followed them. He never expected to actually find the current location of the Vantian ancient vault. I suppose both of you are looking for a way to open the entrance to the Vantian ancient vault? Rongcheng continued with a smile. What? Fellow Taoist Rong, do you know how to open it? Mu Qingxue asked in response. Coincidentally, I do. Rongcheng explained directly. This Vantian ancient vault can only be entered by those with fate. The statue is the key. One must input their own spiritual power into the statue. If one is fated, they will be automatically transported into the Vantian ancient vault. Immediately, he approached the statue and input his spiritual power into it. Upon seeing this action, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue did not stop him. Instead, they wanted to verify whether what Rongcheng said was true. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the stone statue emitted a beam of light, and beneath Rongcheng's feet, a teleportation array appeared. Fellow Taoists, it seems I am the fated one here. So I will take the lead. Rongcheng smiled slightly as he spoke. As his voice fell, the light of the array enveloped him, and in the next moment, he directly vanished from the spot. It seems he wasn't lying. Lu Yu nodded slowly and said, this ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven actually has such restrictions. Some people might expend all their efforts to find this place, only to be unable to enter. How despairing that must be. Chapter 125, The Moving Maze. Qingxue, we shouldn't waste any more time. Let's try to see if we can enter this ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven. Lu Yu said again. Since they now knew how to enter, they naturally couldn't continue to waste time. All right. Mu Qingxue nodded slightly. The two approached the stone statue, and each input their own spiritual energy into it. Soon, the statue emitted light, and beneath their feet, a teleportation array appeared. Great. It seems we can also enter. After seeing this, Lu Yu felt a bit relieved. He was worried that he might not be able to enter. Whoosh. The light flashed, and the two instantly disappeared from their spot. As the light faded away, when Lu Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit passage. The entire passage was extremely dark, but fortunately, there were some special stones on the surrounding walls that emitted a faint glow, preventing the passage from being completely dark. Using his spiritual sense to probe around, Lu Yu quickly discovered that his spiritual sense could not penetrate these walls, and the range of his probing was quite limited. As expected, this ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven was not simple. It seems that everyone who enters this ancient treasure is teleported to different locations. He needed to quickly reunite with Qingxue. Lu Yu nodded slowly, already thinking about what to do next. World Supermarket. In the next moment, Lu Yu directly summoned the interface and searched for the map of the ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven. Indeed, there was one available. However, the price was somewhat steep, requiring 10 million points. He still decided to purchase it. With the map, Lu Yu would know how to proceed. This way, finding someone would be smoother. Consume 10,000,000 points. You have successfully purchased the map of the ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven. The light flickered, and immediately a map appeared in Lu Yu's hand. The map was still of a very high quality. He could see a small green dot on it. This small green dot represented Lu Yu. Through this small green dot, Lu Yu could clearly see his current location. The passages inside were extremely complex, just like a maze. Only by passing through this maze could he enter the real core area. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Now, finding someone would be somewhat troublesome. The map showed that the entire maze was very large. Even if he searched along one passage after another, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, Mu Qingxue would definitely not wait for him at the spot. Lu Yu nodded slowly and continued to look at the world's supermarket interface. After a few more minutes, he indeed found a magical item for locating people. Person Finder Compass. One-time use as long as they are within the same realm and alive, anyone can be found. Price, 5,000,000 points. He bought it. Lu Yu immediately decided. The sooner he reunited with Mu Qingxue, the more at ease he would be. If Mu Qingxue encountered dangers that he couldn't resolve, it would be troublesome. Lu Yu certainly didn't want Mu Qingxue to fall here. He had to protect his woman well. Consumed 5,000,000 points. Person Finder Compass successfully purchased. In an instant, a special compass appeared in front of Lu Yu. Person Finder Compass is in use. Please confirm the person you want to find. Mu Qingxue, the saintess of the Qingyun sect. Lu Yu confirmed. Confirmation complete. Searching for the person. Person found. Target location has been marked on the map. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Yu quickly looked at the map again. At this moment, he could clearly see a red dot appearing on the map. Moreover, this red dot was moving rapidly. Obviously, Mu Qingxue was also exploring quickly within this passage. However, the distance between them was very far. Furthermore, Mu Qingxue's rapid movement was even increasing the distance between them. At such a distance, if it weren't for the Person Finder Compass, it would indeed be very difficult to find someone. Lu Yu took a deep breath and sighed deeply. Next, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't waste any more time. According to the map, he quickened his pace towards the direction where Mu Qingxue was located. The passages were complex. Whenever he encountered a fork in the road, Lu Yu could make the correct choice using the map, ensuring he wouldn't get lost or lose his direction. Ding dong. Today's flash sale package has refreshed. Would you like to purchase it? Would you like to check in today? Unknowingly, the system's prompt sounded in Lu Yu's mind. This also made Lu Yu realize that a day had already passed outside. Purchase. Check in. Lu Yu silently thought. Consumed 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations. You have received 100 million points. Completed today's check-in. Congratulations. You have received quadruple points reward for your next recharge. Will be automatically used next time. In just a few seconds, after hearing these two rewards, Lu Yu was stunned. It was the first time he had drawn points from the daily flash sale package after so long. Moreover, it was a whopping 100 million. Additionally, today's check-in brought a huge surprise. The quadruple points reward meant that if Lu Yu recharged 1 billion next time, with the quadruple bonus, he would get 4 billion points. This would allow Lu Yu to obtain more points. Currently, what Lu Yu needed most was points. Therefore, today's check-in reward was extremely satisfying for him. He just hoped that this ancient treasure of the Brahma heaven wouldn't let him down. Lu Yu took a deep breath and didn't think too much anymore. He continued to advance. The priority was to reunite with Mu Qingxue. That was the most important thing. On the map, the red dot was still circling around. Clearly, Mu Qingxue was lost there. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but quicken his pace. Fortunately, there were no dangerous restrictions, mechanisms, or traps in the entire maze of this passage. Otherwise, it would have wasted a lot of time. After spending more than 2 hours, they were getting closer. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A severe tremor occurred, lasting for a full 10 seconds. When everything calmed down, Lu Yu looked at the map again and was dumbfounded. The distance between him and Mu Qingxue had become very far again. Damn, it flipped upside down. This is actually a moving maze. Lu Yu sighed deeply. Chapter 126, The Lava Tower. The maze should be moving and changing within a certain time frame. It seems that I must meet up with Qingxue before the next movement. Lu Yu said calmly. The map in his hand also changed along with the maze. Immediately, Lu Yu transformed into a beam of light, moving quickly through the passage. It took more than 4 hours before he successfully found Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, I finally found you, Lu Yu said with a slight smile. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Mu Qingxue immediately threw herself into his embrace. After a while, they reluctantly parted. She looked at Lu Yu and curiously asked, "This maze is intricate and moving. How did you find me? No matter where you are, I can find you." Lu Yu replied seriously. This statement made Mu Qingxue feel a deep sense of happiness and emotion. "All right, we need to hurry. Let's leave this maze first." Lu Yu took out the map again. This is the map of the ancient vault of Brahma. Mu Qingxue was quite surprised upon seeing it. What good luck to find it in an inconspicuous cave in a maze. Lu Yu briefly explained and told a kind-hearted lie. "Thanks to this map, I was able to find you quickly. Is this map accurate? You know, this maze can move." Mu Qingxue inquired. "This map is very magical when the maze rotates. The maze area on this map also changes." Lu Yu smiled. He couldn't tell her about the matters concerning the universal supermarket yet. He would confess later. Such a magical map exists. Mu Qingxue exclaimed, feeling a desire to see how this map changes for herself. "I spent several hours coming here, and I estimate that the maze will move again soon. Why don't we rest first? After the maze moves again, we can continue our journey. You can also see how the map changes." Seeing this, Lu Yu suggested, "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Mu Qingxue nodded in agreement. After patiently waiting, a loud rumble echoed. The maze moved again. In Mu Qingxue's eyes, the maze part of the map did indeed change. "This map is truly extraordinary." Mu Qingxue marveled. This was the first time she had seen such a map with her own eyes, and she had never heard of such a thing before. "All right, let us leave this maze now," Lu Yu said with a smile. Based on this map, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue quickly found the correct path to exit the maze. The two walked side by side and soon managed to leave the moving maze. Upon exiting, the scenery before them was astonishing. Extraordinary and special buildings, radiating an aura of pressure, stood tall. Unique stone statues were engraved with golden Sanskrit that emitted a golden glow, creating a truly spectacular sight. "It seems like this place is a sect," Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Rumor has it that the ancient vault of Brahma was left behind by a top-tier power." Mu Qingxue nodded slowly. "It seems to be true. We should still be cautious. It definitely won't be that simple here." She began to carefully examine everything around her. At a glance, Mu Qingxue's eyes glinted with a hint of golden light. The things that were originally invisible to her were now clear as day. Indeed, there were many extremely strong restrictions here. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. Many of the restrictions were things she had never seen before. She could sense that each restriction here was terrifying. "Lu Yu, follow me. Try to avoid these restrictions as much as possible," Mu Qingxue said again. "Okay," Lu Yu nodded. Next, Lu Yu closely followed Mu Qingxue as they continued forward, successfully avoiding one dangerous restriction after another. However, suddenly, a loud explosion echoed ahead. Shortly after, they could smell the scent of blood wafting toward them. Could it be that transformation cultivator named Rongcheng? Lu Yu speculated. With that map, we were able to enter so quickly. How did he manage to leave the moving maze before us? Perhaps it's not him. There might be other cultivators or some other existence here. Mu Qingxue softly replied. That makes sense. We need to be even more cautious. Lu Yu slowly nodded as they continued forward. Before long, a spirit beast appeared before them. At this moment, the spirit beast was pierced through its body by special black metal threads, suspended in midair. Blood was scattered all over the ground. I didn't expect that someone would use their spirit beast to trigger this restriction. How ruthless. Mu Qingxue said gravely. This spirit beast probably died, never knowing that its owner had abandoned it so cruelly. Let's keep moving, Lu Yu said calmly. Mu Qingxue nodded slightly. After bypassing this restriction, they soon came across a special tall tower. The entrance of this tower had been forcibly blown open. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of rumbling came from inside. Approaching the entrance and looking in, they saw that the end of the passage was filled with blazing fire. Naturally, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue walked inside. They quickly reached the end of the passage and discovered that there was a massive magma pool inside the tower. The magma was boiling vigorously. Boom. The rumbling sound echoed again, coming from beneath the magma. Suddenly, a huge figure surged up from below. A fire-toad beast charged out of the magma, rushing toward Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue quickly pointed her sword, and several flying swords imbued with extreme coldness materialized. Go, Mu Qingxue commanded. The cold flying swords swiftly shot out, piercing through the fire-toad beast and killing it instantly. I didn't expect it to be a fire-toad beast. This is a particularly special demon beast, and this one has already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. It seems there are treasures beneath the magma. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, continuous rumbling erupted from below the magma. It sounded like cultivators were still battling down there. And it didn't seem to be going well. Qingxue, wait here for me. I'll go down and investigate, Lu Yu directly said. Since his cultivation level was the highest, he had a better chance of handling it. Be careful, Mu Qingxue reminded him. Don't worry. Lu Yu smiled, and then jumped into the magma. A barrier of spiritual power surrounded him, completely isolating him from the terrifying magma. However, this also consumed a lot of his internal spiritual power. For Lu Yu, this was the first time he had been in magma. It was quite a unique experience. Chapter 127, Seed of the Heavenly Fire Tree. After entering the magma's depths, Lu Yu clearly saw a female cultivator fiercely battling those terrifying fire-toad beasts. Behind those fire-toad beasts, there was a lotus flower emitting an incredible flame glow. Within this fire lotus, there was an even more powerful energy. It seemed that there must be a great treasure inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many fire-toad beasts guarding this place. Boom. The entire battle was becoming increasingly intense. The female cultivator's strength was quite formidable. Facing so many fire-toad beasts, she was not at all at a disadvantage. However, every time the fire lotus erupted with a beam of light, numerous fire-toad beasts surged out from within that light. It seemed that obtaining the treasure within the fire lotus was not an easy task for this female cultivator. The temperature beneath the lava was terrifyingly extreme. If it weren't for their spiritual power protecting them, they would have been completely melted. Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to lend me a hand? I have been in this ancient vault of the celestial sky for quite a long time, and can tell you about another opportunity. The female cultivator's voice came. Sorry, I want the things inside the fire lotus too. Lu Yu decisively refused. I advise you, if you don't have the strength, don't force it. Since the other party had entered the ancient vault of the celestial sky long ago and still hadn't obtained anything from the fire lotus, it was clear that she had tried many times and still couldn't break through the endless fire-toad beasts. Faced with Lu Yu's refusal, the female cultivator's expression turned serious. She quickly rose, fully aware that this situation could not continue. Even if she managed to deal with all the fire-toad beasts, her spiritual power would likely be nearly depleted. At that point, she would be the mantis trying to catch the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Naturally, she wouldn't give Lu Yu that opportunity. Since you want this opportunity, I will give it to you. But do you have the strength to take it? The female cultivator snorted coldly. As she quickly ascended, the fire-toad beasts also rushed up after her. Just a few fire-toad beasts, Lu Yu said casually. He waved his sword finger. Boom. A terrifying sword energy condensed, and under this sword energy, the fire-toad beasts were completely exterminated. In that instant, the female cultivator's expression changed drastically. What terrifying sword might! His cultivation is actually above the transformation stage. She truly understood where Lu Yu's confidence came from. No wonder he looked down on her conditions. Senior, may I ask if you could let me have this opportunity? I am willing to pay any price, even to the point of offering myself to you. The female cultivator quickly spoke. Seeing Lu Yu's high cultivation realm, her tone became extremely respectful. You are too lacking. You don't even qualify to be my maid, Lu Yu said coldly. In an instant, the female cultivator felt furious but dared not show it. She believed her looks were quite beautiful. Countless male cultivators had pursued her, all of whom she had rejected. Now, she was willing to actively offer herself, yet was so decisively refused. Did she not look good? Since that's the case, Senior, I will take my leave. The female cultivator did not linger and quickly rushed upwards at her fastest speed. She was still quite afraid that Lu Yu would take action against her. If he did, she felt she wouldn't have any chance of survival. Quite a clever person. If she hadn't left just now, she wouldn't need to anymore, Lu Yu muttered. Puff. The female cultivator quickly burst out from the lava. As soon as she emerged, she saw Mu Qingxue. For a moment, she was somewhat stunned. She believed she was very beautiful, but upon seeing Mu Qingxue, even she felt somewhat inferior. It seemed this woman was the senior's person. No wonder she looked down on her, the female cultivator thought to herself. At this moment, Mu Qingxue looked at the newly appeared female cultivator with a serious expression and instantly condensed a spiritual sword around her, exuding an incredibly sharp sword aura. Fellow Taoist, I have no intention of competing with you for this opportunity. I will leave now, the female cultivator said hastily. Fine, Mu Qingxue replied calmly. Whoosh. Soon, the female cultivator quickly flew away. Beneath the lava, Lu Yu easily exterminated the continuously emerging fire-toad beasts and smoothly arrived in front of the fire lotus. With a gentle point of his finger, a strand of his spiritual power surged into the fire lotus. Immediately, the fire lotus began to slowly bloom. Soon, Lu Yu clearly saw that within the fire lotus was a special crimson crystal, shaped very peculiarly, looking like a special seed. When Lu Yu took this special seed into his hand, the fire lotus instantly withered. System, how many points can I get for charging this item? Lu Yu directly asked. Although he didn't know what this item was, it was definitely a treasure, and through the Wanjie supermarket, he could determine its value. Calculating. Heavenly Fire Tree Seed. Can be charged for 100 million points. So it really is a seed. The Heavenly Fire Tree sounds extraordinary. Being able to charge for 100 million points is truly surprising. Lu Yu sighed. He still had one chance to charge for quadruple points. This meant if he used this heavenly fire tree seed for charging, he could get 400 million points. However, Liu did not charge it. The point multiplier reward was only available once, so it had to be used wisely. Getting only 400 million points was still too little. Without thinking much more, Liu quickly rushed upwards. In no time, he burst out of the lava. Seeing Liu safely emerge, Mu Qingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. How was it? Was it smooth? Mu Qingxue quickly asked. Pretty smooth, and I even got this. Liu smiled slightly and opened his palm. The seed of the heavenly fire tree appeared directly above his hand. Seeing this seed, Mu Qingxue was taken aback. This is actually the seed of the heavenly fire tree. Qingxue, do you know this? Liu was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be so knowledgeable and recognize it as the seed of the heavenly fire tree at a glance. Yes, I saw it in ancient texts before. I didn't expect it to really exist. Mu Qingxue quickly nodded. The heavenly fire tree is a tree of fortune. If the Qingyun sect can cultivate it, the entire sect will increase its fortune, and the heavenly fire fruits formed from the heavenly fire tree are supreme treasures. It is even possible to grant one the heavenly fire body. Hearing Mu Qingxue's explanation, Liu gained more understanding of the heavenly fire tree. It seemed this heavenly fire tree was indeed a good thing. This time, we can be considered to have made a harvest. Liu smiled slightly. Then, he curiously asked, however, how should the seed of the heavenly fire tree be cultivated? Should it be planted in the ground? He thought the heavenly fire tree seed could be planted in the Qingyun sect. If the Qingyun sect had the heavenly fire tree, its fortune would increase even more. After all, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect was his woman. So, Liu would still consider the Qingyun sect. I'm not sure about that. The ancient texts didn't have relevant records, but master should know. Mu Qingxue shook her head and said softly. There should be no other opportunities besides this heavenly fire tree seed in this tower. Qingxue, let us leave first and check other places. The main purpose of coming to this ancient vault of the celestial sky was to find the celestial fire of the celestial sky. This was the key. As long as the celestial fire of the celestial sky truly existed here, Liu would definitely help Mu Qingxue obtain it. After putting away the heavenly fire tree seed, the two left the lava tower. After leaving this tower, Liu once again took out the purchased map. Qingxue, that Brahma divine fire is definitely the supreme existence. If it really exists, it could be in the center of this palace. So, let's first go to this palace and have a look. If it's not there, we will continue to explore all the buildings inside. After hearing Liu's words, Mu Qingxue directly nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Once the next direction was determined, Liu and Mu Qingxue naturally did not waste any time and quickly moved forward. Along the way, with Mu Qingxue's keen eyes, they easily avoided the dangerous restrictions and traps. Therefore, the entire process was very smooth for them. However, they also discovered that there were many other cultivators in the Brahma Ancient Vault. It seemed that they had been here for quite a long time. But the opportunities in the Brahma Ancient Vault were not so easily obtained. Otherwise, these cultivators would have already left after easily acquiring their fortunes, and there would be no reason to stay here any longer. After an unknown amount of time, Liu and Mu Qingxue quickly arrived in front of the palace. The entire palace looked extremely magnificent and exuded a powerful aura. Looking around, this palace appeared to be the only one that was truly supreme. The Brahma Hall. Above the closed palace door hung a plaque. The three large characters on it emanated a powerful pressure. Clearly, these three characters were personally written by a significant figure. Fellow Taoists, you must have just entered the Brahma Ancient Vault. Soon, a male cultivator flew over, being very polite. Indeed, Liu slowly nodded. Then I advise you not to waste time here. This palace requires a special key to open. The male cultivator chuckled lightly. Currently, there are not thousands, but over 100 cultivators inside here, all searching for the key, but no one has succeeded so far. So, it's better to look for other opportunities. Upon hearing this, Liu found it interesting. In this treacherous cultivation world, there was actually someone so kind to remind them. This seemed a bit off. Since you are so kindly reminding us, is there something else? Liu said calmly. It's not a big deal. I just want to trade with you. I have many treasures here and would like to exchange them for some pills. The male cultivator quickly spoke up. After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, one extraordinary treasure after another appeared, floating in front of Liu and Mu Qingxue, allowing them to see clearly. These treasures were all found in the Brahma Ancient Vault. But unfortunately, I can't use them, so I want to trade for some pills, the male cultivator continued. No need, we don't have many pills either. You should look for someone else. Liu waved his hand. He had just seen through the Myriad Realm supermarket that the value of these treasures was clear. Not a single item exceeded 1 million points. So, it could be concluded that although these treasures looked impressive, in reality, they were not particularly powerful treasures. Since you are unwilling to trade, then there's no need to force it. The male cultivator was not bothered. I am Lu Zhizhou. if you want to trade later. You can go to the Spirit Tower in the east. After saying this, he cupped his hands in salute to Lu Yu and quickly flew away. At the same time, Lu Yu sensed that there were other cultivators nearby, secretly watching them. It seemed that it was indeed not so smooth. The palace required a key to open. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. Without thinking, she knew that this key would not be so easy to find. No need to worry, Lu Yu said with a light smile. This actually gives us an opportunity. Otherwise, if the Brahma divine fire is indeed inside this palace, it might have already been taken by someone else. We can't let them have that chance now. Myriad Realm Supermarket. Brahma Hall Key. Price. 200 million points can be used to open the Brahma Hall in the Brahma Ancient Vault. Why look for the key ourselves? We can just buy it. However, it was a bit expensive, but it was all worth it. The only problem was that the Brahma Ancient Vault was indeed vast. How should they search for the key? Mu Qingxue looked around and couldn't help but sigh. For a moment, she didn't know what to do next. Qingxue, the key will be here soon. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Spent 500 million points. Brahma Hall key successfully purchased. As Lu Yu opened his palm, light gathered and the key appeared in his hand. Seeing the appearance of this key, Mu Qingxue was extremely shocked. How did you do that? Hee. Lu Yu smiled slightly. It's a secret. When the time is right, I'll tell you all about it. For now, we should enter this palace and see if the Brahma divine fire really exists inside. Mu Qingxue nodded, naturally not continuing to ask. She understood that everyone had their own secrets and there was no need to pry. Chapter 129. Please welcome Emperor Yi. Arriving at the entrance of the Brahma Hall, Lu Yu lightly waved his finger, and the key floated up, automatically inserting into the groove of the palace door, fitting perfectly. Boom. A roar echoed throughout the space. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were all stunned. My God, someone actually found the key to the Brahma Hall. Let's go. We need to share this opportunity. They didn't know who found the key, but they had been here for so long without success. I need to hurry. Even those old folks can't sit still. Perhaps the Brahma divine fire is inside. This is the biggest opportunity. No matter what, we have to give it a try and fight for it. Whether we can change our fate depends on this time. Before the door was even fully opened, dozens of cultivators had already arrived in front of the palace. Among them was the earlier male cultivator named Lu Zhizhong. At this moment, Lu Zhizhong looked at the key that Lu Yu had found, and his heart was filled with shock. One after another, more cultivators rushed over. In an instant, almost all the cultivators in the Brahma Ancient Vault had gathered. Each one of them appeared extremely excited. Everyone, everything inside this palace has nothing to do with you. Lu Yu turned to look at these cultivators and spoke. He had spent a whopping 500 million points. After paying so much, if these unrelated cultivators were allowed to enter the palace, he would suffer a huge loss. The key was bought by him. In Lu Yu's view, everything inside the palace should belong to him. Others should not think about sharing the spoils. Taoist friend, you probably can't stop us. One of the transformation god cultivators snorted coldly. With so many of us, if you dare to block us, we will have no choice but to join forces to eliminate you. Hee. The next moment, Lu Yu let out a cold laugh. And the pressure of his late-stage void refinement realm cultivation burst forth. Boom. In an instant, these transformation god cultivators each felt a terrifying power. Under this power, they felt like insignificant ants. Damn it, he is actually a void refinement realm expert. Could it be that the opportunities in the Brahma Hall are truly unrelated to us? The expressions of these transformation stage cultivators turned extremely serious. They had waited far too long for this day. Now, someone had finally found the key to open the Brahma temple, yet they had no way to enter. The gap in their realms created a divide between heaven and earth. Even if these transformation stage cultivators joined forces, they would not be a match for the void refinement realm experts. Whoosh. At that moment, several beams of light shot towards them. Then, 3 more cultivators appeared, all at the void refinement realm, one of whom had even reached the late stage of void refinement. On par with Lu Yu. Fellow Taoist, may we 3 void refinement cultivators enter? One of them spoke directly, his tone laced with a hint of threat. If Lu Yu refused, they believed that the 3 of them together would surely be able to defeat him. Still, Lu Yu decisively rejected them. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Was he crazy? Alone, facing 3 void refinement realm experts, he was undoubtedly walking to his death, truly seeking his own demise. If he died, it would give them a chance. In an instant, the transformation stage cultivators were filled with immense anticipation, hoping that the 3 void refinement cultivators could join forces to eliminate Lu Yu. Interesting, truly interesting. Fellow Taoist, do you really want to face the 3 of us at the void refinement realm? The late-stage void refinement expert said, why not let us in? The opportunities and fortunes inside can be claimed based on our abilities. Do they think that numbers alone give them an advantage? Heh, Lu Yu sneered. Do you really think I have no one on my side? Given the current situation, it was obviously impossible to let these cultivators leave and abandon the opportunities inside the Brahma temple. The only option left was to kill them. System, summon a powerful being. Lu Yu silently thought. He had saved up several chances to summon a powerful being without using any before. It was time to give it a try. He wondered what kind of powerful being he could summon. This thought made him a bit excited. Successfully used a powerful being summoning opportunity, starting random summoning. Haha. What a huge joke. You only have 2 people. How can you stand against us? Another void refinement cultivator laughed disdainfully. Clearly, he was utterly foolish. Not even realizing the current situation. Exactly. The other transformation stage cultivators echoed in agreement. Lu Yu, under such circumstances, why not let them in? Mu Qingxua transmitted. After all, there were 3 void refinement realm experts on the other side. Qingxua, it's fine, trust me. Lu Yu held her hand, smiling confidently. Just a simple exchange made Mu Qingxua nod directly. All right. Summoning successful. Summoned powerful being, Emperor Yi. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in Lu Yu's mind. Upon hearing it, Lu Yu was instantly shocked. He actually managed to summon Emperor Yi. Please, Emperor Yi, make your entrance. Lu Yu spoke. Boom. An incredibly powerful absolute force instantly filled the entire space. The cultivators before Lu Yu were all pinned to the ground by this force. Unable to move even a bit, their faces turned pale and they began to suffer. Their bodies seemed like they were about to explode. Even the 3 void refinement realm cultivators were firmly suppressed, going from being incredibly arrogant to appearing like ants. Fear flooded their eyes. How is this possible? This power is far beyond ordinary strength. The late-stage void refinement cultivator began to feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Under this force, they, as dignified void refinement cultivators, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. How could this be? He actually has such a terrifying protector. Each cultivator was filled with despair, realizing they shouldn't have lingered here or entertained any thoughts about the Brahma temple. Watching this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but smirk, thinking, summoning Emperor Yi was truly overkill. Chapter 130. Successfully advancing to the Xianxian celestial body. A 7-colored spatial rift appeared. Emperor Yi stepped out from within. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. This was not a cultivator. He seemed like an immortal descending from the heavens, and the fear in their hearts reached its peak. I didn't expect to be pulled into this mundane world, Emperor Yi said calmly, then looked directly at Lu Yu. Summoner, speak. What do you want this emperor to do for you? Please, Emperor Yi, first eliminate them. Lu Yu replied directly. Upon hearing this, those cultivators began to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. We'll leave right now. I'm willing to offer all my treasures. However, in just the blink of an eye, a wave of absolute power engulfed them instantly. In the eyes of Lu Yu and Mu Qingxua, those cultivators turned to dust, as if they had been forcibly erased from this world. What terrifying power! Is he an immortal? Mu Qingxua marveled inwardly, even more shocked that Lu Yu could summon such a formidable being. Whoosh! In an instant, Emperor Yi appeared before Lu Yu, allowing Lu Yu to truly sense what real power felt like. With his current cultivation level, he was utterly insufficient. Truly interesting. Emperor Yi looked at Lu Yu and said lightly, by the way, since you're already here, help me check if the Brahma divine fire exists inside this Brahma temple. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Is this the fire you speak of? Emperor Yi simply pointed at the Brahma fire, and an extraordinary flame surged out. This fire was indeed the Brahma divine fire, exuding an aura of supreme divine power. Within the flames were special Sanskrit characters, each seemingly containing a unique principle of the great Tao. This is the fire. Lu Yu nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Emperor Yi. This fire is indeed extraordinary. This girl is a Xianxian spiritual body. With this fire, she can advance to the Xianxian celestial body. Emperor Yi continued, very well. This emperor will do good to the end. As his voice fell, he pointed directly at Mu Qingxua. The Brahma divine fire surged into her body. As the divine fire entered her body, Mu Qingxua felt an overwhelming surge of energy. It felt as if her entire being was about to be incinerated. Lu Yu could clearly see the Brahma divine fire beginning to merge with Mu Qingxua, her body undergoing a qualitative leap and enhancement. Next, Emperor Yi waved his finger again. A peculiar blue lotus materialized beneath Mu Qingxua's feet, helping the fusion between her and the Brahma divine fire accelerate even further. Time is running out. This emperor can only help you with this. I hope you quickly become an immortal, and we can have a good gathering then. Emperor Yi said softly. Thank you. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude once more. It's nothing. We are both from the same planet. Emperor Yi waved his hand. 3 minutes quickly passed. Emperor Yi transformed into a beam of immortal light and vanished. At that moment, Lu Yu was still somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Emperor Yi could see through his identity as a transmigrator. Moreover, this Emperor Yi actually came from the same planet as him. That blue planet. Perhaps, after becoming an immortal in the future. Lu Yu patiently waited at this spot, protecting Mu Qingxua. As time passed little by little, Lu Yu bought the daily flash sale package 30 times and checked in 30 times. A month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yu looked at Mu Qingxue once again. Now, she had almost completely merged with the Brahma divine fire. If it weren't for the help of Yi Tiandi, it would have taken Mu Qingxue even more time to merge with the Brahma divine fire. It shouldn't be long before Qingxue achieves complete success. Lu Yu took a deep breath and smiled slightly. Sure enough, a few days later, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Mu Qingxue. Her cultivation level rapidly broke through, directly reaching the peak of the transformation stage. The blood within her transformed into celestial blood at that moment, achieving celestial bones. From now on, Mu Qingxue's Xiantian spiritual body had completely advanced to the Xiantian celestial body. Her entire aura had undergone a remarkable sublimation. At this moment, Mu Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, feeling the changes within herself, and was extremely excited. Great, I've succeeded. Congratulations, you are now a Xiantian celestial body. Lu Yu congratulated. I owe this success to you, Mu Qingxue said, deeply moved. She knew very well that if she had been alone this time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly and successfully. You took about a month to merge with the Brahma divine fire. Next, let's enter the Brahma palace and see if there are other good things. Lu Yu continued. During these days, he had been guarding Mu Qingxue and hadn't left for a moment. Therefore, they hadn't explored the Brahma palace yet. Now that Mu Qingxue's purpose here had been achieved, it was naturally time for Lu Yu to perform. He was eager to see if he could obtain enough points within the Brahma palace. Okay, Mu Qingxue nodded in agreement. Then, the two entered the Brahma palace side by side. The entire palace was resplendent and brightly lit. In the air of the great hall hung exquisite scrolls. These scrolls contained a wealth of information. It turned out that this ancient Brahma treasury was left by a force called the Brahma sect. At that time, the Brahma sect was revered as the #1 sect in the world, admired by countless people. It was a sacred place for cultivation that all cultivators dreamed of. The Brahma divine fire was the sect's most treasured possession. One of the scrolls even recorded the origins of the Brahma divine fire, brought to this world by an immortal, who personally established the Brahma sect to ensure its continuous inheritance. After looking at these scrolls, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, what a pity. The Brahma sect was once such a powerful existence, yet it ultimately faced destruction. Indeed, no force can last forever. Yes, Mu Qingxue also took a deep breath, and what she saw and heard was truly astonishing. Boom! Before Lu Yu and the others could continue exploring, suddenly, a loud rumble echoed. In the great hall, cracks in space rapidly appeared. In just a few breaths, stone tablets flew out from those space cracks, floating in the air of the hall. These should be the inheritances of the Brahma sect, Lu Yu said with a smile. Indeed, every inheritance stone tablet in your eyes records the supreme inheritance of my Brahma sect. A strange voice suddenly echoed in the hall. In an instant, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue entered a state of readiness for battle. Don't be nervous. I'm just a remnant soul now and pose no threat to you. Soon, a beam of light coalesced, and an old man with white hair appeared from the light. The old man looked closely at Mu Qingxue, a look of satisfaction on his face. After waiting for so long, he finally saw the Brahma divine fire find a new master. Senior, are you from the Brahma sect? Mu Qingxue asked softly. Yes, I am the last sect master of the Brahma sect. The white-haired old man nodded. Girl, now that you have mastered the Brahma divine fire, you are the new sect master of my Brahma sect. Senior, I have already joined another sect and cannot take on the role of sect master of the Brahma sect. Mu Qingxue said politely, cupping her hands. Becoming the sect master of the Brahma sect meant taking on the responsibility of reviving it. She was not interested in managing the sect. She only wanted to focus on cultivating and eventually ascending to immortality. No worries, from now on. Everything here will belong to you. The white-haired old man smiled. I just need you to carry on this inheritance. As long as the inheritance continues, my Brahma sect will endure forever. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand. Before Mu Qingxue, a beam of light coalesced. Within this light, a miniature golden pyramid appeared, covered in extraordinary Sanskrit, radiating golden light. This tower is called the Brahma Tower, and it is the supreme treasure of my Brahma sect. It contains space, and after you leave, you can store everything here within it. Today, I gift it to you. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue thanked him. Thank you, senior. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Now that I see there are successors, I can rest easy. Ha. The old man laughed heartily. His entire soul began to turn transparent. As his laughter faded, the white-haired old man also vanished. Lu Yu, these inheritances are of no use to me. See if there's anything you can use, Mu Qingxue said to Lu Yu directly. Qingxue, can you give me the entire Brahma ancient treasury? Lu Yu requested. Now, Mu Qingxue was the owner of the entire Brahma ancient treasury. If she could give it to him, Lu Yu could use the entire Brahma ancient treasury for points recharge. Of course. Mu Qingxue nodded without hesitation. Immediately, she handed the Brahma Tower directly to Lu Yu. Then I won't be polite, Lu Yu said happily. After obtaining the Brahma Tower, Lu Yu continued, in that case, let's leave here first. After we go out, we'll store the entire Brahma ancient treasury into the Brahma Tower. Mu Qingxue nodded again. After some exploration, Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue quickly left the Brahma ancient treasury. Once outside, Lu Yu took out the Brahma Tower and stored the entire Brahma ancient treasury within it. Phew, this time was truly a big harvest, Lu Yu said with joy. In his heart, he silently thought, system, recharge the entire Brahma Tower and the Brahma ancient treasury. Calculating value. Calculation complete. This recharge grants 10 billion points. Starting recharge. In just a short moment, the Brahma Tower in Lu Yu's hand transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. A recharge of 2x points automatically used successfully. This recharge grants 40 billion points. Your balance has increased by 40 billion points. Current balance, 43, 105, 200, 000 points. 40 billion. 40 billion. Lu Yu became incredibly excited and happy. It seemed that accompanying Mu Qingxue to this Brahma ancient treasury was truly not in vain. What's wrong? You look very happy, Mu Qingxue asked with a smile. That's naturally a great thing. Clearing the snow. I have to thank you for giving me this ancient treasure from Brahma. In the next moment, Lu Yu directly picked up Mu Qingxue and quickly kissed her. Facing Lu Yu's sudden kiss, Mu Qingxue's face turned slightly red again. I'm glad I could help you, Mu Qingxue said softly. Let's go. We should leave this desolate place first. Lu Yu continued to hold Mu Qingxue and flew out quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Lu Yu took Mu Qingxue out of this desolate place and arrived at a forest. It was already nighttime. They quickly found a safe spot and began to set up camp. Once the formation was arranged, Lu Yu clapped his hands and smiled slightly. All done. After entering the tent, Lu Yu saw Mu Qingxue blushing and waiting for him on the big bed. Qingxue, I'm here. Lu Yu was already a bit impatient. An hour later, Lu Yu was very satisfied, while Mu Qingxue lay in Lu Yu's arms and quickly fell asleep. What a heavenly life. Lu Yu felt an immense sense of emotion in his heart. Alright, next, let's focus on improving my cultivation level. System, I want to purchase cultivation levels. Late stage of the Refining Void Realm. Perfected Refining Void Realm. Price, 10,000,000,000 points. Spent 10 billion points. Cultivation level purchase successful. Congratulations. Your cultivation level has reached Perfected Refining Void Realm. The cultivation level increased almost in an instant, bringing Lu Yu an extremely pleasant feeling. Power continuously surged forth. Perfected Refining Void Realm to initial stage of the Combined Body Realm. Price, 30,000,000,000 points. Spent 30 billion points. Cultivation level purchase successful. Congratulations. Your cultivation level has reached initial stage of the Combined Body Realm. Friendly reminder, your points balance is insufficient to continue purchasing cultivation levels. Current balance, 3, 105, 200, 000. Breaking through to the next level. The hard-earned 40 billion points were used up just like that. These points were completely insufficient. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought, no matter what, I am now a powerful practitioner at the Combined Body Realm. It's lucky to have obtained 40 billion today. So let's do a 10 consecutive draws. The interface for the 10,000 Realms roulette popped up. Spend 1 million points. The 10,000 Realms roulette starts spinning. Stop. After spinning for a while, Lu Yu silently thought. The 10,000 Realms roulette quickly came to a halt, and a series of prompt sounds rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained 300 postures of sitting love, can increase happiness between partners. Congratulations, you have obtained a random summoning opportunity for a powerful being. Congratulations, you have obtained Evil Slaying Sword Manual. Congratulations, you have obtained Sunflower Manual. Congratulations, you have obtained a jar of Millennium Fine Wine. The rewards from the 10 consecutive draws appeared one by one. After Lu Yu looked through them in detail, he was quite satisfied. However, the Evil Slaying Sword Manual and Sunflower Manual were somewhat unnecessary. Chapter 132. The seed of the heavenly fire tree successfully germinates. Next, Lu Yu continued to try a few more 10 consecutive draws, and overall, the harvest was pretty good. At least he didn't waste those millions of points. Then, days passed by. Lu Yu and Mu Qingxue traveled together. Don't worry, just focus on your cultivation. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, stroking her soft long hair. Mu Qingxue quickly entered a cultivation room and began to close herself off. Lu Yu also flew out from Saintus Peak with a whoosh. In no time, he arrived at the main peak of Qingyan. Just as he landed, Lu Yu saw Li Waner, who seemed to have been waiting outside for him early on. She knew that Lu Yu would definitely come to find her. As Lu Yu approached, Li Wan'er took the initiative to throw herself into Lu Yu's arms. But she somewhat overestimated herself. Just one day after Lu Yu left, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Time passed quickly. Night came. Lu Yu and Li Wan'er indulged for over an hour. After they finished, Lu Yu thought of something and directly took out the seed of the heavenly fire tree. This is the seed of the heavenly fire tree. Li Wan'er recognized it at a glance. Yes, I obtained it from that ancient treasure of Brahma. Xianxia said you should know how to cultivate this seed so that it can truly germinate and take root. Lu Yu nodded and quickly said, I think that if Qingyun's sect can have this heavenly fire tree, it will gain more fortune. His words deeply touched Li Wan'er. She didn't expect Lu Yu to care so much for Qingyun's sect. The heavenly fire tree is a tree of fortune. To let it germinate and grow, it must be in a place rich in spiritual energy. The energy at Qingyun's sect is indeed abundant, making it a good place. Li Wan'er lay in Lu Yu's arms and softly spoke. However, this seed needs a lot of life energy to be fully stimulated. Life energy? That's simple. I have an eternal body, and life energy flows endlessly. Lu Yu said happily, let's give it a try when the sun rises. Lu Yu put the seed of the heavenly fire tree away again. Looking at the charming Li Wan'er in his arms, Lu Yu couldn't help himself. Spent 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale gift pack. Opening now. Opening completed. Congratulations, you have obtained 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. After consumption, it can transform the body, cleanse the marrow and veins, and increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Today's sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an ordinary spirit sword. The next day at noon, Lu Yu slowly woke up. The first thing he did was purchase today's flash sale gift pack and sign in. Not bad. Today was good. A 9 Revolutions Golden Pill is an extremely rare and precious elixir. Li was very satisfied. Next, Lu Yu and Li Wan'er quickly got out of bed, dressed, and went outside. Qingyun's sect has the most abundant spiritual energy at this main peak. So let's plant the seed of the heavenly fire tree in this yard. Li Yu said directly. Okay, you decide. Li Wan'er had no objections and nodded in agreement. Soon, Lu Yu waved his hand, and the seed of the heavenly fire tree was directly materialized. Next, he began to input his own life energy into the seed. Lu Yu pointed with his finger, and countless life energies surged madly into the seed. In just a few breaths, hundreds of years of lifespan were consumed. Thankfully, Lu Yu possessed eternal lifespan. After a while, the seed of the heavenly fire tree erupted with a strange glow. Then, in the eyes of both of them, they could clearly feel the seed starting to germinate and take root. Once it landed, its roots deeply embedded into the soil, and at the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed by it. Wow, it absorbed so much of my life energy. It should have gained at least a few thousand years of lifespan just to germinate. Indeed, the seed of the heavenly fire tree is not something just anyone can cultivate. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself. However, there are actually other methods. It is possible to forcibly use the life of others to make this seed of the heavenly fire tree germinate. It is likely that those powerful top forces in the past also used such methods. After all, there are probably very few people like Lu Yu who possess eternal life. Now that this seed has successfully germinated, it will take a long time for it to fully grow into a true heavenly fire tree. Li Wan'er slowly spoke. It's no problem. Anyway, it has already sprouted, and it will eventually grow completely one day. Lu Yu waved his hand and chuckled softly. That's true. Li Wan'er nodded. All right. The sect still has matters to handle, so I won't accompany you for now. As the sect leader, Li Wan'er did not forget her responsibilities. Okay, Lu Yu replied. Li Wan'er transformed into a beam of light and quickly entered the main hall of the sect. Lu Yu also flew directly outwards, heading towards the Alchemy Peak. After all, a beautiful fox was waiting for him there. At Alchemy Peak, Lu Yu landed steadily. As soon as Su Kai sensed Lu Yu's aura, he rushed out immediately. Greetings, master. After a long time apart, Su Kai could sense that his master's cultivation aura had become even more terrifying. Not bad. From the looks of you, your alchemy skills have improved quite a bit recently. Lu Yu nodded slowly and praised him. Then, he lightly pointed his finger, and a scroll materialized. Hovering in front of Su Kai, this is a profound alchemy method. Practice it well. Thank you, master. Su Kai exclaimed excitedly. How is your daughter doing now? Lu Yu continued to ask. His daughter, Su Ying, had obtained the heavenly sword body. Her cultivation speed is astonishing. It won't be long before she might even surpass me. Su Kai said happily, as his daughter was now considered one of the top cultivation prodigies. That's great. It seems that the Qingyun sect will have a successor in the future. Lu Yu nodded slightly. After chatting with Su Kai for a while, Lu Yu parted ways with him. Just as he pushed the door and walked in, a graceful figure suddenly pounced towards him. Daji's alluring cherry lips pouted, looking extremely pitiful. After a long absence, Lu Yu felt that Daji's charm seemed to have intensified, making it somewhat hard to resist. Master, you must accompany me well from now on, Daji said with a serious expression. All right. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Days passed by. Unknowingly, more than half a year had gone by. Through the daily flash sale gifts and sign-ins, Lu Yu had obtained a large number of good items, including several new cultivation prodigies for the Qinyan sect. A new day arrived. In the morning, today's flash sale gift purchase successful, opening now. Opening complete, obtained, a pair of white silk. Signing in progress. Sign-in complete. Congratulations. Directly advance to the perfect stage of the Void Refinement Realm once, can be used on others. Seeing the sign-in reward, Lu Yu was instantly astonished. It was hard to imagine that he could receive such a reward. Unfortunately, he had already surpassed the Void Refinement Realm. Li Waner was a combined body cultivator. Mu Qingxue, with her profound sky immortal body, could easily achieve the Void Refinement Realm. Daji, beside him, was a nine-tailed celestial fox, with such a supreme bloodline. She could break through realms through her own cultivation. Therefore, this direct advancement to the Void Refinement Realm reward could be used on his cheap old father. Lu Yu thought to himself, after all, his father's cultivation talent was quite ordinary, without any extraordinary opportunities. He might not be able to continue improving his cultivation throughout his life. Master, good morning. Daji beside him quickly woke up. Good morning, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Daji was becoming increasingly charming, with a mature allure. At that moment, Daji became very happy and excited. That's great. When are we setting off? Daji agreed enthusiastically. Following this, Li Waner even took the initiative to kiss Lu Yu. If she didn't kiss him, it might take a long time before she could do so again. Naturally, she didn't want to miss out. Unfortunately, Mu Qingxue was still in seclusion. Higher-level cultivators often spent a long time in seclusion, ranging from a few years to several decades, or even hundreds of years. After leaving Qinyan sect, Lu Yu and Daji flew towards the direction of Qingshan City. Along the way, they were not in a hurry. The whole process was quite pleasant. However, due to Daji's extreme beauty and charm, it was almost impossible for any man to resist her, leading to many lustful pursuers. Naturally, it was unavoidable to take action. Once they did, it was clear that the other party was doomed. Originally, they thought that Daji wearing a veil would hide her beauty. But little did they know that Lu Yu was being too naive. Wearing the veil only fueled people's imaginations even more. On one particular day, while Lu Yu and Daji were flying over a mountain, Daji suddenly became excited. Master, I seem to smell the fragrance of the 7 xiaoyan. This is a top-grade spirit herb that can be used for cultivation by our demon clan. If they could obtain the 7 xiaoyan, her cultivation level would surely rise. Let's go take a look, Lu Yu said directly. Daji nodded eagerly. Whoosh. The two couldn't help but quicken their speed, quickly landing deep within the mountain. They looked at the stone wall covered in vines. Lu Yu waved his sword finger, and a flame of spiritual power surged forth, quickly consuming the vines. In just a few breaths' time, they were completely burned away. Upon looking again, they could clearly see an ancient cave appearing before them. The cave's entrance was tightly shut and protected by a formation. However, it seemed that it had not been discovered for a long time. I didn't expect there to be such an ancient cave here. What a surprising find. It's fortunate that the formation has been damaged, allowing the fragrance of the 7 xiaoyan to seep out from that gap. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find this place. Lu Yu nodded slowly, feeling a bit emotional. As Lu Yu continued to lightly point his finger, boom. The protective formation outside the cave immediately collapsed completely. Bang! Another loud noise echoed as the stone door of the cave was forcibly blasted open. At that moment, Lu Yu could even smell the medicinal fragrance emitted by the 7 xiaoyan. The 7 xiaoyan required 1 million points in the 10,000 Realms supermarket, which showed its extraordinary value. Entering the cave, they walked through and quickly reached the core area of the cave. There were no traps or mechanisms inside. It seemed that a powerful being had lived here before. They could still see many bookshelves, chairs, and the like. In the center, there was a pool filled with rich spiritual liquid. In this liquid, a lotus flower with 7 colors was growing. This must be a 7 xiaoyan that is at least 1,000 years old, Daji exclaimed, knowing that such 1,000-year 7 xiaoyan was very rare. To their surprise, they encountered it this time. I must say, luck is still quite good. Since we've found it, you should refine this 7 xiaoyan first. I'll protect you here, Lu Yu said directly, as there was plenty of time, so there was no rush. All right, I'll refine it as quickly as possible. So you won't have to wait long, Master. Daji nodded quickly, her expression serious. Subsequently, Daji immediately entered the state of refining the 7 clouds lotus. At this moment, Lu Yu also sensed that other cultivators were rushing over, and he thought to himself, it seems that I can't avoid a confrontation. The commotion just now was indeed quite loud and must have attracted other cultivators in this mountain range. Chapter 134, Returning to Qingshan City. When Lu Yu arrived outside the cave entrance, within moments, dozens of cultivators appeared before him. Most of these cultivators were Foundation establishment practitioners, with only 2 being core formation cultivators. In Lu Yu's eyes, these cultivators seemed like ants. Everyone, please leave. My Dao companion is inside in closed-door cultivation, and I kindly ask you not to disturb her, Lu Yu said to the cultivators politely. What does that have to do with us? A Foundation establishment cultivator snorted. There are definitely good things in this cave. That's right. I've searched this mountain for a long time and didn't discover this cave. There must be treasures inside, and we won't allow you to monopolize them. Several other cultivators echoed. As expected, seeing their attitude, Lu Yu shook his head and sighed inwardly. He had already guessed it would be like this from the beginning. After all, he was hiding his cultivation aura. So these cultivators naturally wouldn't think he was a powerful existence. Plus, Lu Yu was so young. I'll give you one more chance. If anyone dares to come any closer, you'll only have death waiting for you. Lu Yu said calmly, if you don't leave within 3 breaths, you will all die. What a joke, a huge joke. I want to see what you can do. Just then, one cultivator, disbelieving, stepped forward. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying sword energy surged forth, instantly engulfing this cultivator and decisively killing him. At that moment, the faces of the other cultivators changed drastically, showing fear. They quickly turned and fled, not daring to linger at all. Now you know fear. Watching these cultivators flee in panic, Lu Yu sneered. It's just that I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to escape. In a short time, the figures of those cultivators disappeared without a trace. After waiting for 2 days, a powerful energy fluctuation came from within the cave. Lu Yu could sense that Daji had successfully broken through her cultivation level at this moment. Great. Lu Yu laughed. Soon, Daji walked out from inside. In an instant, Lu Yu could feel that Daji's power had increased significantly. Master, I did it, Daji said as she appeared, immediately hugging Lu Yu's arm with a charming smile. The softness from her arm made Lu Yu feel indescribably wonderful. This feeling never got old. Since we've succeeded, let's continue onward, Lu Yu nodded. They flew quickly for over a month. Looking at the small city before him, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion. It was still the same as before, without much change. Is this the place where Master used to live? Daji looked around seriously, still somewhat incredulous. This small human city actually gave birth to such an extraordinary existence as Lu Yu. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The street ahead became noisy immediately. I, Lu Long, am the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Lu family. How dare you disrespect a member of the Lu family? Are you seeking death? As Lu Yu walked over, he immediately heard an overbearing voice. The others around couldn't help but whisper to each other. Oh, that vendor is unlucky to encounter a member of the Lu family. Who doesn't know that the Lu family is currently the dominant force in Qingshan City? Anyone who provokes the Lu family will have no good end. Now, the Lu family is too barbaric. That sword is worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet the other party wants to dismiss it with just 1 low-grade spirit stone. Who would agree to that? Not willing. What's the use? The other party is the Lu family. Unexpectedly, Lu Long did not receive punishment and acted as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the young man named Lu Long spoke arrogantly again. This sword being noticed by me, Lu Long, is your blessing. He casually waved his hand, tossing a low-grade spirit stone directly to the ground. No way, this sword is worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. My older brother obtained it at the cost of his life, and he has a family to support. The vendor desperately clutched the long sword, feeling utterly hopeless. He knew very well that the Lu family was the absolute ruler in Qingshan City. Anyone who provoked them likely wouldn't have a good outcome. Toasting without drinking is simply seeking death. Lu Long's face turned extremely serious as he threw out a punch. Puff. The next moment, a flash of sword light appeared, and Lu Long's punching arm was brutally severed. It was only after the intense pain that Lu Long realized his arm had been cut off. His face turned extremely painful, and he let out an incomparably tragic scream. Who is it? Who dares to cut off my arm? Lu Long shouted angrily, his expression dark. It was me. Lu Yu spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, and in an instant, everyone was stunned. Especially Daji next to Lu Yu. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. She was truly beautiful. For the people of this small city, it was their first time seeing such a stunning woman, daring to make a move against me. You must not want to live. Lu Long quickly turned towards the direction of the voice, still spewing threats, but before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped. Second young master. Lu Long trembled slightly. What great ability. It hasn't even been long, and you're already so overbearing. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Some powerful forces and top families have been destroyed because of such arrogant descendants. The Lu family has only recently become the strongest family in Qingshan City, and already such arrogant descendants have appeared. If this continues unchecked, the Lu family will not last long, and their downfall will surely not be good. Boss, it's my Lu family that hasn't managed our own descendants well, causing you trouble. Let this 1,000 low-grade spirit stones be an apology. Please forgive us. Lu Yu walked up to the vendor and took out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Lu Yu and their figures disappeared, the people around slowly began to react. Second young master. He is actually Lu Yu of the Lu family. I didn't expect it to really be him. The aura he emitted was truly terrifying. I heard before that Lu Yu has joined the Qingshan sect. His Dao companion beside him is so beautiful. Truly enviable. Chapter 135. Reorganizing the family. Master. The previously acquired nascent soul puppet immediately appeared before Lu Yu and knelt down in greeting. Where's my father? Lu Yu asked. Who is managing the Lu family now? Lu Yu continued to inquire. The great elder, Lu Xiaowei. Through this nascent soul puppet, Lu Yu learned detailed recent events regarding the Lu family. Lu family council hall. Lu Long, covering the spot where his arm had been severed, knelt on the ground, pale and trembling. The elders of the Lu family quickly arrived. The third elder looked at his grandson kneeling there, and his expression suddenly became serious and uneasy. Other members of the Lu family gathered outside the hall to watch. Upon seeing the second young master, the elders of the Lu family respectfully saluted Lu Yu. Lu Yu simply nodded lightly. Third elder, do you know that Lu Long has been extremely arrogant outside, relying on being a member of the Lu family? He has brought shame to our family. Lu Yu directly looked at the third elder and snorted coldly. Second young master, it is my failure to educate him. His parents sacrificed their lives for the family, and he has lacked parental love since childhood. So as his grandfather, I have spoiled him a bit. The third elder of the Lu family hurriedly clasped his hands in response, hoping that Lu Yu could be lenient. After all, Lu Long's parents died for the Lu family. Do you know that your indulgence has caused the death of a woman? Lu Yu calmly spoke, as he had heard many people on the street mention Lu Long's crimes earlier. Elder, the family is currently managed by you. Is this how you manage it? I can't believe you are unaware of these matters. Lu Yu then looked at Lu Xiaowei. Second young master, I want to manage it too, but I can't. Lu Xiaowei said helplessly. The other elders here can testify. He had previously been in charge and even fought with the third elder. Unfortunately, both had the same level of cultivation and could not do anything to each other. He wanted to punish Lu Long according to family rules, but with the third elder protecting him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Second young master, I can testify that the elder indeed managed it. I am willing to testify. The elders all expressed their stance. At that moment, the third elder's expression became increasingly grave. Second young master, he is the only grandson of my line. I ask you to spare him this time, considering that I have no achievements but have made efforts. I promise he won't make mistakes again. The second elder bowed to Lu Yu and pleaded. If I let him go, do you think those he has bullied will let him go? Will the woman who was killed let him go? Lu Yu asked in a series of rhetorical questions. Originally, Lu Yu had no interest in managing such matters, but since the Lu family was his own family, and his father was also the clan leader of the Lu family, if this continued, the Lu family might perish soon. Therefore, this situation could not happen. Lu Long violated the family rules and should be punished. Lu Yu said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the venue fell silent, and his voice was clearly heard by everyone in the Lu family. Grandpa, save me. I don't want to die. Lu Long panicked completely. Die? Lu Yu did not say any more unnecessary words. He lightly flicked his finger, and Lu Long was instantly sent flying by a powerful force, landing in the open space outside the hall, appearing in front of other members. Immediately, a red lotus hellfire engulfed Lu Long in an instant. Boom. In just a breath, Lu Long turned to ashes. Longer, the third elder clenched his fists, and the spiritual power within him surged wildly. I will fight you. A sword energy from Lu Yu pierced through his body. The third elder of the Lu family perished. From now on, anyone from the Lu family who dares to continue being arrogant, committing crimes, relying on the Lu family's power, and violating the family rules will meet the same end. Lu Yu's voice echoed again, leaving everyone in a daze. We await orders. The elder Lu Xiaowei quickly responded, and others quickly echoed. Wanjia Supermarket. Top family rules. 300 articles purchased successfully. The next moment, a huge scroll appeared in front of Lu Yu. With a gentle wave of his finger, the scroll slowly opened. From now on, these will be the family rules of the Lu family. From now on, all members of the Lu family must memorize these rules and must not violate them. Lu Yu said calmly. Without rules, there is no order. Today can be considered a reorganization of the family. The young man named Lu Yen, upon hearing the voice, couldn't he help but glance at the special ring on his finger. Master, can you see the cultivation level of the second young master now? I can't see it, but I can sense that he has at least reached the transformation stage. A voice came from within the ring again. Transformation. Lu Yen was astonished. The second young master is only a few years older than me, yet he has reached such a terrifying level. Master, can I be like him? As long as you work hard, Anything is possible. You have too many impurities in your body, and your cultivation speed is slow. You need to find some spiritual herbs. I will refine a cleansing liquid for you. Once your body reaches a pure state, you will cultivate rapidly. At that time, your realm will also break through faster. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin couldn't help but sigh. Master, I am just an ordinary disciple of the Lu family now, and I can't afford so many spiritual stones. The spiritual herbs mentioned by his master were all very expensive and were currently beyond his means. No problem, with your current cultivation level. As long as you can get into the top 10 in the family competition in 3 days, you will be prioritized for training by the Lu family. At that time, requesting those spiritual herbs should not be a problem. Okay, don't worry, master. In this past year, with your guidance, I have reached the 9th level of qi refining. So getting into the top 10 in this competition will definitely not be a problem. Lu Yan's face was filled with confidence. Only by showcasing his talent and strength could he be noticed by the Lu family and receive focused training. Chapter 136. Realm directly rises to the peak of void refinement. I won't be hosting. Lu Yu shook his head and decisively refused. The family competition held no interest for him. Let everyone know that for this family competition, I will give additional rewards to the top 10. Lu Yu said again. Okay, I'll send out the order right away. Lu Xiaohui quickly replied upon hearing this. All right, let us leave it at that. Everyone, go about your business. After that, Lu Yu stood up and left the meeting hall. Lu Yu then went directly to the training room where his father, Lu Chun, was in seclusion. System. Directly give the reward for rising to the peak of void refinement to my father, Lu Chun. The next moment, Lu Yu silently thought. Receive the order, initiating usage. Usage completed. Inside the training room, Lu Chun instantly sensed a continuous flow of power surging into his body. Although this power was extremely terrifying, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, once it entered his body, it became very gentle and under his control. His cultivation level rapidly broke through, making Lu Chun feel a bit panicked. He had no idea what was happening. He was very clear about his own understanding. Bang! A dull sound echoed. His realm broke through again, reaching the transformation stage. Moreover, it seemed that there was still no sign of stopping. Mid-transformation stage, late transformation stage, peak transformation stage. The pressure emanating from his body rapidly increased exponentially. This pressure spread out, enveloping the entire Lu family, and in a short time, it even covered the entire Qingshan city. Under this pressure, countless cultivators in the city felt as if they were ants. They all looked towards the direction of the Lu family. This terrifying pressure seemed to be released from the Lu family, and it was simply too frightening. This is the pressure of the transformation realm. The Lu family actually has a transformation realm expert now. In this case, the Lu family is even more untouchable. Indeed, a transformation realm expert can easily destroy the entire Qingshan city with just a wave of their hand. That is a terrifying existence. Wait, the pressure is still rising. Look, there are celestial phenomena emerging. My goodness, what on earth has happened to the Lu family? Above the Lu family, a celestial phenomenon has appeared. In this phenomenon, the colors of the clouds are extremely vibrant, continuously intertwining to form a peculiar curtain of aurora. The space begins to tremble, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly gathering above the Lu family. Such a scene leaves everyone in awe. At this moment, Lu Chen's cultivation has broken through again. Initial stage of the void refinement realm. Mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Late stage of the void refinement realm. Perfected the void refinement realm. After reaching perfection, everything finally calmed down. The celestial phenomenon dissipated, and everything returned to normal. But Lu Chen himself was no longer calm. What on earth is going on? Lu Chen hurriedly opened his eyes, sensing the power within him. In such a short time, he has broken through directly from the nascent soul realm to the perfected void refinement realm. Am I not dreaming? Could it be that I have gone mad in my cultivation? Unease and panic arose in his heart. Such a situation was completely unprecedented for him. He didn't know what to do. The only thing he could be sure of was that all of this was real. He was not trapped in any illusion, nor was he dreaming. It's you or S aura. Suddenly, Lu Chun sensed Lu Yu's presence just outside the training room. Immediately, Lu Chun hurried out of the training room. Congratulations. Father, you have reached the perfected void refinement realm. Lu Yu congratulated him. Strange, the sudden rise in cultivation was completely uncontrollable. Do you know what this is about? Lu Chun asked curiously, as he vaguely felt that his rapid cultivation breakthrough was related to Lu Yu. This time, I obtained a supreme opportunity outside that allows for rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, so I used it on you, Father. Lu Yu replied with a slight smile, which made sense. Foolish. You should have used such an opportunity on yourself. My talent is poor. Using it on me is a waste. Lu Chen sighed deeply, feeling amazed that such opportunities exist in the world. Father, I am already at the integration realm now, so I have no use for this opportunity. Lu Yu said. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was shocked. The integration realm. That is a realm above the void refinement realm. Good, good, good. Lu Chun was overjoyed. Father, how about you come with me to the Qingyan sect later? It would be more suitable for your current cultivation there. And we can choose a new family head for the Lu family, Lu Yu suggested. Next, Lu Yu briefly explained the matter of killing the third elder and Lu Long. This made Lu Chun furious. I can't believe that such things happened while I was in seclusion for the past 2 years. It is indeed my negligence. The Qingyun sect was personally handed to him by his father, and he had promised to ensure that the Lu family continues to thrive. If he left now, the Lu family would likely lack powerful experts and would definitely be divided by other forces. I have already thought it through. Once the Lu family cultivates a few strong experts, we will choose suitable candidates, and then I will leave. Seeing that Lu Chun had made up his mind, Lu Yu nodded slightly. Father, since you have decided, I will follow your wishes. After all, with his father now at such a level of cultivation, there was no need to worry about his safety. Moreover, his father was not the type to seek trouble and was friendly in dealing with others. Therefore, he would not proactively provoke others. As a father, seeing his 2 sons achieving their own successes made him incredibly happy. All right, father, I have some good wine here. Lu Yu said. Chapter 137, The Letter from Nalan Yuechan. Seeing such a beautiful woman, Lu Chun was taken aback. He couldn't help but marvel at how charming his son is. Furthermore, this woman even calls his son master. He never expected his son to be so flirtatious. All right, my father is still here, Lu Yu reminded. At this moment, Daji looked at Lu Chun and quickly became very respectful, bowing to him. I greet you, father. For a moment, Lu Yu was caught off guard. He never expected Daji would address him like that. Good, good, good. Lu Chun also showed an incredibly happy smile, clearly very satisfied. Next, Lu Yu briefly introduced them to each other, and then he and Lu Chun began to drink. As they drank, they chatted a lot. Time passed unknowingly. The wine jar was emptied. The wine was indeed good. Now that he was already a void refinement realm expert, he still felt a bit tipsy. After Lu Chun left, Daji wrapped her arms around Lu Yu and smiled seductively. Master, give me a chance tonight. Looking at Daji's eager eyes and her stunning face, Lu Yu found it impossible to refuse. All right. Lu Yu immediately picked her up in a princess carry and walked toward the room. Purchased today as flash sale package and check-in. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the gauzy window into the room, it gradually illuminated Lu Yu's face, waking him up. Every day, purchasing the flash sale package and checking in was almost a ritual for Lu Yu upon waking. Consumed 10 points. Today's flash sale package purchased successfully, opening now. Opening complete, congratulations. You have obtained Heavenly Fire, White Bone Cold Fire. Check-in complete, congratulations. You have obtained Perfect Happiness Pill, which increases the happiness between partners after consumption. Gulp. Lu Yu couldn't help but swallow. A Heavenly Fire is definitely a great treasure. However, the check-in reward was a bit hard to accept. After all, he is already quite powerful. Why give him such a pill? Is it meant to tell him he is not strong enough? Not thinking too much about it, Lu Yu felt a pair of soft hands tightly hugging him. As he looked down, he saw Daji had already opened her enchanting, lively eyes. Their eyes met, and for a moment, they were at a loss. Daji took the initiative and kissed him. After the kiss, Daji appeared even more satisfied. It's time to get up. Today I'll take you to explore Qingshan City, Lu Yu said with a smile. Daji replied with a charming smile. After leaving the room, all the disciples of the Lu family, upon seeing Lu Yu, hurriedly bowed respectfully. Soon, they exited the Lu family and continued to stroll through the streets of Qingshan City. The two walked side by side, becoming the center of attention. Even the cultivators in Qingshan City, upon seeing Lu Yu, became respectful. Now that the Lu family has a super strong expert, not even a dog from the Lu family would dare to provoke them. Unknowingly, they arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. Some memories surfaced. It was here in the Wanbao Pavilion that he met Nalan Yuechan. I don't know how she is doing now, with her current cultivation strength. Going to the Void Mountain shouldn't have anyone as her opponent, right? It seems that I still need to visit the Void Mountain. Second young Master Lu, you have arrived. As I entered the Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man hurried over, respectfully greeting me. He is the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, managing this place, and was personally arranged by Nalan Yuechan back then. Last night, through my father, I learned that the Wanbao Pavilion has provided much help to the Lu family during this time. This Wanbao Pavilion is still the same as before. It seems you have managed it well, I nodded slightly. Naturally, I cannot dishonor the mission assigned to me by the young lady. The middle-aged man replied, Second young master. Do you need anything this time? No need. I'm just passing by to take a look, I waved my hand. Oh, by the way, second young master. Someone from the young lady's side has sent a letter, saying it is an opportunity to personally hand it to you. I was planning to deliver it today, but I didn't expect you to come in person. The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a letter from his storage ring, handing it to me with both hands. Thank you. I took the envelope and opened it directly. After reading the letter, my expression became somewhat serious. The Void Mountain is to have an alliance with the Deluo Sacred Land? My tone turned somewhat indifferent. Why is it specifically her? This is the decision from the main family. The young lady does not have the right to oppose it, the middle-aged man sighed. I heard that the Deluo Sacred Land has found the long-lost Void Fragment Scroll, and their holy son specifically requested Miss Yuechan as his Dao partner. The Void Fragment Scroll has always been something the Nalan family has not given up searching for. With the middle-aged man's detailed explanation, I roughly understood the whole process. Do you know how long until this alliance? I asked. 1 year? I mumbled. I want to write a letter. Can you help me send it? I looked at the middle-aged man and said softly, Second young master, I'm sorry. With my identity, I can't do it. He shook his head, sighing. Since that's the case, I won't force it. I waved my hand, and with a flick, a perfect grade pill appeared. This pill is for you. It should help you break through your cultivation level and hopefully reach a higher realm in the future. I naturally treat those who are helpful to me well. If the middle-aged man hadn't brought out the letter, I might not have known about this matter, and by the time I went, Nalan Yuechan might already have become someone else's Dao partner. That absolutely cannot be allowed. She is my woman, and she is the one who made me a true man. In a sense, she is very important to me. Thank you, second young master. The middle-aged man was extremely excited. Let's go, I said calmly. There was no need to continue staying in the Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 138. Family Competition. Every reward for Lu Yu is a treasure. Master, that Nalan Yuechan should be very important to you, right? Why don't you go to the Void Mountain first? Daji said softly beside me. After the family competition is over, we will set off to the Fox clan. I added. Okay. Daji quickly nodded, feeling very touched. After wandering around for a while, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by, and the Lu family's family competition officially began. The participating disciples were all very serious and worked hard, exerting all their strength. Each battle was very exciting, as everyone wanted to showcase their strength in this competition, hoping to receive the family's key training in the end. The competition ended quickly. At this moment, on a high platform, the top 10 of this competition stood in order from 1st to 10th. The second young master has arrived. Seeing Lu Yu's appearance, the elders all stood up. I nodded slightly. Are they the top 10? Yes. The grand elder Lu Xiaohui quickly replied. Whoosh. In the next moment, I directly teleported to the high platform. Looking at the first place, I asked, what is your name? Truly terrifying. Interesting, you are quite remarkable. I carefully examined him and quickly discovered that Lu Yin was extraordinary. It seemed that there was a remnant soul within his ring. It appears that Lu Yin is somewhat like a protagonist panel. I said that I would give extra rewards to the top 10. I continued, Lu Yin. Today I will give you this heaven and earth, the white bone cold fire. I opened my palm, and a white, cold flame appeared above it. As soon as this fire emerged, the entire venue was shocked. Wow, heaven and earth. That is the most supreme existence in the world, a treasure that alchemists dream of. It was hard to imagine. I thought the second young master's extra rewards would be extraordinary, but I didn't expect them to be this extraordinary. Treating the heaven and earth as a reward, that is truly extravagant. If I had known, I would have practiced harder before. Me too. I'm so regretful. If I had just worked a bit harder, I would have been in 10th place. Just the reward for the first place is so extraordinary. The subsequent rewards must also be excellent. The other few around Lu Yin became excited. Conversely, the other disciples felt extremely regretful. Thank you, second young master. Lu Yin said gratefully. The cultivation method he was practicing just happened to need the heaven and earth. Whoosh. As I lightly pointed with my finger, the white bone cold fire directly rushed into Lu Yin's body. In just a moment, Lu Yin completely controlled the white bone cold fire. This left Lu Yin incredibly astonished. He had previously heard his master say that the heaven and earth is very domineering. Countless powerful beings have failed to subdue it and were instead turned to ashes by the. And now, in just a single breath of time, he had done nothing, and the heaven and earth was completely under his control. This was simply unbelievable. Lu Yin, I hope you will practice diligently in the future and live up to the Lu family's cultivation. I hope you can contribute to the Lu family in the future. I patted Lu Yin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yes, second young master. Lu Yin replied respectfully. Afterward, I walked to the second place and gave a powerful cultivation method. In a short time, the rewards were all distributed. The entire venue was filled with exclamations. The rewards I presented were all extremely extraordinary. Dear disciples of the Lu family, this family competition has concluded. I hope everyone will work even harder next time and still be able to receive rewards like today, I said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone clenched their fists, determined in their hearts to double their efforts in cultivation from now on. I had long given many treasures to my father, asking him to keep them well. After the next family competition, I would let my father, Lu Chun, distribute those treasures. Seeing these disciples resolutely decide to practice diligently, I felt very satisfied. Indeed, no matter what you do, you need motivation. I specifically took out so many treasures as rewards just to encourage the disciples of the clan. At the same time, it was also to cultivate more practitioners for the Lu family. After finishing, I directly disappeared from the spot. In Lu Yan's ears, he heard his master's voice. Disciple. This second young master of the Lu family is truly terrifying. He actually knows of my existence. Just now, Lu Yu specifically warned him. He is probably worried that I would seize Lu Yan's body, now that Lu Yan has this bone spirit fire and is completely under control. Anyone who dares to seize Lu Yan will be directly turned to ashes by this otherworldly fire. Master, the second young master is truly a good person. Knowing of your existence, he did not make it explicit, but instead gave me the otherworldly fire. To receive such fortune is indeed a stroke of luck. To become a member of the Lu family is also my honor. At this moment, Lu Yan felt a strong sense of belonging to the Lu family for the first time. It was as if the entire Lu family was now his true home. He had made up his mind. In the future, he would definitely contribute to the Lu family, to make the Lu family better and better. To repay today's kindness, with this otherworldly fire, he could officially begin cultivating the special technique passed down by his master. U10, from now on, you are the core talents of my Lu family. My Lu family will fully cultivate you. The Grand Elder Lu Xiaowei looked at the top 10 disciples and formally announced. All right, this great competition is officially over. I hope the other disciples will work hard. Perhaps next time, you too can receive rewards from the second young master. U10, follow me. Next, Lu Yan and the others were taken to a special training room. Each person had their own separate training room. Lu Yan, this is the perfect cleansing pill given to you by the second young master, as an extra reward. Do not tell anyone else. At this moment, Lu Xiaowei handed over a pill to Lu Yan and said seriously, Yes, Grand Elder. Lu Yan replied respectfully. Chapter 139, Entering Xianxiao. Father, the family competition has also ended. De Ji and I are ready to set off, Lu Yu said softly to Lu Chen. Good, be careful on your journey. Lu Chen knew that his son had many things to do. This time was different from before, and he felt quite worried. But now it was different. Lu Yu was already a powerful being in the fusion realm, one of the top existences in the world. With his cultivation level, there was almost no one who could be his opponent. After bidding farewell to his father, Lu Yu and De Ji quickly flew out. Watching the two figures disappear, Lu Chun slowly nodded, took a deep breath, and felt a bit excited. Perhaps by the next time we meet, I will be able to hold my grandson or granddaughter. Lu Chen looked forward to that day coming soon. Days passed. Lu Yu followed De Ji and flew quickly. After about a month, they finally arrived in front of an incredibly huge mountain. This mountain was like the mythical Mount Buzhou, standing tall and breaking through the sky. Master, we have arrived. This is the sacred mountain of the Fox clan. At the top of the mountain, there is a xianxiao immortal tree, and the world within the tree is Xianxiao, where my Fox clan resides, De Ji said excitedly. This place was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yu nodded slowly. From this point, it could be seen that the entire Fox clan's power was quite substantial. This place also had a special great formation protecting it. It was estimated that others simply could not break in. If one wanted to force their way in, it would likely lead to death. Open. At this moment, De Ji formed a seal with her hands and condensed a special totem of the Fox clan. As this totem emitted light, an entrance appeared in front of the great formation. Master, let's go in first. De Ji smiled. Okay, Lu Yu nodded. Also very curious about what this so-called sacred land of the Fox clan would be like. Whoosh. The two continued to fly at high speed. Once they entered the great formation, they flew directly towards the top of the sacred mountain. In no time, they reached the mountain top. Indeed, as De Ji said, at the top of the mountain stood an enormous immortal tree. Its colorful leaves looked extremely extraordinary. The next moment, a beam of light gathered. Although De Ji had transformed into human form, the other party still recognized her at a glance. De Ji slightly nodded. Miss, who is he? Immediately, the man looked at Lu Yu with a serious expression. Human cultivator. Do not be rude. He is my master. De Ji quickly spoke. Master. The man's face darkened. How can I, the noble saintess of the Fox clan, become a slave to a human? Miss, could it be that you were forced? The man unleashed his full power, his formidable demonic energy pressing down towards Lu Yu. Boom. The next second, Lu Yu lightly pointed, facing the power released by the man. He easily shattered it. At the same time, Lu Yu slapped his hand, and an even more terrifying force surged, immediately pinning the man to the ground, rendering him unable to move an inch. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning extremely pale. Above the transformation god. No. This power seems even more terrifying than the transformation god. For a moment, the man was shocked, and his body felt increasing pain, as if he was on the brink of death. For the first time, he felt such fear. The fear of death. Master, he was unintentional. Please show mercy. Daji pleaded. Lu Yu nodded. He quickly dissipated his power. In an instant, the man felt an incredible sense of ease and comfort. All right, open the entrance. We want to enter Xianxiao. Daji continued. Yes. The man had no choice but to respond. Then, he waved his hand, and the entire Xianxiao immortal tree shone with light. A special entrance appeared. Master, let's go. Daji directly took Lu Yu's hand and walked inside. Through that entrance, the two successfully entered the Xianxiao space within the Xianxiao immortal tree. It was like a fairyland. At a glance, Lu Yu was somewhat mesmerized. In the sky, the scene of the sun and moon shining together was astonishing. The cobblestone path underfoot wound forward, each stone slab carved with ancient patterns, surrounded by peculiar ancient trees and various beautiful flowers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very rich. Master, how is my Xianxiao? Daji asked with a smile. Beyond imagination, it is indeed a good place. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Master, let me take you around. Seeing this, Daji continued to hold Lu Yu's hand and move forward. Along the way, many cute little foxes popped out from the side, their lively fox eyes curiously looking at Lu Yu. It seems everyone is very curious about you, Master. You should know that in the past 1,000 years, you must be the only human cultivator to enter here, Daji said with a soft smile. Before long, they could see many powerful Fox clan members, most of whom had already passed the transformation tribulation and maintained their human forms. Countless gazes were focused on Lu Yu, the outsider. Here we are. This is the sacred hall of my Fox clan, Master. Next, I want to take you to meet my mother, the leader of the Fox clan. After arriving in front of a sacred hall, Daji smiled brightly. Hoo-hoo. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He suddenly felt a bit nervous, as if he was about to meet his mother-in-law. Saintess, the Saintess has long been waiting for you inside. Please enter. At this moment, Daji was somewhat surprised, as if her mother had already known they would come. Daji, what is your mother's cultivation level? After Lu Yu followed Daji into the holy temple, he instantly felt a sense of oppression. The opponent's cultivation level should be above his own. 100 years ago, my mother had already reached the late stage of the fusion realm. Daji smiled. Gulp. Lu Yu couldn't help but swallow. The late stage of the fusion realm. This should be the strongest existence he has encountered so far. Upon reaching the center of the temple, at a glance, he saw many powerful Fox clan members, all staring intently at Lu Yu. When Lu Yu looked up, on the throne sat a very beautiful woman, radiating a powerful aura. She should be the leader of the Fox clan, Daji's mother. This aura was truly immense. Chapter 140. Opportunities of the Immortal Tree. Lu Yu also bowed to the Fox clan leader, saying, I am Lu Yu. I greet the Fox clan leader. At this moment, the Fox clan leader also assessed Lu Yu and soon spoke. Lu Yu, what a nice name. I didn't expect you to be the noble person my daughter would meet in her life. She predicted her daughter's future. From the results, she learned that her daughter would meet a noble person. Now it seemed that this noble person was the human cultivator in front of her. Additionally, she could see that her daughter and Lu Yu had already established that kind of relationship. We are at your command. The powerful members of the Fox clan responded in unison. Soon, they each left. In the entire holy temple, only Lu Yu and the two of them remained. Daji also went directly to her mother's side, nestled in her embrace. Mother, I miss you so much. Daji, being of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, would become even stronger once she accepted her inheritance, making it possible for her to become an immortal in the future. As for you, the Fox clan leader looked at Lu Yu. This time, Xianxianer will need 100 years to accept the inheritance. Are you willing to stay in my Xianxiao for 100 years? Xianxianer was Daji's original name, but now, she preferred the name Lu Yu gave her. Leader, I still have things to handle, and I may not be able to stay in Xianxiao for long, Lu Yu replied, bowing, only to be surprised that accepting the inheritance would actually take 100 years. Mother, can I not accept this inheritance? Daji asked softly. No. For the future of our Fox clan, this is something you must endure. The Fox clan leader said seriously, during this 100 years, you must fully accept the inheritance. After it is done, I will not stop you from doing anything you want. Daji looked reluctantly at Lu Yu. 100 years. It's neither long nor short. All right. Take him to explore Xianxiao well, cherish the days to come. In 10 days, formally accompany me to accept the inheritance. The Fox clan prince naturally noticed the reluctance in Daji's eyes and directly gave her 10 days. Thank you, mother. Daji expressed her gratitude. Then, thank you, leader. Lu Yu also thanked her. Go. The Fox clan leader merely waved her hand, and then she disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, Daji took Lu Yu out of the holy temple. They continued to wander in Xianxiao. Every place in Xianxiao had beautiful scenery. Soon, Lu Yu and Daji arrived at an even more beautiful spot, and the two sat down, embracing each other. Master, 100 years is still a bit too long. Daji said softly. Then it depends on your efforts. If you can complete all the inheritance ahead of time, we can meet earlier. Lu Yu smiled and said. After you receive that inheritance, you will become even stronger. By then, we will have more time together. Just a few words filled Daji with confidence as she nodded and replied. I will work doubly hard to complete the inheritance as soon as possible. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Lu Yu and Daji were almost entwined together at all times, spending a wonderful time. On this day, the Fox clan leader suddenly appeared. Time's up. Then I'm leaving. Daji reluctantly parted from Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded slightly. With a gentle point of the Fox clan leader's finger, a spatial passage appeared. Daji walked inside. Soon the passage disappeared. Do you really not want to stay in my Xianxiao for 100 years? The Fox clan leader looked at Lu Yu. Leader, it's not that I don't want to stay. It's just that I still have many things to handle. Lu Yu replied. I still need to continue cultivating to become stronger. In that case, I won't keep you. Go to the Xianxiao monument. It's right at the top of that mountain. Whether you can gain an opportunity from my Fox clan depends on your own fortune. That Xianxiao monument is also one of the exits. The Fox clan leader pointed Lu Yu in a direction and then vanished without a trace. An opportunity for me? Lu Yu was somewhat astonished. Could it be? This is the benefit of meeting the mother-in-law? Lu Yu didn't think too much. With a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of light and quickly reached the mountain peak. Sure enough, there was a special stone tablet at the top. The tablet had no words but instead depicted the shape of the Xianxiao immortal tree. As the light flickered, a very cute little loli walked out from inside. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the little loli's eyes sparkled. She quickly circled around Lu Yu, observing him from top to bottom. A body of eternal life, and you are immortal. You human cultivator is truly extraordinary. The little loli said, stroking her chin, slowly marveling. At this moment, Lu Yu was stunned. He didn't expect the other party could see through these. Who are you? Lu Yu asked curiously. I am the Xianxiao immortal tree. The little loli directly spoke. Kid, I have an opportunity here that can elevate your cultivation to the perfect stage of the fusion realm. Are you willing to accept it? Hearing this, Lu Yu was somewhat shocked. If it could really elevate him to the perfect stage of the fusion realm, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of points. One of the most important things for Lu Yu right now was to raise his cultivation level. I wonder what I need to pay for this opportunity? Lu Yu, however, did not get overly excited and asked. He was very clear that this opportunity should not come without conditions. It's simple. After you become an immortal, take me with you to ascend to the immortal realm. The little loli said directly, I originally came from the immortal realm. If I hadn't made a mistake, I wouldn't have been banished to this mortal realm. After countless ages, the Fox clan's current state was all because of her initial planning. The appearance of the nine-tailed celestial fox gave her a glimmer of hope. But with Lu Yu's appearance, she saw 100% hope in him. In that case, I agree. Lu Yu replied directly after hearing this. Very good. The little loli said with satisfaction. Chapter 141. At that time, please welcome the Emperor of Desolation to the stage. The little loli gently waved her finger, and a dazzling light began to condense continuously, then swiftly surged into Lu Yu's body. Lu Yu instantly felt an unprecedented surge of power. This is the essence accumulated by this immortal tree over countless years. It can not only help you break through your realm, but also allow you to undergo a comprehensive enhancement inside and out. The little loli said proudly. In just a dozen breaths of time, Lu Yu's cultivation level rapidly broke through. Mid-stage fusion realm, late-stage fusion realm, perfect stage of the fusion realm. This rapid breakthrough in cultivation made Lu Yu feel incredibly refreshed. The spiritual energy in my body seems to have changed, Lu Yu discovered in amazement. Of course, the essence I've accumulated over the years has transformed the spiritual power within you into pseudo-immortal power. Although it can't compare to true immortal power, it's enough to make you invincible at the same level in this mortal world. The little loli said proudly. Impressive. Lu Yu gave a thumbs up. To be honest, he really didn't expect such a rapid breakthrough in realm. This undoubtedly saved him hundreds of billions of points. So, how should I take you away from here to ascend to the immortal realm? Lu Yu asked. It's simple. I just need to stay by your side. The little loli nodded slowly, saying, so, from now on, you just need to work hard on your cultivation. I've waited countless years. So a few hundred, or even 1,000 years is nothing. That's wonderful. Lu Yu smiled. All right, you can leave now. The little loli waved her finger lightly, and the stone tablet emitted a beam of light, revealing an exit. Farewell. Lu Yu cupped his hands in salute. Then, Lu Yu stepped into the exit. As his eyes brightened, he immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. This sensation lasted only a breath or two. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself already out of the Xianxiao space, beneath the Xianxiao immortal tree. Remember the promise between us. The little loli's voice rang out again. The entire Xianxiao immortal tree shone with light once more. Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. I will never go back on my word, Lu Yu assured. After leaving the Fox clan's sacred mountain, Lu Yu flew towards the Void Mountain. Now that Deji's matter was settled, the next thing was about nailing Yuechan. Lu Yu absolutely would not allow her to marry anyone else. The distance to the Void Mountain was still quite far. After flying quickly for nearly 2 months, he finally arrived at the nearest large city to Lingshu Mountain, Bahuang City. It is said that this city is a very ancient city established by a top-tier big shot. Previously, Lu Yu had read a miscellaneous record that contained some information about Bahuang City. It was somewhat surprising that he got to see this city in person today. What a coincidence. There were only over 100,000 miles left to the Void Mountain, and he would reach it soon. Lu Yu hovered in midair, nodding slowly, and said softly, with my current cultivation level, I should be able to walk horizontally in the Void Mountain. Why is there a trace of my big brother's aura? Just as Lu Yu was about to set off again, he suddenly sensed the aura of his brother Lu Tian within Bahuang City. This left Lu Yu a bit shocked. He didn't expect to encounter him here. Whoosh. The next moment, Lu Yu flew directly towards Bahuang City below. It didn't take long for Lu Yu to arrive above a seemingly dilapidated small courtyard in Bahuang City. At this moment, Lu Yu could sense that his brother Lu Tian was cultivating in the room of this courtyard. In an instant, Lu Yu appeared in the room where Lu Tian was. At a glance, his expression instantly became serious. He discovered that his brother was severely injured. Brother, Lu Yu called softly. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, Lu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, thinking he was hearing things. But seeing Lu Yu clearly, he became excited. Second brother, how did you end up here? He was even more surprised, not expecting to see such a situation upon their reunion. First, take this pill. Lu Yu quickly took out a glowing pill and handed it to Lu Tian. Lu Tian took the pill and decisively swallowed it. As the pill entered his body, the pure energy healed all his injuries, and his overall state improved significantly. What a miraculous pill, it restored me in the blink of an eye. Lu Tian exclaimed in amazement. Brother, what exactly happened? Why were you so severely injured? Who did this? I will take revenge for you right now, Lu Yu quickly inquired. Someone dared to attack his brother, and he naturally couldn't sit idly by. It's nothing, I was just a bit overconfident, you don't need to worry about it. I can handle it myself, Lu Tian hurriedly said. Brother, I know you're worried that I might get involved and face danger. But I want to say that I am now a strong cultivator at the integration stage, with sufficient strength, Lu Yu said seriously. So, brother, you don't have to worry. Second brother, have you really reached the integration stage? Lu Tian asked in disbelief, mainly because it hadn't been long since they last met. He truly didn't know how Lu Yu had cultivated. That's right, Lu Yu affirmed. Great, great. Lu Tian was sincerely happy for Lu Yu. Brother, just tell me the truth. There's no need to hide anything. If your strength at the integration stage is insufficient, I can invite an Emperor of the Wild Heaven to assist. Lu Yu continued. Just yesterday, through the World Supermarket sign-in, Lu Yu obtained the opportunity to summon an Emperor of the Wild Heaven, just once. With an Emperor of the Wild Heaven present, I wonder who would still be a match for us. We have been through so much together, facing numerous challenges, and have experienced life and death. However, she comes from a top-tier force. I initially thought that with my true dragon body and decent cultivation level, she would be satisfied, but in her eyes, the true dragon body is merely trash. I couldn't gain her respect. In the end, after a brutal battle, I suffered a devastating defeat. The one I love was also captured by her family, and I cannot see her again. Lu Tian sighed deeply, clenching his fists. He felt some hatred towards himself for being too weak. Brother, what is the name of the woman you like, and which family is she from? Lu Yu quickly asked. I will bring her out right now. Her name is Nailan Shuru, and she comes from the Nailan family in the Void Mountain. She is the eldest daughter of the current head of the Nailan family. Lu Tian took a deep breath and said softly, Second brother, you must not get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. The old ancestor of the Nailan family is rumored to have long since broken through to a level above the integration stage. For a moment, Lu Yu was stunned. He never expected that his brother had fallen for the eldest daughter of the Nailan family. According to his brother, they were mutually in love. Who would have thought? It really was unexpected that both brothers liked women from the Nailan family. What a coincidence. Brother, do you know why I came here? Lu Yu said with a smile. Why? Lu Tian asked curiously. Because in the Void Mountain, there is someone I love, Nailan Yuechan. Lu Yu said. She should be Nailan Shuru's younger sister. This left Lu Tian astonished. He never expected such a connection to exist. Second brother, I heard that Nailan Yuechan is about to marry the De Luo Holy Land. Do you know about this? Lu Tian quickly asked. I know. I came here for this matter. I want to take her away. Lu Yu nodded and affirmed. Don't worry. Brother, the Nailan family is not to be feared. I have the backing of an Emperor of the Wild Heaven. When the time comes, I will call upon the Emperor of the Wild Heaven. Chapter 142. Those who stand in my way will face death. Brother, let's not waste any more time. Let us set off for the Void Mountain now, Lu Yu said again, his voice filled with immense certainty and confidence. All right. Lu Tian nodded quickly upon seeing this. He also knew that Lu Yu was definitely not joking. He was the kind of person who would follow through on his words. Whoosh. The next moment, Lu Yu and Lu Tian flew out quickly. In just a few breaths, they left the 8 Desolation City and gradually approached the Void Mountain. It didn't take long for the renowned Void Mountain to appear before them. This was Lu Yu's first time truly seeing this extraordinary mountain, and he was somewhat astonished. The entire Void Mountain was immensely large, with flowing purple light patterns on its surface, looking extremely peculiar, and it radiated a powerful void energy. Second brother, this Void Mountain is protected by layers of powerful void restrictions. These restrictions are incredibly strong, and once caught in them, life and death are unpredictable. Lu Tian quickly spoke, having personally witnessed the terrifying power of the void restrictions before them. I can sense it too. These restrictions are indeed not simple, which shows that the Void Mountain has been inherited for a long time. Lu Yu slowly nodded and softly replied, however, these restrictions can be easily broken by me. In fact, I can even shatter the entire protective formation of the Void Mountain. In the next moment, Lu Yu took out a special mirror. As soon as the mirror appeared, Lu Tian could sense that it was definitely an extraordinary item, perhaps even an unmatched treasure. Go. Lu Yu gently waved his finger, and the mirror flew directly into the sky. In just a few seconds, the entire mirror erupted with an incredibly bright golden light. In an instant, this golden light enveloped the entire Void Mountain. Boom, boom. The rumbling sounds continued. One after another, the fierce void restrictions were destroyed. Even the super formation protecting the Void Mountain was completely shattered at that moment. As the golden light dissipated, the mirror turned to ashes, clearly a one-time treasure. At this moment, Lu Tian looked at everything in front of him with immense shock. Clearly, such terrible restrictions and super formations had been completely cleared away in just a few breaths. Just then, voids began to appear, and many powerful members of the Nalan family walked out from these voids, quickly surrounding Lu Yu and Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you truly don't know what's good for you. I spared your life before, and yet you dare to come. Several powerful members of the Nalan family recognized Lu Tian at a glance, their tone turning extremely cold. At this time, an even more powerful pressure descended. An old man stepped through the air. His aura was immensely vast, and the pressure he emitted was terrifying. Great Elder. The powerful members all became respectful upon seeing the old man. Great Elder. Nalan Xiao, the Great Elder of the Nalan family. He was a well-known perfected cultivator of the void refinement realm and held a considerably high status within the Nalan family. His tone clearly carried a hint of politeness. After all, even Nalan Xiao himself could not destroy all the restrictions and formations in such a short time. Lu Yu spoke lightly. Upon hearing this name, Nalan Xiao's expression changed. One was Lu Yu, and the other was Lu Tian. No wonder he felt these two were somewhat similar when he first saw them. It turned out they were brothers. What he didn't expect was that Lu Tian had such a powerful brother. It seems you have come to seek justice. Nalan Xiao naturally knew about the relationship between Lu Tian and his eldest lady. Initially, it was because of the eldest lady's plea that he ordered Lu Tian to be spared. May I ask, why have you come to my Void Mountain? Nalan Xiao inquired. What else could it be? Lu Yu replied calmly, his voice suddenly growing louder. This time, I, Lu Yu, have come to your Void Mountain to take away Nalan Yuechan and Nalan Shiru. His voice echoed throughout the entire Void Mountain, making sure all members of the Nalan family could hear him clearly. At this moment, in a quaint courtyard behind the Void Mountain, Nalan Yuechan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, she was extremely happy. Lu Yu. Nalan Yuechan quickly stood up and unleashed a powerful attack. A force coalesced, and with a roar, she still could not break the barrier in the courtyard. She was completely unable to leave. Lu Yu, you shouldn't have come. Nalan Yuechan became increasingly anxious. She knew the Nalan family's foundation too well. Lu Yu's forceful arrival would surely lead to no good outcome. Boom, boom, boom. She wanted to stop Lu Yu, urging him to leave immediately. Her spiritual power surged wildly, continuously striking the barrier, trying to shatter it completely. But the barrier was incredibly solid. Her current cultivation level couldn't even inflict the slightest damage. At this moment, Great Elder Nalan Xiao's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Lu Yu to want to take away two ladies from the Nalan family. He was aware of Nalan Shiru's relationship with Lu Tian. But what about Nalan Yuechan? Could it be that both brothers had fallen for the two ladies from their own family? Those who block my way will only find death. You better think carefully. Lu Yu spoke again, his pressure fully released at that moment. The complete power of the perfected integration realm was unleashed. This pressure made even Nalan Xiao's face turn increasingly pained and grave. His internal spiritual power could only barely withstand the pressure. Perfected integration realm pinnacle. Nalan Xiao looked at Lu Yu before him, shocked to the core. He hadn't expected Lu Yu to possess such a terrifying cultivation level at such a young age. Even if the family head came, he might not be a match. Only the ancestor could suppress him. Chapter 143, Nalan Family Ancestor. Great Ascension Realm Expert. Facing the terrifying pressure released by Lu Yu, which swept across the entire Void Mountain, in the treasure hall atop the Void Mountain, the family head Nalan Lihui's expression also turned serious. He only had a mid-level perfected integration realm cultivation. He knew very well that he would not be a match for Lu Yu. What should the family head do now? The other party is here to take away 2 ladies. The voice of Great Elder Nalan Xiao came through. Let them in, Nalan Lihui said lightly. At this moment, upon hearing the family head's voice, Nalan Xiao immediately spoke politely to Lu Yu. Our family head has invited you in. Lead the way, Lu Yu said calmly. Next, under the personal guidance of the Great Elder, Lu Yu and Lu Tian smoothly entered the Void Mountain. Once inside, they could further feel the extraordinary nature of the Void Mountain, which contained an unparalleled Void Dao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine mountain. In no time at all, they quickly arrived at the palace on the mountain's peak. The entire palace radiated an extremely majestic aura. Even many members of the Nalan family did not have the qualifications to enter. Upon entering the palace, Lu Yu quickly saw the Nalan family head. He had to admit that the family head of a top-tier family was indeed not weak in cultivation. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter he had with the Xianxiao Immortal tree, rapidly breaking through his cultivation, otherwise, with his previous early perfected integration realm cultivation, he would definitely not be a match. But now it was different. If it were a one-on-one fight, Lu Yu, with his perfected realm of the fusion stage, was more than capable of easily crushing Nalan Lihui, who was only at the mid-fusion stage. Lu Yu was quite confident about this. Chief, I've brought the 2 of them, Nalan Xiao said with a cupped fist. At this moment, Nalan Lihui also directly focused his gaze on Lu Yu. Feeling that for the first time in a long time, he encountered someone he couldn't see through. He sensed that Lu Yu was full of secrets. What is your relationship with my daughter, Nalan Yuechan? He asked Lu Yu directly. Lu Yu did not hide anything and boldly admitted, Yuechan is my woman, and we have already acted as husband and wife. She is not allowed to marry anyone else. The marriage between Yuechan and the Deluo Holy Land had long been set. This was a fact. You should leave. Although your cultivation is above mine, my ancestor is at a level above the fusion stage. If he makes a move, you will definitely not survive. Nalan Lihui continued. So, no matter what, you have to let Yuechan marry that so-called holy son of the Deluo Holy Land? Just for that void fragment, sacrificing your own daughter? Lu Yu's voice turned cold. The void fragment is crucial for my Nalan family. My daughter should contribute to the family. Besides, the words of parents and the matchmaking of mediators are important. Nalan Lihui replied calmly. It seems there's nothing more to say between us. Lu Yu chuckled. Then, what about my elder brother, Nalan Shiru? Why do you want to stop it? Your elder brother, although he possesses the true dragon body, is still not worthy of my Chiru. Nalan Lihui was very decisive. Although Lu Yu's cultivation was above his, he seemed to have no fear. After all, he had the support of his ancestor behind him. Not worthy? Haha. You say he is not worthy, so he is not worthy. Lu Yu laughed loudly. Boom. A radiance gathered around Lu Yu, and strands of sword energy materialized, resembling a suspended galaxy. Each strand of sword energy contained a destructive might. The brilliance of the sword made it difficult for some to open their eyes. Feeling the terror of this sword energy, the surrounding Nalan family cultivators knew that if this sword strike landed, they would undoubtedly die. What? Do you want to make a move? Nalan Lihui asked with a serious expression. So what? Lu Yu waved his sword finger. The countless sword energies he had gathered directly surged upward. Boom. In just a few breaths, the entire great hall was pierced by one big hole after another. The once majestic palace now resembled a ruin. It seemed that merely talking was no longer effective. Well, I'm sorry, but it's time to take action. Lu Yu spoke calmly, originally hoping that if they could negotiate, it would naturally be a good thing. But now, in this situation, negotiation was completely useless. It had to be decided by strength. The reason the other party looked down on him was that they relied on an ancestor behind them. Ancestor, please make your move. Nalan Lihui quickly stood up and immediately called out for help. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying force from the void surged forth. The powerful sword energies released by Lu Yu were easily extinguished by this force. So this is the power above the fusion stage. Indeed, it's quite powerful. Lu Yu muttered. Above the fusion stage is the great ascension stage. Such beings are the true mighty ones of the world. There are very few cultivators who can reach the great ascension stage in this realm. A void crack appeared, and a black-haired elder stepped out from within. This elder looked down from a height, gazing at Lu Yu. Young friend, I'll give you a chance. Leave the Void Mountain now, and all previous grievances will be disregarded. This elder was Nalan Changhong, the ancestor of the Nalan family from the Void Mountain. He merely dispelled Lu Yu's sword energy and did not continue to attack him. At this moment, Nalan Lihui and the other members of the Nalan family respectfully bowed to their ancestor. We pay our respects to Ancestor Chonghong. What if I refuse? Lu Yu remained unafraid and spoke calmly, even giving no face whatsoever. At this moment, everyone else was shocked. Their own ancestor had given him a chance. Yet he completely ignored it. Wasn't he this just seeking his own death? Nalan Chonghong's expression turned serious. Looking at Lu Yu, so young yet possessing such extraordinary cultivation, there might be some top-level forces behind him. So, he wanted to give Lu Yu a way out. After all, at any time, leaving oneself a way out was the most important. But now, this situation was beyond his expectations. Today, I must take Nalan Yuechan and Nalan Shiru away. Lu Yu spoke again. With your cultivation, you are not my opponent. Are you sure you want to continue like this? If I make a move, you will not be able to resist. This is your last warning. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being merciless. Nalan Chonghong's tone became severe. This was also considered his second chance for Lu Yu. Moreover, Nalan Chonghong had specifically sensed that within 1,000 miles around, there were no other auras of cultivators above the fusion stage. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering if Lu Yu was truly foolish or just pretending to be foolish. Chapter 144. Summon the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. In terms of cultivation, I indeed cannot win against you, but do you really think I have no helpers? Lu Yu chuckled, his voice filled with immense confidence. Helpers? I sense that there are no other cultivators' auras around this void mountain. Nalan Chonghong said with certainty. With his void technique, he could clearly investigate everything in the surroundings. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but grit their teeth at Lu Yu. How dare he mock their ancestor like this? Ancestor, I see this person is just bluffing. Why bother with him? Just suppress him directly. Nalan Lihui said respectfully. Nalan Chonghong directly slapped his hand, and a gigantic hand of void power, exuding immense might, surged toward Lu Yu and Lu Tian. This terrifying power filled Lu Tian with despair. He was completely unable to withstand it. Summon the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Successfully used the opportunity to summon the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. In that instant, it was as if time had frozen. An even more invincible power surged forth, directly obliterating that gigantic hand of void. How interesting. Someone was able to summon me to this lower realm. A lazy voice came. An absolutely invincible figure materialized in the air. The Emperor of the Wild Heavens descended. He was handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, sharp features, and silver hair flowing. His gaze contained a sense of solitary dominance over eternity. The Emperor of the Wild Heavens waved his hand, and an even more invincible force descended. Before this power, the Great Ascension stage Nalan ancestor was firmly pressed to the ground like an ant, unable to move at all. As for the others, they were naturally the same. Only Lu Yu and Lu Tian stood unaffected, completely unscathed. My second brother is terrifying. He actually has such an invincible powerhouse helping him. Even this Great Ascension stage cultivator now seems like the lowest of ants, completely without any power to resist, Lu Tian thought in amazement. As for the Nalan family cultivators, they felt immense despair. How is this possible? How could such a terrifying, invincible existence appear so quickly? Could he be an immortal? No. How could there be immortals? Nalan Lihui's face was filled with terror, and he found it hard to accept in his heart. Nalan Chonghong, on the other hand, was even more incredulous. He finally understood why Lu Yu had been so confident from the beginning until now. Even when facing him, Lu Yu showed no fear at all. It turned out that there was such an invincible powerhouse guarding him behind the scenes. What kind of identity did this person have? And why did he have such a terrifying strong protector? At that moment, many questions surfaced in Nalan Chonghong's mind. Just then, Lu Yu also bowed to the Emperor of the Wasteland and said, I have met the Emperor of the Wasteland. Is it you, kid, who summoned me? The Emperor of the Wasteland asked softly. All right, my time in this world is limited. What do you need me to do for you? I see that you seem to have enemies. Shall I help you eliminate them? Upon hearing this, the members of the Nalan family became even more terrified, each of them naturally not wanting to die. Lu Yu, we were blind. Whatever you want, our Nalan family can satisfy you. Please spare the senior's life. Nalan Chonghong quickly begged for mercy. He was a strong practitioner at the Great Ascension stage. With his status, he could walk freely in this world without having to look at anyone's face. But now he was begging for mercy like an ant, completely stripped of dignity. The world where strength reigns is indeed cruel. After all, this Nalan family was the family of Nalan Yuechan and Nalan Shiru. Some things should not be done too excessively. This was also out of consideration for Nalan Yuechan. Otherwise, the Emperor of the Wasteland would have long since killed everyone here. Then, Lu Yu could use this void mountain to recharge and definitely gain a lot of points. It was simple. The Emperor of the Wasteland casually pointed. And in the blink of an eye, Nalan Chonghong's cultivation was directly sealed. Now, he seemed to have become an ordinary mortal. unable to use even a trace of spiritual power. He could sense that this seal was extremely powerful, an existence that could not be broken. For a moment, he felt a bit regretful. If he had known that Lu Yu had such a terrifying, invincible powerhouse protecting him from the beginning, he would not have treated Lu Yu that way. He would have let Lu Yu leave with his people long ago. But now, it was too late to regret. Is 100 years of sealing enough? The Emperor of the Wasteland asked again. If it's not enough, I can seal for longer. That's enough, thank you, Emperor of the Wasteland. Lu Yu quickly nodded. Time was short, and seeing that you have some fate, I will impart the third supreme technique to you. This is an invincible secret technique. The Emperor of the Wasteland chuckled lightly, and in an instant, he appeared before Lu Yu. Regardless of whether Lu Yu agreed or not, the Emperor's finger was already pressed against Lu Yu's forehead. Immediately, golden characters appeared in Lu Yu's mind, constantly rearranging and combining to form a powerful rune secret technique. This secret technique could instantly enhance one's strength, speed, and so on, exponentially increasing one's battle power and mastering even more powerful abilities, placing oneself in an undefeated position. Thank you, Emperor of the Wasteland. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude again. With this invincible secret technique, his battle power had significantly increased. No problem. I actually look forward to our next meeting. The Emperor of the Wasteland waved his hand. Coming to this lower realm is quite a nice experience. Now, do what you need to do. Yes. Lu Yu nodded slightly. He approached Nalan Lihui and directly asked, Now, can I take Nalan Yuechan and Nalan Shuru away? Of course. Nalan Lihui, who was in immense pain, quickly replied with difficulty. He felt that if he said a single no now, he would probably be turned to ashes and die immediately. From a certain perspective, Nalan Lihui could be considered Lu Yu's father-in-law. But this father-in-law wanted to sell his own daughter to exchange for that void remnant. Such a person was completely unworthy of being Nalan Yuechan's father or Lu Yu's father-in-law. Chapter 145. From now on, no one can stop us from being together. 3 minutes passed quickly. The Emperor of the Wasteland immediately vanished from the spot, and the terrifying invincible pressure disappeared in an instant, making everyone on Void Mountain feel that surviving was truly wonderful. 3 minutes was still a bit too short. Lu Yu thought to himself. Fortunately, he still had a few chances to summon random strong beings. So, if any changes occurred later, he could still summon a powerhouse to easily resolve it. Now take me to see Yuechan. Lu Yu looked at Nalan Lihui again and said quickly, Also, bring Nalan Shuru to me. Don't play any tricks, otherwise, I will truly destroy the entire Void Mountain. Lu Yu's tone was calm, but filled with immense certainty. Everyone sensed the absolute power of the Emperor of the Wasteland just now and naturally understood that Lu Yu's words could definitely be backed up. All right, Nalan Lihui stood up, looking a bit disheveled. Go, bring Churu here. He instructed the Grand Elder Nalan Xiao. Yes, Patriarch. Nalan Xiao quickly replied. Brother, you just wait here for Nalan Shuru. I believe no one will dare to trouble you now. Lu Yu said softly. Yes, okay. Nalan Tian nodded eagerly. Then, Lu Yu followed Nalan Lihui away. Soon, they arrived at the back of Void Mountain. Boom. After a while, Lu Yu heard a series of rumbling sounds. As a courtyard appeared, Lu Yu could clearly see Nalan Yuechan continuously striking the barrier in the courtyard. Yuechan. Lu Yu pointed his sword, and a sword chi instantly shot out. Crack. In just a moment, the courtyard's barrier was shattered, and Lu Yu directly appeared in front of Nalan Yuechan, picking her up in his arms. I'm not dreaming, am I? Seeing Lu Yu's sudden appearance, Nalan Yuechan felt that everything was surreal. This is not a dream. Lu Yu smiled slightly. I won't allow you to marry anyone else. Just a simple statement made Nalan Yuechan truly understand that she was not dreaming, and she embraced him tightly. This feeling was something she had been waiting for far too long. After that, she also noticed her father, Nalan Lihui, outside the courtyard. Lu Yu, how did you do this? Nalan Yuechan asked in surprise, knowing that her father was someone whose decisions could not be changed. Don't worry from now on. No one can stop us from being together, Lu Yu said softly. Really? Nalan Yuechan still found it hard to believe. Of course, I'm taking you away now. Lu Yu princess carried Nalan Yuechan, and with a swoosh, they flew away. Nalan Lihui, seeing this scene, naturally did not dare to stop them. Nalan Yuechan was shocked to see that her father did not intervene. In no time, she could approach, and all the powerful members of the Nalan family were here. She even saw her own ancestor. However, she noticed that her ancestor had no trace of cultivation aura. Sister. Then, she saw her sister Nalan Shuru embracing a man. He is my elder brother, my biological brother. Surprised, right? Fate is truly marvelous. My brother likes your sister, and I like you. Lu Yu smiled. Yes, it is indeed wonderful. Nalan Yuechan nodded slightly and asked, Lu Yu, what exactly happened? Nothing really happened. They just disagreed and ended up fighting. But they were no match for each other. That's all. Lu Yu replied simply. I didn't expect your ancestor to be a great master. I can't believe you've become so strong now, Nalan Yuechan said, somewhat shocked. It has only been a short time, and Lu Yu has already grown to such a level. She truly felt inferior. Your ancestor was not defeated by me. Another strong person intervened. Lu Yu smiled and said, but now, I have reached the perfect stage of integration. Besides your ancestor, the entire Nalan family combined wouldn't be able to deal with me alone. Seeing Lu Yu's confident demeanor made Nalan Yuechan feel that he was incredibly handsome. Second brother. Seeing Lu Yu's arrival, Lu Tian was very excited. Churu, let me introduce you. This is my second brother, Lu Yu. Thanks to him, we are able to meet again. Nalan Churu quickly bowed to Lu Yu. When she traveled with Lu Tian before, she had heard him talk about Lu Yu. She just didn't expect that the current Lu Yu would be such a powerful presence. From now on, you will be my sister-in-law. You can just call me by my name like my brother does. Lu Yu smiled. Okay. Nalan Churu nodded slightly. Then I will have to trouble you to take care of my younger sister. Although Nalan Churu and Nalan Yuechan were half-sisters, their relationship was quite good. Of course. Lu Yu replied affirmatively and then continued to ask, so, what plans do you and my brother have next? That's a good thing. My father will definitely be happy. Lu Yu said cheerfully. Second brother, what about you? Lu Tian asked. Good. Lu Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Lu Yu, Lu Tian and Nalan Yuechan held hands and quickly flew away. In just a short breath, they disappeared from everyone's sight. What to do now? Nalan Lihue sighed. This child is extraordinary. Your daughter being with him might actually be a good thing for our Nalan family. Nalan Changhong slowly spoke. Next, you need to find a way to mend your relationship with your daughter. This Lu Yu can summon such terrifyingly powerful beings. Even the great Luo sacred land is just an ant in front of him. Now, the only thing to do is to build a good relationship with Lu Yu. As long as the relationship is good enough, if there are any crises in the Void Mountain in the future, Lu Yu will surely not stand by and do nothing. Chapter 146. The Wind Rises. It seems that the great Luo sacred land is no longer necessary. Yuechan, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have forced you. Can you forgive your father? Nalan Lihue quickly looked at Nalan Yuechan, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. This was the first time Nalan Yuechan had seen her father show such tenderness towards her. It was truly the first time. She was a concubine's daughter, and her mother was just an ordinary maid. Her mother passed away shortly after she was born. Although she became a young lady of the Nalan family, she still faced much ridicule behind her back. Moreover, she clearly remembered that since she became aware, her father Nalan Lihue had never come to see her voluntarily. It was not just her. Her sister Nalan Churu was the same, but her situation was somewhat better. Her father Nalan Lihue was a typical male chauvinist. Her brother had always been carefully trained, completely treated as the next head of the Nalan clan. Meanwhile, they, as daughters, were undoubtedly seen as tools to be used. Father, I have no right to forgive you. In your eyes, I am just a tool. Nalan Yuechan said calmly, then turned to Lu Yu. Now take me away. Okay. Lu Yu nodded. With a swoosh, he directly picked up Nalan Yuechan and quickly flew away. No one on Void Mountain dared to stop them, unless they wanted to die. Sigh, it seems our Nalan family has missed a great opportunity. Nalan Changhong sighed after seeing this. If at the beginning, Nalan Lihue had been willing to hand over his two daughters to brothers Lu Tian and Lu Yu, then the outcome would not have been like this, and they could have truly established a good relationship with Lu Yu. Send the order down. My sealed cultivation must not be leaked, otherwise, it will bring great trouble to our Nalan clan. Nalan Changhong quickly commanded, I will enter seclusion for 100 years. We await your orders. The elders of the clan respectfully replied. Nalan Changhong quickly left the place. In a short time, the entire mountaintop was left with only Nalan Lihue standing there. Am I wrong? Wasn't it for the entire Nalan family to regain the long-lost void fragment? The conditions proposed by the other party in the great Luo sacred land were not something I could change. At that time, everyone agreed, and now they blame me. Nalan Lihue scoffed. At that time, when the great Luo sacred land proposed to take Nalan Yuechan, the elders in the clan all agreed. Now, they were blaming him for forcibly giving his daughter to the great Luo sacred land. On the other side, Lu Yu had taken Nalan Yuechan out of the Void Mountains range. They arrived at a beautiful place, landed smoothly, and began to rest. I hope I am not late. Lu Yu asked Nalan Yuechan softly. No, Nalan Yuechan replied happily. For me, your timing is just right. I had actually thought that if I were really married to the great Luo sacred land, and once the family got the void fragment, I would commit suicide. I was prepared to die, but your sudden appearance has given me new hope. I won't let that happen. Lu Yu assured. It's going to get dark soon. Let's spend the night here. With a gentle wave of Lu Yu's finger, a large tent appeared on the ground. Okay, Nalan Yuechan replied softly. Late at night, Lu Yu personally cooked a big meal. After they had eaten and enjoyed the night scenery and stars, when Lu Yu felt the atmosphere was right, he directly picked up Nalan Yuechan and walked into the tent. Nalan Yuechan naturally understood what was going to happen next, and became quite proactive. In the following days, they traveled around, enjoying the scenery. Every day was filled with happiness. Meanwhile, in the Great Luo sacred land, the Great Luo Lord looked at the letter canceling the engagement in his hand, his expression growing increasingly serious. The Nalan family actually dared to break off the engagement. His tone was grave, and the pressure he exuded made the elders in the hall feel a hint of fear. Lord, could it be that the Nalan family no longer wants the void fragment? One elder questioned. No, in my opinion, the void fragment is crucial for the Nalan family. With the void fragment, they can master the true void technique. It seems something must have happened in the Nalan family for them to choose this course of action. Another elder analyzed objectively. Many people nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. However, what could possibly happen in the Nalan family that would make them give up on the void fragment? This left many filled with confusion and curiosity. For a time, the elders were discussing among themselves, and the opinions became increasingly outrageous. Enough. The Great Luo Lord snorted coldly. In the hall, the crowd instantly fell silent. None dared to make a sound. Everyone disperse. The Great Luo sage said indifferently. Yes, sage. The elders replied respectfully, and soon they each left. In the entire hall, only the Great Luo sage remained. Yu Chun was just one void body away from becoming the true supreme 10,000 bodies after swallowing it. The Great Luo sage thought to himself, that Nalan Yuechan is the most suitable. It absolutely cannot end like this. It seems I must use the Immortal Tower. With that, the Great Luo sage formed a seal with his hands. A beam of immortal light gathered in the hall. Within this light, an Immortal Tower appeared. This was the foundational treasure of his Great Luo Holy Land. In an instant, the Immortal Tower flew out rapidly, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Nalan Yuechan had arrived at a beautiful lakeside to enjoy the scenery. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt an extremely powerful force. In an instant, an immortal tower appeared high in the sky, unleashing an incredibly strong devouring power that almost instantly sucked Nalan Yuechan into the tower. Sky-slaying technique. Seeing this, Lu Yu unleashed all his power. A shocking golden sword light, 1,000 feet long, slashed down toward the immortal tower. Boom. The sound of explosions shook the heavens and the earth. The space twisted to an extreme. The residual force obliterated everything around. However, despite the immense power of this sword strike, the immortal tower was completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The immortal tower, damn it. The Great Luo Holy Land actually dares to capture my woman. Lu Yu saw the 4 characters Great Luo Immortal Tower on the tower's body. The wind began to rise. It seemed the Great Luo Holy Land no longer needed to exist. Without thinking, he knew it was definitely the Great Luo Holy Land that made the move. System. Summon a random powerful being. Lu Yu shouted quickly. Successfully used summon for a random powerful being. Congratulations, you have summoned the Flame Emperor. Chapter 147. The Flame Emperor is truly terrifying. Rumble. An extremely terrifying power surged between heaven and earth, a light seemingly illuminating the entire world. In that instant, an incredibly terrifying flame lotus flower appeared in the sky, exuding supreme pressure, as if it could burn the whole world down. In front of the fire lotus, a spatial rift appeared. A young man stepped out from within. The man had a handsome appearance and wore a lazy smile. This is truly interesting. His eyes radiated light. This person was none other than the Flame Emperor. With a flame mark on his forehead and dressed in black, he exuded an incredibly carefree aura. You and I are of the same kind. Speak. Why have you summoned me? The Flame Emperor directly looked at Lu Yu and asked. Greetings, Flame Emperor. Lu Yu immediately cupped his hands in salute. I will speak plainly. I asked the Flame Emperor to help me destroy the Great Luo Holy Land. Time is of the essence. It's best to start now. After all, there were only 3 minutes to spare, and he could not waste any time. Additionally, Lu Yu took out a map to help the Flame Emperor better understand the location of the Great Luo Holy Land. Understood, follow me. The Flame Emperor just glanced at it and nodded slowly. He casually pointed and directly tore open the void, seemingly leading straight to the Great Luo Holy Land. A pure energy enveloped Lu Yu for protection. This spatial travel was something Lu Yu could not bear on his own. So the Flame Emperor deliberately released a force to allow Lu Yu to follow him in the instant travel. Whoosh! Lu Yu followed the Flame Emperor inside. In the blink of an eye, they quickly arrived above the Great Luo Holy Land. At that moment, the presence of the Flame Emperor alone caused the entire protective array of the Great Luo Holy Land, as well as various other defensive formations, to shatter and collapse within just a breath's time. Boom! The continuous rumbling noise echoed. The extraordinary buildings within the Great Luo Holy Land began to collapse, ultimately turning into ruins. In an instant, the cultivators of the Great Luo Holy Land reacted, staring in horror at the scene before them, their faces filled with terror. The oppressive force held them down, rendering them unable to move. Some cultivators could only watch helplessly as a giant rock fell toward them, completely powerless, ultimately being crushed into mush. What on earth is happening? This pressure is too terrifying. I feel that if the opponent has even a single thought, we will completely turn to ashes. Terrifying, too terrifying. Our great Luo Holy Land is at least a top-tier sect, yet no strong being has made a move until now. Who exactly is this visitor? Damn it, how could this happen? I just broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, and now I'm going to die here? The disciples of the great Luo Holy Land were all filled with fear. No one wanted to die. No matter how they struggled, under the pressure of the Flame Emperor, it was utterly ineffective. This made them understand what true despair was. Inside the great Luo Hall, the great Luo sage faced this pressure like an ant, completely unable to move an inch. Any power within him was thoroughly suppressed. This level of might was not of the mortal realm. How could this be? Could it be that an immortal has descended? No, there hasn't been an immortal in the past 10,000 years. The great Luo sage felt a deep sense of unease. Sure enough, the next moment, he sensed an extremely terrifying force devouring him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself floating in the sky above the hall, still unable to move at all. Great, the sage has appeared. But wait, the strongest sage is also like an ant. How could this be? The sage is a very powerful existence. This is bad. If even the sage is like an ant, what kind of terrifying existence has the great Luo Holy Land provoked? Seeing their sage in the same predicament as themselves, the crowd was filled with utter despair. Watching this scene, Liu couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking to himself, this Flame Emperor is truly terrifying. At that moment, a beam of immortal light shot toward the great Luo sage. When it flew toward him, the Flame Emperor simply said lightly, "Come here." Without any hesitation, the great Luo Immortal Tower immediately changed direction and flew in front of the Flame Emperor. At the same time, the great Luo sage suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler. How is this possible? My connection with the great Luo Immortal Tower was instantly severed. The great Luo sage's eyes began to show clear signs of panic. The Flame Emperor merely waved his hand slightly. The great Luo Immortal Tower burst forth with light. Nalan Yuechan, who was imprisoned inside, was directly released. After Nalan Yuechan came out, she embraced Lu Yu, thinking she would never see him again. "It's all right. I've brought someone to rescue you," Lu Yu said gently. At that moment, Nalan Yuechan could sense the invincible power and couldn't help but look at the Flame Emperor beside her, instantly astonished. Could he be an immortal? He is much stronger than an immortal, Lu Yu affirmed. He is indeed much more powerful. The great Luo sage was even more shocked upon witnessing this scene. He never expected that the crisis facing the great Luo Holy Land today was caused by himself. If it weren't for forcibly capturing Nalan Yuechan with the De Luo Immortal Tower, it is estimated that there wouldn't be such a situation now. No wonder the Void Nalan family would cancel the marriage. Unexpectedly, this person actually has an immortal guardian. This tower is quite good. I'll give it to you. The Flame Emperor lightly waved his finger, and the De Luo Immortal Tower obediently floated to Lu Yu's side. "Thank you." Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. "You're too polite. We are all kindred spirits. Let's help each other." The Flame Emperor smiled slightly. Back then, he was also a transmigrator. System, recharge this De Luo Immortal Tower. Lu Yu silently thought. Calculating. Calculation completed. De Luo Immortal Tower can be recharged to obtain 1,000,000,000 points. Recharging. Recharge completed. Your balance has increased by 1,000,000,000 points. In just a breath or two, the De Luo Immortal Tower instantly vanished without a trace. No, the De Luo Holy Master found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor, seeing the disappearance of the De Luo Immortal Tower, nodded slightly and thought to himself, "Interesting. Truly interesting. It seems the future will be fun. Dare to touch my woman. There's no need for your De Luo Holy Land to exist." Lu Yu said calmly. "Flame Emperor, please take action and wipe out everyone inside, leaving not a single one." The so-called cutting the grass and removing the roots is exactly this principle. Chapter 148 Complete Great Void Technique. Tai Su Divine Body. In the next moment, the Flame Emperor snapped his fingers. Everyone in the De Luo Holy Land was suddenly engulfed by a wave of flames, and in almost a single breath, they were all completely erased. The entire De Luo Holy Land instantly became incredibly silent. After reaching the realm of the Flame Emperor, killing these mortal cultivators in this mundane world could be accomplished in an instant. "Time's up. I can't stay long. I look forward to seeing you again." The Flame Emperor then looked at Lu Yu and said with a gentle smile, "Okay." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Soon, the Flame Emperor transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from this world. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened just now. System, This Deluo Holy Land is now considered ownerless. Let's use it for recharging, Lu Yun silently thought. Detecting, recharge possible. The Deluo Holy Land also has several top-tier spirit stone veins and many treasures for recharging. It can definitely yield a large amount of points. Calculation completed. This recharge can yield 50 billion points. Starting recharge. Recharge completed. Your balance has increased by 50 billion points. A flash of light passed. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, the entire Deluo Holy Land had vanished without a trace. In front of them appeared a gigantic pit. Who? Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, muttering to himself. What a pity, there was no multiple points reward. Otherwise, I could have had even more points. However, he merely made a simple complaint and did not think too much about it. He held Nalan Yuechan even tighter. Yuechan, this matter is settled. Let's continue our journey. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, in this world, only I can bully you. If anyone else dares to act, they will only meet a fate of being turned to ashes. After a few months, they returned to the courtyard at the Alchemy Peak. In the past, this courtyard was where Lu Yu and Daji lived. Daji is now receiving her inheritance in Xianxiao. Now that Nalan Yuechan is here, Lu Yu will no longer be alone in this courtyard. Li Waner and Mu Qingxue, the master and disciple, also took the initiative to visit. After a long time apart, the two girls naturally missed Lu Yu very much. That night, Lu Yu and the three girls engaged in intense discussions. As days passed, their lives became even more comfortable. One morning, after completing his daily check-in and purchasing the daily gift pack, Lu Yu sat down in the courtyard. Sipping a full cup of goji berry tea, he looked at the interface of the 10,000 Realms supermarket that popped up in front of him. Balance, 64, 404, 600, 000 points. With only over 6 billion points, it's still not enough. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He is currently at the peak of the integration realm. To break through to the early stage of the Great Ascension realm, he needs a full 200 billion points to purchase. In fact, Lu Yu had a faster method. There are still many top-tier powerful forces in this world. If he could seize these forces and use them for recharging, he could definitely rapidly increase his cultivation level. However, Lu Yu is not that kind of person. If the other party does not provoke him, he naturally will not take action against them. Instead, he believes in the principle of if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. Never mind, let us do 10 consecutive draws. Lu Yu decided at that moment. Ding dong, spent 1 million points. The 10,000 Realms Big Roulette, intermediate, starting to spin. Stop. After the 10,000 Realms Big Roulette spun for a while, Lu Yu finally spoke. The 10,000 Realms Big Roulette quickly came to a halt. A series of prompt sounds rang out one after another. Congratulations, you have obtained the Tai Su Divine Body. Congratulations, you have obtained the Great Void Technique, complete version. Congratulations, you have obtained the Ti Jin Dan recipe. Congratulations, you have obtained a Divine Puppet. The rewards from this 10 consecutive draws appeared one by one in Lu Yu's eyes. This left Lu Yu extremely surprised and unexpected. He never thought that the drop rate would be so high this time. The previous several 10 consecutive draws yielded nothing useful, leaving Lu Yu quite disappointed. Thus, he never expected that this time it would completely exceed his imagination. The Tai Su Divine Body is an existence even more powerful than the Void Body. And this Great Void Technique is just what he prepared for Yuechan. Lu Yu was very happy. What's going on that's making you so happy? At this moment, Nalan Yuechan, dressed in a snow-white long dress, walked out of the house and sat down beside Lu Yu with a smile. That's naturally a good thing. Lu Yu smiled slightly and silently thought to himself. Use the Great Void Technique on Nalan Yuechan. Receive the command. Use successful. In an instant, golden characters appeared in Nalan Yuechan's mind. Soon, she was astonished to an extreme degree. This is actually the complete Great Void Technique. Lu Yu, how did you do this? Nalan Yuechan was extremely surprised. She originally thought that the Deluo Holy Land had already been destroyed, and the Void Fragment should be gone as well. She was not concerned about whether she could obtain the complete Great Void Technique. This time, Lu Yu suddenly gave her such a big surprise. It's a secret. I'll tell you later. Next, I still want to give you a great fortune that can elevate your Void Body to the Tai Su Divine Body. This will definitely be of great help to your future cultivation, Lu Yu said with a gentle smile. Tai Su Divine Body used successfully. In the next moment, Nalan Yuechan felt an unprecedented surge of power. At the same time, the entire world began to tremble. Above the sky, the clouds began to roll. It was as if an invisible giant hand was stirring, quickly forming a massive vortex. Within this vortex, a purple light emanated, flowing like glass. And one could even see some starry trajectories. Endless void energy continuously surged forth. In the upper void, a faint shadow of an ancient deity could be seen sitting within. Waves of roaring sounds echoed, the voice of the great void resonating in people's hearts. Nalan Yuechan entered into a mysterious state. Her entire body enveloped by the divine light of the Great Void. With the emergence of this terrifying phenomenon, the members of Qingyun's sect once again displayed expressions of immense shock. What a terrifying phenomenon. It's in the direction of the alchemy peak. It seems that our Qingyun sect has produced an unparalleled powerhouse again. How impressive. Even just a hint of this aura feels incredibly terrifying. Our Qingyun sect is destined to become the #1 sect in the world. Isn't that too much to ask for? To be able to join Qingyun sect is truly our fortune. Chapter 149, The Exterminating Immortal Sword. A new opportunity in the celestial demon world. Nalan Yuechan successfully fused with the Great Void divine body in just a short incense time. From the moment the fusion succeeded, her cultivation level quickly broke through. At this moment, in Lu Yu's eyes, Nalan Yuechan was surrounded by brilliant Great Void light, looking as if she had become a true immortal deity. This power is truly formidable. Nalan Yuechan slowly opened her eyes, sensing her own changes, and was incredibly amazed. She had obviously gained a completely new elevation. Everything still felt a bit unbelievable. Lu Yu, thank you. Nalan Yuechan expressed her gratitude. No need for such politeness between us, Lu Yu said with a smile, holding her hand. Regardless, Lu Yu had already made up his mind. His woman would ascend to the immortal realm with him. With this Great Void divine body and a complete Great Void technique, I plan to enter seclusion and cultivate properly next, Nalan Yuechan decided. As her current cultivation was still a bit too low compared to Li Waner and Mu Qingxue, naturally, she was unwilling to fall behind. Seclusion, I'll enter seclusion tonight. You must keep me company, Lu Yu said earnestly upon seeing her decision. Nalan Yuechan understood Lu Yu's meaning and nodded slightly, her face still a bit flushed. It seemed that tonight would once again be an intense battle. Time for cultivators naturally passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. In the morning, Nalan Yuechan quickly woke up. After a brief farewell to Lu Yu, she entered an independent cultivation room and officially began her seclusion. Lu Yu lay in bed for a while, feeling quite satisfied before slowly getting up. Last night was truly intense. With the Great Void divine body, Nalan Yuechan was even more powerful than before, causing Lu Yu to feel as if he needed to lean against the wall to walk out. Purchase today as flash sale package and sign in, Lu Yu silently thought at this moment. Consume 10 points. Successfully purchased today as flash sale package. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme immortal weapon. Exterminating immortal sword. Signing in completed. Congratulations on obtaining an opportunity map. For a moment, Lu Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good today. Exterminating immortal sword. Come forth, Lu Yu commanded, and almost in the next instant, a terrifying sword chant echoed throughout the sky, shaking the universe. It unleashed an even more formidable sword power, containing the force to exterminate immortals. The sword energy surged forth like the Milky Way, bursting forth with brilliant sword light. The exterminating immortal sword descended from the heavens, landing directly before Lu Yu. The sword body shimmered with purple light, and the power it unleashed seemed capable of opening the heavens and earth. With this sword strike, both immortals and demons would be annihilated, unstoppable. Such a terrifying phenomenon once again left the members of Qingyun's sect in awe. They were no longer as shocked as before. Perhaps they had seen too much and had gotten somewhat used to it. As for the other top forces, they were filled with emotion, realizing that Qingyun's sect had once again produced an extraordinary existence. With this exterminating immortal sword, my golden thunder bamboo sword can finally retire. Holding the exterminating immortal sword, Lu Yu could feel its power at this moment. With this sword, he felt as if he were invincible, even if an immortal really descended. Lu Yu felt he could slay them with this sword. The power of this sword was truly incomparable to the golden thunder bamboo sword. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. He was becoming a bit materialistic. As soon as the exterminating immortal sword appeared, Lu Yu immediately liked it. As for the golden thunder bamboo sword, it seemed it wouldn't be needed anymore. The 4 exterminating swords, the exterminating immortal sword is just one of them. I remember there are also the slaying immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, and the cutting off immortal sword. These 4 swords, combined with the exterminating immortal formation, could form the first killing formation since the chaos began, the exterminating immortal formation. Once this formation is activated, it will kill gods upon encountering them and kill Buddhas upon encountering them. Lu Yu casually waved his hand. The exterminating immortal sword transformed into a beam of light and surged into his forehead. Immediately, a sword mark condensed at his brow. As Lu Yu's mind moved, the sword mark also concealed itself. Next, Lu Yu checked the remaining 3 immortal swords in the 10,000 Realms supermarket. They were not something he could purchase at the moment. The exterminating immortal formation map was even more exorbitantly priced. It seemed there was no hope in the short term. After storing the exterminating Immortal sword away, Lu Yu looked at the signing rewards. He opened his palm, and light gathered. The opportunity map appeared directly in his hand. Opportunity map. After use, it can lead you to a place of great opportunity. Looking at the description, Lu Yu nodded slightly. This is also a good item. It might allow me to gain more points. Opening the opportunity map, it was blank inside. Using this opportunity map, in the next second, Lu Yu silently thought. Opportunity map used successfully. Light illuminated, lasting only a few seconds. As the light faded, the previously blank paper now revealed numerous information and patterns. Celestial Demon World. This opportunity map actually pointed to a small world, located at Tianyao Mountain. This mountain could be said to be in the demon domain, where the demon clan resides. After reading, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The world is vast, far beyond just this piece of land. In the extreme north, there is a separate land known as the demon domain. Within the demon domain, all kinds of demon clans exist, along with many top powerhouses. It is said that Tianyao Mountain is the holy mountain in the hearts of all demon clans. However, what he hadn't expected was that there was also a separate small world within Tianyao Mountain. The opportunity lies within. Since this opportunity map pointed in this direction, it meant that the opportunity in the celestial demon world had not yet been seized by those from the demon clan. If he went there now, he still had a chance to obtain the opportunity and fortune inside. Yuechan is currently in seclusion, and Wan and Qingxue are the same. It seems I have to go alone this time. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Over these days, Lu Yu had given many cultivation treasures, pills, and other useful cultivation resources to his 3 beautiful companions. They were all now in a state of cultivation. Naturally, Lu Yu did not want to disturb their training. With my current cultivation level and the Zuzhan sword in hand, even if I were the only one to enter the demon realm, as long as I wished, it would seem that I could do whatever I wanted without any problems. Lu Yu slowly nodded, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. He felt a bit of anticipation. Chapter 150, The 4 Divine Array. I've done it, I succeeded. At that moment, an extremely excited voice echoed from a pill refining room on Dan Peak. This voice resonated throughout the entire Dan Peak, making it clear for almost everyone to hear. Whoosh. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from that pill refining room. It quickly arrived in front of Lu Yu. Sukai, with an incredibly excited expression, said, Master, I succeeded. I successfully refined the transformation pill, and it's of perfect quality. He eagerly handed the perfect quality pill to Lu Yu. The transformation pill is a high-level pill. It is extremely difficult to refine, requiring a very high level of alchemy skill. Previously, Sukai failed 9 times before successfully refining it once. However, the quality of the pill produced was too poor. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yu nodded slightly. I knew you could do it. Next, Sukai would be able to refine more perfect quality transformation pills, allowing Qingyun sect to have more Yuanying cultivators. Perhaps, in the near future, even the disciples guarding the mountain gate would all be at least in the Yuanying realm. By then, Qingyun sect would likely be standing at the pinnacle of this world. Master, I will work hard to refine more other perfect high-level pills. Sukai said earnestly again. I look forward to your future performance. Lu Yu said with a light smile. By the way, in a few days, I will be heading to the demon realm. You continue to manage this Dan Peak well. Master, you are going to the demon realm? That place is very dangerous. The demons there are more ruthless and disdainful towards the human race. Once they discover a human cultivator in the demon realm, they will immediately be hunted down by all the demons. Sukai quickly said, Rest assured, my cultivation level is sufficient. The demon realm is a dangerous place for others, but not for me, Lu Yu said confidently. If he could obtain those spiritual herbs from the demon realm, he could refine other high-level pills. Besides, if it really came to it, Lu Yu could also buy herbs at the Wanjie supermarket. Whatever he wanted, he could buy himself. Thank you, Master. Sukai expressed his gratitude with cupped hands. Whoosh. At that moment, another beam of light arrived. Sukai's daughter, Su Ying, quickly appeared. Father, Master. She hurriedly bowed respectfully to both Lu Yu and Sukai. Daughter, why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation? Sukai asked in surprise. I was interrupted by the sword intent released by Master. Su Ying replied directly. She then looked at Lu Yu, her tone becoming respectful. Master, I just heard that you are going to the demon realm. Can you take me with you? Being by your side would allow me to comprehend a higher level of swordsmanship, making the Daotian sword body even stronger. This would also count as an outdoor training. Seeing his daughter so sincere, Sukai also pleaded, Master, why not take her along? With her by your side, she can also serve you tea. All right, then you can come with me. Lu Yu saw this and didn't think too much, directly agreeing. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Ancestor. Sukai and Su Ying both responded happily. Yes, Su Ying replied respectfully. After the father and daughter bid farewell, for a moment, only Lu Yu remained. Looking around, The scenery of Qingyun's sect was fully visible. Yu Chan, Wan Er, and Qing Shui are now all at Qingyun's sect. De Ji is in Qingxiao. And that domineering snake queen should still be in the great Liang Desert. Lu Yu took a deep breath, slowly sighing. After this matter in the demon realm, I will go to the great Liang Desert. Before, I was suppressed by the snake queen and had no initiative, but now my cultivation has far surpassed hers. And it's time for me to take the initiative. Regarding some future plans, Lu Yu had basically formulated a rough plan. Successfully purchased the daily flash sale package, opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations on obtaining breath alteration technique. Can disguise and change one's aura, transforming spiritual power into demon power. Today's check-in successful. Received a 100-year lifespan pill. A new day has arrived. Lu Yu looked at the breath alteration technique and nodded slightly. This technique is timely. Once I enter the demon realm with this technique, those demons won't be able to tell that I am a human cultivator. However, back then, if my cultivation level was insufficient, I might have still needed to use this method. But now, I am a complete integration realm expert, and in the demon realm, I can walk freely without needing to hide my human aura. Moreover, even if there are stronger old monsters in the demon realm, there is no need to be afraid. Casually summoning a strong expert can easily deal with them. Lu Yu muttered to himself. Successfully purchased the daily flash sale package, opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations on obtaining Tao Te Ching. Today's check-in complete. Congratulations on obtaining the top-level Great Formation 4 Divine Array. Using the 4 divine beasts of Qinglong and Baihu as the core, once this array is activated, even if immortals descend, it can withstand for 12 hours. Lu Yu looked at such a great formation and immediately arranged it within Qingyun's sect. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, 4 massive divine beast figures coalesced at the 4 corners of Qingyun's sect, stunning everyone once again. The successful arrangement of the top-level Great Formation made the spiritual energy of Qingyun's sect much richer, seemingly more suitable for cultivation. Successfully purchased the daily flash sale package. Opening now. Congratulations, you received a 5-fold recharge coupon reward. Today's check-in complete. Congratulations on receiving Wanjia Great Roulette Upgrade Reward. Ding dong, warm reminder. Wanjia Great Roulette is starting to upgrade. Please wait patiently. So refreshing. Lu Yu was extremely excited. A 5-fold recharge coupon reward had always been anticipated by Lu Yu. Once the Wanjia Great Roulette successfully upgrades, the rare rewards obtained will definitely be even better. Time always passes quickly. Just like that, 3 days went by. For Lu Yu, these 3 days were simply incredibly enjoyable. Chapter 151. The Chaotic Sea Region. The Heavenly Bottle. On this day, it was the day of departure. Lu Yu pushed open the courtyard door, and Su Ying, who was waiting outside, quickly walked over and respectfully bowed. Master. Lu Yu nodded slightly. In fact, according to real age, Lu Yu was only about 3 years older than Su Ying, yet she now referred to him as master. It felt a bit strange. But what could be done? After all, Su Ying's father was his disciple. So, it was not unusual for Su Ying to address him this way. Are you ready? Lu Yu asked. Yes, I have been ready for a long time, Su Ying quickly replied. Then let's set off. Lu Yu waved his hand, and a flying boat appeared out of thin air. The two quickly boarded the flying boat. Under Lu Yu's control, the flying boat rapidly took off. With a whoosh, the flying boat sped away, and in just a few breaths, it flew out of the Qingyun sect's range. On the flying boat, Lu Yu reclined in a chair, reading a book and sipping tea, quite enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Su Ying sat cross-legged beside Lu Yu, entering a state of cultivation. It took them almost 2 months to finally reach the seaside. At a glance, the vast ocean before them was incredibly expansive, especially for Su Ying, who was utterly amazed by the scenery. It was her first time visiting such a vast sea. The flying boat continued its journey. Master, there are so many demon beasts in this sea. Su Ying sensed through her divine consciousness and couldn't help but sigh softly. This sea was also some demon clan's territory, so it was normal for there to be many demon beasts in the water. Lu Yu nodded slowly, as he had learned a lot from the books he had read earlier. Master, at our current speed, how much longer until we reach that demon domain? Su Ying asked curiously again. Over the past few days, she had been cultivating alongside Lu Yu and had significantly improved her swordsmanship. Now, she was looking forward to encountering powerful demon cultivators to battle with. After all, only through real combat could one truly understand how much they had improved. After flying over the sea for several days, one noon, Su Ying saw something on the deck and excitedly exclaimed, Master, there is a large island ahead. It seems there are city buildings on it, and human cultivators. Since entering the ocean, they had only seen some demon beasts and no other people. It seemed they had already entered the chaotic sea area, and this island should be Polaris Island, located on the edge of the chaotic sea. Lu Yu stood up and walked over to Su Ying, quickly determining their current location and the name of the island from the map. This chaotic sea area has a complex power structure. Most of the cultivators here are ruthless. Lu Yu continued. I can sense a lot of evil cultivator energy on this Polaris island. Su-Ying responded. Since we're here and it's getting dark, let's stay overnight on Polaris Island and explore a bit. Lu Yu quickly decided. Yes, Master. Su-Ying had no objections. Whatever Master said was what she would follow. Soon, the flying boat landed on Polaris Island. With a wave of Lu Yu's hand, the entire flying boat transformed into a beam of light and was stored in the storage ring. Lu Yu and Su-Ying arrived at the city gate. They could see the plaque above the gate with the flamboyant characters Polaris City. The name of the entire city was clearly named after Polaris Island. After paying a dozen low-grade spirit stones, Lu Yu and Su-Ying smoothly entered Polaris City. Passing through the city gate instantly immersed them in an incredibly lively atmosphere, allowing them to truly experience what it meant for crowds to flow like tides. Master, this chaotic sea area is indeed a mix of fish and dragons. Not only are there evil cultivators in this city, but also demon cultivators hiding their identities, Su-Ying whispered. All right, everything here has nothing to do with us, Lu Yu said with a light smile. Next, let's take a good look around. Su-Ying nodded eagerly. As they ventured deeper into the city, they saw many shops along the way. Almost every shop was bustling with people, and some taverns were extraordinarily lively, discussing various matters, creating a bustling scene. Strolling along, the two saw many things they had never encountered before and also learned about the specific strength of Polaris City. Most of the cultivators here were at the Qi refining and foundation establishment levels, with only a few being core formation cultivators. After all, they were still on the outskirts of the chaotic sea area. If they ventured deeper into the chaotic sea, they would surely encounter more high-level cultivators. Suddenly, as they passed through a square, Lu Yu distinctly sensed a special aura of power. Moreover, this aura seemed to not originate from the mortal realm. At a glance, Lu Yu quickly spotted a young man dressed in plain green clothing, who appeared ordinary and was not the kind of person who stood out. However, within him, Lu Yu clearly saw a small green bottle. That special power emanated from this small green bottle. I can't believe I encountered such an extraordinary existence here. Lu Yu thought to himself. The small green bottle within him seems to contain the power of the laws of time. This is truly interesting. At this moment, the young man also seemed to notice Lu Yu's gaze. A bad thought crossed his mind, and he quickly turned to leave. Master, is there something different about the person you were looking at? Su-Ying also noticed Lu Yu's focus on the young man and curiously asked. This person is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yu nodded slowly. In the next moment, Lu Yu opened the Xianxia supermarket. After a brief search, he found an identical item to the small green bottle he had just seen. Xianxian bottle, a mysterious object born from chaos, containing the power of the laws of time. Price, 999. 9 billion. Gulp. Lu Yu swallowed. The price of 999. 9 billion was enough to show how incredibly powerful this Xianxian bottle was. This person, possessing this supreme Xianxian bottle, undoubtedly had the protagonist's panel. And becoming an immortal in the future would surely be easy. Lu Yu thought to himself, it seems I can make a friendly acquaintance. The more friends, the more paths. Chapter 152. I am Hanli. Su-Ying, let's go take a look. Lu Yu smiled. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Su-Ying immediately nodded. All right, master. The two continued forward. In no time, they arrived at a serene small courtyard. At this moment, inside the courtyard, the young man's expression was quite serious. He was naturally aware of the auras of Lu Yu and Su-Ying outside. I'm being watched. The young man thought, why is this happening? I thought I had hidden myself so well. Friend, won't you come out to meet me? Lu Yu's voice followed. The young man waved his hand, and the courtyard's door opened directly. I don't know what business you have, friend, the young man said, cupping his hands, while also preparing to escape at any moment. It's nothing major. I just wanted to befriend you, Lu Yu said with a light smile. Befriend? It probably isn't that simple. The young man still looked tense. He knew that his greatest secret was that small green bottle. The Xianxian bottle, the small green bottle within you, is a supreme treasure. A mysterious object containing the power of the laws, Lu Yu continued. In an instant, the young man's expression became increasingly grave. His greatest secret had been seen through. And the other party seemed to know a lot about this small green bottle. Now he truly realized that this small green bottle was called the Xianxian bottle. And just its name alone indicated that it was extraordinary. In the next moment, the young man attempted to escape underground, only to find that he couldn't use his escape technique. It seemed that the escape technique had failed. It looks like you're here to seize my small green bottle. The young man stared fixedly at Lu Yu. With my current strength, if I want the Xianxian bottle, it would be incredibly easy. Lu Yu lightly waved his finger. Boom. The young man instantly felt an unparalleled pressure. Under this pressure, he was completely pinned to the ground, unable to move an inch. He even felt as if his body might explode. With his core formation realm, under this absolute might, He felt like an ant among ants. Just as Liu had said, if Liu wanted the small green bottle inside him, he could easily obtain it. Just a few seconds passed, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the overwhelming pressure dissipated, allowing the young man to feel an indescribable sense of relief, a feeling of survival. I said, "You and I are fated to meet. I only wish to befriend you, with no ill intentions." Liu smiled. The young man slowly stood up, still looking at Liu with caution. In his view, Liu might have some ulterior motive waiting for him, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down. He had to think of a way to leave this place. It is an honor for a junior like me to befriend a senior. The next moment, the young man hurriedly bowed. Very good. Liu smiled. My name is Liu. You can just call me by my name. Liu Senior. The young man quickly responded. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails, and strength is paramount. Naturally, he didn't dare to call Liu by his name directly. So, what is your name? Liu inquired. I am Hanli. The young man stated his name honestly. Hanli is a nice name. Liu nodded slightly. Then, Liu waved his finger gently, and a glowing pill appeared directly in front of Hanli. This pill is a perfect quality transformation pill. It can help you successfully break through to the nascent soul stage. Liu said softly. Looking at such an extraordinary pill, Hanli's eyes lit up. He himself was a pill refiner and naturally understood the value of this pill. He had come here to search for spiritual herbs to break through his realm. But now, if he took this perfect transformation pill, he estimated that it wouldn't take long before he could become a true nascent soul cultivator. There is no free lunch in the world, Senior. What do I need to give you in exchange for this pill? Or are there any conditions? Hanli asked, remaining rational and not letting the pill cloud his judgment. It's simple. I need a drop of the green liquid from the bottle of heaven. Liu replied calmly. All right. Hanli naturally knew how to choose. He waved his finger gently, and a green light burst out from his body. The bottle of heaven appeared directly in his hand. Then, a drop of green liquid flew out and hovered in front of Liu. Although it was just a drop, the energy contained within it was immense. Go. Liu lightly gestured with his finger, and the drop of green liquid immediately entered Su Ying's body. In an instant, an incredibly pure energy spread throughout Su Ying's body, significantly elevating her cultivation realm. At that moment, Su Ying was stunned, and her heart quickly filled with emotion. She truly hadn't expected that her master wanted this drop of green liquid for her use. But soon, Su Ying's expression turned painful. The power contained in the green liquid was indeed continuous and immense, reaching a point where her entire body could hardly bear it anymore, hitting a limit. If this continued, she felt her body might explode. It was truly unimaginable. It looked like just a drop of green liquid, but the energy contained within it was terrifyingly extreme. At that moment, Liu gently tapped his finger, and the drop of green liquid in Su Ying's body instantly calmed down, allowing her to feel incredibly relaxed, as if she had come back to life. This drop of green liquid, you should refine it well. It will be of great help to you. Liu said softly. You must know that this is the green liquid from the bottle of heaven. It's not that simple. Yes, I understand. Su Ying nodded quickly. Hanli, I have things to do, so I won't stay long. I hope that when we meet next time, you will have reached a higher realm. Liu then looked at Hanli and said softly. After speaking, Liu turned and left with Su Ying, their figures quickly disappearing. Hanli hurriedly accepted the perfect transformation pill. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. Immediately, Hanli donned a black robe, completely concealing his appearance and figure, and swiftly departed from the place. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he flew out of the Star Island. Liu naturally sensed all of this and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Hanli is indeed extremely cautious. But it's understandable. If he weren't a bit careful, he'd probably be close to death. Chapter 153, The Oncoming Demon Tide. At night, in a room at an inn, Su Ying curiously looked at Liu and asked, Master, what exactly is the bottle of heaven? Just a drop of green liquid is so extraordinary. It's hard to imagine that such an extraordinary thing still exists in this world. This made her reflect on the wonders of the vast world. The bottle of heaven is an unparalleled existence, even in the immortal realm. Liu said slowly, now that you have obtained this drop of green liquid, it is indeed an extraordinary fortune. As for the matter of the bottle of heaven, just know it and do not tell others. Faced with Liu's instruction, Su Ying immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, Master, I understand. In the room, Su Ying quickly sat cross-legged and continued her cultivation, while Liu lay on the bed to rest. With each blink, the night quickly passed. A new day arrived. In the morning, sunlight streamed into the room. At this moment, Su Ying stopped her cultivation and slowly opened her eyes, staring in awe. Master looks exceptionally charming while sleeping. Fortunately, Liu soon woke up. Sitting up straight, purchased today's flash sale package and check in. After waking up, Liu silently thought to himself. Consumed 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a Qingyuan sword technique. Today's check-in complete. Received green hair pill. After consumption, can turn your hair green. The notification sounded, causing the corners of Lu Yu's mouth to twitch. Green hair pill. There was actually such a pill. It was indeed beyond imagination. The image of green hair was absolutely unviewable. Master Suing looked at Lu Yu with a strange expression and couldn't help but softly call out. After getting up, Lu Yu stretched lazily, feeling much refreshed. A night of cultivation had indeed made significant progress. Not bad. Then, Lu Yu looked at Su Ying and praised. Thanks to that green liquid, I feel my Dao Heaven Sword body has also become much stronger. Su Ying quickly nodded, her face showing an incredibly happy smile. This smile was very cute. Don't be proud. Lu Yu reached out and gently ruffled Su Ying's hair. At that moment, Su Ying's face turned crimson. Lu Yu didn't notice, having already treated Su Ying like a younger sister. It's normal for an older brother to gently pat his sister's head, right? All right, we should continue our journey. Lu Yu said slowly. Okay, master. Su Ying's voice became softer. After leaving the inn, bang, 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 before they could officially set out. The entire Star Island emitted a series of urgent bell sounds. Upon hearing this bell, everyone's faces changed dramatically. At the same time, the entire Polaris Island activated a formation, creating a protective shield around the island. Fellow Taoists, the demon tide is coming. Let us unite and drive back the demon tide. A dignified voice echoed. The island master of Polaris Island, Qin Liqing, appeared. He was not only the master of Polaris Island, but also the only nascent soul cultivator on the island. Having reached the late stage of nascent soul, under his command, countless cultivators flew out on their swords, ready to engage in battle. The demon tide was approaching. If they could not defeat it, Polaris Island might be occupied by those demon beasts. By then, their homes and loved ones could perish under the claws of those beasts. The demon tide. I didn't expect it to erupt at this moment. Suing said in surprise. Master, this formation doesn't seem very powerful. If we truly face the demon tide, it may not hold for long. Once this formation is broken, it will likely accelerate the occupation of the island by those demon beasts. Never mind, let us go see the excitement. Lu Yu waved his hand. This was his first encounter with a demon tide, and he was very interested in witnessing it firsthand. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Yu and Su Ying quickly flew out with the other cultivators. In just a short time, they arrived at the edge of the island. At this moment, looking ahead, the sky was thick with dark clouds, and the sea was churning violently. With a probe of his divine sense, he instantly sensed thousands of demon beasts rushing towards them. Charge, you little ones. A nascent soul demon cultivator burst out from the sea, pointing his trident at Polaris Island, issuing a fierce cry. Immediately, countless demon beasts surged out of the water. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. The cultivators on the island, seeing this, grew increasingly serious. Everyone, I will deal with that nascent soul demon. The rest is up to you. Island Master Qin Liqing quickly spoke up, then raised his sword and slashed towards the nascent soul demon. Boom. In a short time, the two were entangled in battle. The fight between nascent soul cultivators was incredibly intense in the eyes of the spectators. Kill. Protect our Polaris Island. The cultivators summoned their weapons, channeling their inner spiritual power, and began to fight fiercely against the massive number of demon beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. A great battle had begun. The battlefield was brutal. Blood stained a large area of the sea, with many severed limbs floating in the water. The air quickly filled with a strong smell of blood. Su Ying, you should also move around, Lu Yu said upon seeing this. All right, master. Su Ying replied with a smile. Whoosh. In the next moment, Su Ying flew out directly. Sword, come forth. With a flick of her sword, a long sword radiating spiritual light shot out through the air. The sword even emitted a series of sword cries. Flash. Spiritual power surged within her. The long sword immediately slashed out, and a terrifying sword aura condensed, crashing towards the dark mass of demon beasts below. This sword aura was immensely powerful, unstoppable, and capable of crushing everything. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Countless defensive turtle demons and other beasts were shattered under this sword aura, as if they were made of paper. Hundreds of demon beasts were completely slain. So powerful. This is actually a transformation stage powerhouse. Great. With a transformation stage powerhouse here, we will surely overcome this crisis. What a beautiful female sword cultivator. When did such a stunning sword cultivator appear in the chaotic seas? The other cultivators, witnessing this, became excited and agitated. Chapter 154, not over yet. How could there be a transformation stage cultivator on Polaris Island? The face of the nascent soul demon changed drastically. He had already sent people to investigate. There were absolutely no human cultivators above the nascent soul level on Polaris Island. How much longer will you hide? This concerns our demon clan's grand plan. It is time for you to contribute. The nascent soul demon coldly snorted. In just a few breaths, some cultivators could no longer stay hidden, their demonic power surging. Soon, they revealed their true forms. Many Demon Clan cultivators transformed into human shapes, having long been lurking on Polaris Island. Now was their time to take action. Boom! The battlefield grew increasingly intense. For a moment, some cultivators were caught off guard and were pierced through by sharp claws. In a short time, many human cultivators fell and perished. Damn it, there are so many Demon Clan infiltrators. Island Master Xianxia's expression became extremely grave. Useless, even with your transformation stage powerhouse. You still cannot stop my grand plan. The nascent soul demon laughed heartily. Everything is under control. Enough with the nonsense. Suing said lightly, with a single sword strike. When the nascent soul demon reacted, the terrifying sword aura had already arrived, swiftly engulfing him. Boom! Another thunderous roar rang out. Under this sword aura, the nascent soul demon could not resist at all and was reduced to ashes, not even leaving a trace behind. With the death of the nascent soul demon, the other demon beasts continued to fight madly. At that moment, the entire sea turned a bizarre blood red. The surface of the water began to boil, resembling a churning sea of blood. Roar, roar, roar. Those demon beasts and the Demon Clan cultivators in human form seemed to be empowered by some force. Their eyes glowing with a crimson light, their internal strength multiplying. At this moment, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The human cultivators were at a disadvantage, hardly able to withstand the frenzied attacks of these demon beasts. In just a few breaths, Lu Yu saw several cultivators torn apart by the claws of the demon beasts. The scene was horrifyingly bloody. Lu Yu took a deep breath. In the past, he might have found it nauseating. But now, as he looked around, it felt just about the same. The nascent soul Demon Clan cultivators had already been slain, yet these Demon Clan members had become even more frenzied. It seemed there was someone behind this. The scale of this demon tide was likely not so simple. Could there be some treasure or something on Polaris Island? Lu Yu murmured to himself. Probing with his divine sense, he confirmed that deep in the sea, there was an extremely powerful aura. This aura clearly belonged to someone at the void refinement stage. Above transformation, it seemed to be a demon king. Su-Ying, don't waste any more time. Kill all the demon beasts here. Lu Yu directly commanded. Yes, master. Su-Ying responded quickly upon hearing this. Her internal spiritual power began to surge forth, and a sword intent erupted. In that instant, Su-Ying's entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation. It was as if, at that moment, she truly became a female, sword immortal. Sword come. Su-Ying suddenly opened her eyes wide, and an endless golden light erupted around her. Within this golden light, countless strands of golden sword energy coalesced. The onlookers widened their eyes, displaying expressions of extreme shock. In their eyes, it was as if there was a magnificent sea of swords. Each strand of sword energy emanated terrifying power, as if it had absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it. The sound of swords ringing echoed through heaven and earth. Go! As Su-Ying's sword finger fell, countless sword energies transformed into an incredible torrent of golden light, slashing towards those demon beasts. This sword seemed capable of cleaving the entire world apart. What terrifying swordsmanship! Now I understand. One should never provoke a sword cultivator. This sword seemed to be able to split the universe itself. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. The might of a divine transformation is indeed terrifying. The cultivators, witnessing this scene and feeling the supreme power, couldn't help but tremble with every breath. Then, in everyone's eyes, that golden torrent swept everything away. Under this golden torrent, the demon beasts that were engulfed were all completely annihilated. When the light dissipated, the sea returned to calm. Is the demon tide over? Great. We are still alive. Yes. We thank the senior for your assistance. The cultivators hurriedly knelt before Su-Ying. Even the island master, Xianxiaaudiobooks, quickly approached Su-Ying, respectfully saying, Thank you, senior, for saving my Polaris Island. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. But it's not over yet. The real opponent has yet to appear, Su-Ying said calmly, as she sensed a powerful force still lurking in the depths of the sea, a force that even surpassed her own. Not over yet. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression changed. Sure enough, the next moment, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the sea. This massive roar was not of this world. The power it emitted directly stirred up towering waves on the sea surface within 100 miles, shaking the very space itself. In an instant, a column of blood-red light, eerily glowing, shot up from the seabed like a giant pillar reaching for the sky. The seawater on either side of the light column formed crimson walls. Millions of droplets dyed red, refracting a strange glow in the air. Boom! The continuous booming sounds rang out. The blood-red light column broke through the clouds, creating a bloody hole in the sky. The heavens turned an even deeper shade of red. The overwhelming stench of blood made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. A devouring force descended, shattering the cultivator's spiritual energy shields. Immediately, the spiritual energy and life force within these cultivators were rapidly consumed. Many cultivators visibly turned into withered corpses at an alarming speed. The remaining cultivators finally reacted. In an instant, only Lu Yu and Su Ying were left outside. Cultivators must have a sufficient understanding of their own strength. Only then can they make correct judgments, to fight or to flee. All right, your performance just now was quite good. Now it's my turn. Lu Yu said with a slight smile. Chapter 155, Truth Symbol. Pharmacy God Temple. In just a few breaths, a figure burst forth from the seabed. Hovering high in the air, a demon king of the void refinement realm appeared before everyone. The aura emanating from this demon king was extremely terrifying. It seemed that even the power it unleashed casually could destroy the world. How could a void refinement realm demon king exist with such overwhelming power? Yes, I've been in this chaotic sea region for over a decade, and I've never heard of such an existence. The strongest I've heard of was only a divine transformation powerhouse. It's over. I thought we could survive, but with such a powerful demon king appearing, we are surely doomed. The cultivators fell into despair once again, many trembling with fear. Interesting. I didn't expect to find such a divine transformation in this small Polaris island. This is a bit beyond my expectations. The demon king fixed its gaze on Su Ying, revealing an extremely sinister smile. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, there will only be a dead end. Su Ying coldly snorted. Ha! What a joke. The demon king sneered. A mere divine transformation dares to speak so boldly, truly unaware of its own mortality. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I will turn you into a demon puppet. Immediately, the demon king raised its hand. With a thunderous clap, a blood-red hand large enough to block the sun slammed down towards Lu Yu and Su Ying. The power was so great that it caused the space to begin to collapse. Crack. The formation protecting the entire Polaris city suddenly appeared with numerous cracks. These cracks continued to extend and spread, clearly unable to hold for much longer. Go. Lu Yu waved his sword finger, and a giant golden sword instantly condensed and shot towards the blood-red giant hand above. Boom. As the two collided, an incredible roar erupted. Interesting. It turns out you are the strongest. You've hidden well. Even I didn't notice it at first, seeing his blood-red giant hand easily destroyed. The demon king let out an uncontrollable mad laugh. Truly arrogant. Su Ying chuckled, knowing full well that her master had not used all their strength in that last sword strike. Otherwise, that sword would have already killed this demon king. The fact that this demon king could still laugh meant it truly did not realize the impending doom it faced. Give me a chance. What is your purpose here? Lu Yu slowly asked. Polaris Island is merely an ordinary large island in the chaotic sea region. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin here. The mere presence of a void refinement realm demon king personally coming here indicates that something is amiss. You have no right to question this king. The demon king coldly sneered, completely disregarding Lu Yu. I knew it. Lu Yu shook his head. Looks like it's time to get serious. Yuan Huang Dao sword. Go. Lu Yu waved his sword finger again. A path of rules directly condensed and shot out from his brow, instantly transforming into a golden short sword. It charged forward. When the golden short sword was only a few dozen steps away from the demon king, it transformed into a chain of order, binding the demon king tightly. The power of this order further suppressed the demon king. Impossible. The demon king's face changed dramatically. It tried to break free but found that all its methods were futile. At that moment, it truly panicked, realizing that Lu Yu's cultivation level was above its own. Moreover, it was under absolute suppression. This is a game changer. Damn it. The demon king thought to itself, having been warned earlier that there might be unexpected changes this time, but it hadn't taken it seriously. Suddenly, it began to regret. Now, tell me your purpose for coming here? Lu Yu asked again. Even if you kill this king, I want to tell you a word. The demon king's voice turned even colder. You have spirit. Lu Yu nodded, praising. However, encountering me is your misfortune. System, use the truth symbol. He silently thought. Use successful. In an instant, a special glowing talisman materialized and quickly entered the demon king's mind. Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? Lu Yu commanded. Hidden within Polaris Island is a key that can be used to access the legendary Pharmacy God Temple. The demon king spoke the truth, and as it finished, its eyes were filled with immense terror. Damn it. How could I be made to speak the truth? This only made the demon king feel even more afraid of Lu Yu. Pharmacy God Temple? Lu Yu murmured. This sounds quite extraordinary. This is getting interesting. I didn't expect. Coming to this Polaris Island, there are actually such discoveries. The other party is a dignified demon king at the void refining realm, personally coming here to look for that so-called key, which is enough to show that this medicine god palace is not simple at all. Let go of this king, and I'll give you the key. The demon king was still struggling constantly. From what you said, this key should not just be one, right? Lu Yu said softly. This demon king originally did not want to speak, but his mouth opened on its own and made a sound. Indeed, it is rumored that there are a full 100 keys to the Medicine God Palace, and some keys have already fallen into the hands of others. So I ask you, what exactly is the Medicine God Palace? Lu Yu continued to ask. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was shocked. For most ordinary cultivators, this kind of secret was definitely something they had never heard of before. A pill that can directly allow a person to ascend to immortality. This made many people start to fantasize in their hearts. If they could obtain such a pill, wouldn't that mean they could directly take off? But they understood that they probably had no hope for that. After all, to enter the Medicine God Palace, one must hold that key. This is getting interesting. Lu Yu smiled slightly. In the Wanjia supermarket, there are indeed such pills that can directly allow people to ascend. However, this pill is extremely expensive. Something Lu Yu cannot afford. When will the Medicine God Palace open next? Lu Yu asked. 3 months later. Do you know where the other keys are? I have to say, this truth talisman is really powerful. It allows people to speak the truth without any deception. Chapter 156. Unexpected Gain. Fallen Heart Flame. Alright. Then you can die. Lu Yu waved his finger. That order divine chain transformed back into a golden short sword. With a puff, it directly pierced through the body of the Demon King. The powerful transformative power completely engulfed it. Almost in the blink of an eye, this Demon King turned to ashes, completely erased from this world. Seeing this scene, many cultivators widened their eyes, and their gazes towards Lu Yu became immensely respectful. How powerful! It turns out he is the real big shot, easily annihilating a void refining realm Demon King. Unexpectedly, these two strong ones are so low-key. If it weren't for this demon tide, we might never have witnessed such a strong person in our lifetime. If only I could be his disciple. The cultivators discussed among themselves. Soon, in their eyes, Lu Yu and Su Ying quickly flew out. Their speed was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In just a few breaths, the figures of the two disappeared from their sight. Lu Yu, with Su Ying, had already arrived at the depths of this Polaris island. There really is a key. Lu Yu looked at the towering mountain before him, and, after some exploration, successfully sensed that within this mountain, there were layers of seals. And within the seals, there existed a special key. Sky-slaying technique. Lu Yu waved his sword finger. In an instant, the sky rumbled. A golden sword energy, 1,000 feet high, slashed down directly. Boom. In just a few seconds, the entire mountain was split in half, collapsing downwards. As the dust settled, Lu Yu and Su Ying could clearly see a special key floating in midair, surrounded by layers of sealing prohibitions. These seals completely isolated the key's aura, so it had never been discovered by anyone. For a moment, Lu Yu was curious about how that void refining realm Demon King knew that this key would exist here. Unfortunately, the Demon King had already been killed, and there was no way to continue asking. Crack. As Lu Yu pointed again, countless golden sword energies condensed and rushed towards those seals. In almost an instant, the seals of the key completely shattered. The key to the Medicine God Palace naturally fell into Lu Yu's hands. This key is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yu slowly nodded. System. How many points can this key be recharged for? Calculating. Calculation complete. Medicine God Palace key can be recharged for 10 million points. Who? After seeing this number, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just one key is so valuable, further proving the extraordinary nature of the Medicine God Palace, which must have even greater value. In the next moment, Lu Yu stored this key into his storage ring. Su Ying, let us go. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Whoosh. The two flew out into the air again. In no time, they left this Polaris island. Master Ancestor, where are we going next? As they flew quickly, Su Ying curiously asked. Master Ancestor, since we already have one key, do we still need to search for the second one? Su Ying asked, puzzled. This key can only allow one person to enter the Medicine God Palace, and naturally, we need 2 keys for the 2 of us. Lu Yu slowly nodded. For a moment, this made Su Ying feel touched again. She didn't expect her Master Ancestor to care for her so much. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Su Ying quickly expressed her gratitude. Since you call me Master Ancestor, I will definitely be responsible for you. Lu Yu waved his hand, hoping that she could gain more opportunities and enhance her cultivation level. The Medicine God Palace is extraordinary, if there really are those defying heavenly pills inside. Perhaps the Qingyun sect could immediately produce an Immortal. That would be a good thing. After spending almost a few days, Lu Yu and Su Ying successfully arrived at this Kuaishing Island. The entire Kuaishing Island is actually composed of volcanoes. This island is not suitable for habitation. The volcanoes occasionally erupt, and even the rivers are boiling hot magma. Even close by, Su Ying could sense the intense heat radiating from this island. Master Ancestor, look. There are other cultivators in the air above the largest volcano. Could it be that they are also here for the key to the Medicine God Palace? Soon, Su Ying spotted the figures of several cultivators. Let us go take a look. Lu Yu nodded slowly. The two quickened their speed and swiftly arrived above the largest volcano. At this moment, the other cultivators present became cautious upon seeing Lu Yu and Su Ying's appearance. Fellow Taoist, are you also here for the Medicine God Palace? One of the Transformation God Realm cultivators politely cupped his hands towards Lu Yu. I guess you all have the same purpose, right? Lu Yu nodded slowly. Indeed. We learned that one of the keys to the Medicine God Palace is within this volcano, but the magma flames below are extremely terrifying. Just now, one Transformation God Realm cultivator has already fallen in there. That cultivator said softly. Just now, they had witnessed that Transformation God cultivator being burned to nothing by the flames. Unexpectedly, there was also an unexpected gain. This volcano contains heavenly. Lu Yu looked at the flames beneath the volcano and smiled slightly. For a moment, the expressions of these cultivators changed. Heavenly. They had naturally heard of it before. Unexpectedly, within this volcano, there actually exists a type of heavenly. No wonder it could easily burn a transformation god. Come here. Lu Yu gently beckoned with his finger. The heavenly below flew up directly, obediently hovering before Lu Yu. This scene shocked the several cultivators to an extreme. It is said that heavenly is the most domineering existence in this world. He was able to so easily subdue the heavenly, clearly showing how terrifying his strength is, and he must not be provoked. The alchemist in his heart secretly thought. And the others had the same idea. Heaven and earth rare fire, fallen heart flame, can be charged to obtain 100 million points. Still too little. Lu Yu secretly thought to himself. The main reason is that he once had a 5-fold points reward upon recharging. Once recharged, this reward would be automatically used. 100 million becomes 500 million, still too little. It's really not worth it. Su Ying, this heaven and earth rare fire is for you. Lu Yu casually waved his hand. And the fallen heart flame directly flew into Su Ying's body, merging with her. In just a short breath, Su Ying felt that she had completely mastered the fallen heart flame. Her cultivation level would definitely be terrifying. They were even more resolute in their hearts that they could not be enemies with him. You can leave now. This opportunity is no longer something you can obtain. Lu Yu was in a good mood and directly let them go. Thank you, senior, we will leave now. The few cultivators responded respectfully, quickly bowed again, and swiftly left. They dared not linger for even a moment. It seems they are all smart people. Lu Yu slowly nodded. If anyone among them was disobedient, Lu Yu would have no choice but to take action and eliminate them. Chapter 157. Entering the Medicine God Temple. Then, Lu Yu gently beckoned again at the volcano below, and a beam of light shot out directly from beneath the volcano's lava. It quickly floated in front of Lu Yu. It was also a key, wrapped in layers of seals and restrictions. Crack. Almost in an instant, these seals and restrictions shattered. Another key to the Medicine God Temple successfully fell into Lu Yu's hand. After just a glance, Lu Yu handed this key to Su Ying. Keep it safe. Su Ying nodded repeatedly and quickly stored the key to the Medicine God Temple in her storage ring. Let's go. We have the key now, which is a great harvest. Next, we will find a place to settle down and enter the Medicine God Temple after 3 months to take a look. Lu Yu continued. After that, the two quickly flew out again. It didn't take long before they found an uninhabited small island. The entire island was very quiet. Although the scenery was not particularly great, the overall feeling was still quite nice. In the following days, Lu Yu lived quite freely and comfortably on this island, while Su Ying was diligently cultivating. Although the spiritual energy of this place was thin, she had a drop of the green liquid from the heaven-controlling bottle in her body. And by refining and absorbing this drop of green liquid, her cultivation level improved significantly day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed quickly. One afternoon, the sky above the chaotic sea erupted with a strange celestial phenomenon. Within this phenomenon appeared an enormous palace, radiating a peculiar light all over. Just one glance made everyone who saw it gasp in amazement. This is the Medicine God Temple. It truly looks extraordinary, as if it were a celestial palace from the Immortal realm. Su Ying was deeply shocked and exclaimed in awe since it was her first time witnessing such a spectacular scene. Anyone would react this way. Take out the key, Lu Yu said softly. The next second, the two quickly took out the keys to the Medicine God Temple. Soon, the two keys emitted an extraordinary light. Whoosh! The light from the keys enveloped Lu Yu and Su Ying, instantly making them disappear from their original spot and transporting them into the Medicine God Temple. When the two opened their eyes, they found themselves standing right in front of the Medicine God Temple. The entire Medicine God Temple was immensely large. Standing before it made them feel extremely small, almost like ants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, other powerful cultivators also quickly arrived, each holding a key. In a short time, there were 100 people in front of the Medicine God Temple. The number of keys was just right, 100. More than half of the cultivators had very high cultivation levels, each bringing 1 or 2 of their own disciples. It was said that only alchemy realm experts existed in the chaotic sea, but now, with the appearance of the medicine god temple, several void refining realm cultivators were seen. Fellow Taoists, since everyone is here, let us not waste time and open this medicine god temple together. One of the void refining realm experts quickly spoke. The large door of the medicine god temple had 100 grooves, meaning that all 100 keys had to be inserted to open it. Thankfully, everyone was present. Otherwise, lacking just one key would mean they couldn't enter the medicine god temple to seek opportunities and great fortunes. Next, everyone waved their hands, and the keys flew out, landing in the grooves of the temple door. As all 100 keys were fitted, the temple door instantly erupted with an incredibly dazzling light. Under this light, the temple door rumbled open on its own. When the light dissipated, everyone looked again, and behind the temple door was an extremely wide passage. At the end of the passage, there was flickering light. Several cultivators tried to probe with their divine sense, but soon discovered that as soon as their divine sense entered, it was dissipated by a special force. Be bold. There is no danger or restriction inside. Soon, a void refining realm expert led his disciples directly inside. Clearly, he had been here before and seemed very familiar. The others followed suit. Master, it seems some cultivators have been here before. Suing whispered. Let us go. The good stuff probably hasn't been taken yet. Otherwise, those who have been in before wouldn't come back. Liu smiled slightly. The group entered the temple door and walked along the only passage inside. It didn't take long. After passing through the passage, they successfully entered a hall. The entire hall was extremely vast, making it feel incredibly magnificent. It even felt like it could accommodate tens of thousands of people without any problem. The rich medicinal fragrance made one feel invigorated with just one whiff. This medicine god temple truly lived up to its name. For the cultivators entering here for the first time, they became somewhat excited. If the medicinal fragrance was so extraordinary, then the legendary elixirs might really exist. Such a discovery made them even more thrilled. Bang! A flash of light appeared, and instantly a gigantic hourglass emerged in the hall. It is rumored that the medicine god temple has a total of 5 test spaces. Only by passing through these 5 tests can one obtain the greatest opportunities. When this hourglass runs out, it will be time to open the first test space. First, let us take a break and preserve our peak state. Watching the appearance of this hourglass, those strong cultivators quickly began to instruct their disciples. Their voices were not loud, but Lu Yu and Suing could hear them clearly. This gave them a better understanding of the medicine god temple. Master, it seems these 5 test spaces won't be easy. Suing whispered. That is for sure. If the tests in the medicine god temple were easy, the good things inside would have already been taken long ago. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled lightly. However, the layers of trials within this place, the more difficult they are, indicate that the hidden opportunities behind them are all the more extraordinary. Lu Yu is quite looking forward to it now. After going through these 5 trials, what kind of opportunities can he obtain here? Let's be patient. Judging by the speed of the hourglass, it should take about an hour. Lu Yu continued. All right, Master Ancestor. Suing quickly responded. Chapter 158, Subduing the Soul-Eating Worms. Time passed little by little. Just as Lu Yu had calculated, it took nearly an hour for all the golden sand in the hourglass to run out. At that moment, in the entire hall, a special colorful entrance suddenly materialized. The entrance to the first trial has opened. Don't waste time. Let us go. Seeing the appearance of this colorful entrance, the cultivators quickly circulated their internal spiritual power and burst forth at an extremely fast speed, charging directly in. Noticing this, Lu Yu and Suing followed closely behind. After passing through the dark passage, when the two opened their eyes again, they clearly saw that they had arrived in another world. Before them was a desolate black desert, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, making one feel nauseous. Master Ancestor, look at them. They all seem to be afraid to use even a trace of spiritual power, relying solely on their legs to move quickly. Suing quickly spoke as she glanced at the scene. Even those few strong cultivators in the void refinement realm were the same. It's self-evident that this place is definitely not simple. Perhaps there are some extremely powerful restrictions in here. Let us give it a try and we'll know. Lu Yu smiled and said, stay close to me. In the next moment, Lu Yu activated his pseudo-immortal power and stepped into the air. Seeing this, Suing quickly followed. The two flew rapidly, and in no time, they surpassed those cultivators. Upon seeing someone daring to use spiritual power to fly, the cultivators immediately stopped in their tracks. They truly did not know how perilous the situation was. Daring to use spiritual power here was simply courting death, even if they were new here. Seeing that the rest were completely afraid to use even a trace of spiritual power, they should have known that this place was not simple. Yet they still dared to act recklessly. It was incredibly foolish. Those few cultivators in the void refinement realm sneered at the sight. Look, they're appearing. Someone among the cultivators noticed something. Everyone looked over. In the black desert below Lu Yu and Su Ying, it began to roll like waves, crazily surging. Master Ancestor, it seems there is something moving rapidly beneath this black desert, and it's coming towards us. Su Ying quickly warned. Boom. A loud explosion erupted from the black desert below. A strange and eerie black mist surged out from within, rapidly engulfing Lu Yu and the others. It was clear that within this black mist were countless black worms. These worms appeared very strange. Everywhere they went, spiritual energy was completely devoured. Soul-eating worms. A rare insect of heaven and earth. Even we cultivators in the void refinement realm do not dare to confront them head-on. Once devoured, the internal spiritual power would be directly consumed, and even flesh and blood would be eaten away, leaving only bones behind. The two of them, daring to recklessly use spiritual power here, would undoubtedly become food for these soul-eating worms. The cultivators who had entered earlier looked at this scene and couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, Lu Yu and Su Ying had already turned into two skeletons. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ying quickly summoned her spiritual sword, unleashing her full power, sending out terrifying sword energy. However, very soon, she realized that her powerful sword energy could be easily devoured by these soul-eating worms. How can there be such powerful worms? Su Ying's face turned extremely serious. She truly understood why the other cultivators dared not use even a trace of spiritual power. These soul-eating worms were truly terrifying and hard to deal with. At this moment, Lu Yu stopped. He turned around and looked at the massive swarm of soul-eating worms. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such insects. Lu Yu nodded slightly. These worms were feared even by those cultivators in the void refinement realm. System, use the subduing order. In the next moment, Lu Yu silently recited in his heart. Received order, currently in use. Subduing order. This was a reward Lu Yu obtained previously. After using it, he could subdue any demon beast. Even these soul-eating worms could be quickly subdued for his own use. In an instant, a golden rune condensed before Lu Yu, with very profound patterns on it. Radiating golden light. Whoosh. This golden rune suddenly shot out, expanding continuously during its flight, ultimately enveloping the entire swarm of soul-eating worms. Use completed. Soul-eating worms are under your control. A prompt sounded. At the same time, the swarm of soul-eating worms quickly approached Lu Yu, then came to a stop. As Lu Yu extended his finger, one of the soul-eating worms obediently landed on his fingertip. Master Ancestor, how did you do that? Su Ying was completely stunned, seeing such terrifying worms being easily subdued by her Master Ancestor. The whole process was incredibly smooth. As for the other cultivators, they were utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? These are soul-eating worms. What means did he use? No, soul-eating worms never submit to anyone. This method is simply unheard of. How could this be accomplished? Originally, they thought that Lu Yu and Su Ying were just fools. They didn't expect that in the end. They were the ones looking at the sky from a well. Just a trivial trick. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Now these soul-eating worms were already under his control. With a gentle wave of his finger, the soul-eating worms quickly flew towards his fingertip. Collect. After playing with them for a while, Lu Yu took out a special jade bottle and gathered all the soul-eating worms into it. Let us go. Don't waste any more time. After putting them away, Lu Yu quickly said, whoosh. The two flew rapidly. Once the other cultivators reacted, they did not hesitate at all, quickly circulating their spiritual power and flying up. Now that the only major threat, the soul-eating worms, had been subdued, there was naturally nothing else to worry about. Everyone could confidently and boldly circulate their internal spiritual power. It didn't take long for Lu Yu to sense that the cultivators behind them were about to catch up. If it weren't for Lu Yu flying at Su Ying's fastest speed, those cultivators would not have seen his shadow at all. Su Ying, your speed is too slow. In the next moment, Lu Yu directly picked Su Ying up. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking air echoed as they transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the sight of the group of cultivators. Su Ying was completely stunned, her face turning a bit red, her heart racing rapidly. She realized that she was indeed holding them back. Chapter 159. I am Long Out Yin. With Lu Yu's perfected integration realm speed, it was naturally incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, they quickly reached the end and landed steadily on a high platform. We've arrived. Lu Yu gently set Su Ying down and said softly. Oh, Su Ying slowly reacted. What was I thinking? I just saw that your speed was too slow, so I had to do it this way. Lu Yu gently flicked his finger on Su Ying's forehead and said, don't think too much about it. In fact, Lu Yu had always treated Su Ying like a younger sister and had no other feelings for her. However, his earlier action did seem a bit too intimate, something he hadn't fully considered. Master, I am not thinking nonsense. Su Ying quickly responded, by the way, Master, what should we do next? This is a teleportation array. If we channel our spiritual power into it, we should be able to teleport out of this space. Lu Yu said calmly, looking at the array beneath their feet. All right, let me give it a try, Su-Ying said, pointing her sword and swiftly channeling her spiritual power into the array. After enough power was inputted, the entire array emitted an incredible light. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two of them transformed into beams of light and were teleported out of this space. The nearby cultivators, seeing the two beams of light flash by, naturally understood that Lu Yu and Su-Ying had successfully passed through this layer of space. This is troublesome, with such a strong and mysterious existence appearing. It seems we have come here for nothing. Yes, when did such a figure appear in the chaotic sea? I had no idea before. Forget it. What use is there in saying so much now? We should hurry up. The cultivators did not continue talking and quickened their pace. On the other side, Lu Yu and Su-Ying had already arrived in an ancient and elegant courtyard. It was very refined and quiet, with blooming flowers that were extremely beautiful. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, making it incredibly enjoyable. As they entered the courtyard, a sandglass formed beside each of them. After a while, one by one, the other cultivators also passed the first layer of the trial and quickly arrived in the courtyard. At the same time, a sandglass appeared beside each of them as well. This makes sense. Since we entered the courtyard first, the golden sand in our sandglass will run out first, allowing us to enter the second layer of the trial space ahead of the others. Lu Yu nodded slowly and couldn't help but admire. The one who set up this trial in the Medicine God Palace is truly a genius. Such a design. Indeed. Su-Ying agreed softly from the side. Just then, a few cultivators at the void refining stage approached Lu Yu and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. We saw you just now, truly impressive. You were able to subdue the soul-eating insect. That's no small feat. We admire you. We still don't know your name, fellow Taoist." They appeared very courteous. After all, being able to subdue a soul-eating insect was enough to demonstrate Lu Yu's strength, and they naturally did not dare to act against him. "I am Long Out Yin," Lu Yu said with a light smile. "Oh, so it's Taoist Long. Your name is indeed as renowned as your deeds." The cultivators at the void refining stage said politely again, "Fellow Taoists, judging by your appearance, you must have been to the Medicine God Palace before, right? Is it true that there are those legendary elixirs inside?" Lu Yu asked. "Taoist Long. Although we have been here before, we all got stuck at the fourth trial." One of the void refining cultivators said softly. "Oh, then do you know what the fourth trial actually is?" Lu Yu inquired. Upon hearing Lu Yu's question, the cultivators exchanged glances and soon spoke again. "Well, there's really nothing to hide. The fourth trial space contains two types of rare flames, and one must subdue one of them to enter the final trial. Previously, we failed because we could not subdue those flames." Hearing this, Lu Yu and Su-Ying were a bit surprised. Rare flames were extremely scarce. They didn't expect that there would be two types in the Medicine God Palace. Truly worthy of its name. Treating rare flames as a trial. This trial is indeed very difficult for others, but in front of Master, it would definitely be easy. Su-Ying thought to herself, as the falling heart flame within her was easily subdued and bestowed by Lu Yu. Interesting. I didn't expect that the fourth trial space would involve subduing rare flames. It seems you fellows must have made a lot of preparations. Lu Yu smiled slightly. We have made many preparations, but success is not guaranteed. One of the void refining cultivators shook his head. I think since Taoist Long could subdue the soul-eating insect, perhaps the rare flames won't be a problem for you either. If you really pass all the trials and obtain the elixir inheritance from the Medicine God Palace, would you consider giving us a chance to trade? Yes, Taoist Long. We are willing to exchange our treasures. The other void refining cultivators nodded in agreement. In their view, Lu Yu might succeed. Since they could not compete against him, establishing a good relationship now was the only way. They had been stuck in the void refining stage for far too long. If they could not gain greater opportunities and fortunes, they would likely remain at this level for the rest of their lives until their lifespan expired. Fellow Taoists, you think too highly of me. This is my first time here, and rare flames are probably not that easy to subdue. Lu Yu waved his hand. Besides, if I really did manage to subdue those rare flames, and there truly is an elixir that can allow one to ascend to immortality, I definitely wouldn't trade it. If there really is an elixir, I certainly wouldn't dare to seek it. But if the Medicine God Palace has other extraordinary elixirs that can help us improve our cultivation, that would be good enough. Soon, one of the void refining cultivators quickly responded. They naturally understood that if there really was an elixir that could allow someone to ascend to immortality, no matter who it was, they would choose to use it for themselves rather than trade it away. Let's talk about that later, Lu Yu said calmly. There's no use in discussing it now. Perhaps I might get stuck at the fourth trial space too. Time seemed to pass quickly. The sandglasses beside Lu Yu and Su-Ying ran out at the same time. At that moment, a teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Yu and Su-Ying transformed into beams of light and instantly disappeared. Chapter 160, Recharge. The second trial passed easily. In the second trial space, Lu Yu and Su Ying had not yet opened their eyes when they smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. As they opened their eyes, they could clearly see that all around them were various rare medicinal herbs, as if they had entered a vast medicinal field. These were all precious spiritual herbs, and just one would likely cause a frenzy of competition. Su Ying exclaimed. This was her first time seeing so many medicinal herbs. Although the alchemy peak of the Qingyun sect also grew many spiritual herbs, it was completely incomparable to this place. However, what kind of trial would this second layer entail? Su Ying wondered, as it seemed there was nothing else here besides the herbs. The 2 stone tablets should provide us with the answer, Lu Yu said softly. Following the direction of Lu Yu's finger, Su Ying's eyes widened. When did these 2 stone tablets suddenly appear? Just now. She had scanned the area and could confirm that she hadn't seen these tablets at all. As she approached to take a closer look, she could clearly see that there were many names of spiritual herbs inscribed on the stone tablets. It seems that the challenge of this second round is to find the spiritual herbs inscribed on this stone tablet. Lu Yu spoke again. That's troublesome. Although I have a lot of knowledge about spiritual herbs, some of the herbs on this stone tablet I have never even heard of, and I don't know what they look like or how to identify them. Su Ying took a deep breath and felt a little uncomfortable. On the stone tablet in front of her, there were dragon blood grass, heavenly jade mushroom, golden thread ginseng, bone fruit, and tianma. On Lu Yu's stone tablet, there were xianbing flower, snow lotus essence, tianyuan fruit, white orchid spirit flower, and 6-angled white He Wu. For Su Ying, she only recognized 2 or 3 of the spiritual herbs on both stone tablets. As for the others, she had no knowledge at all. After all, she had no talent for alchemy and had always focused on cultivating the sword path. This second round mainly tests knowledge of spiritual herbs. It seems that if we find the wrong spiritual herb, we won't be able to pass this round. This round is really simple. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Although Lu Yu was not very familiar with spiritual herbs either, he had the multiverse supermarket. How many points could he get by using all the spiritual herbs here for recharge? Lu Yu thought to himself. After all, most of the spiritual herbs here are extraordinary, and the quantity is so great that all combined, a single recharge should yield a lot of points. These spiritual herbs are already unowned items, and with Lu Yu's arrival, according to the judgment of the multiverse supermarket, using these spiritual herbs for recharge is completely fine. Detection in progress, detection complete, can be used for recharge. Calculating. Calculation complete. All spiritual herbs here can be used for recharge, yielding 1 billion points. 1 billion points, plus that 5 times points reward, that has 5 billion. Lu Yu began to think, this is quite a bargain. The next moment, Lu Yu had already made up his mind. Then let us recharge. Recharging in progress. In a moment, the entire area emitted an incredibly dazzling light. Ding dong, recharge complete. The 5 times points reward has been automatically used. This recharge balance has increased by 5 billion points. When the light disappeared, Su Ying looked again, and all the spiritual herbs had vanished. Even the entire ground had become barren. Great. Next, the spiritual herbs on the stone tablet can be purchased using points. So we won't need to search for them one by one. Next, Lu Yu continued to operate. In just a few breaths, the required spiritual herbs from both stone tablets appeared directly in front of Lu Yu. Su Ying, these spiritual herbs are the ones recorded on your stone tablet. Lu Yu waved his hand, and numerous spiritual herbs quickly flew in front of Su Ying. Then, the 2 of them placed their respective spiritual herbs in front of the stone tablets. The 2 stone tablets emitted light, wrapping each of these spiritual herbs. Soon, they saw the names of those spiritual herbs on the stone tablets beginning to glow, indicating that these spiritual herbs met the requirements. As each character on the stone tablet emitted light, the 2 stone tablets directly transformed into 2 special passages. Let us go. Seeing this, Lu Yu spoke directly. The 2 quickly walked in. After passing through the passage, they opened their eyes again and found themselves on a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there was an incredibly large peach tree in full bloom, with peach blossoms everywhere. The entire scene was quite beautiful. Beside the 2 of them, 2 hourglasses appeared. Approximately after resting for about an hour, the entrance to the 3rd layer of the test space would open. Master Ancestor. All the spiritual herbs in the 2nd level test space have disappeared. Others probably cannot pass. Su Ying said softly. That's just right. Then no one will compete with us. Lu Yu smiled slightly. As for whether they could complete the pass, it was none of his concern. After all, he came to the Medicine God Temple to obtain a large amount of points. He couldn't just let so many spiritual herbs go to waste, missing out on so many spiritual herbs for nothing. In the 2nd layer of the test space, after those cultivators entered, they looked at the barren space and felt a bit at a loss. Those cultivators from the Void Refinement Realm who had already been here once turned their faces extremely serious. When they appeared, stone tablets appeared corresponding to the number of them. Each stone tablet was inscribed with many names of spiritual herbs. How could this be? I remember last time when I came here. The entire space was filled with rare spiritual herbs. One void refinement cultivator said solemnly, "How come this time there isn't even a single spiritual herb? If we can't collect the spiritual herbs recorded on the stone tablets, then we won't be able to pass. Do you think this could be the handiwork of that person named Long Outyin? Intentionally making it so we can't pass. After all, he came in before us." One void refinement cultivator clenched his fists, his face filled with anger. Truly a ruthless method, not giving us any opportunity at all. Yes. Originally we prepared a lot for the 4th round's test, to subdue the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. Now it seems those preparations are useless. Someone sighed. In the end, it turned out to be for nothing. Whoever it is would find it hard to accept. But reality is already like this. It can't be changed. So what should we do now? I believe that among all of you fellow Taoists, there should be many herbs. Let us take them all out and see if we can find the herbs that satisfy one of the stone tablets. Another cultivator quickly proposed. That's indeed a good idea. But one stone tablet can only allow one person to pass. Even if everyone really can gather the herbs from one stone tablet, who would be the one to pass? I'm afraid whoever it is will face opposition. You have to know, people are selfish. They naturally want to complete the pass themselves. This proposal, without even thinking, one can tell it won't be implemented at all. Unless there are sufficiently powerful cultivators who can suppress and kill all of them, and then take all the herbs from them, then no one would dare to oppose. Chapter 161, Multiverse Big Roulette, Advanced. Ding dong, congratulations, the Multiverse Big Roulette has successfully upgraded, current level, Advanced. When the hourglass had nearly drained halfway, a prompt sound echoed in Lu Yu's mind. This made Lu Yu suddenly come to his senses. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Unexpectedly, it had successfully completed the upgrade. Lu Yu thought to himself. To be honest, he had almost forgotten about the Multiverse Big Roulette. In the next moment, an interface appeared in his view. Multiverse Big Roulette, Advanced. Single draw, 1,000,000 points. 10 draws, 10,000,000 points. Who? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel, it feels a bit like robbery. Now a single draw actually costs 1,000,000 points. Well, expensive things have their reasons. Now that the Multiverse Big Roulette has successfully upgraded, it can give me a high chance of getting better treasures. Let us go for a 10 consecutive draw. He made the decision immediately. Now, even a single draw seemed beneath Lu Yu. He directly went for 10 consecutive draws, spending 10,000,000 points. Initiated a 10 consecutive draw. Multiverse Big Roulette, Advanced, starting to spin. Stop. Soon, Lu Yu silently thought. The Wheel of Fortune of all realms quickly came to a stop. Ding dong, congratulations, you have obtained Levection Sword. You have obtained Xianxian Sword. You have obtained Jueshian Sword. Lu Yu was obviously getting excited. After the upgrade was completed, this was his first 10 consecutive draws. The first 3 reward items were actually 3 top-tier Immortal Swords. This is great. He already had the Jueshian Sword, and now he had all 4 Jueshian Swords. Jueshian Sword, Levection Sword, Xianxian Sword, and Jueshian Sword. Next, he just needed to obtain the Jueshian Array. With the Jueshian Array, combined with these 4 Jueshian Swords, he could become a true killing formation of the Heavenly Tao. Whether it was the Immortal of endless tribulations or the strongest immortal demon, they would only face annihilation. This time's 10 consecutive draws, only the first 3 Immortal Swords were good. The last 7 items seemed somewhat ordinary. However, their value was much higher than before. Indeed, expensive items have their reasons for being expensive. The drop rate has increased significantly. Lu Yu continued to silently chant in his heart. In that case, continue with the 10 consecutive draws. Consume 10,000,000 points to start a 10 consecutive draw. The Wheel of Fortune of all realms, Advanced, begins to spin. After waiting for a few breaths, Lu Yu finally spoke. Stop. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained a Poison Dragon Pill. After consumption, can forcibly enhance personal strength. But the side effects are severe. You have obtained one opportunity to summon the strongest martial ancestor. You have obtained a Millennium Longevity Fruit. After consumption, increases lifespan by 10,000 years. You have obtained True Spirit Liquid. After use, can regenerate flesh and bones, has the effect of extending lifespan. The rewards of the second 10 consecutive draws appeared one by one in front of Lu Yu. Not bad, not bad. This second 10 consecutive draw, overall, was still acceptable. Lu Yu nodded slightly, especially being able to summon the martial ancestor. It added another opportunity to summon a strong person. Moreover, it was a chance to summon a specified strong person. For Lu Yu, this definitely counted as an additional powerful means of self-preservation. Once the martial ancestor appears, who can compete with him? Let's go again. Lu Yu thought darkly. Currently, what Lu Yu wanted most as a reward was actually the point multiplier reward. As long as he could have this reward, he could gain more points and quickly elevate his cultivation level. Consume 10,000,000 points. The Wheel of Fortune of all realms, advanced, begins to spin. Consume 10,000,000 points. The Wheel of Fortune of all realms, advanced, begins to spin. Consume 10,000,000 points. The Wheel of Fortune of all realms, advanced, begins to spin. Congratulations, you have received a tenfold points recharge reward. After using nearly 100 million points, the hard work finally paid off. Tenfold points. Lu Yu felt elated. However, he also felt it wasn't quite satisfying. If possible, 100-fold points reward, or even 1,000-fold points reward, would definitely make him feel ecstatic. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down. A 10-fold points reward was already the highest he had encountered so far. Should he continue with another 10 consecutive draws? Lu Yu muttered to himself, feeling that if he continued to draw, he might get even more good items. After thinking carefully for a moment, Lu Yu decided to give up on continuing the 10 consecutive draws. Now, he already had a points multiplier reward. Next, he needed to recharge to obtain more points. Su-ing, Lu Yu called softly. Su-ing, who was resting nearby, quickly opened her eyes, got up, and came to Lu Yu's side, softly responding, Master, do you have any instructions? There's nothing in particular, just keep this talisman safe and carry it with you. Lu Yu gently waved his finger, and a special talisman materialized. Hovering in front of Su-ing, this talisman was extraordinary. Although Su-ing couldn't tell what it was, she could sense that it was definitely not simple. This talisman can save your life at a critical moment. Lu Yu simply stated, Thank you, Master. Su-ing quickly expressed her gratitude. This was a life-saving treasure, which was naturally very useful for her. In the future, if she encountered any deadly danger alone, she would at least have a means to cope. Alright, we are about to enter the third level of the trial space, so let's prepare well. Lu Yu gently waved his hand. Okay, Su-ing replied. The golden sand in the hourglass quickly ran out. 2 entrances leading to the third level of the trial space directly appeared. Lu Yu and Su-ing quickly got up and decisively walked inside. Upon entering the third level of the trial space, Lu Yu discovered that he was the only one there. Surrounding him were mirrors, and in the mirrors, there were countless reflections of himself. It seemed that in this third level of the trial space, everyone was alone. I hope Su-ing can succeed. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He wasn't worried about himself, as there was nothing that could stump him. However, what exactly would this third trial be? Currently, he couldn't discern any information. So cool. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Yu smirked. Chapter 162. Master, you're too fast. Boom. A loud noise erupted. The mirror directly in front of Lu Yu emitted a dazzling light. As the light faded, a line of text appeared on the mirror's surface. If a carriage were to crash into 5 people lying by the roadside, it would undoubtedly result in their deaths, and there is one more person lying not far away. As an outsider, you can control the direction. Will you choose to ignore it, allowing the carriage to kill the 5 people, or sacrifice 1 person? How will you choose? After reading the content above, Lu Yu was stunned. Isn't this the classic trolley problem? Lu Yu was genuinely surprised. He never expected such a trial in this cultivation world. It seems that the person who set up this trial is truly extraordinary. I choose to let the carriage hit the other person, Lu Yu decisively stated. In fact, this trial was not about saving anyone. It was about whether one could make a quick decision. After all, in this world of the survival of the fittest, battles between cultivators are life and death by a hair's breadth. A moment of hesitation or indecision could bring great danger to oneself. Bang! As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, the mirror instantly vanished, revealing a passage. I thought this third trial would be difficult, but it turned out to be so easy. Lu Yu smiled slightly and walked right in. After passing through the passage, he arrived at a new resting space. After about a few seconds, Su-ing also quickly appeared. Master. Su-ing hurriedly came to Lu Yu's front. How was your third trial? Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but curiously ask. This third trial was truly amazing. It actually made me choose to save someone. Su-ing answered truthfully. So what choice did you make? Lu Yu continued to ask. I didn't save anyone, after all. These people have nothing to do with me. I won't save anyone for no reason. Su-ing said seriously, why should I care about the lives and deaths of others? Especially in this cultivation world, good people often don't live long. To save or not to save is merely a matter of thought. That's right. This is also a kind of answer. This third test is actually to see if you can make a decisive choice instead of being hesitant. Lu Yu nodded and chuckled softly. Master, the next test is the 4th one, to subdue the heavenly fire. Su-ing continued. I'm afraid I can only stop here. She was very clear about her own strength. The overwhelmingly powerful heavenly fire was definitely something she couldn't subdue on her own. No worries, with me here. You won't stop here, Lu Yu said with immense confidence. Su-Ying felt touched upon hearing this. Throughout this journey, she had received too much help from Lu Yu. Soon, the rest period was over. The entrance to the fourth test space appeared. As the two entered, they immediately sensed an immense heat, as if they had entered a world of fire. Looking up, two extraordinary heavenly fires were visible before their eyes. These two heavenly fires are truly terrifying, Su-Ying exclaimed. One of the heavenly fires was a liquid-like green flame, exuding an incredibly domineering power, and it contained an endless life force. The other heavenly fire was pink, seemingly possessing a powerful purifying ability. Even the slightest contact would directly turn anything into nothingness. These two special and extraordinary heavenly fires brought Su-Ying an extremely terrifying feeling. Master, what kind of heavenly fires are these? Su-Ying curiously asked, as this was her first time witnessing them. Living flame, purifying lotus fire, Lu Yu slowly replied. Upon hearing the names of these two heavenly fires, Su-Ying nodded even more. Just from their names, it was clear that these two types of fire were extraordinary. However, in the next second, suddenly the space in front of Su-Ying began to ripple. The falling heart flame within her surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a passage appeared before her. This is surprising, Su-Ying said in astonishment. It seems you have already passed the test. Lu Yu nodded slightly. This test is about subduing the heavenly fire, and since you already possess one, it should be judged that you have succeeded. You go in first, I'll come later. Lu Yu said again. Okay, master, I'll wait for you. Su-Ying nodded quickly, also surprised that she had passed this test so easily. If those cultivators knew about this, they would definitely be wide-eyed, showing expressions of disbelief. After Su-Ying entered the passage, her whole person quickly disappeared. The entrance to the passage vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at the two heavenly fires before him, and said softly, the requirement is to subdue one of the heavenly fires, but since you encountered me, I want both. With that, in the next instant, Lu Yu waved his hand. The pseudo-immortal power within him surged wildly, instantly devouring the two heavenly fires and forcefully drawing them before him. In just a few breaths, he easily transformed these two heavenly fires for his use and successfully subdued them. The reason for such success was naturally due to the rewards he obtained from the Infinite World supermarket. The previous 10 consecutive draws, daily flash sales, and daily check-ins allowed him to master many methods and treasures to easily subdue these heavenly fires. Overall, this test was as easy as child's play for Lu Yu. After successfully subduing the heavenly fires, a passage immediately appeared in front of Lu Yu. Next, it was the fifth test. This was also the final test. Upon entering, everything was pitch black, but soon it sparkled with light. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a resting place. Su-Ying exclaimed, Master, you are so fast. She had just arrived, and it seemed only a dozen breaths of time had passed when Lu Yu completed the subduing of the heavenly fire. Although she knew that with Lu Yu's strength and means, it was absolutely easy for him, she really didn't expect it to be so quick. It's just a heavenly fire. There's not much difficulty in subduing it. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled slightly. If others heard this, they would definitely think Lu Yu was bragging. But Su-Ying, upon hearing it, showed a face of certainty and belief. Chapter 163. Directly purchased the perfect level 9 turn alchemy method. After patiently waiting for about an hour, two passages appeared before Lu Yu and Su-Ying. Next, it was the final layer of the test. Lu Yu was quite looking forward to it. The final layer of the test might be the real beginning. Whoosh. After passing through the passage, Lu Yu and Su-Ying opened their eyes and found themselves in a magnificent hall. It seemed that this was the true hall of the medicine god. On every wall of the hall, there were glowing characters. My god, it seems that every wall here records an extraordinarily remarkable alchemy method. Su-Ying glanced at it and couldn't help but be astonished. The alchemy methods recorded here, taking any one of them outside would definitely make countless alchemists scramble for it. In the center of the hall stood a massive alchemy furnace. Moreover, this alchemy furnace was extremely remarkable, a high-level alchemy furnace, which was also an extraordinary treasure. Those who are destined to reach this fifth test must have successfully subdued the heavenly fire. However, obtaining the inheritance of my medicine god hall is not that simple. Next, I will give you 12 hours. You must comprehend one of the alchemy methods here within the specified time and use the heavenly fire and the medicine god furnace to successfully refine a perfect quality pill. In the next moment, golden characters appeared in the air. This difficulty is too great, right? 12 hours. Not only to comprehend these profound alchemy methods, but also to refine a perfect pill using the heavenly fire. Su-Ying took a deep breath upon seeing this. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. The difficulty was simply off the charts. It seemed that only the master could do it. Su Ying looked at Lu Yu and thought to herself. Anyway, she had already given up. She had no talent for alchemy to begin with. Even if she could master these alchemy methods within 12 hours, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to successfully refine a perfect quality pill. At this moment, Lu Yu felt a bit uneasy. He himself didn't master any alchemy methods either, nor could he refine pills. The pills he had obtained before were all directly purchased finished products. Looking at the profound alchemy methods on the surrounding walls, Lu Yu thought to himself, 12 hours. Even if I were given a month, I probably wouldn't master them. This test required him to refine pills himself, and moreover, he had to use the alchemy methods recorded in this hall. Immediately, he went to one of the walls. 9-turn alchemy method. For each turn completed, impurities from the medicinal materials can be removed. After completing 9 turns, the impurities in the medicinal materials will be completely cleared, thus enhancing the potency and achieving perfect quality pills. The wall not only detailed the alchemy method but also specifically noted important points to pay attention to when refining. Unfortunately, in Lu Yu's eyes, it was indeed somewhat complex. Instead, it felt as if he were reading a celestial scripture. 9 turns alchemy method, 5 million points. 9 turns alchemy method, beginner, 10 million points. 9 turns alchemy method, small success, 20 million points. 9 turns alchemy method, great success, 30 million points. 9 turns alchemy method, perfection, 40 million points. In the next moment, Lu Yu directly opened the Xianxia supermarket. After a simple search, a user interface quickly popped up, allowing Lu Yu to see everything clearly. The 9 turns alchemy method itself wasn't too expensive, but practicing it on his own was still too troublesome. He decided to purchase the perfected 9 turns alchemy method outright. Lu Yu nodded slightly and silently thought to himself, ding dong, successfully spent 40 million points. You have successfully purchased the 9 turns alchemy method, perfection. In an instant, information about the 9 turns alchemy method surged into Lu Yu's mind. In just a breath's time, Lu Yu, who initially knew nothing about the 9 turns alchemy method, completely mastered it at this moment. It felt as if the 9 turns alchemy method was something he had created himself. This feeling was indescribably wonderful for Lu Yu. From now on, Lu Yu could be considered a true top-tier alchemist. Next, Lu Yu approached the medicine god furnace. With a wave of his hand, the pure lotus demon fire surged forth and quickly entered the medicine god furnace. Continuing, as Lu Yu directed with his fingers, the herbs floating above began to pour into the medicine god furnace, being devoured by the pure lotus demon fire. Under Lu Yu's control, the 9 turns alchemy method was executed perfectly. The impurities contained within the herbs were easily stripped away. The entire alchemy process took only a few breaths. A radiant pill flew out from the medicine god furnace and finally hovered before Lu Yu. The perfect quality pill was indeed a testament to the master ancestor's presence. Concocting a pill of perfect quality was so effortless. Su Ying's eyes widened. This was the first time she had seen Lu Yu personally refine pills. Her gaze was filled with immense admiration. Boom. The next second, the medicine god furnace emitted an immense amount of energy and light. This light almost enveloped the entire medicine god hall. Not bad, not bad. Following that, a very soft and pleasant female voice echoed. As the light faded, a very beautiful woman in green clothing sat atop the medicine god furnace. Especially her long legs, which were stunning to the extreme, making it seem like she could play for a lifetime without issue. Her jade-like feet were even more beautiful. Spirit, Lu Yu slowly spoke. He could tell at a glance that this woman in green was the spirit of the medicine god furnace. Yes, my name is Xianxia. The green-clad woman swiftly appeared before Lu Yu and began to circle around him, examining him up and down. She quickly revealed a satisfied smile. To be honest, I have witnessed many extraordinary talents in alchemy, but you are the most exceptional being I have ever seen. In such a short time, you have managed to comprehend and master the 9 turns alchemy method, and even elevate it to perfection. The fact that you have mastered several extraordinary heavenly fires is truly monstrous. You are fully qualified to be my master. So, the greatest opportunity and inheritance of this medicine god hall is actually this medicine god furnace? Lu Yu inquired upon seeing this. Is it true that the legendary elixir within can allow one to ascend directly? Chapter 164, Medicine God Furnace Spirit Xianxia. Oh, you must be referring to the Ascension Pill. This pill can indeed allow mortal cultivators to ascend directly to immortality after consumption. Xianxia nodded slowly. With a wave of her hand, an elixir radiating celestial light materialized within the medicine god furnace. As soon as this pill appeared, Su Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes. To be honest, she had never believed that such an elixir existed. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she realized it was indeed real. If she consumed it now, she could immediately ascend to immortality. How many points can this elixir recharge? Lu Yu silently pondered. Ascension Pill. Upon consumption, one can immediately ascend to immortality. But the cost is that one cannot continue to advance and can only become the lowest rank of immortal in the immortal realm. This pill can be recharged for 10 billion points. Damn, what a scam. Liu felt a bit distressed. It's worth noting that the price of the Ascension pill in the Xianxia supermarket is 500 billion points. Yet, when recharging, it's only worth 10 billion points. The difference between these two numbers is just too far apart. This Ascension pill can indeed allow one to ascend to immortality, but it also has side effects. Once one becomes an immortal, they cannot continue to cultivate. Xianxia continued, an immortal who cannot cultivate is the weakest existence in the immortal realm. And the immortal realm is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is very difficult to survive well. How many people in the mortal world can successfully ascend to immortality on their own? Even if they know that consuming this pill will only make them the lowest rank of immortal and unable to continue cultivating, many cultivators will still be willing to take it. Liu slowly spoke. At the very least, after becoming immortal, they would have a long lifespan, equal to that of the heavens. So, my new master, do you wish to consume it? Xianxia smiled slightly. I do not need this pill. I can cultivate and truly ascend to immortality on my own. Liu replied lightly, his tone filled with utmost certainty and confidence. What about you? Xianxia then looked at Su Ying. Seeing this, Su Ying also responded with great certainty. Naturally, I will ascend on my own like master ancestor. She possessed the Tao Heaven sword body and had Liu as her master ancestor by her side. As long as she worked hard, ascending to immortality in the future would definitely not be a problem. There was no need for her to take such a shortcut now. After all, her future was not just about becoming an immortal. Once she reached the immortal realm, she aimed to become the strongest and a supreme being in the immortal realm. Only in this way could she protect everything she wanted to protect and not be bullied by others. Interesting, truly interesting. I look forward to what the future will hold. Xianxia nodded slightly upon seeing that both had made the same choice and smiled. So, you now recognize me as your master? Liu looked at the beautiful Xianxia before him and said calmly, Yes, master. Xianxia's tone became charming. Now, the entire Medicine God Hall belongs to you. Then, what exactly is the origin of this Medicine God Hall? Who was its previous owner, and why did it appear here? Liu began to inquire. There were too many questions within, and he naturally wanted answers. The Medicine God Hall is a renowned celestial hall in the immortal realm. My previous master was the Qianxian immortal monarch from the immortal realm. Unfortunately, she has fallen, and the Medicine God Hall was cast into this mortal world to seek a new fated person. Xianxia answered truthfully without concealment. At this moment, both Liu and Su Ying were somewhat astonished, especially Su Ying, who was shocked to the extreme. She truly did not expect that the Medicine God Hall was so extraordinary. It came from the immortal realm. By the way, master, how should we handle the other mortal cultivators in this hall? Xianxia then inquired. Let them leave. Liu replied directly. As for those cultivators, after all, they had no grievances with Liu, so he was too lazy to take action against them. Xianxia nodded slowly and waved her hand. The monks in the Medicine God Temple were instantly teleported out one by one. When these monks opened their eyes again, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't we just in the Medicine God Temple? How did we get teleported out? This was truly strange. Such a situation had never occurred before. Could it be that someone had taken control of this great hall, allowing them to be ejected from the hall space? Could it be that the friend called Long Out Yin had truly tamed the heavenly and passed the fifth test? It must be him. Unexpectedly, someone had actually reached such a level. Perhaps the other party had already started to consume the elixir for ascension. In the eyes of the monks, there was an overwhelming sense of envy. They wished it could be them, ascending to immortality. This was the ultimate goal for all cultivators. But they also understood that with their current cultivation level and talent, it was difficult to ascend on their own. They had nearly reached the end of their cultivation path, and without higher opportunities, it would be truly hard to take another step forward. Inside the Medicine God Temple, Xianxia smiled again and said, They have all been teleported out. Next, let's begin the master recognition ceremony. Xianxia softly told Liu, I need a drop of your blood. Okay. Liu nodded, with a gentle wave of his finger. A drop of powerful blood essence condensed directly from his brow. This was not true celestial power. Rather, it was a form of pseudo-celestial power. Interesting. It seemed that my new master was truly extraordinary. From this drop of blood, Xianxia could clearly sense it and was somewhat pleased in her heart. The blood essence quickly entered the Medicine God furnace, instantly erupting with a strange divine light. Under the illumination of this divine light, Liu could clearly sense that he seemed to have established a connection with the Medicine God furnace. In a short time, the master recognition ceremony was truly completed. Receive. With a wave of Liu's finger, the enormous Medicine God furnace levitated into the air, quickly shrinking into a miniature state. Finally, it transformed into a beam of light and entered the acupoint within Liu's body. From now on, you are my true master. Please take good care of me. And when you use me, be gentle. Lingxi's voice carried a hint of allure. Each word seemed to roll on her tongue, making one shudder. As desire began to ignite little by little. I won't be refining pills often. The medicine god furnace probably won't be used even once in the future. Lu Yu replied very seriously. Master, if you don't use me, then wouldn't I be of no use? Lingxi pouted, looking very aggrieved. This scene made Suing unable to bear it anymore. This was too enchanting. If it were an ordinary man, he would have fallen long ago. To me, you are still useful, like being able to chat with me. Lu Yu simply said, originally thinking of recharging the medicine god furnace. But with such a beautiful spirit, it would indeed be a pity to just use it for recharging. Instead, he could treat this spirit as a maid by his side. That would be a nice experience. Chapter 165 Recharge. Gain 500 billion points. For a moment, Lingxi felt a bit uncomfortable. What kind of existence was she? Back in the celestial realm, how many top-tier powerhouses wanted to possess her but didn't have the qualifications? Now, here with Lu Yu, she could only be a maid by his side. After all, she was the spirit of the medicine god furnace. Sigh. She sighed internally. Regardless, Lu Yu was now her master. Naturally, whatever the master says goes. At least she counted as having a master now, and she could follow Lu Yu to see the outside world. She had grown somewhat tired of staying in the medicine god temple. Lingxi, does this medicine god temple count as belonging to me now? Lu Yu asked Lingxi. Of course. The entire medicine god temple and everything inside belongs to you now. Lingxi answered affirmatively. Great. Lu Yu smiled slightly. In his heart, he immediately silently thought, System. Recharge this medicine god temple. Received command, calculating. The medicine god temple itself was an extraordinary existence. Moreover, there were numerous inheritances, treasures, and so on within the temple, all of which were worth a lot of points. This time, the calculation for value clearly took longer than before. After a while, the prompt sound finally rang out. Ding dong, calculation complete. This recharge of the medicine god temple can yield 500 billion points. Wow, awesome. This was a huge gain. Additionally, Lu Yu had a reward for recharging once with 10 times the points. 500 billion points would directly become 5,000 billion points. Recharge. Lu Yu thought to himself. Recharging. In an instant, the entire medicine god temple was enveloped in a beam of light. Then, the medicine god temple instantly disappeared. Recharge successful. Since you have a one-time 10 times the points recharge reward, it has been automatically used. Thus, this recharge is 5,000 billion points. The successful sound rang out. After the light dissipated, Lu Yu and the others opened their eyes and clearly saw that they were now suspended in the sky outside. The medicine god temple had vanished. Lingxi was stunned. She knew very well what kind of existence the medicine god temple was. Looking at Lu Yu, her eyes were filled with shock. Even she couldn't tell what means Lu Yu had used. Current balance, 5068933600000 points. Seeing this number made Lu Yu's mouth involuntarily curve upwards. This time, he truly made a huge profit. It definitely wasn't in vain. With so many points, he could definitely purchase a higher cultivation level. Ding dong, warm reminder, congratulations. Your balance has exceeded trillions, starting to distribute a mysterious gift pack. Please open it yourself. Another prompt sound rang out. There was actually a mysterious gift pack. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Lu Yu smiled slightly. However, just as Lu Yu was about to check further, a series of voices came. Congratulations, dragon friend. Congratulations, dragon friend. At this moment, the monks in the distance hurried to Lu Yu's side, each cupping their hands and bowing respectfully. In their view, Lu Yu had definitely completed the 5-layer test and obtained the inheritance of the medicine god temple. Well, there are no pills left to exchange with you. Lu Yu directly said. The medicine god temple indeed contained many pills, but he had just recharged them all in one go. No problem. Perhaps we just lack the fate to obtain them. The few monks in the void refinement realm quickly replied. But, dragon friend, can you give us an answer? Is there really a pill in the medicine god temple that can directly allow one to ascend to immortality? One monk asked curiously, wanting to know an answer. They weren't fools and knew that Lu Yu was extraordinary. If they dared to act against him, it would likely lead to their doom. Yes, Lu Yu replied calmly. Without hiding anything, he wasn't afraid that they would try to rob him. After all, Lu Yu was now a perfected integration realm cultivator. Annihilating them would be an easy task. Hearing Lu Yu's affirmative answer, the monks were even more excited. They never expected the rumors to be true. Is there really such an extraordinary elixir that can allow a person to ascend to immortality directly? Dragon friend, does that mean you are already an immortal? One of the void refinement realm cultivators spoke with immense respect. In their view, such an elixir must have already been consumed by Lu Yu. If it were them, upon obtaining such an elixir, they would have taken it immediately to become true immortals. That is not the case. However, Although the elixir can allow one to ascend directly to immortality, it comes with significant side effects, rendering one unable to continue cultivating and halting their progress. Lu Yu spoke slowly. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Such a great temptation was actually not used. This self-control is truly extraordinary. Dragon friend, if you can give me this elixir, I am willing to give up all my treasures. My life has already reached its limit. Being unable to cultivate after becoming an immortal is still better than being unable to improve my realm now. One cultivator quickly took out all his treasures and earnestly pleaded. Seeing this, the other Void Refinement Realm cultivators also followed suit. They all desired that elixir. As long as they could become immortals, they no longer cared about whether they could continue to cultivate afterward. Suing, let's go. Lu Yu ignored them and quickly flew away with Su Ying and Lingxi. The treasures brought out by these Void Refinement cultivators combined did not even amount to 10 billion points. However, the Ascension elixir could be used to recharge and yield 100 billion points. There was no need to trade with them. Moreover, what if they became immortals and suddenly turned against him? With their immortal strength, it would definitely be troublesome. Facing Lu Yu and their departure, those cultivators could only watch helplessly, with no one daring to stop them. Sigh, we really overestimated ourselves. With such an extraordinary elixir, who would be willing to trade it? This dragon friend also does not intend to use this elixir, so why keep it for himself? Foolish, he may not need it. But the people around him will definitely need it. Let's go. This time, we have come in vain. Now that the Medicine God Temple has disappeared, such opportunities will never come again. Hundreds of years of effort have gone to waste. It's not entirely wasted. At least we know that the elixir that can directly allow one to ascend to immortality truly exists. One by one, they sighed, only able to watch as Lu Yu and their figures vanished. Chapter 166. The Diagram of Extermination of Immortals. Master, they did not chase after us. Su Ying quickly said, they are all smart people. If they dare to chase us, it would only lead to their doom. Lu Yu spoke slowly, involuntarily slowing his flying speed. He continued, if their cultivation level were high enough, perhaps they would have already attacked. Therefore, in this world, only by having enough cultivation can one protect oneself and guard their possessions. Yes, Master, I will remember your teachings. After these words, Su Ying felt a deep understanding and quickly promised. A heart that desires to become stronger has become increasingly determined. Whoosh. Soon, their group arrived at the peak of a mountain. Standing there, they looked out at the continuous mountains, one after another, resembling the waves of the sea. The contours of the mountains twisted and turned at the horizon, creating a stark contrast with the sky, making Lu Yu and Su Ying feel the grandeur and magnificence of the earth. Let's rest for a while. Lu Yu spoke slowly. Okay, Master, Su Ying replied. Meanwhile, Lingxi came to Lu Yu's side, smiling, and said, Master, what should we do next? Do you need my help? Her voice sounded sweet and tingly. Actually, there is something you need to do. Lu Yu nodded. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared in place. Lu Yu lay directly on the chair and said, give me a shoulder massage. Huh. Lingxi was a bit stunned. As the spirit of the medicine god furnace, she was being asked to do such a thing. It really felt like she was being treated as a maid. In the past, her previous master would never make her do such things. What, unwilling? Lu Yu said softly. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I don't really know how, Lingxi said quietly, as she had never done this before. It's okay. You can learn. Lu Yu looked at Su Ying and said, teach her. Yes, Master. Su Ying quickly responded. In the short time that followed, under Su Ying's guidance, Lingxi gradually mastered the skill of shoulder massage. With each attempt, Lingxi became more familiar. The massages made Lu Yu feel quite comfortable. Not bad, indeed. Having you around has its benefits. Lu Yu praised. This can be considered having a permanent maid by his side. Wherever he goes in the future, someone will be there to serve him. Pout. Lingxi didn't know what to say for a moment. Her cherry lips pouted, looking a bit aggrieved but also quite cute. However, Lu Yu was not in the mood to notice her expression. At this moment, a new panel popped up in his eyes. On this panel, a mysterious big gift bag appeared, radiating a golden glow. Wow. In an instant, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He didn't know what kind of good things this mysterious big gift bag would bring him. Let's open it, he silently thought. Ding dong. Opening in progress. Opening complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the Diagram of Extermination of Immortals. In an instant, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. The Diagram of Extermination of Immortals materialized before him. In that moment, the winds and clouds changed drastically. An endless killing intent seemed to envelop the entire world. Countless beings trembled under this killing intent. What a terrifying existence. The treasure master took out contains an endless, absolutely terrifying killing intent. Su Ying swallowed hard. It was her first time experiencing such absolute killing intent, making her entire body tremble. Lingxi's eyes widened even more, looking incredibly surprised. Master, I didn't expect the legendary diagram of extermination of immortals from the immortal realm to be in your hands. Unbelievable. It was almost hard to believe. As if she were dreaming. You know about this diagram of extermination of immortals? Lu Yu waved his hand to put the diagram away and asked. Of course I know. Lingxi nodded. In the immortal realm, countless powerful beings sought to obtain this diagram of extermination of immortals. After all, this is the first killing formation of the heavenly Tao. Once this formation is unleashed, it kills gods when encountering gods and kills Buddhas when encountering Buddhas. Upon hearing this, Suing couldn't help but swallow hard. She didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The first killing formation of the heavenly Tao. Just hearing this name made it feel like an extraordinary existence. Master truly lives up to being master. To possess such an incredible treasure. Her gaze held extreme admiration. Continue explaining. Seeing Lingxi stop, Lu Yu reminded her. What I know is that to truly wield the diagram of extermination of immortals, 4 immortal swords are needed, namely the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Lingxi continued with what she knew. But these 4 immortal swords, along with the diagram of extermination of immortals, are legendary existences. In fact, many immortals in the immortal realm believe that they are just illusory legends and do not actually exist. Today, witnessing it with my own eyes. Let Lingxi truly understand that this legend is real. The first killing array of the heavenly Tao truly exists. Look at these 4 immortal swords. Lu Yu gestures with his finger. In the next moment, the 4 immortal swords appear right before him. Each sword erupts with incomparably terrifying power. Just the power alone seems enough to annihilate all celestial beings. Zhuxian, Luxian, Xianxian, Zhuxian. Lingxi's eyes widen, completely stunned. These 4 swords are indeed the legendary 4 swords of Zhuxian. It's truly unimaginable. The Zhuxian formation diagram and the 4 swords of Zhuxian are actually present in this small mortal world. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her feelings. Her new master is truly extraordinary. Compared to this, the medicine god furnace is nothing in front of these 4 swords. As the spirit of the medicine god furnace, being by Lu Yu's side as a maid, is actually her fortune. Master, you are amazing. After a long time, Lingxi finally spoke slowly. Just average. Lu Yu chuckled softly. Seeing Lingxi's shocked expression earlier made him incredibly happy. This time, he successfully showed off in front of these 2 women. I have to say, the feeling of showing off is quite enjoyable. Only by personally experiencing it can one understand why so many people like to show off. Only by experiencing it can one truly know how delightful it is. Whoosh. As Lu Yu's finger moved slightly again, the 4 swords of Zhuxian transformed into beams of light and re-entered Lu Yu's brow. Chapter 167. Purchasing Cultivation. Reaching the perfect stage of the Great Ascension. Unrivaled in the world, only I am supreme. Next, it's time to purchase a new cultivation realm. After showing off, Lu Yu silently thought, and the next second, the universal supermarket quickly popped up in his view. Perfect stage of the combined body realm, initial stage of the Great Ascension realm, price, 200,000,000,000 points. Who? Upon seeing this price, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This price is still quite high. Bought it. Lu Yu was very decisive. Money can be earned again. Anyway, the priority now is to improve the cultivation realm. Spent 200 billion points. You have successfully purchased a new cultivation realm. Your cultivation realm has been raised to the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm. In just a moment, Lu Yu's cultivation realm instantly broke through, and the power within him surged exponentially. The aura emanating from his body reached an extreme point. Master, his cultivation realm has broken through. Lingxi exclaimed. It is known that as one's realm improves, breaking through becomes increasingly difficult. In Lingxi's eyes, Lu Yu had hardly practiced at all. He just lay on the chair, and his cultivation realm immediately broke through. The emanating aura is truly terrifying. Could it be that my new master is actually a powerful being from the celestial realm, reincarnated into this mortal world? Lingxi thought to herself. In the celestial realm, many powerful beings choose to reincarnate to further enhance their cultivation. From her perspective, Lu Yu before her might very well be such a powerful being. Initial stage of the Great Ascension realm, mid stage of the Great Ascension realm, price, 500,000,000,000 points. Spent 500 billion, new realm purchase successful. Your realm has reached the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm. Boom. The terrifying pressure once again became even stronger. The mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm has broken through again. Lingxi was once again deeply shocked. Mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, late stage of the Great Ascension realm, price, 1,000,000,000,000,000 points. Spent 1 trillion points. Successfully purchased a new cultivation realm. Congratulations, you have reached the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. The late stage of the Great Ascension realm is insane. This is too crazy. Lingxi's whole body began to tremble. Master, he won't directly break through and ascend to immortality, will he? Meanwhile, Su Ying's eyes were filled with immense admiration, and she was completely captivated. The late stage of the Great Ascension realm is still not enough. Continue purchasing cultivation. Lu Yu felt the overwhelming power continuously surging within him and was still somewhat unsatisfied. Late stage of the Great Ascension realm. Perfect stage of the Great Ascension realm. Price 3,000,000,000,000 points. Successfully spent 3 trillion points. Successfully purchased a new realm. Congratulations, you have reached the perfect stage of the Great Ascension realm. Friendly reminder, your balance is insufficient to continue purchasing a new cultivation realm. The last prompt sounded. In just a short time, his balance was already insufficient. Spending money like flowing water is truly fast. However, from the perfect stage of the combined body realm to the perfect stage of the Great Ascension realm. For Lu Yu, this is already very satisfying. He has truly reached the point of being unrivaled in the world, only supreme. Current balance, 136,893,360,000 points. Glancing at the remaining points, Lu Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. Although the remaining points cannot allow him to purchase a new cultivation realm, they can be used to buy other good things from the universal supermarket. Moreover, he can also purchase cultivation realms for others to use. At that time, when his loved ones can no longer improve their cultivation realms, Lu Yu will have many ways through the universal supermarket to help them break through and reach a higher realm. At that time, Lu Yu will take them and his family to ascend to the celestial realm, opening a new path of cultivation, a new adventure, a whole new world. Now, in this mortal world, I should be able to truly achieve unrivaled supremacy, Lu Yu silently thought, looking across this mortal world. Cultivators who can reach the Great Ascension realm are indeed few and far between. He has truly stood at the pinnacle of this mortal world. Moreover, Lu Yu has reached the perfect stage of the Great Ascension realm, which is the peak of the peak. As Lu Yu's thoughts moved, his cultivation aura quickly calmed down. Master, how did you do it? Lingxi quickly reacted, asking curiously. Secret, Lu Yu replied mysteriously with a smile. Master, you are truly amazing. I have seen many talents, but none can compare to you. Seeing this, Lingxi naturally did not continue to ask. She knew very well that her new master was full of secrets. If Lu Yu was unwilling to share, she would not pry further. Moreover, if she kept asking, it would surely make Lu Yu feel displeased. After all, she didn't have much value beside Lu Yu. If she angered him, she might lose even the qualification to be a maid. Master, your current cultivation realm must be unmatched in this world. No one can be your opponent. Su Ying also quickly came back to her senses. Looking at Lu Yu with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, with my current cultivation realm, I can truly be unrivaled in the mortal realm. Lu Yu nodded slowly, his tone filled with certainty. That's great. With you here, our Qingyan sect is now the #1 sect in the world. Su Ying felt extremely happy and excited, feeling very honored. It was all thanks to her father's foresight in taking Lu Yu as a master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such fortune today. By the way, master, now that you're so powerful, do we still need to go to that demon domain? Su Ying then asked curiously. They have all come out, so naturally. We must go and take a look at the splendor of the demon domain, Lu Yu said with a slight smile. Money, the more, the better. Su Ying quickly nodded. This way, she could stay by Lu Yu's side for a longer time. Master Ancestor, when are we setting off? Su Ying asked again, clearly a bit impatient. Now that our Master Ancestor is so powerful, those demon race experts will naturally not dare to act against us. If they do, countless strong demons will surely fall. Let us set off now. Lu Yu slowly stood up, extending a finger. An incredibly terrifying force surged forth. Boom. A crack in the void appeared directly in front of Lu Yu. It is rumored that a Great Ascension realm cultivator can travel tens of thousands of miles with a single thought. With my current cultivation, I can certainly give it a try, Lu Yu thought to himself. Then, Lu Yu spoke again. Let us go. I'll take you flying. Chapter 168. Entering the Demon Domain. Sky Demon City. In the sky above a coastline, a spatial crack suddenly tore open, and Lu Yu stepped out with Su Ying and Lingxi. For Su Ying, it seemed like just the blink of an eye. When she opened her eyes, she saw an endless new continent before her, filled with an extremely rich demonic aura. At that moment, Su Ying exclaimed in surprise, have we already arrived in the demon domain? According to the map, we indeed have officially entered the demon domain. Lu Yu casually waved his hand, and a map appeared in front of him. After a quick glance, he slowly nodded in agreement. This is too fast. Su Ying exclaimed once again. The Sky Demon Mountain is located deep within the demon domain. Next, we'll head straight to the Sky Demon Mountain, Lu Yu said again. Boom. The next moment, Lu Yu pointed casually, breaking open another void passage. He continued to lead Su Ying and Ling Shi swiftly into it. Roar, roar, roar. As they disappeared from their original spot, the ground began to echo with the roars of demonic beasts. Quick, quick, report to the Demon King. Human cultivators have intruded into our demon domain. An urgent voice rang out in a forest. In an instant, the surroundings became noisy. After an unknown period, when Lu Yu and the others appeared again, they were already above a great mountain. This mountain, like a pillar holding up the sky, pierced through the clouds. Exuding a very powerful energy fluctuation, it was surrounded by profound layers of restrictions and even guarded by a super great formation. Surrounding the mountain was a blood-red forest, with demonic energy so dense it was extreme. What a terrifying aura! Su Ying gasped. At this moment, Lu Yu checked the map. He quickly nodded. Good. It seems we've arrived. The mountain before us is the Sky Demon Mountain. This is the holy mountain of the demon race. It truly is extraordinary. Su Ying responded quickly, her eyes widening, as this was a significant experience for her. The next moment, Lu Yu sensed a particularly familiar demonic aura. This demonic power seems identical to that of the Snake Woman Queen. It can't be. The Great Liang Desert is so far from the demon domain. How could the esteemed Snake Woman Queen appear here? Lu Yu's expression became serious, and his eyes turned toward a city at the foot of the Sky Demon Mountain. Master, did you discover something? Ling Shi noticed Lu Yu's change in expression and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I sensed a familiar aura. Just to be safe, let us go take a look. Lu Yu quickly replied. The demonic power he sensed was somewhat weak. If it really is that Snake Woman Queen, she might be in trouble. After all, this Snake Woman Queen is his woman. Lu Yu would definitely not sit idly by. Master Ancestor, should we disguise ourselves? If we continue like this, those demon cultivators will surely see that we are of the human race. Su Ying reminded him. Su Ying, do you think with my perfected Great Ascension Realm cultivation, I still need to hide? Lu Yu smiled slightly upon seeing this. If it were before, when I lacked sufficient cultivation strength, then indeed, I would need to act low-key and disguise myself. But the situation is different now. He has already reached an invincible realm in this world. Therefore, there is no need for that. In the face of absolute strength, how much the demon race hates humans. They would not dare to act rashly. After all, whether it is the demon race or the human race, no one wishes to die. Master Ancestor, I realize I was a bit narrow-minded. Su Ying suddenly understood, letting out a sigh. This isn't really being narrow-minded. Lu Yu said seriously, in fact, if we conceal our identities in our own aura, we will definitely not cause any trouble, and we can get things done faster. In short, everyone has a different style of doing things, so we just need to make the right choice. After a few words, Su Ying gained a lot of insight. Master Ancestor, I understand your teachings today. All right, let us not think about anything else. Let us head down. Lu Yu nodded and said no more. Whoosh. Soon, Lu Yu and the others landed directly on the streets of the city. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding demon cultivators. After all, everyone present was a demon, and suddenly, the presence of human energy was particularly conspicuous. A human cultivator, how bold to enter our demon race's Sky Demon City so openly. They truly do not know the meaning of death. It has been a long time since I tasted the blood of human cultivators. Devouring them will surely allow us to break through in our cultivation. Hee. In just a few short breaths, the demonic power within those demon cultivators began to surge wildly. Their eyes glowed blood red, and they regarded Lu Yu, Su Ying, and Ling Shi as food, intending to devour them. Puff! The next moment, these demon cultivators unleashed their full power and attacked Lu Yu and the others. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately pointed her sword, and a spirit sword shot out. In an instant, several sword lights flashed by, and those charging demon cultivators were turned into smooth, flat pieces of meat. Not a single body remained intact. In the eyes of the other demon cultivators, disbelief quickly filled their faces. The blood in the air thickened. Anyone who dares to attack will die. Su Ying, holding her long sword, snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the demon cultivators became even more furious. How arrogant. Damn it, this human cultivator is so powerful. With so many of us attacking together, it seems like they only swung their sword once and killed so many of our kind. This power must be at least above the nascent soul level. Damn, this is our demon domain. Could it be that we will let human cultivators do as they please? You should know that our demon domain is known as a forbidden area for humans. Human cultivators entering our demon domain only have a dead end. Quick, quick. Go summon the city's general. Bang. A special firework exploded. Boom. In just a breath or two, a powerful sense of oppression surged in. Then, they could see a black light suddenly burst forth from a pavilion on the distant city wall, carrying an unstoppable aura, heading straight for Lu Yu and their location. A fully realized transformation god-level great demon. Su Ying quickly assessed the opponent's cultivation strength through this aura. Chapter 169, The Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. The black light directly hit the ground. As the light dissipated, a huge demon appeared before Lu Yu and the others. This demon had a tiger's head and a muscular body filled with explosive power, seemingly possessing extremely strong physical strength. It was clad in black armor and wielded a blood-red great knife. This great knife even emanated an extremely powerful bloodthirst, as if it had slain numerous beings. You human cultivators are so bold, not only daring to invade my demon domain, but also to come to my heavenly demon city. You truly do not regard us with any respect. The city guard general, Xianli, looked coldly at Lu Yu, his eyes filled with immense pressure and dominance. Since you've come, you can only await death. Roar. The blood-red great knife in his hand erupted with bloodthirst energy, and in that instant, one could vaguely hear the sounds of screams. Haha, in my heavenly demon city. Those who can serve as city guard generals are all at the peak of the transformation god stage. Moreover, Xianli is the strongest among all city guard generals. In my view, they can't even withstand this knife. Perhaps we might even get lucky and drink a sip of this human cultivator's blood. What a pity. These two women are quite beautiful. It would be great if I could have my way with them. Don't dream, it's not even your turn. The surrounding demon cultivators. Seeing the appearance of the city guard general, all felt that the situation was stable. In their eyes, Lu Yu and the others had already become corpses. However, the next moment, Lu Yu simply spoke lightly. You really do talk too much. Boom. In the sky, a golden sword energy condensed and instantly fell from the heavens. It was incredibly fast. The city guard general Xianli didn't have time to react and was directly engulfed by the golden sword energy. Almost in an instant, this city guard general Xianli was completely turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. How is this possible? The city guard general was killed in an instant. No, this must be a dream. The demons widened their eyes in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was a tremor of instinctive fear. For a moment, it seemed as if death had completely enveloped them. Heavenly Demon City. Inside the Demon Emperor's mansion, in a closed room, a charming man sat there sipping tea, looking at the Serpent Queen sitting cross-legged, and smiled slightly. Why bother? I, Song Yi, am also a Demon Emperor of the demon race. In terms of status, position, and cultivation level, I am qualified to be worthy of you. Why must it be like this? As long as you become my woman, you can comprehend the heavenly demon inheritance for as long as you want. At that time, the two of us can join forces to control the entire demon domain. That would not be a problem. I am wholeheartedly devoted to you. Regardless of what Song Yi said, the Serpent Queen sitting there ignored him entirely. This made Song Yi somewhat impatient. He approached the Serpent Queen, reaching out to touch her. Bang! But soon, the Serpent Queen erupted with a golden light, instantly bouncing Song Yi's hand away. This damn guardian heavenly seal, I don't believe you can hold out for much longer. Song Yi's expression became serious. Once your guardian heavenly seal completely dissipates, no one will be able to protect you, and you will inevitably become my woman. Demon Emperor. Something bad has happened. Human cultivators have invaded Heavenly Demon City and are heading towards our Demon Emperor's mansion. Soon, a hurried voice came from outside the room. Whoosh. In the next moment, Song Yi disappeared from his spot, appearing outside the room. He looked at the demon cultivator before him and coldly laughed. What exactly is going on? Human cultivators. Over the years, there have indeed been reckless human cultivators who have invaded the demon domain. However, these human cultivators generally only dare to operate at the periphery of the demon domain. I never expected that this time someone would be so bold as to invade my heavenly demon city. Demon Emperor, we don't know. 3 human cultivators suddenly appeared, and the city guard general Xianli was killed instantly. The other city guard generals who went to stop them met the same fate. Now, no one in the entire heavenly demon city dares to act. The demon cultivator quickly responded, trembling all over. Interesting. After hearing this, Song Yi revealed an incredibly evil smile. I want to see exactly who these human cultivators are. Whoosh. Song Yi appeared again, already hovering above the Demon Emperor's mansion. At a glance, he immediately spotted Lu Yu and the other 3. One was a girl at the transformation god stage. Another seemed to be a weapon spirit, not a human. And as for the man, the aura he emitted also seemed to be at the transformation god stage. But clearly, this was not his true cultivation. As for his real cultivation, I can't see through it. As Song Yi gazed at Lu Yu was also observing Song Yi. Whoosh. In almost an instant, Lu Yu appeared directly before Song Yi. Such speed. I didn't even react in time. Song Yi's expression changed to one of great seriousness. At this moment, a sense of unease, even a hint of fear, began to rise in his heart. This feeling is something he hadn't sensed in centuries. Your cultivation level is the strongest. You should be the leader here. Lu Yu looked at him and said lightly, "Indeed, I am Song Yi, the Demon Emperor. What business do you human cultivators have in my demon domain?" Song Yi was also unwilling to fall behind, his voice filled with authority. "Naturally, I came to this demon domain for the heavenly demon mountain." Lu Yu chuckled, "And one more thing, I want to take the woman inside that room." Such audacity. You truly do not regard my demon race. The heavenly demon mountain is our sacred mountain. It is not something you humans can covet, and that woman belongs to me. You cannot take her. Song Yi, the demon emperor, was engulfed in a powerful demon energy that swept across the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to shatter. The ground trembled, causing the demons in the city to rejoice. The demon emperor has made a move. This human cultivator is bound to meet his end. Haha, the power of the demon emperor is truly terrifying. It must be known that Song Yi is the youngest demon emperor in the history of the demon race. And there are rumors that Song Yi is the one most likely to attain immortality. At this moment, Su Ying, hearing the discussions of the demons, couldn't help but sneer. How foolish. When you realize my master's true strength, you will understand what true terror is. A mere demon emperor is nothing before my master. Chapter 170, The Fall of the Demon Emperor. The title of Demon Emperor sounds powerful, but you, a mere perfected void refinement stage cultivator, have that qualification? Lu Yu sneered. Kneel before me. The next moment, an incomparably powerful pressure instantly crushed down on Song Ye's body. Thud. With a loud bang, Song Yi was firmly suppressed, kneeling directly on the ground. How could this be so strong? Song Ye's expression turned extremely grave. His demon energy surged within him. He wanted to get up, but under this absolute pressure, any means Song Yi employed had no effect at all. No. Could it be that his cultivation level is above the void refinement stage? Is he a fusion stage expert? The Kangi Demon Emperor looked up at Lu Yu and said, "This isn't right. Previously, I experienced the pressure of a harmonized body realm ancestor, and it was nowhere near this invincible." For a moment, a very ominous thought arose in the Kangi Demon Emperor's mind. The opponent might be a cultivator above the harmonized body realm, a great ascension realm powerhouse. If that were the case, then we would be in big trouble. Haha, as expected of the master ancestor. Even the dignified demon emperor cannot resist the pressure of the master ancestor. Su Ying said happily, "From now on, as long as our human race has the master ancestor, we will always crush the demon race." The other demons were all completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why this was happening. The Kangi Demon Emperor was a truly invincible existence in their eyes. Yet, this invincible existence couldn't even make a move and was directly suppressed to the ground, unable to use any means. When did such a terrifying existence appear among humans? What should they do? Even the Kangi Demon Emperor is like an ant and is not a match for this person. The Demon Emperor may not be a match, but let's not forget. There are still 3 demon ancestors on Tianyao Mountain. Their cultivation strength is far more terrifying than that of the Demon Emperor. However, will the 3 demon ancestors make a move? Whoosh. After completely suppressing the Kangi Demon Emperor, Lu Yu did not immediately take his life. Instead, he swiftly entered the Demon Emperor's mansion. Soon, he arrived outside the room that was sealed. Crack. With a gentle tap of Lu Yu's finger, the huge seal on the room shattered. Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. "Kangi, stop dreaming. It's impossible between us, even in death. I won't let you have your way," said the snake woman queen, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, thinking it was Kangi who had entered. "Woman, I didn't expect it to be you after all." Lu Yu's voice rang out. In an instant, the snake woman queen opened her eyes, looking at Lu Yu. She was puzzled. Lu Yu? Next, Lu Yu strode over. The protective celestial seal on the snake woman queen burst forth with light, trying to push Lu Yu away. However, the light dissipated as soon as it touched Lu Yu. "It's me. I didn't expect to see the snake woman queen here again." Lu Yu extended his finger and gently lifted the snake woman queen's chin. For a moment, the scene between them seemed very ambiguous. At the same time, Lu Yu also noticed that the cultivation of the snake woman queen was sealed. No wonder she was imprisoned here. The next second, Lu Yu directly kissed her domineeringly. Previously, in the Great Liang Desert, it had always been the snake woman queen who forcefully dominated him. Now, it was time for him to take the initiative. Faced with this sudden kiss, the snake woman queen clearly did not react in time, not expecting Lu Yu to be so bold. She wanted to resist, but Lu Yu tightly embraced her, making it impossible for her to struggle, so she simply gave up. After kissing for a while, Lu Yu reluctantly let go and directly princess carried the snake woman queen, saying, "All right, let's leave." "Okay." The snake woman queen nodded slightly, a hint of blush appearing on her stunning face. At this moment, the snake woman queen no longer resembled the domineering queen from before. Instead, she looked like a shy little girl. Soon, Lu Yu carried the snake woman queen out of the room. He leaped into the air, The snake woman queen quickly saw the Xianxia demon emperor, who was kneeling on the ground, being firmly suppressed. I didn't expect that in just a few years. You have already become so powerful. The snake woman queen looked at Lu Yu with a sense of amazement. Of course, this time, I'm here for revenge. You can prepare yourself for tonight. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Previously, I was always suppressed by you. This time, it's my turn to take the initiative. With these words, the snake woman queen's body trembled slightly. All right, now it's time to get down to business. The seal within you should have been placed by him, right? Lu Yu continued. How should we deal with this Xianxia demon emperor? You have the final say. Naturally, I want to kill him. The snake woman queen replied calmly. However, killing him may bring trouble. There are 3 very powerful demon ancestors on Tianyao Mountain. That's right. Xianxia demon emperor shouted. If you kill me, the demon ancestors will not let you go. My demon race also has great ascension realm existences. Haha. Lu Yu laughed. Then I must kill you today? Sword come. With a wave of Lu Yu's hand, a black sword energy filled with endless killing intent instantly condensed in the air. As soon as this sword energy appeared, the Xianxia demon emperor felt an absolute death approaching. With this sword strike, he would undoubtedly die. Demon ancestor, save me. Xianxia demon emperor cried out. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky as powerful forces gathered. A strong presence erupted, and a spatial rift appeared. An old man with white hair stepped out, saying, Friend, could you spare his life? My demon race is willing to apologize. You are the great ascension realm ancestor of the demon race. But you are only at the mid-stage of the great ascension realm. I thought you were more powerful. Lu Yu smiled indifferently. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate conditions with me. Boom. As Lu Yu's finger fell, a loud rumble echoed. The black sword energy filled with endless killing intent immediately devoured the Xianxia demon emperor, erasing him from this world. Not to mention anything else. The fact that this Xianxia demon emperor wanted to take his woman was enough for Lu Yu to not let him go. Anyone who touches his woman is doomed to death. Friend, are you really going to make an enemy of my entire demon race? The ancestor's face darkened significantly, unable to believe that Lu Yu killed the Xianxia demon emperor right in front of him. Chapter 171. I am not negotiating with you. You have no right to talk conditions with me. Even if it means being enemies with the entire demon race, so what? Now, even if you gather all your demon race together, you are still not my opponent. Lu Yu snorted coldly, fully activating his great ascension realm cultivation. At the same time, the Excalibur was summoned by Lu Yu, floating around him. An even stronger oppressive aura enveloped the entire Tianyao city. The demons in the city, regardless of their cultivation level, were all firmly suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Each of their faces showed endless pain. Under this pressure, they were like ants among ants. Great ascension realm completion. The ancestor's face changed drastically. Although he could withstand this pressure, he was also greatly suppressed. He simply couldn't understand how Lu Yu had cultivated to such a level at such a young age. The ancestor of the demon race couldn't comprehend it. According to what he knew, there seemed to be no such young great ascension cultivators among humans in this era. What? Do you still want to make the entire demon race your enemy? Lu Yu lightly waved his finger, and the tip of the Excalibur directly aimed at the ancestor. At this moment, the ancestor could clearly sense how terrifying the Excalibur was. Just the sword energy it emitted seemed capable of completely annihilating him. The Immortal sword. This was undoubtedly a supreme immortal sword. The ancestor's heart grew increasingly terrified. He knew very well that he was only at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, while Lu Yu had already reached the completion of the Great Ascension realm. Once they fought, the one who would definitely die would be him. I won't dare. The ancestor bowed to Lu Yu. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where strength is respected. Upon witnessing this scene, the other demons looked on with immense despair in their eyes. Unexpectedly, the strongest of their demon race now had to bow and show utmost respect to that human cultivator. Moreover, I came here for the heavenly demon mountain, and from now on, this mountain belongs to me. Lu Yu said calmly. Fellow Taoist, you are being a bit excessive. The demon ancestor clenched his fists. The heavenly demon mountain is the sacred mountain of the demon race. Inside, there is the heavenly demon inheritance. It is crucial for our race's survival. Without the heavenly demon inheritance, our future rise will be even more difficult. Do you think I am negotiating? Lu Yu said as he pointed his sword. The extermination sword immediately erupted with a surge of sword energy. Boom. Faced with this powerful sword energy, the demon ancestor did not dare to be careless and summoned extraordinary defensive treasures one after another to block it. Crack. However, these treasures could not withstand even a second against the extermination sword energy and shattered instantly. Puff. Moreover, it directly severed one of the demon ancestor's arms. What kind of sword energy is this? So terrifying. The severed arm cannot grow back. This sword energy is devouring my demon power. The demon ancestor's face grew increasingly pale. With just one sword, he had lost an arm. Furthermore, Lu Yu clearly hadn't used all his strength. This means that if Lu Yu wanted to, that sword could have completely annihilated this demon ancestor. Despair. Utter despair. At this moment, in the eyes of the demons, despair shrouded everything. The demon ancestor appeared so weak before him. This is the effect of absolute power. Everything is rendered useless. Clearly just one person. Yet he can easily suppress their entire demon race. If it were before, no one would have believed such a thing could happen. But now they were experiencing it firsthand. I want to enter this heavenly demon world. You better open the entrance for me. Otherwise, the next sword will not show mercy. Lu Yu said indifferently. The demon ancestor took a deep breath and said solemnly, Fellow Taoist, I can open the entrance for you, but please do not destroy my race's inheritance. Still daring to negotiate. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Primordial Tao Emperor Sword. A light shot out from Lu Yu's brow, transforming into a chain of order. Whoosh. As the chain flew out, it again morphed into a golden short sword. Upon seeing this, the demon ancestor once again summoned all his demon power to resist. However, it was still ineffective. Puff. The golden short sword pierced through the demon ancestor's body. A force of transformation rapidly spread within him, weakening his demon power significantly. Open. Or not? Lu Yu asked. Open. The demon ancestor quickly replied. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply. After all, he had worked hard to reach this level, and if he died now, all efforts would be in vain. Cultivators with higher realms, whether human or demon, are generally afraid of death. Next, in just a few breaths, under the control of the demon ancestor, the heavenly demon mountain erupted with an immense light. Under this light, the great formation and all restrictions were lifted, revealing a special entrance. This is the entrance to the small world inside the heavenly demon mountain. The demon ancestor said. Very good. Lu Yu finally expressed his satisfaction. Suing, Lingxi, let's go. Okay, master. Suing quickly flew up. Lingxi also followed closely. In the eyes of the demons, Lu Yu and the others directly entered the heavenly demon world. The entrance quickly closed. The terrifying absolute pressure finally dissipated. The demons in Heavenly Demon City began to breathe heavily. How could there be such a terrifying human cultivator? Even the demon ancestor was no match. Run. We should escape quickly. What if that human powerhouse comes out and wants to kill us all? By then, it will be too late to escape. Escape? That is a great ascension level powerhouse. Where can we escape to? I want to escape too. But the key is that I am weak all over and cannot stand up. So terrifying. This is simply too terrifying. Generally speaking, the demon race instills fear in humans. Yet this time, just a single human cultivator, Lu Yu, made the entire demon race feel fear instead. The demon ancestor, suspended in midair, sighed deeply. I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. What will become of my demon race's fate next? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two beams of light flew out from the heavenly demon mountain. Two other demon ancestors appeared. These two demon ancestors were merely in the combined stage of cultivation. What should we do next? What else can we do? Together we are not a match. We can only take it step by step. In the face of absolute strength, these three demon ancestors could not think of any good solutions. Powerless. Despair. Chapter 172. The Mysterious Bone Mountain. Heavenly Demon Mountain. Heavenly Demon World. Once they entered this small world, Lu Yu and the others could clearly sense a powerful and special demonic energy within. It seemed that this power did not originate from the mortal realm. Let me first your internal seal, Lu Yu said, looking at the snake queen in his arms. Smiling slightly. Crack. In just a breath or two, with Lu Yu's help, the seal within the snake queen shattered and dissipated. Her cultivation level was immediately restored, and her aura radiated with overwhelming dominance. In a daze, the domineering queen returned. However, she was still tightly held in Lu Yu's embrace. Seeing this, Suing felt a surge of emotions and said, Master, you are truly charming. Not only have you won over the sect master and the holy maiden, but it seems you have also won over this snake queen long ago. Speak, Lady Queen, how did you end up in this demon domain? Lu Yu gently stroked the snake queen's exquisite face and smiled slightly. Naturally, I came for the heavenly demon inheritance. Although the snake queen was a bit uncomfortable with this, she still allowed Lu Yu to touch her face, and her red lips slightly parted. Since that's the case, I will help you obtain the heavenly demon inheritance. In the next moment, Lu Yu confidently assured her. He understood that the snake queen wanted the heavenly demon inheritance to hope for a higher breakthrough in her realm. First, let me down, the snake queen said softly. All right. Lu Yu nodded, intending to take his time to enjoy her once everything here was settled. Lu Yu continued to ask, by the way, I still don't know your name. I can't keep calling you queen forever. The snake queen directly revealed her name, Xiyu. It was indeed a beautiful name. So, Xiyu, how much do you know about this heavenly demon world? Lu Yu inquired. I know very little. I only know that the heavenly demon inheritance is here, but I don't know its exact location. She replied calmly. Upon entering this demon domain and arriving at the heavenly demon mountain, she was quickly targeted by the xianxia demon emperor. Unable to match him, she had her cultivation sealed by him. Fortunately, she had the guardian heavenly seal, otherwise, she would have likely been defiled by the xianxia demon emperor. In that case, we can only slowly explore here, Liu nodded. Master, there's no need to explore anymore. The so-called heavenly demon inheritance should be right ahead. Lingxi quickly spoke up. However, it seemed like there was nothing ahead. Suing glanced and saw an incredibly empty area before them, with bones and remains scattered everywhere, resembling a hellish scene. Some of the skulls even flickered with a blood-red light, making it appear even more eerie. It wasn't that there was nothing, but rather a large formation was hiding everything ahead. Lu Yu, sensing with his cultivation level, quickly said, "There's a great formation in front that has concealed everything." At the same time, Lu Yu silently chanted in his heart, "Activate the Breaking Formation Talisman." Command received. Breaking Formation Talisman is now in use. In an instant, a special talisman materialized before Lu Yu. Whoosh! The talisman shot out, bursting with an incredibly brilliant light. Under the illumination of this light, the hidden formation quickly emerged. Boom! The Breaking Formation Talisman then directly struck the extraordinary formation above, erupting with a tremendous roar. The formation was easily shattered. Once the formation completely dissipated, a terrifyingly large mountain appeared before everyone. This mountain was entirely made up of piled-up bones. Suing said gravely, "This is simply a mountain of corpses." Even the steps leading to the mountain's peak were formed from accumulated white bones, exuding an immense aura of evil. It truly looked terrifying. It seems that the heavenly demon inheritance should be atop this mountain of corpses. Lu Yu softly said, "There are many restrictions on this mountain, and it seems we can only ascend via this single staircase. Without delay, we should begin our ascent." Lu Yu quickly continued, "In any case, we shouldn't waste time now. The sooner we finish everything, the sooner we can leave this place. Then, I can better enjoy some intimate moments with the Serpent Queen." After a while, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain of corpses. Boom! At this moment, an incredibly terrifying demonic power surged in, directly pressing down on Lu Yu and Suing. It seemed this demonic power was specifically targeting human cultivators, clearly wishing to prevent them from stepping onto this mountain of corpses. What a frightening force. I am clearly a heavenly sword body, yet under this power, I feel unable to resist. Su Ying's face turned pale as she quickly used all her spiritual power to resist. In contrast, Lu Yu faced this demonic power with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of being affected at all. After all, his cultivation level was there. In the next moment, Lu Yu lightly pointed. Golden runes began to gather around Su Ying. Under the protection of these runes, Su Ying instantly felt incredibly relaxed. The overwhelming demonic power could no longer affect her. "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Su Ying hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "It's nothing." Lu Yu waved his hand. Su Ying was the weakest among them. In fact, she shouldn't even be able to enter this place. However, since Lu Yu brought her here, he naturally would protect her. "Let us ascend," Lu Yu said softly. Stepping onto the staircase made of bones, they began to walk up step by step. Surrounding them, there were countless skulls, each seemingly staring intently at them. Cackle, cackle, cackle. This is the breath of the human race. How dare a human intrude here? They truly are bold. Intruders can only die. It didn't take long for extremely evil voices to sound. From among the bones, strange blood-colored figures began to coalesce, emitting wicked laughter. Following that, they surged towards Lu Yu and the others like a tidal wave. Golden Thunder Bamboo Sword. Seeing this, Lu Yu directed his sword. The Golden Thunder Bamboo Sword immediately shot through the air, releasing endless exorcising divine thunder. As the divine thunder emerged, it instantly engulfed these blood-colored figures, turning them to ash. Completely eradicated. Chapter 173, Golden Winged Rock. Boom! Lu Yu's sword finger waved slightly again. Instantly, layers of thunder mist enveloped the mountain of corpses. In an instant, countless exorcising divine thunders fell like rain, wrapping the entire mountain of corpses in a thunderous sound. Under the onslaught of the exorcising divine thunder, one could even hear wails and cries. In just a short breath, when the exorcising divine thunder dissipated, the entire mountain of corpses fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had ever happened. "All right, let us continue," Lu Yu said slowly. Just now, the constant bombardment of exorcising divine thunder had destroyed many of the restrictions on the mountain. Next, the ascent became much smoother. About 2 sticks of incense later, under Lu Yu's guidance, they quickly reached the summit of the mountain of corpses. The scene atop was somewhat beyond imagination. There was no grand hall, no other buildings. Just a single corpse. The corpse of a great demon. Lu Yu could sense that this corpse still contained a very powerful force. This should be the heavenly demon, rumored to come from the celestial realm. Xia said slowly. Does that mean we are facing a celestial corpse? Suing exclaimed, realizing this might be the closest they had ever been to a celestial. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a golden-winged rock. Lingxi softly said, this golden-winged rock is quite formidable among the demon race in the celestial realm. But I don't see where this so-called heavenly demon inheritance might be. Lu Yu glanced around and saw no sign of any inheritance. Master, the inheritance among demon races has special methods, Lingxi reminded succinctly. So, Xia, do you have a way? Lu Yu looked at the Serpent Queen. I should be able to. Xia nodded slowly. In that case, do your best to attempt to obtain the inheritance. We will guard you here, and won't let anyone disturb you. Lu Yu said earnestly. Lu Yu was determined to help Xia obtain this so-called heavenly demon inheritance. If she couldn't get it, Lu Yu had other ways to purchase an even better and more suitable new inheritance for her at the Universal Supermarket. Xia, if it really doesn't work out, don't force it. I have other methods, Lu Yu said gently, looking at Xia. Okay, I will try my best. Xia replied. Immediately, Xia walked up to the golden-winged rock's corpse, sat cross-legged, and seemed to enter a meditative state for cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and the others stood guard nearby. Lingxi, continue telling us about the golden-winged rock, Lu Yu asked, appearing bored. Suing also looked at Lingxi curiously, clearly wanting to know more about the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock is a high bloodline existence among the demon race. As time passed, Lingxi shared all that she knew. In an instant, Lu Yu and Suing learned a lot, greatly expanding their knowledge. Next, they could only patiently wait. Lu Yu looked at the massive golden-winged rock and couldn't help but murmur, System, calculate how many points can be redeemed from this golden-winged rock's corpse? This golden-winged rock is a true celestial. Its entire body must be full of treasures. Even a single drop of blood still contains incredibly strong energy. Calculating. The prompt sound echoed directly in Lu Yu's mind. Looking at the calculation progress bar, it quickly reached 100. The prompt sound rang out again. The corpse of the golden-winged rock in front of you can be recharged for 900 million points. A mere corpse could actually be recharged for 900 million points. This was somewhat beyond imagination. Lu Yu silently nodded. In comparison, the corpse he was currently recharging was that of an ordinary mortal, which would probably be worth at most 10 points, or even not worth a single coin. Lu Yu quickly made a decision. No matter whether Xia could comprehend the inheritance or not, he would definitely use the corpse of the golden-winged rock to recharge. His purpose for coming here was to obtain more points. It certainly couldn't be for nothing. Master, this golden-winged rock should be very strong, right? Such powerful beings falling means that the immortal realm must be even more terrifying, Su Ying slowly said. That's why we must possess even stronger power. Only then can we fear nothing and protect ourselves. Lu Yu calmly replied. I understand. Su Ying quickly nodded. This time, witnessing the corpse of an immortal made her realize that the immortal realm was not a beautiful existence. Rather, it was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, even more so than the mortal world. Afterwards, Su Ying quickly sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. As for Lu Yu, he lay back in a chair. Under Lu Yu's arrangement, Lingxi began to massage his shoulders and back. Overall, Lu Yu appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Consume 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Thunderblade. Today's sign-in completed. Congratulations. You have received 1 rejuvenation pill. Consume 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Millennium Polygonatum. Today's sign-in completed. Congratulations. You have received Millennium Goji Berries. Consume 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of 6 flavor Remania pills. Today's sign-in completed. Congratulations. You have received naturally grown snow lotus. In this demon world, there was no day and night, so it was impossible to determine whether it was dark or bright outside. Time passed, but fortunately, Lu Yu could estimate how many days had passed outside through the daily flash sale packages and sign-ins. After about 10 sign-ins and purchasing daily flash sale packages, a powerful wave of energy erupted. When Lu Yu opened his eyes, he clearly saw that special light began to emerge around Xia, and within these lights, the characters and patterns of the demon clan gradually condensed. Master, it seems she has successfully comprehended the inheritance of the golden-winged rock. Lingxi nodded slightly after seeing this. I knew she could do it, Lu Yu said with a soft smile, his tone filled with immense confidence. Chapter 174, Recharge Demon City. After waiting a few more days, Xia completely mastered the inheritance. Moreover, the power within the golden-winged rock surged into Xia's body in that instant. In just a breath's time, Xia absorbed and refined this powerful energy. Her cultivation level quickly broke through, reaching the perfection of the virtual refinement realm. Immediately afterwards, they saw the entire corpse of the golden-winged rock dissolve into nothingness. Seeing this, Lu Yu was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, wow, it can be like this? He originally thought that after Xia accepted the inheritance, he could use it to recharge. However, things changed. This situation was completely unexpected for Lu Yu. Sigh. Lu Yu sighed. He quickly stopped thinking too much. Although there was no gain in points this time, he had met Xia, the Snake Queen. Just this alone could be considered that the trip was not in vain. Xia's aura gradually stabilized. After waiting for about an hour, she slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I succeeded. A look of excitement appeared on her face. The inheritance she grasped this time was a celestial technique among the demon clan, one of the top techniques in the Immortal realm's demon clan. With this technique, her chances of becoming an immortal in the future would greatly increase. Xia, how do you feel? Lu Yu quickly asked. I have completely succeeded in accepting the inheritance. Xia nodded slightly. Next, we can leave. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge rumbling sound erupted. Immediately, the ground shook. Crack. The sound of cracking echoed. The sky above began to collapse. The earth split open, and the fissures spread rapidly in all directions. Not good. This small world is going to collapse. We need to leave quickly, Lu Yu said urgently. In the next moment, Lu Yu waved his finger, and an exit instantly appeared before them. At the same time, in the outside world, a massive earthquake shook the entire demon domain, especially the heavenly demon mountain, which was collapsing at an astonishing speed. The three demon ancestors looked at this scene, their faces turning extremely grim. Damn it, what should we do now? The collapse of Heavenly Demon Mountain means that someone among us has completely obtained the Heavenly Demon inheritance. What else can we do? Now we can't withstand it. Yes, we can't forcefully keep this inheritance. Naturally, the three demon ancestors felt distressed. The collapse of Heavenly Demon Mountain meant that their people had no hope of comprehending the Heavenly Demon inheritance in the future. This inheritance was the greatest opportunity for the demon clan. Look, they have appeared. A spatial rift appeared in the sky. Lu Yu and the others stepped out from within. The appearance of Xia startled the three demon ancestors, who clearly sensed that the Heavenly Demon inheritance had already been inherited by Xia. Fortunately, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least the Heavenly Demon inheritance was obtained by their people. It seems that the demons of Heavenly Demon City have already left, yet you three are still here. Lu Yu glanced at the Heavenly Demon City below, sensing no presence of demons. Yet above the city, the three demon ancestors remained. They truly were not afraid. If Lu Yu came out, he could directly annihilate them. Friend, after all, this is our territory. The most powerful of the three demon ancestors replied softly, his tone clearly revealing a hint of respect. I want this Heavenly Demon City. Do you have any objections? Lu Yu said again. The three demon ancestors looked puzzled, clearly unable to comprehend why Lu Yu wanted their city. Friend, please feel free. The demon ancestor replied. They had no qualifications to negotiate terms. Even if they refused, they could not withstand a counterattack from him. This was the benefit of having absolute strength. No matter where one went, they could do whatever they wanted, acting freely and without restraint. Good. Lu Yu was very satisfied with their response. System, this Heavenly Demon City should now belong to me. Recharge it. Lu Yu immediately thought to himself that this trip to the demon domain could not be considered a wasted trip. He still needed to take some points with him when leaving. Recharge conditions met, calculating. Recharging. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Demon City was enveloped in a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated. When everyone looked again, the entire Heavenly Demon City had vanished, replaced by an enormous sinkhole. Recharge complete. Your balance has increased by 5 billion points. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, this Heavenly Demon City is an ancient city worth 300 million points. It truly exceeds expectations. Thus, although the corpse of the golden-winged rock was not used for recharge, the points gained from recharging a city still count as a significant harvest this time. Let's go. Lu Yu waved his finger again, opening a new spatial rift. Whoosh. He quickly disappeared from the sight of the three demon ancestors. After Lu Yu and the others left, the three demon ancestors became even more uncomfortable. What method did this person use to instantly destroy the entire Heavenly Demon City? The Heavenly Demon City is protected by a great formation. It is impossible for it to be reduced to this state in such a short time. It seems he is even more terrifying than we imagined. What should we do next? With the collapse of Heavenly Demon Mountain and the destruction of the ancient Heavenly Demon City, what can we do? Each of us should find a safe place. The Great Ascension Demon Ancestor spoke calmly. You and I should focus on our cultivation and quickly break through to a higher realm. The reason we are so passive this time is due to our insufficient strength. We can only watch everything being taken away. Understood. The other two integration realm demon ancestors nodded in agreement upon hearing this. All right, I will go to the blood pool for cultivation. You two find other places to cultivate. After the great ascension demon ancestor finished speaking, he directly shattered the void and quickly disappeared from the spot. The other two integration realm ancestors exchanged glances and also left in different directions. With the collapse of Heavenly Demon Mountain, fortunately, the demon domain is vast, and there are still several good places for cultivation. Therefore, they set off for new locations to continue their training. Chapter 175. She used closed-door training, continuing the journey. Nighttime. Lu Yu and the others had arrived at a relatively safe place. With a wave of Lu Yu's hand, two large tents appeared on the spot. Ling Shi entered the medicine god furnace, while Su Ying entered the other tent to begin her cultivation. After Lu Yu arranged the formation, he finally entered the tent. Shi Yu, I finally waited for this moment. Lu Yu walked over and chuckled. In the next second, he forcefully knocked down the domineering queen. Did you expect this? My queen, you were once beneath me, and now the tides have turned. Lu Yu gently caressed Shi Yu's face. After this exchange, Shi Yu recalled the days in the Serpent Clan. Indeed, as Lu Yu said, now I can let you do as you please. Shi Yu also became more proactive. A night of springtime revelry. It was nothing but madness. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the tent was impeccable. Otherwise, Su Ying in the other tent would have lost all focus and devoted herself entirely to cultivation upon hearing it. Spent 10 points. Successfully purchased today's flash sale package. Opening now. Opening complete. Congratulations, you received a pack of premium cigarettes. Today's check-in successful. Congratulations, you received a bicycle. As a new day arrived, Lu Yu woke up from Shi Yu's embrace. The first thing he did was purchase today's flash sale package and check in. The rewards over the past few days had indeed become somewhat disappointing. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, it smells so good. Taking a deep breath. It was purely the aroma. This fragrance naturally emanated from Shi Yu, making Lu Yu feel extremely refreshed. Last night was indeed a bit wild. Lu Yu reflected on the scenes from last night, feeling quite emotional. After a while, Shi Yu slowly woke up, quickly returning to her domineering queen persona. Master, good morning. As Lu Yu and Shi Yu walked out of the tent, they soon heard Su Ying's voice. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Master, what should we do next? Su Ying asked. The purpose of coming to the demon domain has been achieved. Next, we will return to the Qingyan sect. Lu Yu slowly spoke, saying, this also counts as a journey back. All right, master. Su Ying quickly responded. Lu Yu, I won't accompany you on your journey. I need to go into closed-door training. Shi Yu said upon hearing Lu Yu's plans, knowing that this process would certainly take a long time. How long will it take? Lu Yu asked. At least a few years, and at most several decades, or even 100 years. Shi Yu replied, saying that she couldn't specify exactly how long she would need to be in closed-door training. What should we do then? Lu Yu sighed. Master. The internal space of the medicine god furnace. Ling Shi appeared proactively and quickly said, this internal space of the medicine god furnace is also a good place for cultivation. The previous master hoped to train there. Hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Ling Shi, why didn't you mention this earlier? Master, you didn't ask before. Ling Shi waved her hand, feeling a bit helpless. Ever since Lu Yu obtained the medicine god furnace, he had never used it or asked about it. If Ling Shi hadn't reminded him, Lu Yu would have thought that the medicine god furnace was only for refining pills and had no other effects. In that case, Shi Yu, you should enter the medicine god furnace to cultivate. This way, I can be more at ease. It was hard to come across you. And if we separated again, I wouldn't want that. Lu Yu said seriously. This statement made Shi Yu feel a touch of emotion and happiness. Bang! In the next moment, the medicine god furnace appeared. I will complete my closed-door training as soon as possible. Shi Yu promised. Under Lu Yu's control, Shi Yu quickly entered the internal space of the medicine god furnace. Lu Yu also went in to take a look. The entire space was quite spacious. In the center, there was a towering tree that released endless spiritual energy. This place was indeed very suitable for cultivation. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Of course, master. The immortal tree you see can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this mortal realm and make it purer and stronger. If it were in the immortal realm, it could absorb immortal energy. Therefore, the medicine god furnace can also be considered a mobile cultivation chamber. Ling Shi's voice rang out again. It seems the medicine god furnace is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yu sighed, glad that he kept the medicine god furnace and didn't use it for recharge. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the best course of action would be this time. Shi Yu, you should cultivate here for now. Lu Yu looked at Shi Yu again. Shi Yu nodded. However, before that, Lu Yu chuckled and directly embraced Shi Yu, giving her a domineering kiss. Faced with Lu Yu's sudden action, Shi Yu clearly didn't react at first. However, once she did, she also cooperated. This kiss lasted quite a while. After separating, Lu Yu did not continue to disturb her. He quickly left the inner space of the medicine god furnace. Xia immediately entered a serious state of cultivation. At this moment, she had nothing to worry about and just needed to focus on her training. After coming out of the medicine god furnace, Lu Yu waved his hand and swiftly stored the medicine god furnace back into his internal acupoints. Next, let's continue our journey. Lu Yu smiled. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yu and Su Ying quickly flew out, their flying speed extremely fast, producing sounds of breaking through the air. Found human cultivators, brothers, charge. A middle-aged man with a pair of black wings stepped forward, his demonic energy surging. Demon King? Hee. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Even if you're a demon emperor among your demon clan, you're still like fish on a chopping board. Who's the one unaware of their own death? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu pointed his sword, and a sword energy instantly descended, piercing through the body of that demon king. Boom. A dignified demon king was instantly killed. The surrounding demon cultivators changed their expressions drastically, their eyes filled with endless fear, and they all quickly fled. Chapter 176, Leaving the Demon Domain. Goodbye, Hanli. Master, should we spare them? Su Ying quickly asked, looking at the fleeing demon cultivators. As long as Lu Yu gave the order, she would immediately take action to eliminate all these demon cultivators. No need, they're just a bunch of ants. Lu Yu slowly said, they don't deserve your intervention. Yes, Su Ying responded. Over the next few days, Lu Yu and Su Ying flew quickly and discovered many good things, such as special spiritual herbs that only existed in the demon domain and other treasures, reaping numerous rewards. Furthermore, since they appeared openly, whenever they passed by a demon king's territory, they would be attacked by many demon cultivators. Of course, these demon cultivators all had only one fate, death. After nearly half a year, Lu Yu and Su Ying returned to the edge of the demon domain. Looking at the boundless sea, it seemed to widen their hearts. Just like the ocean. Finally leaving this demon domain, Su Ying took a deep breath and sighed. This demon domain is truly not suitable for human cultivators to stay in. The overall environment is quite oppressive. Time really flies. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. It's time to leave this demon domain. With a wave of his hand, a flying boat quickly appeared. The two leaped onto the flying boat. Under Lu Yu's control, the flying boat immediately ascended and, after reaching a certain height, quickly flew out. After lying on the chair, Lu Yu slowly spoke, Lingxi. The next moment, Lingxi quickly appeared in front of Lu Yu. Master. Lingxi greeted softly. I'm a bit tired. Feed me some fruit, Lu Yu said. A flash of light occurred. Spent 100 points, successfully purchased a bunch of sunshine roses. Following that, Lu Yu immensely enjoyed Lingxi's feeding. It was a carefree and relaxed moment. For Lu Yu, as long as he had enough points, he could have almost anything he wanted. The flying boat flew quickly over the sea, going through countless days and nights, and even encountered attacks from sea beasts. Basically, Su Ying dealt with all of them. One day, at noon, standing on the deck of the flying boat, Su Ying looked out and smiled slightly. Finally sensed the presence of other human cultivators. Why are there so many flying boats? After passing through the thick clouds, Su Ying clearly saw that not far ahead, there were hundreds of flying boats swirling in the air. Upon this discovery, Su Ying quickly transmitted a message to Lu Yu. Master, I found something. Whoosh. In an instant, Lu Yu appeared next to Su Ying. Master, look. Su Ying pointed in a direction. Lu Yu looked over and indeed saw many flying boats. Interesting. It seems something has happened. Since that's the case, let's go check it out. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Moreover, there's a familiar aura. Familiar aura? Who could it be? Su Ying curiously asked. Naturally, it's that Hanli who possesses the heaven-catching bottle. Lu Yu laughed. I didn't expect to see him. Su Ying exclaimed, surprised that they could meet again. Moreover, he has already reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. It seems he has consumed that transformation pill. Lu Yu quickly sped up the flying boat. In no time, the flying boat arrived at the area where the other flying boats were swirling. Upon their appearance, the cultivators on the other flying boats curiously looked over, but it was just curiosity, and then they ignored Lu Yu and Su Ying. Fellow Taoist Han Li, we meet again. Lu Yu recognized Han Li on a nearby flying boat and transmitted a message. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Han Li was momentarily stunned. He truly did not expect that his layers of disguise would be seen through at a glance. It was indeed true that in the face of absolute strength, everything was in vain. Fellow Taoist Han, won't you come and catch up? Lu Yu's voice sounded again. Seeing this, Han Li quickly flew out and landed smoothly in front of Lu Yu, respectfully clasping his fists. I greet the senior. You are quite cautious, not only hiding your true cultivation, but also changing your aura and appearance. Lu Yu laughed. If it were just by the naked eye, it would indeed be hard to discover it was you. Senior is amazing. Han Li praised. All right, I'm just passing by. What's going on here? Lu Yu inquired. Senior, below us, deep in the sea, there is a city called Sea King City, and there is also a Sea King Palace. It's rumored that there is an immortal weapon in this palace. Therefore, various forces from the chaotic sea region have sent people here. Hanli replied truthfully. This information was no longer a big secret. He had come here to try his luck, hoping to obtain some opportunities. As for the rumored immortal weapon, he had no particular thoughts, as this time not only were there many nascent soul cultivators, but also a few transformation god cultivators. I see. Luyu nodded. No wonder so many cultivators have gathered here. Senior, considering the time, the Sea King city below should open in another hour or two. Hanli clasped his hands again. If the senior has no other matters, then I will take my leave. Hanli, you don't need to return. From now on, everything in Sea King city belongs to me. Luyu said calmly. So, you don't have to go back. Would you be willing to follow me back to Qingyun sect and become a disciple of Qingyun? At Qingyun sect, I guarantee that you can quickly break through your cultivation level to the transformation god and void refinement realms. It's not a problem. As for whether you can reach a higher level, it depends on your own fortune. As long as there truly is an immortal weapon in Sea King city, I can also give you this immortal weapon as your entry gift. Such generous treatment shocked Hanli. Hanli, I know what you're worried about. The reason you're being treated this way is because you are qualified. Qingyun sect is cultivating you, and you also need to contribute to Qingyun sect. Luyu continued. So there's no need for you to refuse. By the end of his statement, Luyu's tone had become serious. Thank you, senior. I am willing to join Qingyun sect. Hanli quickly responded, sensing that if he refused, it could only lead to his death. Moreover, he indeed wanted to become stronger. Joining Qingyun sect is also a good choice. Chapter 177, The Opening of Sea King City. Very good. Luyu smiled with satisfaction. Next, Luyu looked at Han Li and asked again, in this chaotic sea area, besides Sea King City, are there any other major events or interesting happenings recently? In response to Luyu's inquiry, Han Li thought carefully. Soon, he answered, it seems that there is indeed a major event. I heard that on Ryun Island. There is a powerful demon king who is refining some top-tier magical treasures. Many human cultivators have gone to investigate, but in the end, none have returned. Ryun Island. I've heard of it before. Isn't it the island inhabited solely by demon cultivators? Luyu said softly. He had previously only heard that there was a large island in this chaotic sea area that was inhabited only by demon cultivators. Yes, Hanli replied. In this chaotic sea area, there are many human forces, yet Ryun Island, which is entirely inhabited by demon cultivators, still exists. Which is enough to demonstrate the strength of Ryun Island. Interesting, after we finish our business here, let's take a trip to Ryun Island. Immediately, Luyu made a decision. Do you know the origins of Sea King City? Luyu continued to ask. Since there was nothing else to do right now, it was better to chat here to pass the time. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Previously, I only heard from others that there used to be a very large force in this chaotic sea area called the Sea King Palace. But I don't know what happened. The Sea King Palace disappeared overnight, and it was later discovered that it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Hanli shared everything he knew without any concealment. He understood that in front of true powerhouses, all lies would be immediately seen through. So that's how it is. Liu took a deep breath. Even Su Ying, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express his astonishment and curiosity. If the Sea King Palace really had immortal artifacts, how could it have met such a fate? I don't know. Hanli shook his head. Perhaps only by entering the Sea King Palace could we know the answer to this mystery. Time passed slowly. The number of cultivators arriving at this place had clearly increased. After waiting for about an hour, boom, suddenly, the sea surface below began to surge violently. The entire sky darkened with thick clouds. Thunder rumbled through the sky. In just a few breaths, a massive whirlpool appeared in the sea below. Moreover, this whirlpool kept expanding, forming a huge downward passage. Soon, everyone looked and could clearly see that beneath this whirlpool, there was a gigantic city. The city was enveloped in a radiant light, looking extraordinarily extraordinary. Haha, Sea King City has finally opened. We haven't waited here in vain. Next, we just need to wait for the formation entrance to open by itself, and we can enter Sea King City for exploration. As long as we can find the Sea King Palace, we have a chance to obtain the immortal artifacts inside. This scene made all the cultivators present extremely excited. After about half a stick of incense, a gap clearly appeared in the formation of Sea King City. This is the entrance to the formation. Through this gap, the cultivators could smoothly enter Sea King City. Seeing the entrance open, many cultivators immediately rushed down. Boom. However, in that instant, Luyu made his move. A powerful pressure seemed to envelop the entire world. All the cultivators present found themselves unable to move an inch under this pressure, their faces turning pale, and their eyes filled with endless terror. Damn, what kind of power is this? It's simply terrifying. How could such a powerhouse appear? Death felt terrifying for the first time. Ants. At that moment, they felt like mere ants. This place belongs to me. I'll give you a chance. Leave now. Lu Yu's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. making it clear for all the cultivators to hear. As Lu Yu's words fell, the powerful pressure dissipated, allowing the cultivators to regain control of their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, a large portion of the cultivators began to madly circulate their inner spiritual power and quickly fled. In just a few breaths, their figures disappeared without a trace. The place instantly became much quieter. However, there were still some higher-level cultivators who did not leave, especially the one at the transformation stage. They showed no signs of leaving. What's wrong? You who remain, do you want to die? Lu Yu looked at the remaining cultivators and said calmly, Senior, aren't you being too overbearing? We should have the qualifications to enter the opportunities of Sea King City. One of the transformation stage cultivators quickly spoke. Boom. But in the next instant, a golden sword chi descended from the sky, instantly devouring this transformation stage cultivator and killing him in an instant. The faces of the other cultivators changed drastically upon seeing this. Only then did they truly understand Lu Yu's terror. They hadn't run before. And now they knew they should have. It was all too late. Lu Yu said calmly, I did give you a chance. With a gentle wave of Lu Yu's hand, countless golden sword chi gathered and shot out in an instant. Puff. In just a breath or two, these golden sword chi pierced through the bodies of those cultivators. All at the same time, directly killing them. What terrifying power. Han Li swallowed hard at the scene before him, secretly thinking, if it were him, he knew that even a single sword chi from Lu Yu would not be something he could withstand. At this moment, in the sky above the sea, only Lu Yu, Han Li, and Su Ying remained. In simple terms, they had completely monopolized Sea King City. Other people had no chance at all. All done, time to wrap up. Lu Yu clapped his hands, and now no one would dare to come. Let's go, we'll enter Sea King City and take a look. Lu Yu continued. Yes, master. Su Ying quickly responded. Han Li also echoed yes. Soon, the three of them quickly descended and passed through the entrance of the formation. They entered Sea King City smoothly. Chapter 178, Sea King Palace. Once inside Sea King City, one could truly perceive that it was indeed massive. Most of the buildings inside were very intact, looking as if the entire city had not experienced any major battles. It was unclear what exactly Sea King City had gone through. Master, it seems that there is nothing else in these buildings. Su Ying quickly used his divine sense to perceive and said, the Sea King City had been opened many times before. Even if there were things within these buildings, they had long been taken by the earlier cultivators who entered. Lu Yu slowly spoke, so generally visible treasures were basically out of reach for them, the latecomers. Currently, the only place with opportunities in the entire Sea King City was that Sea King Hall. However, this Sea King Hall was not so easy to find. Han Li quickly spoke up. Now, what they needed to do was to find the location of the Sea King Hall. However, their divine senses continuously perceived and spread out. Yet they did not detect any special palace. It was as if there were no grand halls at all in this Sea King City. Follow me, Lu Yu said softly. Su Ying and Han Li's cultivation levels were not very high, so it was normal that they couldn't perceive anything. But after Lu Yu personally explored a bit, he quickly sensed a specific location. Next, Su Ying and Han Li followed closely behind Lu Yu and moved quickly. Along the way, they also saw many corpses around. These were the corpses of cultivators who had previously entered the Sea King City, and there were so many that the streets were filled with white bones. It was evident how fierce and brutal the competition had been during the previous openings of the Sea King City. Not long after, the three quickly arrived at a square. Surrounding the entire square were towering statues, each several dozen feet high. Among them, only a few statues remained intact. Clearly, this place had also experienced multiple battles. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Master, it seems this is just a square, Su Ying said curiously. Take a closer look. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Su Ying became more attentive. Han Li beside her also observed seriously. There is a breadth of an array here. Han Li quickly discovered and spoke up. That's right. Lu Yu looked at Han Li with some satisfaction, indicating that Han Li had considerable skill in the formation aspect. An array breadth? Why can't I sense it? Su Ying shook her head. This array is very special. Unless you have sufficient cultivation, it's difficult to detect. Unless you have some understanding of formations, Lu Yu briefly explained. Su Ying was merely a pure sword cultivator, so it was normal for her not to understand formations. Looks like I need to learn about formations in the future. Su Ying thought to herself after hearing this. In case she encounters such situations alone in the future, she would know what to do. Han Li, since you sense the existence of this array breadth, do you have a way to reveal this array? Lu Yu looked at Han Li again and smiled. This was also a test for Han Li to see what methods he had. I do have a method, but it requires a large number of high-quality spirit stones. I only have 10 high-quality spirit stones on me, which might not be enough, Han Li quickly replied. His tone filled with certainty. Is this enough? Lu Yu waved his hand, and over 1,000 high-quality spirit stones appeared directly on the ground. Seeing this scene, Han Li was instantly shocked. After all, this was the first time he had seen so many high-quality spirit stones. Just 100 is enough, Han Li said. The extra high-quality spirit stones will be given to you. Lu Yu waved his hand, speaking generously. For Lu Yu, this amount of high-quality spirit stones was nothing. Thank you, Senior. Han Li quickly expressed his gratitude. With these high-quality spirit stones, he believed he could break through his cultivation level faster. Next, Han Li immediately got to work. 100 high-quality spirit stones were arranged in a specific sequence. Boom. Soon, a series of booming sounds erupted. In Su Ying's eyes, these 100 high-quality spirit stones fell into various corners of the square. It looked a bit complicated, but upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that there was a certain pattern to it. The light flickered. In the entire square, a super large array appeared, emitting an incredible radiance. Moreover, within this radiance, an extremely grand palace was revealed. Is this the Seeking Hall? I didn't expect it to be hidden within this grand array. Su Ying took a deep breath, a little astonished. Not bad, Han Li. Lu Yu praised. Rumble. In the next moment, the gates of the entire Seeking Hall slowly opened. Seeing this, Lu Yu did not say anything more and directly led Han Li and Su Ying inside. Passing through the gates, they found themselves in a very wide passage. Boom, boom, boom. However, it was evident that entering smoothly was completely impossible. There were numerous restrictions inside. If it were others, they would surely find ways to avoid these restrictions. But at this moment, in Han Li and Su Ying's eyes, Lu Yu actively triggered these restrictions. One after another, dangerous restrictions were triggered, each bursting forth with an incredibly powerful force that could easily obliterate Han Li, who was only at the nascent soul stage. This was the benefit of having absolute power, no matter what kind of dangerous restriction it was. There was no fear at all. Will I be able to achieve such a level in the future? Han Li thought to himself, and he was even more curious about how Lu Yu had cultivated to become so invincible. Indeed, now, in Han Li's eyes, Lu Yu was simply an invincible existence. Not long after, they passed through the passage, breaking through layers of seals and restrictions. Lu Yu led the two to the main hall of the Seeking Hall. Inside the great hall, it was resplendent and magnificent, exuding an extraordinary aura. Han Li and Su Ying widened their eyes, carefully observing everything inside. Above the treasure hall, there were scrolls of paintings. Each scroll depicted a figure, radiating an extraordinary presence. In the center of the most prominent painting was an image of a man holding a trident. It seems the rumors are true. There really is a celestial artifact here. Lu Yu nodded slowly after seeing this painting and spoke softly. Chapter 179. The existence of the celestial artifact, the Sea King Trident. Master, where is this celestial artifact? Su Ying quickly asked curiously, as she sensed again and again, but found nothing at all. Not just her, Han Li also had no discoveries. Far in the sky, close at hand, Lu Yu smiled slightly. The celestial artifact is right in that painting. With a gentle flick of Lu Yu's finger, the painting instantly erupted with an incredibly dazzling light. In Han Li and Su Ying's eyes, a trident condensed and flew out from the painting, finally hovering in front of Lu Yu. This is the celestial artifact, the Sea King Trident. Its entire body exuded an extremely powerful force. What an impressive method to actually merge a celestial artifact into a painting. Han Li marveled in his heart, sensing that the painting was extraordinary. But he had never thought that a celestial artifact would be within it. One could only say that in the vast world, the means truly are endless. There is nothing that cannot exist, only what one cannot imagine. Han Li, this celestial artifact is gifted to you. Refine and subdue it. Lu Yu said. Previously, Lu Yu had promised that if a celestial artifact truly existed here, he would give it to Han Li. Now, Lu Yu had kept his word. Yes, Han Li responded, feeling quite emotional. All along, he had cultivated as a solitary cultivator, needing to obtain various cultivation resources by himself. Now, he can easily obtain such a celestial artifact without doing much, which explains why so many people dream of joining those super sections. I have to say. This feeling is really great. Soon after, Han Li began to fully refine and subdue the celestial artifact in front of him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Su Ying continued to wander around the great hall. On the walls, there were many murals and inscriptions. After looking at them bit by bit, Lu Yu and Su Ying gained a sufficient understanding of the Sea King Hall. It turned out that this Sea King Hall was established by a reincarnated immortal. The Sea King's trident also came to this mortal world with the reincarnated immortal. After the reincarnated immortal ascended again, he left this celestial artifact behind. As for how the Sea King Palace declined, there are no records of it. However, within the Sea King's trident, there still exists the essence of that immortal. As long as Han Li can refine the Sea King's trident as his own, he can easily obtain the inheritance inside. It's unexpected that a force personally established by an immortal has fallen to such a state. Su Ying couldn't help but feel emotional. To ensure a force lasts forever, it must have powerful beings with enough strength. Lu Yu slowly spoke. All right, the spiritual energy in this hall is very rich and pure. Su-Ying, since you still have time, you should cultivate well. Okay, Master Ancestor. Su-Ying quickly responded. She naturally obeyed Lu Yu's words. Soon, Su-Ying sat cross-legged, operating her cultivation technique, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. In just a moment, the continuous influx of spiritual energy surged into Su-Ying's body. For a time, Su-Ying seemed like a bottomless black hole, devouring the endless spiritual energy. Lu Yu looked over to the other side, and Han Li's progress was also very smooth. There was no need to worry about anything else. For Lu Yu, the only thing he needed to do next was to patiently wait. System. How many points can I recharge from this Sea King Hall and the entire Sea King City? Lu Yu silently thought. Calculating. Calculation complete. You can obtain 5 billion points. So little? Lu Yu took a deep breath. This price was far below what he had expected, but upon closer thought, it made sense. The entire Sea King City didn't seem to have any special existence. The things inside had long been divided up by previous cultivators. And the greatest opportunity in this Sea King Hall was given to Han Li. The rest had basically no value. Now, being able to recharge for 5 billion, from a certain perspective, was already quite good. After several days, Han Li successfully refined the Sea King's trident. At the moment of success, the inheritance within the trident surged directly into his mind. Han Li didn't expect there would be an immortal inheritance. For him, this was indeed a tremendous opportunity. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but look at Lu Yu not far away. He was very clear that without Lu Yu, he might not have had the chance to smoothly obtain and refine this Sea King's trident. Not bad, you refined the celestial artifact in just a few days. At this moment, Lu Yu sensed that Han Li had succeeded and congratulated him. It should be noted that Han Li relied on himself to refine the celestial artifact. So just this point again proved Han Li's extraordinary talent. Thank you, Senior. Han Li cupped his hands and sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need. Lu Yu waved his hand. You are a disciple of my Qingyan sect, so don't call me Senior anymore. Just call me Sect Master Lu. Yes, Sect Master Lu. Han Li replied respectfully. Boom. At that moment, a powerful energy erupted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Sea King Hall was gathering and quickly surged into Su-Ying's body. Very good. Su-Ying's cultivation level is about to break through. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Throughout this journey, Su-Ying had gone through countless battles. Now, after a few days of serious cultivation, her breakthrough efficiency had become a natural process. After waiting for several hours, Su-Ying's cultivation level successfully broke through. The aura she emitted was clearly much stronger than before. Phew, I finally broke through. Su-Ying became incredibly happy and excited at this moment. Master Ancestor, I did it. She immediately rushed to Lu Yu's side, eager to hear his praise. Not bad, but keep working hard. Lu Yu gently rubbed Su-Ying's head and smiled. Although it was just a simple sentence, it made Su-Ying feel extremely happy and satisfied. All right, Han Li has successfully refined the celestial artifact. And you have also successfully broken through, so we should leave here. Lu Yu continued. Then, under Lu Yu's guidance, they quickly flew out of Sea King City and returned to the sky above the sea. Lu Yu looked down at the entire Sea King City again and silently thought. Start recharging. Chapter 180, Cloud Island. Recharging. In Han Li and Su-Ying's eyes, the entire Sea King City below erupted with an incredibly bright light. The brilliance lasted only a breath or two before quickly dissipating. What kind of method is this? Han Li was stunned, feeling an overwhelming shock. In contrast, Su-Ying remained calm. She had experienced many such things and had long since gotten used to it. Recharge complete. Your balance has increased by 500 million points. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be 5 billion before? Why is it only 500 million now? Lu Yu hurriedly inquired. Response. The price changes every day, so it needs to be calculated based on the latest numbers. After hearing this response, Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, this was something he hadn't anticipated from the beginning. It seemed he needed to learn from this experience. Lu Yu thought to himself. However, fortunately, the difference between 5 billion and 500 million wasn't too large, and it was still acceptable. The sea whirlpool began to dissipate. Returning to its original state, everything became calm, as if nothing had happened. Master Ancestor, are we going to Cloud Island next? Su-Ying asked curiously. Yes. Next we will go to Cloud Island. Lu Yu affirmed. The next second, Lu Yu waved his hand, and the flying boat reappeared before them. After boarding the flying boat, he directly controlled it, quickly flying towards the direction of Cloud Island. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived in the wilderness. The flying boat hovered in the high sky, not moving forward. Let's rest on this flying boat today. Lu Yu said softly. It's been a long time. Master Ancestor? What is it? Su-Ying, hearing this for the first time, was very curious. Simply put, it's barbecue. Lu Yu smiled. Barbecue. When Su-Ying heard these two words, her mouth nearly watered. Ever since she had been following Lu Yu, she had been able to enjoy delicious earthly treats from time to time. Soon, Lu Yu waved his hand, and on the deck of the flying boat, barbecue grill, various fresh ingredients, and seasonings, everything is complete. Master, let me do it. Previously, under Lu Yu's guidance, she already knew how to barbecue. All right, go ahead. Lu Yu nodded in reassurance. In the following time, he entrusted everything to Su Ying. It didn't take long before the aroma wafted through the entire flying boat. Even Han Li felt his appetite stirring. Soon after, Lu Yu took out some fine wine. The three of them enjoyed barbecue and wine. Everything felt very leisurely and comfortable. After they were full, the three of them were immensely satisfied. Late at night, even Su Ying and Han Li's cultivation noticeably accelerated. Meanwhile, Lu Yu quietly watched Shi Yu at the medicine god furnace. Thus, after more than half a month, Lu Yu and the others finally arrived at the vicinity of Ruyun Island. Master, we have arrived. Su Ying's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu slowly got up from his chair. Looking ahead, a large island filled with demonic energy appeared before him. Even the sky over the island was blood-red and eerie. Truly a demon cultivator's island, the demonic energy is indeed rich. Lu Yu nodded slowly and added, moreover, within Ruyun Island, there is a very large underground space. And there is also the aura of a top-tier magic treasure. So the rumors are true. Han Li sighed. Let's go. We will enter Ruyun Island first. Lu Yu said softly. Whoosh. The flying boat quickly arrived above Ruyun Island and landed steadily. The three of them leaped lightly to the ground. With a wave of Lu Yu's hand, the flying boat transformed into a beam of light and returned to the storage ring on Lu Yu's finger. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a series of loud and urgent drumbeats echoed throughout Ruyun Island. Immediately after, a large group of demon cultivators armed with sharp blades appeared rapidly before Lu Yu and the others. These demon cultivators had various forms, but each one exuded an overwhelming aura of evil, clearly not easy to deal with. Human cultivators dare to trespass on my Ruyun Island. You are truly seeking death. A core formation demon cultivator sneered. Get them, kill these human cultivators, eat their flesh, drink their blood. Kill, kill, kill. The demon cultivators became extremely excited. After all, the flesh and blood of humans were considered great supplements for these demon cultivators. In the next moment, these demon cultivators unleashed their strongest abilities and began their attacks. Leave them to me, Su Ying declared confidently. In an instant, Su Ying summoned her long sword. Once she grasped the sword, her entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation. She now looked like a true female, sword immortal. Those demon cultivators charging in were momentarily shaken, instinctive fear arising in their hearts. Flash! Su Ying swung her sword. A clear sound of sword ringing erupted, resonating through heaven and earth. It was as if the thunder from the 9 heavens had directly shattered the chaos. Immediately, an incredibly dazzling and brilliant golden sword aura condensed and emerged, carrying an unstoppable heavenly might. In almost an instant, the golden sword aura seemed to engulf all of heaven and earth. The demon cultivators, swallowed by the golden sword aura, didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly obliterated. Boom! There were explosive roars. When the golden sword aura dissipated, it became clear that all the demon cultivators that had appeared were completely annihilated. Even the ground was left with a deep and wide sword mark. Not bad. Lu Yu praised. That sword just now, the power Su Ying unleashed was incredibly strong. It was expected that she could eliminate those demon cultivators with one sword. If Su Ying hadn't dealt with them all in one go, Lu Yu would definitely have been disappointed. The power she cultivated in the sword path had reached such a level. In comparison, he felt he fell far behind. Han Li secretly thought that in terms of swordsmanship, he felt somewhat inferior. Boom. At this moment, an even more powerful demonic force erupted from deep within Ruyun Island. It seemed that the demon king of Ruyun Island had appeared. Su Ying thought, sensing that the demonic power that had erupted contained tremendous strength. This demon king's power was definitely extraordinary. Chapter 181. The demon king is destroyed. Boom. Soon, a man clad in a blood-red robe appeared, exuding a very powerful demonic force. He should be the demon king of this Ruyun Island, Immortal. 3 friends, your skills are truly impressive. I wonder what brings you to my Ruyun Island. This demon king's voice was cold, and his gaze was directly fixed on Lu Yu. Clearly, Immortal sensed that among the 3, Lu Yu had the highest cultivation level. I heard that Ruyun Island has a top-tier magic treasure. Hand it over, and I can spare your lives. Lu Yu did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, friend, you really have a big mouth. The expression of the demon king Immortal instantly became very serious. This top-tier magic treasure took him 100 years of effort and great cost to refine. He was just one step away from complete success, and at this critical moment, someone came to rob him. As a demon king, he was not to be trifled with. Master, It seems he is quite uncooperative. Su Ying said softly. This is the third time. Mo, I will give you another chance. Will you hand it over voluntarily, or do I have to take action myself? If you are proactive, you may still have a chance to live. If I take action, you won't get a chance to beg for mercy. This king would like to see your skills. Mo completely disregarded Lu Yu's words, and his demonic power began to surge wildly. He even used his secret technique to forcibly increase his cultivation level. In an instant, he directly reached the peak of the transformation stage. Die! Mo's demonic power surged, and he slapped his palm. In an instant, the ground rolled like a wave. Sharp rock spikes, carrying tremendous penetrating power, shot towards Lu Yu and the others. The sheer number was overwhelming, like a torrential rain assaulting them. Thunder. At the same time, Mo's attack was not over. The sky above instantly darkened with dense clouds. Thunderbolts rained down. Seeing this scene, too weak, Lu Yu simply snapped his fingers. An even more invincible force erupted. Under this power, those rock spikes were completely obliterated. Even the thunderbolts drawn down from above were forcibly erased. How is this possible? Mo's face changed instantly. He had used a secret technique to elevate his realm to the peak of the transformation stage, unleashing all his power. Yet the opponent was able to effortlessly dispel his attacks. What kind of method was this? A mere peak of the transformation stage. How could he possibly be a match for my master? Su Ying thought to herself, previously believing that the transformation stage was a very formidable level. But now it seemed that it was as insignificant as an ant. Han Li couldn't help but murmur after witnessing this overwhelming display. Looking at the Demon King opposite them, who had already attacked them, Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity, it seems you really didn't make the right decision. Since the transformation can't kill you, then this king will kill you with the Void Refinement Realm. Mo said coldly, and in that instant, the demonic power within him surged exponentially once again. This Demon King is too insane. He actually started burning his own life. Han Li said solemnly. No matter how much his cultivation level increases, he won't be a match for the ancestor. Su Ying said with a smile, as she had absolute faith in Lu Yu. Sword come. Lu Yu lightly pointed his finger. In an instant, an even more invincible sword power descended. Under this power, even this Demon King, who had reached the Void Refinement Realm, could not resist. Thud. Under this force, the Demon King Mo was directly crushed to his knees. No. This power has far exceeded what I can comprehend. Mo's face instantly turned terrified, and he finally understood the horror of Lu Yu. In the sky above, a giant sword over 1,000 feet tall appeared in an instant. The giant sword exuded endless sword intent. In comparison, the entire Cloud Island seemed extremely small in front of this giant sword. Senior, I am willing to surrender my treasure. Mo quickly begged for mercy. If he had known from the beginning how terrifying Lu Yu's cultivation level was, he would have handed over that top-level treasure without hesitation, no matter the cost. Because nothing is more important than one's own life. At this moment, he was completely shrouded in the fear of death. A dignified Demon King must also humbly beg for mercy in the face of absolute power. Just now, I gave you 2 chances, but unfortunately, you did not cherish them. Lu Yu said lightly, without mercy. Fall. As his finger fell, the giant sword suddenly crashed down. Boom. With this sword strike, the Demon King Mo was directly obliterated. At the same time, the giant sword also penetrated the ground, creating a downward passage. As the giant sword dissipated, Lu Yu and the others arrived at the edge of the large pit. Looking down, they could clearly see a very large underground space within this Cloud Island. At this moment, both Su Ying and Han Li could clearly sense the aura of that top-level treasure in the underground space. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Yu said softly. Yes. Su Ying and Han Li nodded in agreement. The 3 of them jumped down. In just a dozen breaths of time, they quickly arrived at the underground space of this Cloud Island. The demonic aura here is even more intense. There are so many demonic spirit herbs. Han Li exclaimed. This demonic spirit herb alone is worth over 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. And there are at least hundreds of these demonic spirit herbs here. The value is unimaginable. Not only are there demonic spirit herbs, but also other spiritual medicinal materials. Su Ying's voice rang out. Sure enough, looking again, there were many other spiritual medicines not far away. It seems that this is where the Demon King Mo especially had people plant spiritual medicines. Without a doubt, planting so many medicinal materials here must not have been an easy process. System, recharge these medicinal materials. Lu Yu silently thought. Calculating. Calculation completed, starting recharge. Glimmers of light flickered. In the blink of an eye, all the medicinal materials disappeared without a trace. Recharge completed, your balance has increased by 150,000 points. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. These medicinal materials added up to 150,000 points, which made him quite pleased. Let's go. Our purpose here is for that top-level treasure. Lu Yu continued. They moved quickly and soon arrived at the central area of this underground space. There were layers of seals, blood red all over. Although it was unclear what was inside, one could roughly see the shape of the top-level treasure through the outline. It seemed to be a pair of wings. Good heavens. This top-level treasure actually contains the true essence of wind and the true essence of thunder. Lu Yu sensed it and was somewhat astonished.